Relaxed, rich system, multiple female leads, time travel, refreshing red, fantasy, golden finger. Douluo continent is so exciting. Here we have the rabbit-eared girl Xiao Wu, the big cat Zhu Qing, the cute lowly Ning Rongrong, the little fox Hulaina, the angelic sister Qianren Xue, and the mature Pope Bibi Dong. In O Twin Martial Souls, low innate spirit power. During the Martial Soul Awakening Ceremony, Ye Chen felt a wave of sadness. Fortunately, the cheat may be late, but it will never be absent. Thus, the first thing Ye Chen thought about was how to report the #1 wanted criminal living in Holy Soul Village, the Spirit Hall, without worrying about retaliation. I never look at whether my friends have gold soul coins. The new generation of rich people in Douluo continent. Ye Chen. Chapter 1. Ye Chen in the Heaven Do Empire in the Fasno province, in the city of Notting. In a small courtyard in the south of the city, a small boy was running around the courtyard walls, exercising his body. Phew, so tired, I need to rest for a bit. After running for quite some time, the boy was somewhat exhausted and decided to take a break. Although he said he would rest, he didn't forget to move his limbs. The reason he insisted on exercising was that he knew that having a strong physical condition would greatly help his future growth. The boy's name was Ye Chen, a traverser from Blue Star who had died unexpectedly while binge-watching anime. Perhaps because he didn't drink the legendary Meng Pa soup, he carried the memories of his past life and arrived in the Douluo continent. Ye Chen was very excited about being able to traverse to the Douluo continent because it had the extraordinary profession of Soul Master. As long as one became a Soul Master, they could possess extraordinary power that ordinary people do not have. If a Soul Master could obtain the 9th Spirit Ring and advance to the title Douluo, they could become a revered figure admired by thousands, and their lifespan could also be greatly extended. If one could even become a deity, they would not only gain immense power, but also have endless lifespan. The prospect of power and longevity made Ye Chen, a boy who loved reading novels and watching anime, feel passionate, not to mention that there were many beautiful girls on the continent. However, he was well aware that becoming a title doll or even a deity was extremely difficult. Looking at the entire continent, among billions of beings, there were only a few dozen who reached the title Douluo level. As for deities, within 10,000 years, Ye Chen only knew of the sea god. Well, perhaps the angel god also became a deity within 10,000 years. He wasn't very sure about that. However, in about 20 years, 3 deities would appear on the continent. But that probably had nothing to do with Ye Chen after all. Whether he could cultivate to become a title doll or even a deity would require talent far beyond that of an ordinary genius. And the quality of talent was greatly related to whether one's parents were strong. Generally speaking, if parents had strong talent and high strength, their children would not be too bad. If parents had poor talent and low strength, then it was basically hopeless. However, this was not absolute with a large enough population. There would always be a few exceptions, but basically, that was the situation. Ye Chen's parents were only minor 3-ring soul elders, although they were considered important figures in a remote city like Notting. They were nothing in the grand scheme of the Douluo continent. Moreover, it was well known that the parents of protagonists often had dangerous professions. Notting City was not far from the border between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. And the Star Luo Empire was powerful and had always wanted to annex the Heaven Do Empire. Although the two empires would not engage in large-scale wars near Notting City, small conflicts still occurred from time to time. Unfortunately, Ye Chen's parents fell victim to a small conflict last year. Damn war. Recalling his unfortunate parents, Ye Chen cursed quietly. In his past life, the most bloody thing he had done was pulling off chicken wings and legs while killing a chicken. When the bloody corpses of his parents were brought back by his teammates for burial, the young Ye Chen was utterly devastated. Such deep hatred was something Ye Chen could not forget, but he didn't even know who his enemies were, so he could only place the blame on the Star Luo Empire. When I cultivate successfully in the future, I will definitely destroy the Star Luo Empire. Ye Chen's bright eyes revealed a glimmer of hatred. However, barring any surprises, he would not live to see that day. His parents' martial souls and talents were all quite ordinary, so Ye Chen's talent was most likely the same. But there were still ways to take revenge. As a modern person, Ye Chen was somewhat knowledgeable about firearms, even if he couldn't say he was an expert. He understood the basic principles. Ye Chen planned that if he couldn't become a master in the future, he would join the Spirit Hall and contribute to their firearm technology tree to strengthen their military power. After all, the Pope Bibi Dong had ambitions to unify the continent, and the Douluo Empire was a hurdle that needed to be crossed, which would also allow Ye Chen to take revenge. In the original story, the Zhuge Divine crossbow developed by Tang San posed a significant threat to four-ring soul masters he thought that even a regular bolt-action rifle from his past life could probably blow someone's head off, right? With such a great achievement, if he took the cool Pope to the ice and fire Yin Yang, I'd steal some celestial herbs. Defeating a titled Douluo should be no problem. However, that was just the worst-case scenario. If his talent stood out and he could become a master, then Ye Chen wouldn't need to do that. After all, the Douluo continent, although merely dubbed the fantasy sewer, was also a world where great power resided, and the top-tier powerhouses were not something low-level. Soul masters and ordinary people could resist. Everything depends on the soul awakening ceremony in 3 days. Thinking about the soul awakening ceremony that the Spirit Hall held for common children once a month in 3 days, Ye Chen showed an expectant look. Unlike small villages like Holy Soul Village, where the Spirit Hall's soul awakening deacon would only visit once a year in Nodding City, there was a dedicated soul awakening deacon every month to awaken the souls of common children for free. Ye Chen wasn't short on gold soul coins and didn't have to wait for the free opportunity to awaken his martial soul. His parents served in the military of the Heaven Do Empire, and their salaries were considerable. After their deaths, the military also provided Ye Chen with some compensation. The compensation issued by the military was not something officials dared to embezzle, partly because there were supervisors and partly because there could be future problems. Don't underestimate the young and poor. This saying still held some truth. If the orphan didn't awaken innate soul power in the future and could only become an ordinary person, then it would be fine, it wouldn't cause any trouble. But if the orphan had good talent in the future and became a high-level soul master, that would be a disaster. Even without being too strong, having innate soul power of 2 or 3 levels would be enough to become a 3 or 4-ring soul master. Because such a small amount of compensation would definitely not attract the attention of soul masters above the soul sect level. However, Ye Chen also didn't have the idea of paying someone to awaken his martial soul right now, because he had just turned 6 years old not long ago, and even if he hired someone to awaken his martial soul in advance, it would only mean a few extra days of training. Another reason was that the family savings were limited and needed to be kept for future living expenses. I hope that in 3 days, I can awaken innate, full soul power and dual martial souls. Although Ye Chen knew that it was highly unlikely he will awaken such powerful talent, living life must have some hope, right? Chapter 2. The blind Douluo wants to awaken my martial soul, personally. 3 days later, early in the morning, Ye Chen left his home and headed to the Martial Soul Branch Hall in the city. Jogging towards the branch hall, since it wasn't very far, Ye Chen arrived at the Nodding City Martial Soul Branch Hall in just a few minutes. The Martial Soul Hall was quite wealthy. Even though it was just a small branch hall, it was the most magnificent building in Nodding City, more luxurious than the City Lord's mansion. It's hard to imagine how much more upscale the Martial Soul Temple in Heaven Do City and the Pope's Palace in Martial Soul City must be. Although the societal background of the continent is generally similar to the ancient times of Ye Chen's previous life, when it comes to architecture, some high-end or important places are not inferior at all compared to his past life. The work of the Martial Soul Hall is not just to awaken martial souls for children. Therefore, the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony is not held in the main hall, but in a side hall nearby. Although the door to the side hall was still tightly closed at this time, there were already 7 or 8 children of Ye Chen's age lining up, eagerly waiting. Without much hesitation, Ye Chen joined the queue. During the wait, about 10 more children lined up behind Ye Chen. Nodding City is not very large. Excluding small villages like Shanghan Village, Daihun Village, and Wanghun Village, the population of the city is just around 10,000. But every year, many children need to awaken their martial souls. Ye Chen felt that the Martial Soul Hall's free assistance for eligible children to awaken their martial souls was commendable. Regardless of whether their motivation was to recruit talent, the Martial Soul Hall was much better than the 2 great empires in this regard. Moreover, The Martial Soul Hall also provides subsidies for low-level soul masters, which greatly increased Ye Chen's goodwill towards them. Although these subsidies and gold soul coins are funded by the two great empires and various subordinate kingdoms and principalities, without the Martial Soul Hall, there would definitely be no soul master subsidies. Trying to get those noble lords to spend money is simply wishful thinking. Speaking of which, since the Martial Soul Hall is so wealthy, could they be cooking the books? Ye Chen thought it wasn't impossible. After more than half an hour, the door to the side hall opened. A young man in his 20s, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and very handsome, appeared. This young man was dressed in white attire and wore a black cloak, with a soul character the size of a fist right in the center of his chest. Su Yuntao? Ye Chen's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing this young man in line. Although Su Yuntao was only a second-ring great soul master, he was considered a prominent figure in Nodding City, and his fame was not low, so it wasn't surprising that Ye Chen recognized him. Seeing that Su Yuntao, the blind owl, was about to personally awaken his martial soul, Ye Chen felt confident about awakening a more powerful talent. After all, Su Yuntao had previously awakened individuals with innate full soul power and twin martial souls. Even if he himself wasn't that lucky, he should still have some sort of luck bonus, right? By the way, has Tang San awakened his martial soul yet? Although he was also born in the year 2630 of the Douluo calendar and was the same age as Tang San, Ye Chen wasn't sure if Tang San had awakened his martial soul yet. Children, you can come in now. I will awaken your martial souls, Su Yuntao said to the obediently lined up Ye Chen and the others. He was already used to seeing children lining up at the door, as this was the norm at the beginning of each month. Then, according to the original queue, Ye Chen and the others entered the side hall. It wasn't that the children understood the rules and would line up obediently without being told. It was that their parents had instructed them to be obedient and listen to the arrangements in the Martial Soul Hall, because everyone inside was a soul master, whom they couldn't afford to offend. As for the wealthy families or those with elders who were soul masters, they had all awakened their martial souls at home and would not come to the Martial Soul Hall. My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 Great Soul Master, and I will be your guide. Now, I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid, Su Yuntao said gently as he saw that everyone had arrived. Saying this, Su Yuntao took out 6 black awakening stones and a blue crystal ball for testing soul power, arranging them on the ground in a hexagonal shape. Do not be afraid. The children present all looked confused. Only Ye Chen understood that this was Su Yuntao's way of giving them a precaution. Because Su Yuntao's martial soul was a wolf, and his soul power level wasn't high, he needed to merge with his martial soul when awakening the children's martial souls, and it was not uncommon for children to be frightened to tears. Su Yuntao shouted, "Lonewolf, Meri." Instantly, 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, appeared. A faint green light was released from the center of his brow, flowing upwards along his hairline, turning his originally black hair gray and causing it to grow rapidly. At the same time, gray fur appeared on his exposed arms, and his body expanded, making him look like a muscular werewolf. As soon as the werewolf appeared, it indeed frightened several children present. Even Ye Chen, who had been mentally prepared, was startled, though he didn't show on the outside. Speaking of which, Su Yuntao's martial soul is rather peculiar. It's a wolf, and a lone wolf at that. Doesn't that just make him a single dog? Soon, under Su Yuntao's reassurance, all the children calmed down. All right, you step into the awakening array. Su Yuntao gestured to the little boy at the front of the line. Then, Su Yuntao quickly clapped his hands, channeling his soul power into the 6 awakening stones on the ground. Immediately, a layer of golden light was released from the 6 awakening stones, forming a light shield that enveloped the little boy, with countless golden light spots entering his body. Extend your right hand, Su Yuntao said to the little boy. The little boy instinctively complied, and the light spots surged out, instantly manifesting a kitchen knife in his hand. It's a weapon martial soul, a kitchen knife. Little friend, use your mind to retract the martial soul and test your soul power. Saying this, Su Yuntao placed the soul power testing crystal ball in front of the little boy. The tender little hand was placed on the soul power testing crystal ball, but did not emit any radiance. No soul power, unable to cultivate. Next, Su Yintao said, slightly disappointed. The first child of the day didn't have innate soul power. Could it be an inauspicious day for awakening martial souls? No soul power? If Su Yintao was merely slightly disappointed, then the little boy was utterly disheartened, as without innate soul power, he would be unable to become a soul master. Chapter 3. Martial soul awakening soul masters are the most noble profession on the continent. And only by becoming a soul master can an ordinary commoner find the best path to ascend. Weapon martial soul, scythe, no soul power. Weapon martial soul, who? Innate level 1 soul power can become a soul master. Weapon martial soul, rolling pin, no soul power. Before long, only a little girl remained in front of Ye Chen. Weapon martial soul, blue silvergrass, no soul power. Indeed, blue silvergrass is a waste martial soul. Seeing that the little girl before him awakened the blue silver grass martial soul, Su Yintao couldn't help but complain. This handsome big brother. Is it possible for the blue silver grass to have innate soul power? Ye Chen asked Su Yintao. Little friend, your words are very sweet, so understanding. As far as I know, the blue silver grass martial soul is not absolutely without innate soul power. But the probability of having innate soul power is much lower than that of other martial souls. And even if there is innate soul power, it is definitely not high. I have been a martial soul awakening steward for quite some time, and I have never seen a child awaken the blue silver grass martial soul with innate soul power. Hearing someone call him handsome big brother, Su Yintao felt delighted and began to educate Ye Chen. Is that so? Listening Douluo window. Ye Chen confirmed that Tang San had probably not awakened his martial soul yet. After all, a blue silver grass with full innate soul power would surely shock Su Yintao for a lifetime, right? It would definitely be unforgettable. All right, little friend, it's your turn now. I wish you to awaken innate soul power. Ye Chen, though young, was polite, and Su Yintao also offered a blessing. Then, Ye Chen stood in the awakening array. And as Su Yintao infused his soul power, a faint golden light once again shone from the awakening array. How comfortable! In the golden light, Ye Chen immediately felt a warm current entering his body, so comfortable that he closed his eyes. Soon, Ye Chen felt something seem to emerge from his right hand. Is it just a single martial soul? The lack of movement in his left hand indicated that he had only awakened one martial soul, and the dream of awakening twin martial souls was officially shattered. There is still a chance. As long as I awaken a high-level innate soul power, I won't be at a disadvantage in the future. Having come to Douluo continent, if he couldn't reach the peak, wouldn't that be a lifelong regret? Thinking this way, Ye Chen opened his eyes and looked at his right hand. He saw a green bamboo staff manifesting in the palm of his hand. Bamboo staff martial soul? On the continent, there are various types of martial souls classified by quality, ranging from low to high as ordinary martial souls, advanced martial souls, top martial souls, and divine martial souls. For example, scythes, hoes, and rolling pins are all ordinary quality martial souls. Although the blue silvergrass is called a waste martial soul, it is still among the ordinary martial souls. Advanced martial souls include the biphosphorus snake, dragon pattern rod, and great strength diamond bear. Top martial souls are synonymous with powerful martial souls, the most well-known being the Haotian hammer, blue lightning tyrant dragon, and white tiger, etc. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's inherited 7 Treasure Glazed Tower martial soul, although its supportive effect is considered the best in the world, is classified as a pseudo-top martial soul due to its flaws. Only the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower could be considered a true top martial soul. Divine martial souls, needless to say, are only those passed down by deities. Across the entire Douluo continent, only the 6-winged angel martial soul from the Spirit Hall and the sea god martial soul from Sea God Island are divine martial souls. Divine martial souls are not only of high quality, but also inherently possess domains, and those who awaken divine martial souls typically have innate soul powers that are not lacking, making it easy for them to become titled Douluo. Ye Chen's parents in this life, his father's martial soul is an iron rod, and his mother's martial soul is a bamboo staff, both of ordinary quality. It is normal for him to awaken a bamboo staff martial soul. It's just a pity that without twin martial souls. Ye Chen originally hoped to have a mutation in his martial soul like Ma Hongjun, directly transforming from a worthless chicken into a phoenix. But now it seems that hope is also out of reach. For those with strong family martial souls, it is often better for their martial souls not to mutate, because mutations can be of two types: benign mutations that make the martial soul stronger, and malignant mutations that make the martial soul weaker than before. For someone like Ye Chen, coming from an ordinary background, a mutation in the martial soul is definitely more beneficial than harmful. After all, the martial soul itself is not that great. How worse could it get? Bamboo staff martial soul. Little friend, let us test your innate soul power. Su Yuntao placed the soul power testing crystal ball in front of Ye Chen. God bless. Even if it's not full innate soul power, please don't let it be completely devoid of innate soul power. The quality of the martial soul is closely related to the level of innate soul power, and it is impossible for an ordinary martial soul to have full innate soul power. At this moment, Ye Chen was no longer thinking about having full innate soul power. He just hoped he wouldn't have any innate soul power at all. If he had innate soul power, even if it was level 1 or even half a level, he would still have a chance in the future. Although treasures that can change one's talent are rare on Douluo continent, they do exist. But if he truly had no innate soul power at all, then there would be no hope. He is not like some deities in fan novels who can still establish other cultivation systems and become experts even without innate soul power. Then, Ye Chen placed his right hand on the soul power testing crystal ball. As soon as his hand touched the crystal ball, he immediately felt a pulling force coming from it. Soon, the soul power testing crystal ball lit up, emitting a faint blue halo. Not bad. Innate level 3 soul power. Little friend, keep it up, work hard to cultivate, and becoming a soul sect in the future will not be a problem. Su Yuntao felt somewhat relieved, in his opinion. Level 3 innate soul power was already quite good. He had been a martial soul awakening steward for quite some time and had awakened many children's martial souls. But few had talents that surpassed Ye Chen's. After all, those who needed the spirit hall to help awaken their martial souls were all common children whose parents did not pass down strong martial souls and talents. And if their martial souls did not mutate, the difficulty of having high-level innate soul power was still very high. Level 3 innate soul power, huh? Su Yuntao felt gratified about Ye Chen's talent, but Ye Chen did not feel the same. What use was level 3 innate soul power? If he were to cultivate honestly, by the time Tang San became a god, he might still be just a low-level great soul master. Chapter 4. Godly Rich System. Thank you, big brother. With a mix of anticipation and a hint of bitterness in his heart, Ye Chen politely thanked Su Yuntao. Haha, no need to be polite. This is what I should do. Afterward, Su Yuntao registered Ye Chen's martial soul and innate soul power and issued a martial soul certificate. With a slight sense of reluctance, Ye Chen took his martial soul certificate and turned to leave the martial soul hall. As Su Yuntao watched Ye Chen's retreating figure, he thought to himself, I hope that in the future, my child with CC can be as polite as that. As for CC not agreeing to his pursuit right now, that doesn't matter. In Su Yuntao's view, he is the best partner for CC in the martial soul branch of Nodding City. Su Yuntao, who else but me? Sighed, innate level 3 soul power. Am I really that weak? After leaving the martial soul hall, Ye Chen walked home while muttering to himself. This was Ye Chen being greedy. He knew that many people on the continent could not awaken innate soul power, and even among those who could, most did not reach level 3. To be honest, if a child from an ordinary family in Nodding City awakened level 3 innate soul power, it would be a reason to host a banquet and celebrate. The ideal is rich, but reality is thin. Just as Ye Chen was planning various future endeavors, an unexpected change occurred. Ding! Godly Rich System Binding 1. 50. Ye Chen was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard. But upon seeing a progress bar appear in his line of sight, he finally confirmed that his cheat was here. Wait, Godly Rich System. At this moment, Ye Chen felt like crying. This Godly Rich System, by its literal meaning, should be about giving money, right? If this were his previous life, Ye Chen could definitely reach the pinnacle of life, but now he was on the Douluo continent, Can money buy powerful talent? Can money buy a powerful martial soul? Can money make him a title Douluo, or even a deity? Although Ye Chen thought this way, having a cheat is better than not having one. With enough money, he could speed up his cultivation. At least he wouldn't have to worry about living expenses. However, one thing Ye Chen was concerned about was whether the money from this godly rich system was RMB. In the Douluo continent, no one would recognize RMB. It was almost like waste paper, too hard even for wiping. I hope this cheat son of mine won't be so disappointing. Ye Chen thought to himself. Ding! Godly rich system binding complete. Host level. Soul master. Gold soul coins. 1. Gold soul coins. 1. Gold soul coins. 1. Attribute panel. System all. Gold soul coins. Ye Chen's eyes lit up. Thankfully, this cheat son of his was giving him gold soul coins, which were universally accepted on the Douluo continent, rather than the disappointing RMB. Well, after all, it is a cheat. How could it make such a big mistake? Not in a hurry to open the attribute panel and system all. Ye Chen began to count the gold soul coins his cheat son had gifted him. Due to the lack of a timer, Ye Chen could only estimate and found that the frequency of receiving 1 gold soul coin was about once per second. There are 365 days in a year, 24 hours in a day, 60 minutes in an hour, and 60 seconds in a minute. So that means my cheat son is giving me over 31 million gold soul coins every year. Since his math wasn't very good, Ye Chen calculated in his mind for a long time before finally figuring it out. Is this going to make me rich? Moreover, the cheat son said that his soul power level is soul master, and he gets 1 gold soul coin each time. If his soul power level increases, wouldn't that mean even more? Truly, it is the godly rich system. It seems that with the gifts from my son, Ye Chen will be able to use gold soul coins to crush that big tycoon Ning Rongrong in the future. Fortunately, this prompt for 1 gold soul coin has no sound, only appearing as text in the bottom right corner of his vision, and it can be closed. Otherwise, Ye Chen would have to experience the troubles of the rich. Open attribute panel. Immediately, a golden light screen appeared before Ye Chen's eyes. Attribute panel. Host. Ye Chen. Soul power. Level 3. Martial soul. Bamboo staff. Soul ring. None. Looking at his simple attribute panel, Ye Chen felt a bit unable to face it and quickly closed it. At this time, Ye Chen was on his way home, and although there were passers-by, it seemed that none of them noticed anything unusual about him. This reassured Ye Chen. His cheat son could not be detected by others. With high hopes for the system all, Ye Chen thought it would be better to go home first. If there were good things in the system all, he would definitely jump for joy. If there weren't, he would also jump for joy. Ye Chen did not want to be seen as a monkey on the street, so he prepared to go home, close the door, and explore further. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Ye Chen quickly ran home. Upon returning home, Ye Chen immediately locked the door tightly, went back to his room, and silently thought to open the system all. Instantly, another golden light screen appeared in Ye Chen's vision. This son of mine is really something. Everything is golden. Doesn't he think it's too flashy? But I like it. Before long, Ye Chen discovered that there were indeed quite a few good items in the system all. Soul ring year upgrade card. Price. Yellow 100 years 100,000 gold soul coins. Purple 1000 years 1,000,000. Black 10,000 years 10,000,000 gold soul coins. Red 100,000 years 100,000,000 gold soul coins. Soul bone year upgrade card. Price. Yellow 100 years 100,000 gold soul coins. Purple 1000 years 1,000,000. Black 10,000 years 10,000,000 gold soul coins. Red 100,000 years 100,000,000 gold soul coins. Balance. Gold soul coins. Chapter 5. Biological Sanaha. After seeing the various items sold in the system store, Ye Chen immediately raised a small head and burst into laughter. It was impossible for him not to be happy. Originally, Ye Chen thought that with his innate level 3 soul power, he would only be able to play a minor role or cling to someone else's success. But with the godly rich system, everything changed. So what if his innate soul power was low? With a single immortal herb, his cultivation efficiency could rival that of someone with full innate soul power, and with the help of the herb's medicinal properties, he might even surpass them. So what if his martial soul quality was poor? With the martial soul divine card, he would eventually transform into a divine martial soul. And what about divine inheritance? The system store also sold divine positions. Even if he couldn't obtain divine inheritance, he could still become a god in the future. Moreover, with the soul ring and soul bone upgrade cards, not having a twin martial soul was no problem. As long as he invested points into the soul ring and soul bone, quickly increasing his soul power level was not a dream. At this moment, Ye Chen was already fantasizing about possessing a divine martial soul in the future, with 9 red soul rings and a full set of 10,000-year soul bones. Ultimately becoming a supreme god. No, 10,000 years is still too low. I need 9 golden soul rings and a complete set of million-year soul bones. Ye Chen thought that with such a powerful external aid, he couldn't let Tang San outshine him. Furthermore, if he could achieve a 9 golden soul ring configuration and a full set of million-year soul bones, wouldn't that mean his divine rank would surpass even that of the God King? After all, the divine positions that cost 100 billion golden soul coins came with annotations stating that the stronger and more profound one's own strength was before refining the divine position. The higher the divine rank would be, it stands to reason that even the God King wouldn't have such a powerful foundation, right? Even the so-called king of cheats, Tang San, only had a million-year soul ring and soul bone. Additionally, Ye Chen discovered that the system store also sold various miscellaneous items, such as storage soul tools, some individual firearms that appeared in his past life, and various industrial technology products. However, these items were not expensive. For him, a future godly rich person, they were almost trivial. Unfortunately, the quality of these firearms was not high, and there were no mushroom bombs. Ye Chen lamented that if only he had a cannon to set off in Wuhuan City, it would probably send Qingdao, Lu, and Bibi Dong to the skies. However, when he thought about the high prices of all the good items in the system store, Ye Chen realized that although he would be a godly rich person in the future, he couldn't change the fact that he was still poor at the moment. Looking at the discount card that could be claimed for free as a new player benefit in the system store, Ye Chen began to ponder. After considering it, Ye Chen decided not to use it right now. After all, to maximize the benefits of this discount card, it would definitely be best to use it to purchase high-priced items, such as the divine position priced at billions. Currently, the most useful items for Ye Chen were the cultivation methods and immortal herbs. However, behind the immortal herbs, there was a clear annotation stating that their medicinal properties were enormous and could not be used by soul masters of low rank. So Ye Chen could only list the immortal herbs as essential items for when he advanced to a one-ring soul master. Therefore, what he urgently needed now was the cultivation method package worth 10 million golden soul coins. But 10 million golden soul coins were not a small amount. It would require nearly 4 months of offerings from his external 8th son. That's right, considering how helpful it was. The previous external 8th son had already been upgraded to a biological son. Sigh. It seems that there's no way to change things in the short term. With a deep sigh, Ye Chen looked at the nearly 1,000 golden soul coins he had accumulated in the store, and he immediately withdrew 1 coin to examine it in his hand. It looked just like the universally accepted golden soul coins on the continent. Upon closer inspection, Ye Chen found that the golden soul coins given by his biological son looked brand new, but were indistinguishable from ordinary golden soul coins. Moreover, after Ye Chen's experimentation, it was clear that the external golden soul coins could also be stored in the store's balance, indicating that the two were interchangeable. Since he had an external 8th son, Ye Chen's general plans for the future needed to change. The first thing that came to mind was going to Nodding Academy to bring back that silly and cute little rabbit, Xiao Wu. Don't get it wrong. It's not that Ye Chen was eyeing Xiao Wu's soul ring and soul bone. He wasn't interested in those. What he wanted was Xiao Wu herself. However, there was a premise. He had to get rid of Tang Dazue first. With Tang Dazue's title Douluo strength, he would definitely discover Xiao Wu's identity as a transformed 10,000-year soul beast the moment he saw her. As for why he didn't say anything, Ye Chen guessed that Tang Dazue was probably also thinking about his son Tang San. Just like him, wife sacrificed to the heavens, soul power boundless. Getting rid of Tang Dazue from Nodding City wasn't difficult. All he had to do was write him a letter. informing him that the Wuhuan Hall already knew he was forging in Holy Soul Village and that Qingdao Lu was on his way. And Tang Dazue would definitely take his son and flee immediately. Alternatively, he could directly report to the Wuhuan Hall that Tang Daze was in Holy Soul Village. Of course, to do this, Ye Chen had to remain anonymous. He couldn't go deliver it personally. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain. And if Tang Dazue came looking for revenge, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Let alone Tang Dazue. Even Tang Xiao could easily kill him without any external help. Clearly, if Ye Chen really did this, in Tang Xiao's eyes, it would be a definite path to death. 3 days later. In these 3 days, Ye Chen also went out to find out that the enrollment time for the Primary Soul Master Academy in Notting City was in 4 months. This meant that Tang Xiao had not yet awakened his martial soul, and he had to get rid of Tang Daze within these 4 months. If he waited until Tang Xiao discovered Xiao Wu's identity as a 10,000-year soul beast, he would definitely take this silly little rabbit away as well. Ye Chen also had some ideas about how to anonymously inform Tang Dazue and the Wuhuan Hall, and the plan would soon be implemented. However, in terms of cultivation, he truly lived up to his innate level 3 soul power. The efficiency was not great, and after 3 days of practice, he felt almost nothing. Ye Chen estimated that, barring any accidents, if he practiced for a year, he might only be able to raise his soul power by 1 level, which would be a blessing from the heavens. Compared to other geniuses, he was simply not on the same level. Moreover, this required Ye Chen to practice diligently. If he fished for 3 days and sunbathed for 2, it would definitely be even slower. Soul masters with low soul power and insufficient mental strength could not remain in a state of cultivation all day. Meditation also required mental energy, and if overdone, it could leave mental scars. Therefore, Ye Chen only practiced in the morning and evening each day, allowing his consumed mental energy to recover. Chapter 6. Reporting Tang Dachui to the Spirit Hall before dawn, Ye Chen disguised himself at home. He spent some gold soul coins to buy a realistic child mask from the system store and then purchased a new set of clothes, transforming his appearance. Looking at the unfamiliar face in the mirror, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction, confident that no one would recognize him now. After leaving his house, he ran towards the Spirit Hall in the city. A few minutes later, Ye Chen arrived at the Spirit Hall. The main gate was still closed, and even the guards who usually stood at the entrance were absent, as it was not yet time for them to start work. After checking around and finding no one nearby, he quickly took out an anonymous report letter from his storage necklace and slipped it through the crack of the door. Ye Chen planned to take a two-pronged approach, reporting to the Spirit Hall while also sending an intimidation letter to Tang Dachui. He didn't believe that Tang Dachui and Tang San would remain in Holy Soul Village after this. I hope the people from the Notting City Spirit Hall won't be curious enough to go to Holy Soul Village to verify this information themselves. If the Spirit Hall personnel openly went to Holy Soul Village to find Tang Dachui without a top expert leading them, it would only lead to sending themselves to their doom. Although Tang Dachui was heavily injured now, he was not someone an ordinary soul master could handle, not even a regular titled Douluo. At this time, within the Spirit Hall, only the 7 elder offerings from the Elder Hall or Pope Bibi Dong personally leading the team would have a chance at dealing with Tang Dachui. The saying, wife sacrifices to the heavens, soul power is boundless, was not just empty talk. However, Bibi Dong would definitely not take action. She was probably hoping for a strong enemy to create trouble for the Spirit Hall. After all, one of her wishes was to lead the Spirit Hall to its destruction. Ye Chen estimated that the Bibi Dong in the original story had probably known long ago that Tang San was Tang Dachui's son. This was because the Spirit Hall's Soul Awakening staff would register every child who awakened their martial spirit and had innate soul power, issuing martial spirit certificates. A genius with full innate soul power, no matter what their martial spirit was, even if it was just a pile of dog poop, by the way, would poop-type martial spirits go into the food system or control system in the future? The Notting City Spirit Hall would definitely report it. Su Yintao was unaware. Did Bibi Dong not know the ins and outs? Bibi Dong was Yu Xiaojiang's old lover, so she couldn't possibly be ignorant. An ordinary blue-silver grass martial spirit absolutely could not possess full innate soul power, and it would be easy to investigate Tang San's family background. Perhaps at that time, Bibi Dong, grateful to Tang Dachui for creating the opportunity for her to kill Qinshu and Ji, and with her own formidable strength, did not regard Tang San as a threat, which is why she decided to let them go. Unfortunately for her, she became a god, but also faced a downfall, ultimately dying at Tang San's hands. After leaving the Spirit Hall, Ye Chen headed to the vegetable market located in the south of the city. The reason for his visit to the vegetable market was naturally that people from Holy Soul Village would appear here. Notting City had a population of over 10,000, and the quantity of vegetables and fruits consumed daily was considerable. The surrounding villages had decent agricultural development, and people would come to the vegetable market in the south of Notting City to sell their goods. Ye Chen wanted to anonymously deliver the several prepared intimidation letters to Tang Dachui, and he certainly could not do it himself. Spending a little money to have the villagers from Holy Soul Village help deliver them would suffice. Indeed, it was several letters, because Ye Chen worried that someone might not keep their word, taking the money without doing the job, so he prepared to hire a few people. As for the concern that a child with money might provoke others' greed, Ye Chen was not afraid of that. Relying on his own strength as a 6-year-old child, Ye Chen definitely could not take on adults, but 3 days ago, he had purchased a low-recoil handgun from the system store. Although the recoil was light, resulting in weaker bullet power, even an ordinary person or a 2-ring soul master could be taken down with a single shot if they were careless and did not dodge in time. Besides, as a soul master, who would look down on this bit of money? Arriving at the vegetable market in the south of the city, Ye Chen found that several vendors were already unloading goods. He began to inquire about who was from Holy Soul Village. After some questioning, he found 3 people from Holy Soul Village, all middle-aged, likely with families to support. 3 is enough, Ye Chen thought, and approached one of the middle-aged vendors. What would this young master like to buy? The middle-aged man, seeing Ye Chen's well-dressed appearance and fine clothes, immediately spoke with a respectful tone. Do you know Tang Hao? Tang Hao, the blacksmith from our village? The middle-aged man was taken aback. A young master from the city knew their village's drunkard blacksmith? Yes, he has a son named Tang San. Right. Tang Hao indeed has a son named Tang San. While speaking, the middle-aged man thought to himself, does Tang Hao, that drunkard, have relatives in the city? Please deliver this letter to Tang Hao. Here, as your reward. Ye Chen took out an intimidation letter from his storage soul guide and handed it along with a gold soul coin. Really? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, fixated on the gold soul coin in Ye Chen's hand. He knew that in the Douluo continent, the purchasing power of a gold soul coin was quite strong. 1 gold soul coin could cover living expenses for an ordinary family of 3 for several months. Just delivering a letter could earn a gold soul coin? Yes, just deliver the letter, but if you take my money and don't do the job, don't let me see you again. Ye Chen also threatened him verbally. No problem, young master, I guarantee to deliver the letter. The middle-aged man immediately patted his chest in assurance. After all, for him, delivering a letter was not a troublesome task. Moreover, the young master in front of him seemed to come from a wealthy family. If he took the money without doing the job, he would surely face consequences. Very good. Remember what you said. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction and left the stall. Then he used the same method to explain to the other 2 villagers from Holy Soul Village before leaving the vegetable market. It seems that the security in Notting City is quite good. No one tried to take advantage of me. After making a detour and finding no one following him, Ye Chen thought to himself, actually, it wasn't he that the security in Notting City was good. It was just that when Ye Chen handed over the gold soul coins and letters, he took them out of his storage soul guide. And those with storage soul guides were all soul masters. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke them. Chapter 7. Su Yuntao. I want to achieve great merit. Part 1. On the other side, at the Wuhuan Branch Hall. Early in the morning, Su Yuntao, a member of the Wuhuan Branch Hall in Notting City, came to work with breakfast in hand. You might ask, who is the breakfast for? Naturally, it is for his goddess CC. There's a saying that opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared, and Su Yuntao believes that in pursuing CC, he must pay attention to every detail. Huh? What is this? Su Yuntao's keen eyes immediately noticed the letter of complaint that Ye Chen had slipped through the door crack and promptly picked it up to check. The envelope was marked for the personnel of the Wuhuan Hall. For the personnel of the Wuhuan Hall? Su Yuntao raised an eyebrow and quickly opened the envelope. Lucky one. Congratulations. You have made a great contribution. I have made a great contribution? What great contribution? Looking at the opening line of the letter, Su Yuntao felt a bit confused and continued reading. The number 1 wanted criminal of the Wuhuan Hall. The murderer of the former Pope Qian Xuanji, the Haoyinduo Tang Hao, is currently hiding in Holy Soul Village, working as a blacksmith. Quickly report this news to the Elder Hall and inform the Grand Offering Qian Douluo, who has a grudge against him for killing his son. He will definitely reward you. Heats, Hao Dan Douluo Tang Hao. Although the content of the letter was not extensive, the impact it had on Su Yuntao was significant. As a member of the Wuhuan Hall, Su Yuntao had heard of the number 1 wanted criminal of the Wuhuan Hall, Hao Qianduo Tang Hao, who had killed their former pope, Qian Xuanji, a few years ago. Who is Qian Douluo, the father of the former pope? Su Yuntao was aware of the Elder Hall, knowing that the elders serving there were powerful figures of the Wuhuan Hall. But he wouldn't have known that Qian Douluo was the father of the former Pope Qian Xuanji if it hadn't been mentioned in the letter. Having learned such important news, Su Yuntao immediately felt a sense of urgency and began to take action. Half an hour later, the branch master of the Nodding City Wuhuan Branch Hall and several deacons gathered together. Everyone, let's discuss what to do about this matter, the branch master said as he looked at his subordinates who had assembled. He wasn't foolish enough to think that they could capture Tang Hao in Holy Soul Village with the strength of their Nodding City Wuhuan branch. After all, Tang Hao was a title Douluo, and with their limited manpower, they would only be sending themselves to death if they attempted to confront him. Moreover, they had to avoid alarming the snake, lest Tang Hao catch wind of the situation and flee. Reporting this matter upward was necessary, as a title Douluo was beyond the capability of their branch to handle. Even the Holy Hall of Heavendo City would not suffice. An expert assistance from the Pope's Hall would be required. As soon as the branch master finished speaking, a deacon spoke up. No, we need to verify whether this information is true or not. Otherwise, if the news turns out to be false, we would be in big trouble. Another deacon immediately chimed in. Yes, that's right. If we make a mistake and the higher-ups hold us accountable, our branch cannot afford that. So, we'll go to verify the authenticity of this news. The branch master nodded in agreement. The authenticity of this news can be easily determined. We just need to send someone to check it out. However, as soon as this was suggested, the room fell silent. If the news turned out to be false, it would only be a waste of effort, which was not too serious. But if it were true, and they were discovered by Tang Hao during the investigation, it would definitely end badly. For the sake of their own lives, everyone remained silent, seeing his subordinates fall into silence. The branch master inwardly cursed their lack of usefulness. Just as he was contemplating whether to forcibly assign someone to go, Su Yuntao stood up. Master, I will go, Su Yuntao said with his head held high and a righteous air. Oh, it's you, Yuntao. Good, very good. You are indeed a fine deacon of our Wuhuan Hall. The branch master was pleased to see his subordinate volunteer and immediately asked, do you have any plans? Let's discuss them and see if they are feasible. Seeing a subordinate step up, the branch master was very happy and immediately inquired with concern. A few years ago, I awakened the martial souls of the children in Holy Soul Village. Although it is not yet time, it is not far off. I plan to go ahead and awaken the martial souls of the children in Holy Soul Village, and while I am at it, I will secretly ask their village chief if Tang Hao is really there. I think it shouldn't alarm the snake. Su Yuntao laid out his plan. Upon hearing this, the people present all nodded in agreement, and the branch master patted his chest to assure Su Yuntao. Yes, good. Yuntao, your plan is excellent. If this news is true, I will commend you to the higher-ups. Thank you, master. Everyone, if Tang Hao is indeed hiding in Holy Soul Village, and the higher-ups send elders to capture this big fish, then not only will Yuntao have achieved great merit, but all of us in the branch will have achieved great merit as well. So everyone must not leak this news. Saying this, the branch master cast a stern gaze at all the deacons present. Yes, master. Everyone responded in unison. What the branch master said was right. If they really captured Tang Hao, the higher-ups would be pleased, and promotions and salary increases would be just around the corner. Afterwards, Su Yuntao made some preparations and set off for Holy Soul Village with a daunting task ahead. The members of the branch were all waiting for Su Yuntao's good news. After leaving the Wuhuan Branch Hall, Su Yuntao activated his martial soul and quickly headed towards Holy Soul Village. CC, wait for me. Once I achieve great merit, I will formally propose to you. As Su Yuntao traveled, he thought to himself that achieving such a significant contribution would at least lead to a promotion and salary increase. Perhaps he could even become the branch master of Notting City. He believed that CC would definitely agree to his proposal. Go for it. Su Yuntao, you can do it. Although he was about to engage in covert actions right under the nose of a titled Douluo, Su Yuntao felt no fear. One could only say that love has magic, granting Su Yuntao immense courage. An hour later, Su Yuntao arrived at Holy Soul Village. However, he didn't go directly to the villagers to inquire about Tang Hao. Instead, he went straight to the home of the village chief, Old Jack. Ah, esteemed spirit master, what brings you here? Upon seeing Su Yuntao, Old Jack was taken aback, completely not expecting Su Yuntao to arrive at this time. According to previous years, it would still be a month before the annual free martial soul awakening in Holy Soul Village. Old Jack, I have some matters to attend to recently, so I came early. By the way, does your village have a blacksmith? Su Yuntao didn't waste any more words with Old Jack and directly began to follow the original script. A blacksmith? Yes, we have one. Our village's Tang Hao has top-notch blacksmithing skills. The hose he forges are definitely the best. However, his temper isn't very good, so if you need something, master, you must be more understanding. Although Old Jack didn't know what Su Yuntao wanted a blacksmith for, he still answered truthfully. Chapter 8. Su Yuntao, I want to achieve great merit. Part 2. Is there really a Tang Hao? Su Yuntao is pupils contracted. It seems that the news of Hotian Douluo living in Holy Spirit Village is most likely true. However, he still couldn't be 100% certain, as there was still the possibility of a namesake. Does he have any family? Su Yuntao asked Old Jack. As the village chief of Holy Spirit Village, Old Jack certainly knew the composition of the families in his village. Just one son, named Tang San. By the way, Master, Tang San is 6 years old this year, just in time for his soul awakening. Old Jack didn't know that he had already sold Tang Dao. If Tang Dao found out, he might smash Old Jack with a hammer. Oh, really? Yes, yes, the old man wouldn't dare to deceive you. Su Yuntao's eyes lit up immediately. By awakening Tang San's martial soul, he had a 90% certainty to determine if this Tang Hao was indeed the one he was looking for. It is well known that the offspring of strong individuals generally possess good talent. If Tang San's talent was very ordinary, then it could be a coincidence of names. But if his talent was exceptional, then it was definitely not a coincidence. This way, he wouldn't have to take the risk of life to investigate whether this Tang Hao was real or not. Old Jack, go call the children over. I have urgent matters to attend to. At this moment, Su Yuntao was eager to have Tang San awaken his martial soul to determine if this Tang Hao was a namesake. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten that Tang Hao was a titled Douluo powerhouse, so he could only pretend to be unaware of this matter. All right, master, please wait a moment at the martial soul hall. I'll go call the children right away. Hearing Su Yuntao's slightly urgent tone, Old Jack felt that he really had something urgent to attend to and immediately went to find the children of Holy Spirit Village. Half an hour later, in the martial soul hall of Holy Spirit Village, the 9 children who needed to awaken their martial souls this year had gathered. The martial soul hall of Holy Spirit Village, despite its name, was just an ordinary wooden house, completely incomparable to the martial soul branch hall in Notting City. Little friends, what are your names? Su Yuntao asked the 9 children with a gentle expression. I'm Zhang San. Emilici. I'm Tang San. This child is Tang San. Su Yuntao paid attention only to Tang San, while the other 8 children didn't catch his interest. After taking a glance, Su Yuntao found that Tang San looked rather ordinary, with a somewhat thin build, seemingly malnourished. He couldn't tell at all that he was the son of a titled Douluo powerhouse. All right, stand in line. I'll help you awaken your martial souls. Then, Su Yuntao took out the awakening tools and began the process. Weapon martial soul, sickle, no soul power. Weapon martial soul, ho, no soul power. Weapon martial soul, blue silvergrass, no soul power. One after another, the first 8 children had no soul power, which didn't surprise Su Yuntao. As these were all ordinary children of commoner backgrounds, it was normal for them not to awaken innate soul power. At this point, only Tang San remained. who had not yet awakened his martial soul. Now, Su Yuntao couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, as his promotion and salary increase depended on Tang San. In fact, it wasn't just Su Yuntao who was nervous. Even Tang San was feeling anxious. After all, the previous 8 children had no soul power and could not cultivate to become soul masters, so Tang San was naturally a bit worried. Although he still didn't understand the specific meaning of being a soul master, he realized that having innate soul power was crucial for him. "All right, it's just you left. Come over quickly." Su Yuntao called Tang San to stand on the martial soul awakening array. As expected, being the designated protagonist. Even the commotion during the awakening was different from that of ordinary children. When ordinary children awakened, the golden light points emitted from the awakening array were not many. But when Tang San awakened, the light points emitted from the awakening array were even more than the total of the previous 8 children combined. Su Yuntao immediately focused on Tang San's hand. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be a hammer. After all, Douluo Tang Hao wielded a large hammer. However, to Su Yuntao's astonishment, what appeared in Tang San's right hand was not a hammer, but blue silver grass? Could it be that this Tang Hao from Holy Spirit Village is a fake? It should be known that a child's martial soul is inherited from the parents. And if the martial souls of both parents are of different qualities, the child will inherit the one with the higher quality. The Hotian Hammer martial soul and Blue Silver Grass martial soul are worlds apart. If Tang San was truly the son of Hotian Da, there was no reason he wouldn't awaken the Hotian Hammer martial soul. Could it be that Tang San is not Tang Hao's biological son, but adopted? This thought suddenly crossed Su Yuntao's mind. Suddenly, with keen eyes, Su Yuntao noticed that Tang San's left hand was clenched tightly and showed signs of slight trembling, as if something was about to come out but was being suppressed. Could it be the legendary twin martial souls? Thinking of the rumored twin martial souls, an immense wave surged within Su Yuntao's heart. Fortunately, he quickly reacted, forcibly suppressing his inner shock, and maintained a calm demeanor as he said to Tang San, "Weapon martial soul, Blue Silver Grass, little friend, let us check your innate soul power." As he spoke, Su Yuntao handed the soul power testing crystal ball to Tang San. With a burst of dazzling blue light, Tang San's innate soul power was detected. Innate full soul power. Su Yuntao couldn't help but exclaim. If previously Su Yuntao couldn't determine if Tang San was a twin martial soul, or if the Tang Hao from Holy Spirit Village was indeed Hotian Da, now Su Yuntao was completely confident. After all, he had worked as a martial soul awakening official for quite some time, but he had never encountered a blue silver grass with innate soul power. And since Tang San had innate full soul power, he undoubtedly had a second martial soul. Innate full soul power? What is that? Little Tang San asked with some confusion. A soul master's cultivation talent is determined by the level of innate soul power. An innate full soul power is the highest soul power that can be achieved at the time of martial soul awakening. It's just a pity that your blue silver grass is a useless martial soul. If it were another powerful martial soul, you would be remarkable. Blue silver grass, huh? Su Yuntao shook his head as he spoke, feigning a look of pity for little Tang San. However, in his heart, Su Yuntao couldn't help but feel envious. Indeed, as the son of Hotian Da, possessing twin martial souls and innate full soul power, he would surely grow into a top-tier powerhouse in the future. After issuing a martial soul certificate for Tang San, Su Yuntao, filled with excitement, hurriedly left Holy Spirit Village and returned to the Martial Soul Branch Hall in Notting City. Chapter 9. Tang Dazue's escape at this moment in the Spirit Hall branch of Notting City. The branch master and a group of stewards were anxiously waiting for news from Su Yuntao. As it concerned their potential promotions and salary increases, everyone was on edge. Just then, the great contributor Su Yuntao returned. "Yuntao, you're finally back. What happened?" As soon as Su Yuntao entered, the branch master immediately asked anxiously. "It's confirmed. Tang Hao from Holy Soul Village should indeed be the Houtian de Law." "Oh, really? Haha, that's wonderful." The branch master was overjoyed upon hearing this. With such a significant achievement, he had a greater chance of being promoted to the position of branch master of the Spirit Hall in the capital of Fasnuo province. "Yuntao, quickly tell us how you confirmed it," asked the steward beside him. "When I went to Holy Soul Village, It just so happened that Tang Hao's son, Tang San, was about to awaken his martial soul. You can't guess what happened when Tang San awakened his martial soul. Su Yuntao said with a mysterious expression. Could it be that he has innate full spirit power? Someone immediately chimed in. How do you know? But it's not just innate full spirit power. He has dual martial souls along with innate full spirit power. Dual martial souls. Innate full spirit power. Everyone present immediately exclaimed. That's right, dual martial souls. However, Tang San's left hand was tightly clenched, and I only saw the blue silvergrass in his right hand. But how could this useless martial soul have innate full spirit power? Su Yuntao, unlike in the original story, did not know that he was unaware of Tang San's background. Although surprised, he did not connect the dots. After all, while there are examples of dual martial souls, they're exceedingly rare, possibly only appearing once in a century. But now, Su Yuntao knew that Tang San was very likely the son of Hao Yindao, and upon seeing Tang San's tightly clenched left hand, he immediately made the connection. Blind Douluo, Su wasn't truly blind after all. Yes, Yuntao is right. How could the blue silvergrass, such a useless martial soul, possibly have innate full spirit power? There must be another powerful martial soul. The branch master said with a look of agreement. I will report this news immediately. You all can just wait for your promotions and salary increases. In fact, the branch master was mistaken. Another prerequisite for dual martial souls is that the quality of the two martial souls must be comparable, without significant disparity. On the surface, although there is Tang San's blue silvergrass, which is not ordinary blue silvergrass, it does not necessarily mean it is dual martial souls. It could also just be the awakening of the blue silver emperor martial soul. Master, you have to treat us. Immediately, a steward flattered. If we were talking about treating, it should be Yuntao who treats, as he is our branch's greatest contributor. That's right, Yuntao. I have a niece who is 18 years old. Why not introduce her to you? Get lost. Your 18-year-old niece has become as round as a ball, heavier than a sow. How could she possibly match up to a young talent like Yuntao? My niece is more suitable. Su Yuntao, I only want a goddess. Just as everyone in the Nodding City Spirit Hall branch was preparing to celebrate, the 3 villagers from Holy Soul Village, who had originally been selling goods at the marketplace, had also finished selling their items and returned to Holy Soul Village. Thus, in the afternoon, while forging at home, Tang Dazue received a threatening letter written by Ye Chen to Tang Hao personally. Who wrote this? Looking at the envelope addressed to Tang Hao, Tang Dazue was somewhat puzzled. It should be known that he and Tang San were in hiding in Holy Soul Village, having not even told his elder brother Tang Xiao or younger sister Tang Yuehua. In fact, no acquaintances knew about it, and if it was an acquaintance, they wouldn't write a letter to a blacksmith like him. Immediately, Tang Dazue opened the envelope. Run. The Spirit Hall has already discovered that you are hiding in Holy Soul Village, and Qian Daolu may already be on his way. The content of the letter was brief, but Tang Dazue's eyes widened. He might not fear anything in the world, but he was afraid of Qian Daolu, the 99th level peerless Douluo. After all, in Tang Dazue's eyes, he had killed Qian Daliu's son, Qian Xuanji. The enmity of killing a son is irreconcilable. If Qian Daolu knew he was hiding in Holy Soul Village, wouldn't he come and kill him? Although he had a title as a one-title Douluo and had a glorious record of defeating 3-title Douluos, he definitely could not match up to Qian Daolu, who was known alongside his grandfather Tang Chen. Not to mention, he was currently heavily injured, and it was impossible for him to use the explosive rings. Otherwise, he would definitely be doomed. Even if Qian Daolu wasn't the one coming, as long as there were many people with his injuries unrecovered, he would certainly not fare well. As for the matter of his identity being exposed, Tang Dazue would not doubt the authenticity of this matter. Someone had written him a letter to inform him, and even Qian Daolu's name was on it. So how could this be false? Moreover, regardless of whether this matter is true or false, he must leave Holy Soul Village. He cannot have any delusions. If Qian Daolu really comes, he wouldn't be able to escape. Sigh, it's been 6 years living in Holy Soul Village. It's time to leave. Besides, with San's talent being so good, there may come a day for revenge. Immediately, Tang Dazue planned to take Tang San and run away. Because Tang San awakened innate, full spirit power and dual martial souls. Tang Dazue was not as desperate as before when facing the powerful Spirit Hall. In the past, he knew the Spirit Hall was powerful and had no hope of revenge. But now it was different. With his son's innate, full spirit power talent, he would definitely become a titled Douluo in the future, and with dual martial souls. His future achievements would surely surpass his own. Su Yuntao, Old Jack, and even Tang San himself all believed that Tang San awakened an ordinary blue silvergrass. But Tang Dazue knew that this was definitely not blue silvergrass, but rather the not fully awakened blue silver emperor, which was incomparable to ordinary blue silvergrass. Additionally, there were not just their family members who were unhappy with the Spirit Hall. There were many allies against the Spirit Hall. San, Dang Dadu Sao Det Lao Li. Dad, what is wrong? We're leaving. It's time to leave Holy Soul Village. Dad, where are we going? Are we abandoning our home? Tang San pointed to the dilapidated wooden house he had lived in since childhood. Where to? We'll discuss that later. And is a broken house worth worrying about? Tang Dazue felt that he might have to take his son on the run for a while. Tang San. Thus, the two left Holy Soul Village without saying goodbye to the others. By the way, when Tang Hao took Tang San to run away, he also brought along his wife. This made Tang San somewhat puzzled as to why, when moving, his dad would bring along a blue silvergrass. Chapter 10. Tang Xiaosan's ruined house at this moment. Ye Chen was unaware that his plan had succeeded. Tang Dazue had already taken Tang Xiaosan and fled. The reason he reported Tang Dazue and then sent him an intimidation letter, jumping back and forth, was because of the innocent civilians in Sacred Soul Village. After all, it was not impossible for titled Douluo experts to cause landslides and earthquakes during a battle. If a fight broke out, the villagers in Sacred Soul Village would be innocently affected, for the sake of the lives of the hundreds of people in Sacred Soul Village. Ye Chen decided to inform Tang Dazue. Otherwise, Tang Dazue might have been killed by Ye Chen's actions. Meanwhile, the people in the Wuhuan branch hall of Notting City were still celebrating and were unaware that Tang Dazue had fled. After all, Tang Dazue was a titled Douluo expert, and they dared not arrange for anyone to monitor him for fear of alerting him. About half a month later, news about Tang Dazue and Tang Xiaosan was reported step by step to the Pope Hall in Wuhuan City. Innate full soul power, twin martial souls? Interesting. Bibi Dong glanced at the information in her hand, murmured softly, and then ignored it. After all, even if her Pope Hall did not take action, someone else would. Ye Chen was indeed correct. Bibi Dong did not harbor any hatred towards Tang Dazue. To be honest, Tang Dazue had even assisted her in the past. Without Tang Dazue severely injuring Qian Xuanji, she would not have been able to strike the killing blow so easily. However, while Bibi Dong ignored it, Qian Douluo could not. Since Bibi Dong had only been in power for a few years, the entire Wuhuan Hall was still dominated by the Angel family. Once Bibi Dong learned of the information about Tang Dazue, Qian Douluo naturally also received the news. However, Qian Douluo also knew that his son was not killed by Tang Dazue, so he had no intention of taking action himself. However, considering that part of his son's death was indeed Tang Dazue's responsibility, Qian Douluo sent Qian Jun and Jiang Mo 2 elder offerings to Sacred Soul Village. With Qian Douluo's orders, Qian Jun and Jiang Mo did not dare to be negligent and immediately set off towards Notting City, traveling day and night. The speed of titled Douluo was very fast. Within 3 days, the two arrived at the Wuhuan branch hall in Notting City. Greetings to elders. After the brothers revealed their identities, they were warmly welcomed by the Wuhuan branch hall of Notting City. Who is the branch master? Jiang Mo Douluo spoke up. 2 elders. I'm the branch master of Notting City. The branch master immediately stepped forward, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Very well, we're going to Sacred Soul Village, and you will guide us. Then Jiang Douluo grabbed the branch master and, together with Qianjun Douluo, flew towards Sacred Soul Village. Before long, with the branch master's guidance, the 3 arrived at Sacred Soul Village. Not here. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of Sacred Soul Village, Qianjun Douluo released his spiritual power to sense the area. But he did not detect any signs of Tang Hao within Sacred Soul Village. Not to mention Tang Hao, there wasn't even a soul master with soul power present. After calling Old Jack to inquire,
The brothers learned that Tang Dezue and Tang San had mysteriously disappeared more than half a month ago. Did you leak the news from the Wuhuan branch hall of Notting City? Jiang Emotoa's expression turned fierce as he smashed Tang Xiaosan's ruined house into ruins. He then grabbed the branch master's collar and lifted him into the air, saying viciously, "This, two elders, the news absolutely did not leak." The branch master said with an innocent expression, "Forget it. If Tang Hao has run away, then so be it." The Wuhuan branch hall of Notting City has reported the news about Tang Hao and his son, which can be considered a great achievement. Qian Junduo stopped his younger brother. Consider it lucky that Tang Hao ran fast. With a cold snort, Jiang Emoto released the branch master. With the combined strength of two 96th level titled Douluos and their excellent coordination, they could fight above their level. If they encountered Tang Hao, who was currently injured and not fully healed, it would not be a problem to defeat him, although the big fish had escaped. The rewards that should be given could not be less. Otherwise, morale would decline, and it would be difficult to lead the team. Thus, Su Yuntao, a young man, became the acting branch master of the Wuhuan branch hall of Notting City. As soon as his soul power level advanced to a 3-ring soul master, he would officially become the branch master. After becoming the acting branch master of the Wuhuan branch hall of Notting City, Su Yuntao immediately pursued his goddess that evening, rolled up the sheets, and reached the peak of his life. As for the previous branch master, he was transferred to another place. And although the various stewards of the Wuhuan branch hall of Notting City were not promoted, they all received raises. Time passed quickly, and it had been 4 months since awakening his martial soul. A few days ago, Ye Chen spent 10 million gold soul coins in the System Mall to buy a cultivation technique gift pack. In the Douluo continent, aside from Tang Xiaosan's Xiantiangong, other soul masters did not have any cultivation techniques. All soul masters used the most basic meditation method. Ye Chen had not practiced Xiantiangong, so he was unclear about its specific effects. However, his own creation meditation method was indeed quite effective, with his innate level 3 soul power. If he had previously worked hard for a year to raise his soul power level by 1, then after switching to the creation meditation method, he could increase it by 2 levels in a year, and the quality of the soul power he cultivated had significantly improved. As for the creation body refinement technique, it was a method for tempering physical qualities using one's own soul power. Fortunately, the consumed soul power could be restored, which did not affect the speed of soul power level advancement. After a few days of cultivation, Ye Chen felt some improvement in his physical quality, although it was not very noticeable due to the short time. As for the creation soul refinement technique, he had not felt much at all. With Ye Chen's currently weak strength, he could not perceive whether his spiritual power was strong. He only felt that he was more energetic than usual. With the cultivation techniques in hand, Ye Chen adjusted his daily training plan. Every morning, he practiced the creation meditation method. In the morning, he practiced the creation body refinement technique. In the afternoon, he practiced the creation soul refinement technique. And in the evening, he practiced the creation meditation method again. In the early stage, Ye Chen needed to raise his soul power level as quickly as possible to advance to a 1-ring soul master. Then he would use a small target of gold soul coins to purchase celestial herbs to transform his talents. So the creation meditation method would take the most time for daily practice. Today was the enrollment day for Notting Academy. As noon approached, Ye Chen exited his cultivation state, packed his things, locked his door, and headed towards the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy. Although Notting Academy was just a Primary Soul Master Academy, it required all students to live on campus. There was no room for negotiation unless your talent was exceptionally strong. Chapter 11. Notting Academy. Ye Chen himself had no intention of being a day student. He planned to be a self-funded work-study student at Notting Academy. Well, saying he's a self-funded work-study student might be a bit inappropriate. He should be referred to as a self-funded student living in the work-study dormitory. After all, the cute little rabbit lives in the work-study dormitory, and Ye Chen wouldn't stay in any other dormitory. Notting City isn't very big, and after about 10 minutes, Ye Chen saw the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy in the west of the city from a distance. Looking at the huge archway that is over 20 meters wide and more than 10 meters high, Yi Chen had to admit that the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is quite impressive. It seems that the annual teaching budget of Nodding Academy is not small. I just wonder if the principal takes kickbacks? Without much delay, Yi Chen walked directly into Nodding Academy. At the entrance of the academy, there was indeed a doorman. But unlike the original story, where the doorman was viewed by Tang San as having a path to death, he did not stop Yi Chen after seeing him. His treatment was clearly a notch higher than that of Tang San. This surprised him. Wasn't it said that this doorman was very arrogant? In fact, Yi Chen misjudged. A profession like a doorman naturally requires a good eye. Yi Chen, who had no shortage of money, would not skimp on his attire. On the other hand, when Tang San came to Nodding Academy, he was dressed plainly and was looked down upon by the doorman, which was to be expected. However, in the original story, the doorman's perception wasn't sharp enough to realize that the seemingly ordinary Tang San was actually quite formidable. Nodding Academy is neither too big nor too small. After looking around, Yi Chen found that it is mainly divided into several areas: the teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building on the east side of the playground. Registration should be in the teaching building, right? Although he had lived in Nodding City since childhood, he had never actually been to Nodding Academy. After thinking for a moment, he headed straight to the teaching building. Before long, Yi Chen saw an office on the first floor of the teaching building with a sign that read Academic Affairs Office. Inside the Academic Affairs Office, there was an old man around 60 years old and two young men who looked like the old man's assistants. "Excuse me, is this where I register?" Yi Chen asked the three as soon as he entered. "Yes, you can register here. You can call me Director Su." "Young friend, please show me your martial soul certificate," Director Su said gently to Yi Chen. "Here." Yi Chen took out the martial soul certificate issued to him by Su Yuntao after his martial soul awakening from his storage soul guide and handed it to Director Su. "Storage soul guide?" Director Su looked at Yi Chen, momentarily taken aback. He didn't expect such a young boy to already have a storage soul guide. Although there are quite a few storage soul guides on the Douluo continent, not every soul master possesses one, especially low-level soul masters. Then, Director Su looked at Yi Chen's martial soul certificate. Innate level 3 soul power, bamboo staff martial soul. He nodded slightly at the martial soul certificate. Level 3 innate soul power is quite good for a small place like Nodding City. While it may not be exceptional, it's among the top ranks at Nodding Academy. Becoming a 4-ring soul master in the future shouldn't be a problem. And a 4-ring soul master in Nodding City is just the principal, the city lord, and the former home master of the martial soul branch. "Your name is Yi Chen, right? Do you have a work-study slot?" "No, my family is from Nodding City." Yi Chen shook his head. "Oh, so you're the son of Yi Lin and Wang Yu?" Director Su's eyes brightened. "Huh. Director Su, do you know my parents?" Yi Chen didn't expect that Director Su actually knew his parents. "When I was a teacher, they were my students. I just didn't expect." As he spoke, Director Su shook his head. "Given the potential of your parents, they could have advanced to the 4-ring soul master realm. Looking at Nodding City, they would have been quite influential, but what a pity." Upon mentioning his parents, Yi Chen fell silent. "Forget it. Let's not talk about the past. I'll register you right away." Noticing Yi Chen's silence, Director Su realized he had touched a sore spot and quickly changed the subject. "Director Su, here, ask the registration fee." With that, Yi Chen pulled out a gold soul coin. Since he didn't have a work-study slot, he naturally had to pay the registration fee, but for Yi Chen, this small fee was just a drop in the bucket. "Haha, you can skip the registration fee. I'll cover it for you," Director Su said cheerfully. For him, a gold soul coin was nothing, especially since Yi Chen was the orphan of one of his former students, which counts as a bit of a connection. "Thank you, Director Su. By the way, I want to live in the work-study dormitory." Since Director Su expressed goodwill towards him, Yi Chen did not refuse and made a small request. "The work-study dormitory? Are you sure?" Director Su widened his eyes. Although it wouldn't be fair to say that the work-study dormitory was uninhabitable, the conditions were certainly not as good as other dormitories. "Yes, the work-study dormitory." Yi Chen nodded seriously. Since the cute little rabbit lived in the work-study dormitory, he naturally wanted to go there too. Otherwise, what was the point of coming to Nodding Academy? Would he not be able to cultivate at home? The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy definitely wouldn't have a simulated cultivation environment, and the academy mainly taught fundamental cultural knowledge. Yi Chen's cultural level while mediocre in his past life, was definitely superior on the Douluo continent, aside from knowledge about soul beasts. Moreover, the written language of his past life was not much different from that on the Douluo continent. Just a few obscure characters were different. All right, feel free to do as you wish. Seeing Ye Chen's determined gaze, Director Su didn't say anything more. Work-study students wanting to move to other dormitories wouldn't be feasible unless they paid, but it was no problem for a self-funded student to stay in the work-study dormitory. Furthermore, although the conditions in the work-study dormitory were a bit lacking, the cultivation atmosphere was much better. After all, work-study students came from ordinary families and knew that the only way to change their fate was through hard work and becoming soul masters. In contrast, self-funded students mostly came from privileged families and usually did not train as hard as work-study students. Just as Director Su was registering Ye Chen, a clear voice rang out in the office. "Is this the registration place?" Immediately, the four people in the office turned their attention to the door. At the entrance stood a soft and adorable little girl with rabbit ears, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, looking just like a ripe peach. Her long hair was styled into a scorpion braid that hung down past her waist, and she wore a pink outfit, her big, watery eyes filled with curiosity. Chapter 12. You all have to call me Sister Xiao Wu. Little Xiao Wu was so cute when she was young. No wonder she looks so good when she grows up. Looking at the bunny-eared little girl at the door, Ye Chen recognized her at a glance. This was Xiao Wu. "That's right, little friend, just register here." Hearing Xiao Wu's question, Director Su immediately responded. "That's good, this is my work-study student certificate." Saying this, Xiao Wu took out the work-study student certificate from the package she was carrying and handed it to Director Su. Xiao Wu's work-study student quota should have been obtained from the nearby villages around Notting City, right? The money in Xiao Wu's pocket was as clean as her little face. It was so poor that it couldn't even make a jingling sound, definitely relying on cuteness or brute force to get it. Don't be fooled by Xiao Wu's soft and cute appearance. She was a violent rabbit, and among the students of Notting Academy, her combat power was absolutely NO. 1. Work-study student? Where's your martial soul certificate? Director Su asked Xiao Wu. What is a martial soul certificate? Xiao Wu said with a confused expression. Her martial soul was not awakened by the Martial Soul Hall's awakening steward, so naturally, she didn't have a martial soul certificate. It's a certificate issued after the Martial Soul Awakening Steward awakens your martial soul. I don't have that, but I am a one-ring soul master. Saying this, Xiao Wu manifested her martial soul, and a dazzling yellow soul ring blossomed around her. "Hiss, you're already a soul master?" Director Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the two young assistants nearby were shocked. Could this little girl be the legendary innate full soul power? Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why Xiao Wu became a one-ring soul master at such a young age. Great. Our Notting Academy will soon produce a powerful figure known across the continent. Coming back to his senses, Director Su said happily, "A genius with innate full soul power. As long as they don't unexpectedly fall, will easily become a revered title Douluo in the future. Right? Little friend, what is your name?" Suddenly, Director Su said enthusiastically, "My name is Xiao Wu, with dance as the last character." Xiao Wu said sweetly, "Only a first name? No surname? Could it be that some hidden family has sent a genius to Notting City?" Director Su thought to himself. Since Xiao Wu had innate full soul power, her elder's talent and strength wouldn't be lacking either. However, he had not heard of any strong individuals with the martial soul of a soft-bone rabbit. So Xiao Wu most likely came from a hidden family. After all, there are quite a few hidden families on the continent. While not every title Douluo could be mentioned, there are certainly sold Douluos. You are called Xiao Wu, right? I will register you now. You are a work-study student, so you will live in Dormitory 7. By the way, Ye Chen also lives in Dormitory 7. Saying this, Director Su pointed to Ye Chen. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Director Su looked at Ye Chen with surprise. Could this kid have some foresight and knew there would be a pretty little girl in the work-study student dormitory? So he went there? Although Director Su knew that there was no such thing as foresight, he couldn't help but think so. Are you also a work-study student? Xiao Wu looked at Ye Chen with curiosity. Ye Chen nodded. Great, from now on, Sister Xiao Wu will take care of you. Although Xiao Wu's strength was diminished after transforming, her keen eyes still recognized Ye Chen's low soul power level, and she immediately took on a big sister demeanor, thinking of taking Ye Chen as her little brother. Ye Chen, I don't want to be a little brother. Ahem, I've registered both of you. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Director Su was somewhat caught off guard. He didn't expect such a cute little girl to have such a fierce personality. Thank you, Director Su. Ye Chen said to Director Su. All right, Shaolin, get them 2 sets of school uniforms and take them to Dormitory 7. Director Su said to a young assistant beside him. If Ye Chen hadn't had some connection with Director Su, and if Xiao Wu's talent wasn't good enough, Director Su wouldn't have bothered. They would have to find their own dormitory. But since there was a connection and Xiao Wu's talent was good, Director Su would naturally be more enthusiastic. Yes, Director. The young assistant nodded, took 2 sets of school uniforms that fit Ye Chen and Xiao Wu sizes from the side, and handed them to the 2. Follow me. I'll take you to Dormitory 7. Soon, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu followed the young assistant to the work-study student Dormitory 7. In no time, the 3 arrived at the entrance of Dormitory 7. After pointing out the 2, the guide left. Xiao Wu, did you not bring bedding? At the entrance of Dormitory 7, Ye Chen asked Xiao Wu. Doesn't the academy provide bedding? Xiao Wu's eyes widened, completely not expecting this. What are you thinking? Work-study students are already admitted for free. Do you expect the academy to pay you money too? Ye Chen rolled his eyes, but considering Xiao Wu's talent, if she explained the situation to the academy, Nodding Academy would definitely issue a scholarship immediately as a way of returning a favor in advance. Aren't you also without bedding? Ye Chen pointed out that he only had a new school uniform and no other luggage. I have a storage soul guide. All my luggage is inside. Ye Chen said, holding the storage necklace around his neck and looking at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. The work-study student dormitory wasn't small. The entire Dormitory 7 was about 300 square meters, with 50 beds inside. However, in recent years, the number of work-study students had not been many, so there were only 11 beds with bedding in Dormitory 7. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 students in Dormitory 7, all slightly older than Ye Chen, engaged in lively discussions, making it somewhat noisy. When everyone saw the soft and cute girl Xiao Wu and Ye Chen walk in, they immediately quieted down. Then, an older child stepped forward. Are you the work-study students for this year? My name is Xiao Wu. Ye Chen. My name is Wang Sheng. My martial soul is the Battle Tiger, and I will be a Battle Soul Master in the future. I'm also the head here. What are your martial souls? Wang Sheng was somewhat surprised. How did such a beautiful girl like Xiao Wu become a work-study student this year? And looking at Ye Chen's attire, he seemed to be a child from a wealthy family who had also come to be a work-study student. To be honest, Wang Sheng's name sounded quite impressive. With Wang and Sheng, it sounded like a master. However, Wang Sheng from Nodding Academy was not a big master. He was just a soul master without even a soul ring. You are the head here? Good, I announce that from now on, in Dormitory 7, I am the boss. And you all have to call me Sister Xiao Wu. Hearing that there was a head in Dormitory 7, Xiao Wu immediately put down what she was holding, placed her hands on her hips, and puffed out her chest, facing Wang Sheng and the others. How could she, Sister Xiao Wu, be someone else's little brother? She had to be the big sister. Chapter 13. A warning from Xiao Wu. What? You want to be the boss? Wang Sheng's eyes widened immediately. Xiao Wu looked so soft and cute, yet she wanted to be the boss? Would she cry if he punched her? What? Is that not allowed? Seeing Wang Sheng's surprised expression, Xiao Wu was unhappy. Are you looking down on Sister Xiao Wu? Fine, but you have to defeat me if you want to be the boss of the 7th dorm. Being the boss of the work-study students is not easy because other students look down on them and often bully them. As the boss, one naturally needs to stand up during such times. If Xiao Wu can defeat him, Wang Sheng would gladly accept her as the big sister. Fighting? That's great. Sister Xiao Wu loves that. Hearing that they would fight, Xiao Wu immediately clapped her hands in excitement. Wang Sheng, Martial Soul, Battle Tiger. In response to Xiao Wu's challenge, Wang Sheng immediately activated his martial soul, and his muscles swelled up. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Soft Bone Rabbit. Seeing Wang Sheng activate his martial soul, Xiao Wu did the same, but unlike Wang Sheng, she had a yellow soul ring on her body. 100-year soul ring. You're a soul master? The soul ring on Xiao Wu shocked Wang Sheng. He never expected that Xiao Wu, who was only a first-year student, was already a soul master. Even sixth-grade students at Notting Academy rarely became soul masters. Moreover, it was not the lowest white soul ring, but a yellow 100-year soul ring. Well, do we still need a fight? Looking at the shocked Wang Sheng, the soft and cute Xiao Wu said, "No fighting, no fighting. From now on, you are our sister Xiao Wu." Wang Sheng waved his hands hurriedly. He knew his limits. He definitely couldn't win against a soul master, let alone one with a 100-year soul ring. Hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, Ye Chen, what is your martial soul?" Suddenly, Xiao Wu realized she didn't know what Ye Chen's martial soul was. Bamboo staff. Ye Chen's hand flashed with a green light, and a bamboo staff, slightly thicker than his thumb, appeared. A bamboo staff? Are you planning to be a strong attack soul master? Xiao Wu knew about the classification of human soul masters' martial souls. "No, I'm planning to be a control-type soul master. Although a bamboo staff is a type of stick martial soul, it's definitely not as strong as an iron rod-type martial soul." So Ye Chen planned to pursue the control-type route. There are countless types of martial souls. It's not only vine-type martial souls that can follow the control path. As long as the soul skills are primarily control-type, then it's called a control-type soul master. What? Your bamboo staff looks like a stick, yet you're going for control? Xiao Chun, are you kidding me? Xiao Wu widened her cute eyes. Don't call me Xiao Chun. Being temporarily forced to be a little brother because of lack of strength is one thing. But what is this Xiao Chun nonsense? He is not the palace steward. Oof. In the 7th dorm, I am the boss. Whatever Sister Xiao Wu calls you, that's what you are. Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips, thinking to use her authority as the boss to make Ye Chen submit. "Oh, as the boss, do you have bedding?" Ye Chen said playfully. In an instant, Xiao Wu was left speechless. Indeed, as the boss of the 7th dorm, she was so poor that she couldn't afford bedding. "Don't worry, big sister. You can use my bedding." Immediately, Wang Sheng, who had transformed into Xiao Wu's loyal lackey, patted his chest and said. Xiao Wu glanced at Wang Sheng's tattered bedding with disdain. She was a girl. How could she use such shabby bedding? On the other hand, Ye Chen went to the corner of the 7th dorm and took out a new bedding set from his storage soul guide. A big pillow, a quilt, and a mattress, all covered with many carat patterns, full of a girlish vibe. This was something Ye Chen had planned ahead of time. Although he didn't tea refined copper, who could refuse having a girl in his arms at night? "Hey, Xiao Chun, your bedding is so beautiful." Noticing Ye Chen's clean and pretty bedding, which had a girlish style, Xiao Wu, who had just dismissed Wang Sheng's shabby bedding, immediately exclaimed, "What are you doing? Even though you're the boss of the 7th dorm, you can't just steal my bedding." At this moment, Ye Chen quickly protected the bedding behind him, displaying a demeanor that he wouldn't be easily bullied. "That's right, my mom said bad people steal from others. Xiao Wu is a good kid." Xiao Wu murmured softly. "This little rabbit actually wants to rob me?" Although Xiao Wu's voice was not loud, Ye Chen still heard it, and a black line appeared on his forehead. If only his fist was bigger than Xiao Wu's, he would definitely pin her down and give her a spanking. "How about this? Since her bedding is quite large, it shouldn't be a problem for both of us to share it. Let's push the beds together, and then we can both use them, right?" After thinking, Xiao Wu came up with a compromise. "Why should I share my bedding with you? You need to come up with a reason, or I won't agree." Although Ye Chen internally agreed, he couldn't show that he was too eager, right? "I am the big sister. In the 7th dorm, I'm in charge. Xiao Chun, if you dare to disagree, let us practice a bit." Saying this, Xiao Wu waved her cute little fist. "Shame, a great shame. I, with my brilliance in 2 lifetimes, am actually threatened by a little rabbit girl. Once I develop, I will definitely make this little rabbit pay." Ye Chen secretly vowed in his heart that he would have to teach this little rabbit a lesson in the future. "If you don't speak, then Sister Xiao Wu will take that as your agreement. Hurry up and help." So, the two moved an empty bed over and combined the 2 beds together. Then, Xiao Wu placed her backpack at the junction of the 2 beds to serve as a boundary. "Xiao Chun, this is our boundary. If you dare to cross it, don't blame Sister Xiao Wu for being rude." Xiao Wu warned Ye Chen with a fierce expression. "What difference does it make if there's a boundary or not? Xiao Wu, when I sleep at night, I don't have a good sleeping posture. If I accidentally cross the boundary, don't hit me." This was not Ye Chen trying to take advantage. It was just that his sleeping posture was indeed not very good. If you dare, try it and you'll be in trouble. By the way, you have to call me Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu emphasized the word sister, Xiao Wu, very heavily, reminding Ye Chen not to forget his little brother status. Ye Chen. Sister Xiao Wu, it's already lunchtime. Let us go to the cafeteria, Wang Sheng said to the new boss of the 7th dorm. Sister Xiao Wu. As soon as she heard about food, Xiao Wu immediately jumped up happily and excitedly said, Great, great. What delicious food are we going to eat? Chapter 14. The Strategic Retreat of Ye Chen. Sister Xiao Wu, we work-study students come from poor families. How can we eat anything good? Let us just make do with whatever we have. Wang Sheng rolled his eyes, seeming to think that the new head of their dormitory was a fool. Huh? No good food? Right? If we're eating, don't we need those soul coins? As soon as Xiao Wu heard there was no good food, and they had to make do, she remembered her empty pockets, and her rabbit ears that had been perked up immediately drooped down, looking somewhat disheartened. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng and the others exchanged glances. Who in the world eats without paying? Could it be that Sister Xiao Wu wants a free meal? Cough, cough. To celebrate Xiao Wu taking the throne as the head of the dormitory, I'll treat today. Ye Chen, who was not short on money, immediately spoke up upon seeing Xiao Wu's lack of enthusiasm. Great, great. Xiao Chenzi, you're doing well. I have high hopes for you. Yes. Sister Xiao Wu wants to eat something good. As soon as Xiao Wu heard Ye Chen was treating, she perked up immediately. What did you call me? Xiao Chenzi. Then I won't treat you. You can starve. If it were any other nickname, Ye Chen could tolerate it, but being called Xiao Chenzi while expecting good food? That was wishful thinking. No way, Sister Xiao Wu wants to eat something good. Xiao Wu protested immediately. They had agreed on a treat. And now you want to go back on your word? Do you think Sister Xiao Wu is easy to bully? If you want to eat something good for lunch, that is fine, but you can't call me Xiao Chenzi. If you call me Chingu, then you can eat whatever you want in the future. Ye Chen's words felt like the devil's tempting voice in Xiao Wu's ears. Eat whatever I want? No, no, no. How can Sister Xiao Wu recognize a big brother? I don't want to. The beast man will never be a slave, even if it's for food and lodging. Okay, I'll call you Xiao Chen. But you have to cover all of Sister Xiao Wu's living expenses in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell Sister Xiao Wu, and she will stand up for you. After thinking it over, Xiao Wu made a concession for the sake of future good food under Ye Chen's terms. Besides you, who dares to bully me? Ye Chen scoffed. Although Ye Chen wasn't considered strong in Notting Academy based on his own real strength, he could utilize external resources. In the system mall, there were plenty of weapons like firearms and many non-lethal items such as tear gas, flashbangs, and stun grenades, among others. Dominating the entire Notting Academy would be effortless for him. It's settled then. Xiao Wu didn't listen to Ye Chen's explanation and directly enforced this decision. A little soul master. Facing the powerful Sister Xiao Wu, could he really turn the tables? Subsequently, the head of the dormitory, Xiao Wu, led her group of little brothers under Wang Sheng's guidance to the cafeteria for a meal. The cafeteria of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy was large, consisting of 2 floors, capable of accommodating over 300 people, including 6 classes and teachers. At this moment, a long queue had formed at the window on the first floor of the cafeteria. As soon as they entered the cafeteria, a discordant voice rang out. Isn't that Wang Sheng and his group of poor folks? Upon hearing this, Ye Chen and the others immediately looked over. The speaker was a seemingly handsome boy, about 11 or 12 years old, with a strong disdain in his eyes, pointing at Wang Sheng. As someone who wasn't short on money, it was the first time Ye Chen had been looked down upon as a poor person. He immediately responded without hesitation. So you're rich? Just a little money, and you think you're something special? Ye Chen spoke with disdain. Although there were many people on the continent wealthier than him, this person definitely wasn't one of them. Are you a new work-study student? Xiao Chen looked at Ye Chen, asking somewhat uncertainly. After all, Ye Chen's attire was decent, seemingly better than what he wore. Was this really a poor work-study student? Yes. Ye Chen nodded. You, a work-study student, are being so arrogant. Do you even know who I, Xiao Chen Yu, am? After confirming Ye Chen was a work-study student, Xiao Chen Yu immediately returned to his arrogant stance. Were you? In Notting Academy, there's no one I can't handle. To be honest, even in all of Notting City, there was no one Ye Chen couldn't deal with. After all, the strongest in Nodding City was just a 4-ring soul master. And inside, Ye Chen's storage soul guide, there was a machine gun for self-defense, so a mere 4-ring soul master definitely couldn't withstand a machine gun's fire. However, Ye Chen wouldn't take it out unless it was a critical moment. Kid, you're quite arrogant. How about a duel? Xiao Qinyu thought to himself that he was a 1-ring soul master, while Ye Chen was just a 6-year-old child. It would definitely be easy to pin Ye Chen down. Xiao Wu, go. Now's your time to shine. If you win, I'll cover all your expenses in the cafeteria for a week. Ye Chen strategically retreated, calling for support. If he had trained the body refinement technique for a long time and significantly improved his physical quality, he might have considered intervening. But since he hadn't practiced long enough, his physical quality hadn't noticeably improved, and he was still a weakling. This is what you said, so don't go back on your word later, Xiao Wu said with a joyful expression. Don't worry, I keep my promises. Ye Chen immediately patted his chest to assure her. Great. Who are you? I'm Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Softbone Rabbit, Level 12 Battle Soul Master. Let us have a duel. Immediately, Xiao Wu activated her Martial Soul. A yellow soul ring blossomed around her, beckoning at Xiao Qinyu. 100-year Soul Ring. Seeing the 100-year Soul Ring on Xiao Wu, Xiao Qinyu, who was standing on the stairs, immediately exclaimed in shock, nearly losing his balance and falling down the stairs. One must know that Xiao Wu was only about 6 years old and had already become a soul master with a yellow 100-year soul ring, which meant her family definitely had powerful elders. After all, if her family didn't have strong elders, Xiao Wu wouldn't have such great talent. And a 100-year soul beast was not something a 6-year-old child could handle. Stop talking nonsense. Let us fight. Xiao Wu was eager to get started. I still want to eat. I want to bother with you. After suspecting Xiao Wu had an extraordinary background, Xiao Qinyu quickly backed down. He was quite arrogant, but not foolish. Moreover, facing Xiao Wu, who had a 100-year soul ring, and with his soul power level being 1 rank lower, he was very likely not her opponent. If he lost to Xiao Wu in front of everyone, wouldn't that be a huge embarrassment? TCH, running away. Seeing Xiao Qinyu back down, Xiao Wu was somewhat displeased. Chapter 15. We share the same bed. Big sister is mighty. Xiao was a bit unhappy, but Wang Sheng and the others were all smiles, immediately showering her with compliments. Usually, Xiao Qinyu liked to bully them the most, but now with Xiao Wu, a powerful big sister, they didn't have to worry about being bullied anymore. Of course, Xiao Wu enjoyed the compliments, feeling as if she had just won a battle. By the way, Xiao Qinyu, it's your time to shine now. Proudly, Xiao Wu didn't forget why she came to the cafeteria. All right, let's go to the second floor. My treat. Although Xiao Wu hadn't really defeated Xiao Qinyu, Ye Chen came to Nodding Academy just for the little rabbit, so eating was just a minor matter. After all, the cafeteria on the second floor of Nodding Academy, while it required ordering separately, couldn't be outrageously expensive. In the evening, as night fell, and after having an early dinner, the entire 7th dormitory fell into a state of cultivation. At this moment, Ye Chen was sitting on his bed practicing the creation meditation method, while Xiao Wu, a short distance away, was getting a bit restless out of boredom. After all, rabbits are naturally active and can't sit still, and Xiao Wu's situation was different from ordinary people. Even if she didn't cultivate, her soul power level would automatically rise in the early stages. However, Ye Chen wouldn't envy this, because every soul beast that transformed required immense courage and determination. A slight mistake, encountering a soul master of the spirit Douluo level or above, could lead to being discovered and having their rings taken. Generally speaking, the transformation of soul beasts was also a dead end. After all, once a soul beast transforms, its lifespan becomes no different from that of humans. Although transformed soul beasts are equivalent to humans with innate full soul power, there are quite a few humans with innate full soul power, yet how many have achieved godhood? According to records, in the past century, there have been about 20 individuals on the continent with innate full soul power. If the time frame is extended to 10,000 years, there would be even more, but in these 10,000 years, only Poseidon, the sea god, has clearly achieved godhood. Even if we add Bibi Dong and Xianren, who became gods 20 years later, the original Shrek 7 monsters, there are only 10 in total, which can be said to be 1 in 100. And without achieving godhood, Even the maximum lifespan of tidal Douluo is at most 1,000 years, which is nothing compared to the long lifespan of soul beasts. Xiao Chenyu, wake up, stop cultivating. Bored, Xiao Wu shook Ye Chen's arm. Although practicing the creation meditation method doesn't lead to going berserk, being woken up from a state of cultivation made Ye Chen a bit annoyed. What is it? If it weren't for Xiao Wu's cute appearance, and the fact that he couldn't beat her, Ye Chen would have definitely given her a knock on the head. So boring, come play with me. Play with you? Ye Chen's eyes widened. How could this little rabbit be so carefree? According to the timeline in the original story, Xiao Wu's mother became Bibi Dong's 7th spirit ring. And it hasn't been long since then, right? Has she already forgotten her hatred so quickly? If you don't cultivate properly, how will you take revenge in the future? Yes. Xiao Wu, you have good talent. Just a bit of cultivation is enough for you. You can slack off, but I definitely can't, Ye Chen said seriously. Why not? Xiao Wu asked curiously what reason kept him in a constant state of cultivation. After lunch, she saw that while everyone was playing, only Ye Chen was cultivating in the 7th dormitory. She thought that by night, Ye Chen would take a break, but he was still cultivating. Did he really need to work so hard? Xiao Wu, have you ever experienced despair and pain? If you have, you would understand the importance of strength. So I can't slack off. Ever since his martial soul awakened, and he could begin cultivating, Ye Chen had not spent a single day slacking off. On one hand, it was to advance to being a soul master sooner, to consume celestial herbs and change his own talent. On the other hand, Ye Chen couldn't forget the despair and pain he felt when he personally buried his parents. Revenge is a never-ending cycle. For Ye Chen, it doesn't work that way. He is a person who takes revenge for grievances and wishes to immediately possess powerful strength to repay the enmity that cannot coexist. Although he wasn't sure who his enemies were, blaming the Star Luo Empire was definitely not wrong. Despair and pain? Xiao Wu murmured. At this moment, Xiao Wu thought of her mother, who faced 3 powerful tidal Douluos alone to protect her, filled with despair and pain at that time. Immediately, Xiao Wu stopped talking and began to cultivate earnestly. It seems this little rabbit isn't really heartless. Seeing Xiao Wu start to cultivate, Ye Chen thought to himself. Time flew by, and a school year at Notting Academy was about to pass. During the school year, Ye Chen's soul power level made some progress, rising from a level 3 soul master at the start of enrollment to a level 5 soul master, which was about what he had expected. As for Xiao Wu, although her effort in cultivation wasn't as strong as Ye Chen's, her progress was more obvious, rising from a level 12 soul master to a level 15 soul master. At Notting Academy, expenses in gold soul coins weren't high. At most, Ye Chen just bought some good food for Xiao Wu. The accumulated gold soul coins weren't touched and were all saved up for buying celestial herbs. A single celestial herb costs 100 million gold soul coins, and during the soul master level, one can only save about 31 million a year. So it would take more than 3 years for Ye Chen to have enough gold soul coins to buy celestial herbs. It just so happened that he was improving his soul power by about 2 levels a year, and by the time he became a 1-ring soul master, he believed his little savings would be enough. Tomorrow is the day of vacation at Notting Academy, and everyone in the 7th dormitory, except for Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, was packing their luggage. Xiao Wu, tomorrow is vacation. Aren't you going to pack? Sitting on the bed, Ye Chen asked Xiao Wu knowingly. Xiao Wu is a transformed soul beast. She has no relatives in the human world. I'm not going home. I'll stay at the academy, Xiao Wu said somewhat gloomily, her eyes revealing a hint of loneliness. Then, beautiful Xiao Wu, would you like to come to my house as a guest? Ye Chen invited Xiao Wu. Really? Her rabbit ears immediately perked up. There's a saying that goes, it takes 100 years of cultivation to share a boat and 1,000 years to share a bed. Since we've shared a bed, I can't bear to let you stay in the academy with no one to take care of you. Go to hell. Who shared a bed with you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face flushed for a moment, and then she punched Ye Chen in the chest. Chapter 16. Siblings or brother and sister bump Ye Chen was directly knocked off the bed by Xiao Wu with a punch. Damn, Xiao Wu, are you trying to kill me? If it weren't for the fact that he had been practicing the body refining technique for nearly a year, significantly improving his physical condition, that punch alone would have been enough to keep him in bed for several days. Who's to blame for what you said? Xiao Wu wrinkled her cute nose. but she also noticed that it seemed like Ye Chen's skin was thicker than last time. Previously, Xiao only thought of Ye Chen as a weakling. But after one time, when he was sleeping poorly and had his thigh pressed against her, she had taught him a harsh lesson. It was from that moment on that Xiao Wu realized that although Ye Chen's soul power level wasn't high, his ability to withstand blows and his strength were quite impressive. And he also recovered from injuries very quickly. You ask how Ye Chen got injured? Naturally. It was from sleeping poorly at night and being beaten up by Xiao Wu after crossing the line. The next morning, Ye Chen took Xiao Wu and left Notting Academy, heading towards his home. Xiao Chun, is your home in Notting City? Having left Notting Academy, Xiao Wu was in a very cheerful mood, even bouncing along as she walked. Yeah, it's in the south of the city. By the way, Xiao Chun, aren't you an orphan? How come you have so much money? Xiao Wu suddenly remembered something and curiously asked Ye Chen. You should know that during this academic year at Notting Academy, Xiao Wu had been eating well every day, so her expenses must have been considerable. Yet Ye Chen showed no signs of going bankrupt. If Ye Chen knew that Xiao Wu wanted to eat him in a bankruptcy, he would definitely laugh. As if he, the big wealthy Yi, would ever be eaten in bankruptcy? Don't even mention just eating and drinking. Ye Chen's gold soul coins in the system mall were more than enough to buy the entire Notting Academy. However, it was basically impossible for Notting Academy to be sold. After all, it was a junior soul master academy officially established by the Heaven Do Empire. This is a secret. Anyway, you can't eat me into bankruptcy. Oomph. If you won't say it, fine, don't be smug. It's just the holidays, I'm going to eat well, and then I'll eat you into bankruptcy. Yeah, well, I'm so poor, I can't afford to eat. We'll go beg on the street together. Ye Chen nodded seriously and said, Sister Xiao Wu would never go begging. Don't worry, no matter how much you eat, you won't eat me into bankruptcy. Really? Why would I lie to you? Xiao Chun, be honest, did you find some treasure? Suddenly, Xiao Wu leaned in closer and whispered, What are you thinking? Treasure? If you have the ability, find one for me to see. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. This little rabbit really had her head in the clouds. Could it be that you have a super rich relative? I'm just an orphan. All right. No more talking. We're home. Ye Chen pointed to a small courtyard in front of them. Is this your home? The small courtyard wasn't luxurious. And because it hadn't been cleaned for a long time, the gate was covered in dust. Yeah, but I haven't been back for almost a year. If I don't clean it up, it definitely won't be livable. Don't worry, Sister Xiao will help you clean. Xiao Wu patted her chest and promised. After a while, the two of them were busy cleaning and finally got the house tidy. I'm so tired. Lying on the soft sofa, Xiao Wu said weakly. Hey, Xiao Wu, you're exaggerating. It's just a big cleaning. How could it tire you out? Ye Chen complained. I'm really tired. Hurry up and get the ice cream out, or Sister Xiao Wu won't forgive you. Xiao Wu threatened with a fierce look. Ever since that hot day when Ye Chen took Xiao Wu out for ice cream, this little rabbit had developed a liking for the sweet and icy treat. Here you go. It's just ice cream. Although it's delicious, it's not something valuable. In the system mall, a stick of ice cream only costs a few copper soul coins. And when you buy it, it feels like just taken out of the fridge. Yum, so delicious. Xiao Wu exclaimed while eating the ice cream. In the evening, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu were sitting on the balcony on the second floor, watching the fiery red sunset. Xiao Wu, do you have any relatives? No. Deming and Erming were not human. Then I also have no relatives. How about you treat me as your brother? Your birthday is at the end of August. Mine is at the beginning of August, so I can be your brother. Dream on. I'm Sister Xiao Wu. I don't want to be your sister. You could be my younger brother. Xiao Wu crossed her arms and immediately retorted. Xiao Wu, if I become your brother, I will definitely protect you. Hey. Xiao Chun, does Sister Xiao Wu still need your protection? With your little arms and legs, even two of you wouldn't be my opponent. Xiao Wu said with a teasing expression. Don't underestimate people. Once I become a soul master, my cultivation speed will definitely be fast. Really? Xiao Wu asked curiously. In her eyes, Ye Chen, this little waste, still thought about taking off. Although, in the eyes of others, Ye Chen's innate soul power level of 3 was considered good. In the eyes of Xiao Wu, who was equivalent to having full innate soul power, it was hardly different from being waste. How about this? Let's make a pact. In the future, whoever has a higher soul power level will be the brother or sister. And whoever has a lower soul power level will be the younger brother or younger sister. The younger brother or sister must listen to the older brother or sister. Really? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. With Ye Chen, this little waste, still thinking about surpassing me in soul power level? Xiao Wu was confident that with the current 10-level soul power difference between the two, even if she laid down for 3 years, Ye Chen wouldn't be able to catch up. Ye Chen nodded. Okay, let's make a pinky swear. A pinky swear for 100 years, no changing. Otherwise, you'll be a little dog. Not acceptable. 100 years is too short. I want it to be forever. Ha, little brother Xiao Chun. Come call me Sister Xiao Wu. You've never called me Sister Xiao Wu before. Xiao Wu, who was playing with the pinky swear, immediately beamed with joy. Ahem, Xiao Wu. Let me give you a gift. The little rabbit's attention was very easily diverted, and Ye Chen thought of using the topic to shift the focus. Since he definitely wouldn't call her Sister Xiao Wu, or else that would be a black history for the future. What gift? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Close your eyes. Do I have to close my eyes? If I don't like the gift later, Sister Xiao will get angry. Hurry up and close them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu closed her eyes. Ye Chen glanced at the balance of over 30 million gold soul coins in the system mall, and then looked at an item that was crucial for Xiao Wu. Chapter 17. 3 years, and another 3 years, finally at level 10. The disguise necklace can conceal the aura of Xiao Wu's soul beast transformation. Unless a deity witnesses it personally, no one can see through Xiao Wu's true identity. Although it's nearly impossible to encounter soul masters or titled Douluo in Nodding City, Ye Chen thinks it's better to be cautious. After all, if something unexpected happens, he won't have any place to regret it. The price of the disguise necklace is only 10 million gold soul coins, which is a significant difference from the price of a small target like a fairy herb. Moreover, Ye Chen estimates that even if he buys the disguise necklace, he will have enough money to buy a fairy herb once he advances to a soul master. There are various styles. Looking at the diverse appearances of the disguise necklaces, Ye Chen thought for a moment and bought a pink one with a small carrot-shaped pendant. Then, Ye Chen put it on Xiao Wu. Oh, a necklace? A carrot necklace? So beautiful. Just then, Xiao Wu opened her big, cute eyes and saw the pink carrot-shaped necklace. I'm glad you like it, but this isn't an ordinary necklace. What use does it have? Xiao Wu, this necklace can change your appearance, soul ring color, soul power level, and even your aura at will, and even titled Douluo can't see through it. You have such great talent. What if someone gets jealous? To prevent jealousy, this necklace is for you. Ye Chen didn't say that this thing was to conceal her identity, because he was afraid it would scare Xiao Wu. Really? Xiao Wu's eyes widened. If this necklace can really change her aura, and even titled Douluo can't see through it, wouldn't she be safe in the human world? This is my family heirloom. How could it be fake? Family heirloom? That's right. My mother said this is for her daughter-in-law. Ha! Sister Xiao Wu is not your wife. Okay, let's not talk about that. Xiao Wu, I'm going to teach you the cultivation method passed down in our Yi family. You need to learn it seriously. Another family tradition? Yes. The cultivation method passed down in our Yi family consists of meditation techniques, body refining techniques, and soul refining techniques, which enhance soul power, physical quality, and mental strength, respectively. No wonder you, little Chun, are tough and resilient. It turns out you practice the family body refining technique. Xiao suddenly realized. She had long noticed that Ye Chen's physical quality was severely inconsistent with his soul power level. If it weren't for his poor innate soul power and his martial soul being a bamboo staff, Xiao would have thought he was a power type 100,000 year soul beast transformation. What do you mean by tough and resilient? Can you speak? I call this a strong constitution. After practicing the body refining technique, I want to turn into a big muscle guy. I just appear robust. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. That night, in the 7th dormitory of Nodding Academy, Xiao was holding a tablet, watching the animation bears in trouble. It goes without saying that this tablet was definitely given by Ye Chen to keep Xiao from disturbing his cultivation. Ye Chen had to take out something to keep her entertained. Although there was no internet on Douluo continent, Ye Chen could buy USB drives with those animations. And as for power, there was already a mini solar power device on the roof of the dormitory building. Meanwhile, Ye Chen was diligently cultivating. Suddenly, a wave of soul power surged from Ye Chen's body, and his soul power level broke through from level 9 Soul Master to level 10 Quasi Soul Master. Oh, little Chen, You broke through to level 10? Xiao, who was watching Bear Big and Bear 2T's Bald Chong, noticed the commotion and immediately turned to ask. Yes, I've advanced to level 10. After 3 years and 3 years again, it's been 9.5 years since coming to Douluo continent. And he finally can go to add a soul ring. It's not easy. Little Chun, are you going to hunt soul beasts? Originally, Xiao was happy for Ye Chen, but when she thought about him going to hunt soul beasts, she felt a bit sad. To advance as a soul master, one naturally needs to obtain soul rings. Isn't your second soul ring obtained this way? Besides, the targets I need are all plant-type soul beasts. Don't you usually love to eat stir-fried blue silvergrass? Xiao, being a rabbit, loved carrots and blue silvergrass, especially aged carrots and blue silvergrass. Is that so? Yes, my martial soul is a bamboo staff. I don't need animal-type soul beasts, just plant-type is enough. Although some animal-type soul beast soul rings could also be added to his bamboo staff martial soul. Plant soul beasts were definitely more compatible, especially bamboo types. However, bamboo-type soul beasts don't seem to appear with high ages. It's hard to find 100,000-year bamboo soul beast across the entire continent, which is a pity. Little Chun, how about I take you to obtain a soul ring tomorrow? Xiao said to Ye Chen. Xiao practiced the creation meditation method, and now, after more than 3 years, she had reached level 24 Great Soul Master. And her second soul ring was a purple 1,000-year one. Having a purple 1,000-year second soul ring was naturally due to the body refining technique Ye Chen taught her. With her current strength, Xiao was confident she could handle any opponent that wasn't a 1,000-year soul beast. You want to take me? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. He originally planned to spend some gold soul coins to hire a reputable soul hunting team. It wasn't that Ye Chen couldn't kill the target, but at the crucial moment of absorbing the soul ring, he wouldn't have the ability to resist. He needed someone to guard him. Yes, soul beasts below 1,000 years are definitely no match for your sister Xiao. Xiao patted her chest and assured him. All right then, let's set off tomorrow. Ye Chen nodded. He didn't plan to have the academy teachers accompany them because he might need to add 2 soul rings on this trip to the soul hunting forest. With his current physical quality, although he couldn't guarantee the first soul ring's age would be a purple 1,000-year one, as long as he absorbed a 100-year soul ring of over 500 years, he could definitely advance to level 12 Soul Master. Moreover, the medicinal power of fairy herbs is vast. Even if the level is too low and the absorption efficiency isn't high, the medicinal power would mostly lie dormant in the body, but should also directly elevate him to a level 20 quasi-great Soul Master, right? In the original work, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing improved their soul power by 6 or 7 levels after consuming fairy herbs, and this was while they were at the 3-ring soul venerable level. As a 1-ring soul master, even if the types of fairy herbs differ, there's no reason his improvement wouldn't reach 8 levels. Long before obtaining the cheat from his own son, Ye Chen had been coveting many fairy herbs in the system all. After gaining a general understanding, Ye Chen decided to choose the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo. After all, his martial soul is a bamboo staff, and it was clear that the same type of Ink Jade Divine Bamboo would be the most compatible with him. Perhaps after consuming the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo, the quality of his martial soul could evolve as well, saving him the cost of a martial soul upgrade card that also amounts to a small target. Chapter 18. Soul Hunting Forest. The next morning, after taking leave, the two left Notting Academy. The closest soul hunting forest to Notting City was 400 miles away. Unlike the wild soul beast forests like Sunset Forest and Stardew Great Forest, the soul beasts in soul hunting forest were all raised by humans, making it convenient for low-level soul masters to come and obtain soul rings. Generally, there were not many high-year soul beasts in soul hunting forest. 1,000-year soul beasts were quite rare, while the most common were 100-year or below, suitable for level 10 or 20 soul masters to obtain soul rings. However, to hunt in the soul hunting forest, one needed a soul hunting order, which could be obtained by reaching a soul power level that hits around 10 and spending some gold soul coins at the Spear Hall. Additionally, obtaining a soul hunting order required the guarantee of 3 nobles, but that was easy since there were plenty of nobles in the Tiando Empire. As long as one was a 3-ring soul zune and joined the official Tiando Empire, they could obtain the title of Baron. However, most noble titles did not come with land, and these landless noble titles were one of the best ways for the Tiando Empire to win over soul masters. After leaving Notting Academy, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu headed straight for the Spirit Hall. After spending some gold soul coins at the Spirit Hall to obtain a soul hunting order, they hired a carriage and set off towards the soul hunting forest. The speed of the carriage was not fast, and since there were no highways in Douluo continent, it was not until noon the next day that Ye Chen and Xiao Wu arrived at the entrance of the soul hunting forest in Soul Hunting Town. Soul Hunting Town was somewhat noisy, with a considerable number of people, and Ye Chen felt it was even livelier than Notting City, though the population was a bit smaller. They had arrived by carriage and did not feel tired, especially since Ye Chen had made preparations back in Notting City, so they did not need to buy supplies in Soul Hunting Town. Thus, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu directly headed to the entrance of the soul hunting forest. From a distance, Ye Chen saw a massive iron fence surrounding the outskirts of the soul hunting forest, with many sharp spikes facing towards the forest. The fence was over 10 meters high and looked very solid. Moreover, outside the fence, 100 soldiers were patrolling. All of them were dressed in iron armor and held long spears, standing in strict formation. The sight of 100 steel warriors standing together gave a chilling feeling. At this moment, Ye Chen was a bit confused. Was the soul hunting forest owned by the Spirit Hall or the Tiando Empire? However, it seemed that initially, this was the territory of the Tiando Empire, which was then developed by the Spirit Hall for use, and both sides partnered to do business. After showing the soul hunting order, the soldiers guarding the entrance to the soul hunting forest allowed them to pass. Although they were surprised that only 2 children had come to the soul hunting forest. They knew that those who could come to obtain soul rings at such a young age were not ordinary people and did not need to worry about them. As soon as they entered the soul hunting forest, surrounded by towering trees and feeling the tranquil atmosphere of the forest, Ye Chen couldn't help but get lost in the moment. Xiao Chen, you need to be careful. This is the soul hunting forest. It's very dangerous. But you don't need to be afraid. With Sister Xiao Wu here, I will protect you. Xiao Wu said to Ye Chen. Cough, Xiao Wu. I'm not as weak as you think. I brought you along just to avoid accidents while absorbing soul rings. Ye Chen replied. You don't think soul beasts are so weak that a little soul master like you can hunt them, do you? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide. Just watch. Let me show you my little treasure. Saying this, Ye Chen pulled out a Type 95 automatic rifle from his storage necklace. Ye Chen chose this weapon because the Type 95 was small, only about 70 centimeters long, with a caliber of 5.8 millimeters, and the recoil was manageable for him, making it very suitable. Moreover, the bullets of the Type 95 were quite powerful, capable of penetrating an 8mm steel plate from 100 meters away. He believed that blowing the head off a 4-ring soul zune would not be difficult. What is this thing? Seeing Ye Chen take out a black iron lump, Xiao Wu was somewhat bewildered. This thing is called a firearm. Let me tell you, not even 100-year soul beasts would withstand its power, Ye Chen explained. To be honest, using firearms against soul beasts was much less effective than against soul masters. This was because soul beasts generally had much stronger defenses than soul masters, and some scaled soul masters practically came with built-in bulletproof vests. Ye Chen wasn't too sure if the firearm he held could break through the defenses of 1,000-year defensive soul beasts. Moreover, many soul beasts were quite large. Even if the bullet penetrated, if it did not hit a vital spot, it would be like a mere tickle. You mean this firearm can kill 1,000-year soul beasts? Xiao Wu said, looking doubtful, as she leaned over to see the dark muzzle of the gun, wondering what was inside. Seeing Xiao Wu's head near his gun, Ye Chen immediately twitched his mouth and moved the muzzle away. As a self-defense weapon, Ye Chen's firearms in the storage necklace were all already loaded. Although they wouldn't easily misfire due to their good quality, who could say for sure? If it did misfire, this silly little rabbit could end up shot in the head. Be careful. Never put yourself in front of the muzzle. The bullets don't have eyes. Xiao Wu. Then, seeing Xiao Wu's skeptical expression, Ye Chen aimed at a towering tree beside them and fired a shot. Bang! The muzzle flashed, and the bullet shot out at an invisible speed, deeply embedding itself into the trunk, scattering a lot of wood chips. Although the bullet's effect was not flashy, ordinary soul masters below rank 5 would definitely not be able to withstand it unless they used defensive soul skills or dodged in advance. Hiss, such powerful force. Watching Ye Chen just lightly press the trigger to create such a commotion, Xiao Wu's worldview was completely refreshed. Now you believe it? MHM, such an amazing firearm. Xiao had to admit the great power of the firearm in Ye Chen's hands. All right, I'm going to start looking for soul beasts. Saying this, Ye Chen opened the system mall and bought a lucky card worth 1 million gold soul coins. Although the description on the lucky card only mentioned a slight increase in luck, it was still a bonus, right? With the boost in luck, he might find a soul beast that suited him more easily and obtain exceptional soul skills. Ye Chen also speculated that there might be a greater chance of getting soul bones. Chapter 19. The First Soul Ring, Part 1. Ordinary soul bones are not rare for Ye Chen. High-grade soul bones may not be available in major auction houses, but low-grade soul bones can still be purchased with gold soul coins. However, external soul bones are something that cannot be bought even with money. Moreover, once Ye Chen advances to title Douluo in the future, the external soul bone can be upgraded to a 100,000-year soul bone. And if Ye Chen becomes a 99-level peerless Douluo later, it could evolve into a soul bone of over 900,000 years. Looking at the golden lucky card in his hand, Ye Chen didn't hesitate and used it directly. Instantly, the golden lucky card transformed into a golden light and entered Ye Chen's body. No feeling at all. Indeed, luck is such an elusive thing that a mere level 10 quasi-soul master like Ye Chen cannot perceive it. More than 3 hours later, in the soul hunting forest, didn't I use the lucky card? Why haven't I found a suitable target? Ye Chen felt a bit frustrated. Although he had encountered many other soul beasts along the way, none of them were what he needed. Could it be that his 1 million gold soul coins were wasted? 1 million gold soul coins might not be a lot for Ye Chen, as he could earn that amount in just over 10 days from his external assistants. But for an ordinary person, it is an astronomical sum. With so many gold soul coins, if thrown into the water, it would splash quite a bit. Is this lucky card just a useless scrap? Or is it that his luck isn't enough? Lost in thought, Ye Chen unknowingly noticed a patch of gray grass, about a person's height, on the right ahead. He was about to go around it from the left when he suddenly realized that his body seemed to be uncontrollable, walking straight toward the patch of grass on the left. Fortunately, Ye Chen reacted quickly and recognized what it was, immediately stopping in his tracks. Hey, little Chen, you reacted pretty fast. Seeing Ye Chen stop, Xiao Wu teased him from the side. TCH, do you think I didn't recognize that it was chaotic grass? Ye Chen scoffed and rolled his eyes. He had just lost focus, which was why he didn't notice the chaotic grass at first. As the name suggests, chaotic grass is a plant-type soul beast that can cause nearby passers-by or soul masters to lose their sense of direction. However, apart from that, it has no other abilities, making it a typical waste. Chaotic grass is neither poisonous, nor does it drain blood or attack. It simply creates a state of confusion. This is why Xiao Wu didn't remind Ye Chen, as she was just waiting to see him make a fool of himself. A state of confusion? That is quite suitable for me. Given his bamboo staff martial soul, Ye Chen planned to go for control type. Since this chaotic grass's innate ability is confusion, it would actually be a good fit, so choosing it is not a bad idea. However, upon closer inspection, Ye Chen discovered that this chaotic grass was a rare 1,000-year soul beast in this soul-hunting forest. Although Ye Chen practiced body refinement technique and, at 9.5 years old, his capacity for the first soul ring far exceeded 400 years, he still didn't want to take the risk with a 1,000-year soul ring. The system shop has soul ring year enhancement cards, and Ye Chen doesn't care much about the year of the soul ring since he can upgrade it later. However, recalling how Tang San in the original work managed to upgrade a soul ring that wasn't originally 100,000 years to 100,000 years through divine trials, but still only received a single 100,000-year soul skill, Ye Chen worried that his situation might be similar. Therefore, he didn't mind the year of the soul rings he needed to attach as long as they were below 100,000 years. But once he could handle a 100,000-year soul ring, he would definitely go for one. After all, soul masters have a limited number of soul skills, so gaining one more is naturally better. After some thought, Ye Chen decided to target this chaotic grass for his second soul ring and temporarily let it go for now. Luck was on his side. After searching for more than 2 hours again, Ye Chen finally arrived at the foot of a small mountain and found a climbing tiger that was over 600 years old. The climbing tiger is not a tiger-type soul beast, but a plant-type soul beast that focuses on entanglement and binding. It is somewhat similar to an ordinary climbing tiger in his past life, but its roots are much thicker. Great, my first soul ring will be this climbing tiger. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the distant climbing tiger. Little Chun, you want this climbing tiger? It's not suitable for your bamboo staff, right? Could it be that your bamboo staff will grow vines to bind the enemy? Xiao Wu thought of Ye Chen's bamboo staff, sprouting long vines to tie up opponents. I won't argue with you. Ye Chen rolled his eyes at Xiao Wu, who lacked knowledge and was hard to teach. Who said control-type soul masters could only rely on binding and entangling to fight? That's just one way to express it. All right, as long as you're happy. But how do you plan to deal with this climbing tiger? Your firearms are not suitable for dealing with such vine-type soul beasts. Why not ask Sister Xiao Wu for help? You don't need to trouble Sister Xiao Wu. Just watch. In fact, when dealing with such immobile plant-type soul beasts, Ye Chen had more methods, although firearms were not suitable. Who said he only had firearms as his external tool? Immediately, Ye Chen purchased a white phosphorus incendiary grenade from the system shop. Using fire to attack plant-type soul beasts is the most effective method. This white phosphorus incendiary grenade might not pose much threat to high-grade plant-type soul beasts, but it would definitely work against this climbing tiger. Then, pulling the fuse from the grenade, Ye Chen immediately threw the white phosphorus incendiary grenade toward the distant climbing tiger. Luck was on his side. Although it didn't land directly on the core root of the climbing tiger, it was very close. Plant-type soul beasts have significantly less intelligence compared to animal-type soul beasts, and this climbing tiger, being only over 600 years old, lacked wisdom and didn't even realize danger was approaching. Just as Xiao Wu was about to tease Ye Chen, she suddenly saw a burst of flames explode in the distance, igniting yellow flames. The climbing tiger, burned by the scorching flames, immediately had its vines flailing as it struggled in the sea of fire. Wow, is it that scary? Although Xiao Wu was quite a distance from the fire point, she still felt a wave of heat coming at her. The flames produced by white phosphorus combustion are not like ordinary flames, reaching temperatures of up to 1,000 degrees Celsius. Moreover, once white phosphorus comes into contact with an object and is not removed in time, it will continue to burn until it is completely consumed. Even the most iron-willed warriors would not want to encounter such a thing. Chapter 20. The First Soul Ring, Part 2. Tisk TSK. If this were my previous life, I would definitely be eating government rations for doing this in the wild forest. Looking at the blazing flames, Ye Chen couldn't help but think to himself. Fortunately, this is the Douluo continent, and there is no such thing as arson in the wild forest. Otherwise, a fire-type soul master would be the first to disagree. Soon, the climbing tiger that was engulfed in flames fell completely silent. Through the thick smoke, Ye Chen saw a dazzling yellow soul ring emerge. On the Douluo continent, to determine whether a soul beast is dead, one only needs to check for the appearance of a soul ring. If a soul ring appears, it definitely means the soul beast is dead. Pretending to be dead won't work. Xiao Chun, there is still fire over there. It's so hot. How are you going to absorb the soul ring? Xiao Wu raised a question. That's easy. Just wait a moment, Ye Chen replied. The white phosphorus grenade has a low ignition point and burns quickly, and since it's just a grenade, the amount of white phosphorus is not much, so it will burn out soon. As for the soul ring, although it will dissipate after a certain amount of time, it won't matter if it takes a little longer. Before long, the flames gradually extinguished. Aside from the ground still being quite hot, it did not cause a forest fire. In the Douluo continent, fires are not that easy to start. Many of the plants in the soul beast forest are soul beasts themselves and are not particularly afraid of flames. Moreover, the air is humid, making large-scale fires basically impossible. Then, Ye Chen stepped forward to the side of the climbing tiger's soul ring, and his bamboo staff martial soul appeared, beginning to draw in the soul ring. As soon as the climbing tiger's soul ring was drawn, it immediately landed on Ye Chen, rapidly shrinking and fitting onto the bamboo staff martial soul. In an instant, Ye Chen felt a massive surge of soul power pouring into his body through the soul ring and martial soul. Not daring to be negligent, Ye Chen immediately began to fully operate the creation meditation method to refine the soul power that was flooding into his body. This climbing tiger soul ring was only about 600 years old and was a relatively easy-to-absorb plant-type soul ring. Additionally, after practicing the creation body refinement technique, Ye Chen's physical quality far surpassed that of soul masters of the same level, making the absorption not very difficult. One could even say it was quite simple. In the original work, Yu Xiaojiang said that the limit for the first soul ring is 423 years, which is definitely incorrect. Everyone's physical condition is different, so must vary. Even 6-year-old Tang San was able to absorb a more than 400-year-old mandala snake. So if Tang San's martial soul were not a tool martial soul, but a beast martial soul that significantly enhances physical quality, or if he were older, his absorption limit would definitely exceed 423 years. Well, just listen to Yu De Shi's theory. There's no need to take it seriously. Those who understand know. Speaking of which, Yu De Shi is still muddling through at Notting Academy. Ye Chen and Xiao will have seen him before. But Yu De Shi has a solitary personality and a cold demeanor. No one pays attention to him except for the principal of Notting Academy. Moreover, the principal of Notting Academy knows very well that Yu Xiaojiang is the biological son of Yu Yuanjun, the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Otherwise, he would have long expelled Yu Xiaojiang, who just eats and drinks. As time gradually passed, after a little more than half a day, Ye Chen finally refined the climbing tiger soul ring, breaking through to the rank of a one-ring soul master. Open the attribute panel. Immediately, an invisible golden light screen appeared in front of Ye Chen. Attribute panel. Host. Ye Chen. Soul power. Level 12. Martial soul. Bamboo staff. Soul ring. Yellow. Soul skill. First soul skill. Binding, as Ye Chen had previously expected. After adding the 600-year-old soul ring, his soul power level rose directly to a level 12 soul master, and he was already more than halfway to the soul power needed to advance to level 13. Of course, although it was only half a level of soul power, if Ye Chen's talent did not change, he would still need over half a year to level up. After all, the higher the level, the more difficult it is to increase soul power. During the soul master period, Ye Chen could increase one level a year through his own efforts, and with the creation meditation method, he could increase 2 levels a year. However, by the time he reached the one-ring soul master stage, it would probably be considered a hard effort if he could raise his soul power 3 levels in 2 years. However, when Ye Chen opened the system mall and saw that his balance exceeded a small target of gold soul coins, he thought to himself, "It's time for me to take off." Additionally, after advancing to a one-ring soul master, Ye Chen discovered that the original sun was now giving him 2 gold soul coins every second instead of 1, doubling his income. Quite satisfying. Xiao Chen, don't just stand there. What is your soul skill? Seeing Ye Chen staring blankly ahead after waking up, Xiao Wu thought he was dazed and hurriedly reminded him, "Why don't you try it?" Looking at Xiao Wu, Ye Chen felt a surge of excitement. Over the years, he had taken quite a few punches from Xiao Wu due to his poor sleeping posture. Actually, after Xiao Wu realized that Ye Chen was not short on money, she could have bought another blanket, but for some reason, she didn't mention it. So Ye Chen naturally pretended not to know. TSK, Xiao Chen, are you itching for fight? A mere one-ring soul master. Who gave you the confidence to challenge Sister Xiao Wu? I only wanted you to try the soul skill, not to challenge you. Although he thought this way, Ye Chen decided not to argue with the silly little rabbit. All right, then you try it. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Wu agreed. After all, it was a control-type soul skill, and control-type soul skills generally have little attacking power. First soul skill, binding. In an instant, Ye Chen activated his first soul skill. The only yellow soul ring on his body flickered slightly as he waved the bamboo staff towards Xiao Wu in front of him. A shadow of a bamboo staff, formed from soul power, burst from Ye Chen and quickly reached above Xiao Wu's head, striking down on her head. With a muffled thud, Xiao Wu first felt a pain in her head from being hit by the bamboo staff, leaving her a bit dazed. Then she realized that 3 green light circles had bound her in place, preventing her from moving. Huh, I can't move. After struggling for a while, Xiao Wu found that she really couldn't do anything against these 3 light circles. After all, it was a century-old soul skill. Since it had no attacking power, its control effect was definitely impressive. Ye Chen felt very satisfied with his first soul skill, binding. Although it was just a simple binding skill and couldn't stop an opponent from releasing their soul skills, it was still pretty good. After all, this was a century-old soul skill that could bind someone with soul power levels exceeding his by a whole rank or more. As the years increased to 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000, it would probably be impossible for even a god to break free, right? Chapter 21. About to take off, it seems that Tang Xiaosan's first soul skill in the original work, binding, which can control and also carries toxins, is definitely a flaw. After all, that mandala snake soul ring is only 100 years old, providing controllability but also carrying toxins, which will only lead to both effects not reaching their best. Tang Xiaosan's blue silver grass is actually an incomplete awakening of the blue silver emperor, which is of good quality. If it were an ordinary blue silver grass, the effect would definitely be mediocre. Moreover, for Tang Xiaosan, if the opponent has the time to die from the poison, it will be faster to throw a few hidden weapons. Furthermore, in the later stages, that little bit of toxin's power would have no effect on high-level soul masters. Additionally, the most outstanding characteristic of the blue silver grass soul beast is its tenacious vitality. If you add a toxic soul skill, isn't that hindering the evolution of the martial soul? You must know that as the level increases and soul rings are added, the martial soul will gradually become stronger. Even after cultivating to the title Douluo level, the quality of the martial soul will not be worse than that of top-level martial souls. It's just that, generally speaking, it cannot compare to those that are originally top quality. Coupled with the fact that Tang Xiaosan absorbed a soul ring from an animal-type soul beast. If it were not for the later help of the Blue Silver King and many Blue Silver Grasses, it would have been a fantasy to awaken the Blue Silver Emperor bloodline in this lifetime. Although Ye Chen's binding soul skill had a good effect, it was only 100-year soul skill, and after a while, the 3 light rings on Xiao Wu dissipated, restoring her freedom. Xiao Chun, your soul skill has good controllability, but it lacks attack power, Xiao Wu began to comment. What do you expect? It's just 100-year soul skill. How can it cover everything? Ye Chen rolled his eyes at Xiao Wu. He actually felt that in the early stages, whether he had attack capabilities was not important. As long as he was bound in place, couldn't he just let himself shoot at the target? In the later stages, he could add some powerful control-type soul skills or refine soul bones to obtain soul bone skills to make up for his attack methods. All right, it's getting late. Since you've obtained a soul ring, let's go back, Xiao Wu said to Ye Chen. No way, I might still want to add another soul ring. What? You want to add a soul ring? Are you out of your mind? Immediately, Xiao Wu, with a worried look, pressed her small hand against Ye Chen's forehead, wondering if he had a fever and was confused. Ye Chen was speechless. I have a treasure that can enhance my talent and also significantly increase my soul power. I didn't use it before because my soul power level was too low, and my body couldn't bear it. But now that I've become a soul master, I don't have to worry about that anymore. Really? Xiao Wu said with a face full of doubt. Why haven't I heard of such a treasure on the continent? Why would I lie to you? I estimate that we can enhance to level 20 at the place where we encountered that chaotic grass before, just in time to add its soul ring. Hiss, is it that powerful? Xiao Wu was shocked. What kind of treasure could increase soul power by 8 levels? You must know that Ye Chen is only a level 12 soul master now. Rarely seen. When they returned to the place where the 1,000-year chaotic grass grew, it was already late and night was about to fall. Before coming to the soul-hunting forest, Ye Chen had made preparations. So, he found a vacant spot nearby and started setting up a tent as a place to rest at night. Before long, with their combined efforts, a small tent was set up and they sprinkled some insect repellent powder around the tent. Camping in the Soul Beast Forest requires caution. Not only because of the possible appearance of soul beasts, but also because of those annoying little insects. Whether they are poisonous or not is not the point. Just the thought of little bugs crawling all over the tent is enough to make him anxious. After hastily eating some prepared jerky, Ye Chen couldn't wait to think about purchasing the ink Jade Divine Bamboo and started to consume it. However, after thinking about it, he took out the machine gun from his storage necklace, along with a lot of bullets, handed it to Xiao Wu, and taught her how to shoot. After all, this is the Soul Beast Forest. If a soul beast comes over, Xiao Wu, second ring Great Soul Master, might not be safe. Don't worry. Sister Xiao Wu guarantees your safety. Xiao Wu patted her chest and said to Ye Chen, looking confident, Be careful at night. Don't secretly hide and watch cartoons. With the machine gun for protection, ordinary soul beasts couldn't harm Xiao Wu, but Xiao Wu was not a good girl. If she got bored, she might just sit down with her tablet and watch cartoons. Is Sister Xiao Wu that kind of person? Xiao Wu felt extremely wronged. Even though she usually loved to play, she was still very reliable in critical moments. Okay? Yes, Xiao Wu is the best, but you still need to be careful. After all, the Soul Beast Forest is not like the academy. I know, you're even more nagging than our menopausal teacher in class. Xiao Wu waved her hand and mumbled. Although Xiao Wu was a top student in terms of cultivation, even a god of learning, in other aspects, she could only be considered a poor student. It wasn't until last year that she learned to write all the common characters. It's not that she wasn't smart. On the contrary, Xiao Wu was very smart. She just liked to be lazy and didn't want to study. Fortunately, in Douluo continent, cultural courses are not very important. Having good talent and strong strength is enough. Even if the cultural level is a bit low, one can still become a soul master. After entering the tent, Ye Chen opened the system mall and directly purchased the immortal herb, Ink Jade Divine Bamboo. Contrary to what he imagined, instead of a bamboo plant appearing, what appeared was a bamboo shoot about the size of a fist, looking like a flower bud and entirely resembling ink jade. The method of consuming the ink jade divine bamboo shoot was not complicated. Just peel off the outer shell and eat the shoot meat directly. Wouldn't it taste better if roasted or stir-fried? Suddenly, Ye Chen's mind flashed with these thoughts. Shaking his head, he threw those random ideas out of his mind and began to consume the ink jade divine bamboo shoot. As soon as the shoot meat entered his mouth, Ye Chen felt the vast energy contained within. He didn't dare to delay, quickly swallowing the shoot meat, and then began to operate the transformation meditation method, focusing on refining it. Time passed minute by minute, and inside the tent, Ye Chen was consuming the immortal herb, and his soul power began to increase rapidly. Outside the tent, Xiao Wu was honestly keeping watch for Ye Chen. After all, this was something Sister Xiao Wu had promised. There could be no accidents. Fortunately, although Xiao Wu was young, she was also a soul master and a level 24 great soul master, so her energy was much more abundant than that of ordinary people. Occasionally staying awake for a day was nothing unusual. Chapter 22. The Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Staff as the sun rises and sets. Around morning sun rises in the eastern sky. The speed at which Ye Chen refines the medicinal power of the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo shoot is not fast, as his soul power level is only that of a level 12 soul master, and thus the efficiency of refining the immortal herb's power is naturally not very high. Last night, there were indeed soul beasts that came looking for trouble, but they were all easily driven away by Xiao Wu, who did not give them a chance to shoot. At this moment, Ye Chen, who was still refining the medicinal power of the ink jade divine bamboo shoot inside the tent, was also nearing the end of the process. Suddenly, after refining the immortal herb's power, Ye Chen opened his eyes. Of course, saying he had finished refining is not entirely accurate. In fact, the medicinal power of the immortal herb is not just this little bit. Most of the medicinal power has already lurked within Ye Chen's body. Before Ye Chen's soul power level reaches the soul sage rank, this lurking immortal herb's power can greatly accelerate his cultivation speed. Then, Ye Chen extended his hand, and a dark jade-colored bamboo staff, martial soul, appeared. Sure enough, my guess was correct. The martial soul has evolved, transforming from an ordinary bamboo into the ink jade divine bamboo. Looking at his martial soul, which has transformed from an unremarkable bamboo staff into the ink jade divine bamboo staff, Ye Chen's heart was naturally very excited. According to the classification of martial soul quality, the original bamboo staff martial soul was just an ordinary martial soul, but now that it has evolved into the ink jade divine bamboo staff, his martial soul is now a top-tier martial soul. This means that consuming the ink jade divine bamboo shoot has directly saved Ye Chen a small target's worth of gold soul coins. After all, once the issue of his cultivation talent is resolved, Ye Chen will definitely need to address the quality of his martial soul. If the quality of his martial soul is low, he will inevitably fall behind in battles at the same level. However, Ye Chen does not plan to spend time upgrading to a divine quality martial soul in the short term. After all, he does not know how many martial soul enhancement cards it would take to transform a top-tier martial soul into a divine martial soul. Most importantly, he has no money left. Open the attribute panel. Immediately, a golden light curtain appeared before Ye Chen's eyes. Attribute panel. Host. Ye Chen, Soul Power. Level 20. Martial Soul. Ink. Jade Divine Bamboo Staff. Soul Ring. Yellow. Soul Skill. First Soul Skill. Binding. Very good. His Soul Power level has also reached level 20, qualifying him as a Great Soul Master. Looking at his attribute panel, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. But he could also feel that his soul power had just reached level 20, with no excess accumulation. After all, most of the immortal herb's power has already lurked within Ye Chen's body, with a small portion used to enhance the quality of his martial soul. And the last little bit was transformed into Ye Chen's soul power. Next, it was time to add the second soul ring. Thinking back to yesterday, when he was still a level 10 quasi-soul master, and today he could become a 2-ring Great Soul Master. Ye Chen felt a great sense of accomplishment. Not to mention the increase in strength, just the son of the external aid would definitely become more. During the Soul Master stage, he received 1 gold soul coin per second in tribute. During the 1-ring Soul Master stage, it was 2 gold soul coins per second. He wondered if, as a 2-ring Great Soul Master, he would receive 3 gold soul coins per second or directly double it to 4 gold soul coins per second. Although it seemed like only a 1 gold soul coin difference, over a year, it would amount to over 30 million shiny little coins. Moreover, if it doubled every time, it would reach astronomical numbers in the later stages. However, Ye Chen thought it unlikely that it would double every time. After all, if that were the case, perhaps one day the entire Douluo continent will be covered in gold soul coins? TSK, the troubles of the rich are so simple and unadorned. After that, Ye Chen stood up and exited the tent. Seeing Ye Chen come out of the tent, Xiao Wu, who had been guarding him outside, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Ye Chen had been refining for an entire night. Although Xiao Wu did not say anything, she was also very anxious inside. After spending these years together, their relationship was not just that of a little brother and big sister, but they had not explicitly stated it. Sorry for making you wait. Xiao Wu. Looking at the anxious expression on Xiao Wu's face, Ye Chen couldn't help but say, Sister Xiao Wu is not anxious at all. Xiao Wu thought that she couldn't show any anxious expression in front of her little brother. Otherwise, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Yes, you should go rest. That's not necessary. I'm not tired. By the way, has your soul power level really reached level 20? Xiao Wu said with a skeptical look, as the level difference between them was not significant, and she couldn't tell. Yes, it's already level 20. It won't be long before I catch up to you. Just remember to call me brother when that happens. Let's talk about it when you surpass me. Go absorb your soul ring. Let's head back early. Xiao Wu waved her hand, looking unconcerned, but internally, she secretly vowed to work hard in her training after returning. Are you kidding? Does Sister Xiao Wu not care about her reputation? If her soul power level is surpassed by Ye Chen, the original weakling, where would the big sister's face go? Nodding slightly, Ye Chen walked towards the 1,000-year-old chaos grass in the distance. Still following the old routine, he directly threw a white phosphorus incendiary bomb, and before long, the 1,000-year-old chaos grass fell under the scorching flames. If Ye Chen had no confidence in absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring at level 10, now he had absolute confidence. After all, after adding the first soul ring, not only had his soul power increased, but his physical qualities had also improved significantly. Additionally, the increase in soul power level had a noticeable effect on the improvement of physical qualities. It is because of this that, even without focusing on physical training, the limit of a soul master's ability to bear soul rings must be much higher than for the previous soul ring. When the chaos grass's soul ring appeared, and the flames extinguished, Ye Chen stepped forward to absorb the soul ring. Although the age of this chaos grass's soul ring was significantly higher than that of the 600-year-old climbing tiger's soul ring, Ye Chen felt that he found it much easier to absorb. Fortunately, the age of the soul ring was not very important to Ye Chen. As long as he was willing to spend gold soul coins and his body could withstand it, he could upgrade the ages of his various soul rings. At noon, after absorbing the soul ring, Ye Chen refined the vast soul power contained within the chaos grass's soul ring, and his soul power level broke through the bottleneck, advancing to level 22 Great Soul Master. Ye Chen did not bother to check his attribute panel or what soul skills he had obtained. The first thing he did was look at the tribute from his son of the external aid. Looking at his son from the external aid, who was now giving 4 gold soul coins per second, Ye Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who would complain about having too many shiny little coins? After all, they don't take up space. Chapter 23, Second Soul Skill, Chaos. After that, Ye Chen opened the attribute panel. Attribute panel, host, Ye Chen, soul power, level 22, martial soul, ink jade divine bamboo staff, soul rings, yellow, purple, first soul skill, binding, second soul skill, chaos. Just as Ye Chen was pleased that he had become a 2-ring great soul master, Xiao Wu, who was beside him, saw Ye Chen laughing at the sky and dazed, immediately slapped the back of his head. Bang! Ouch! Ye Chen immediately covered his head and twitched his mouth. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? You're not stupid after all? I thought you were out of your mind. Xiao Wu, unable to see Ye Chen's external edition, mistakenly believed he had gone crazy. You're the one who was stupid. Little Chen, have you started to get carried away after advancing to a great soul master, thinking you can provoke your sister Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu glared at him, giving him a death stare. I'm not. Ye Chen immediately denied it. Without external aid, he certainly couldn't defeat Xiao Wu now. His second soul skill, chaos, was also similar to the first soul skill, binding. Although he hadn't tested its specific effects yet, he was sure it also lacked offensive capability. His control soul skill was indeed good, but soul skills, much like skills in games, have a certain cooldown time and cannot be released consecutively. If he faced Xiao Wu, once she broke free from control, he would inevitably be beaten up. Well, you're quite self-aware. You know your limits. Seeing Ye Chen back down, Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction. By the way, what is your second soul skill? Why don't you try it? Trying it is fine. I want to see how effective your soul skill is. Xiao Wu thought it would be good to personally experience Ye Chen's soul skill, to be prepared in case this little brother of hers ever thought of turning the tables and challenging her. Then watch closely. Second soul skill, chaos. Saying this, Ye Chen activated his second soul skill, chaos. The second soul ring, glowing with purple light, flashed slightly as Ye Chen wielded the ink jade divine bamboo staff and swung it toward Xiao Wu. In an instant, a shadow of the bamboo staff flew out rapidly from him, landing directly on top of Xiao Wu's head. Although Xiao Wu tried her best to dodge, the shadow of the bamboo staff seemed to track her, hitting her squarely on the head. Bang! Xiao Wu felt that Ye Chen's soul skill, while not saying much about its control effect, was quite insulting. Every time he used a soul skill on her, it was a hit to the head, and the worst part was that she couldn't dodge it, which was a bit frustrating. However, since Ye Chen focused on control, his offensive power wasn't strong, and this time Xiao Wu was prepared, so she wasn't knocked out by a single blow. But when Xiao Wu charged up to KO Ye Chen, she found herself retreating instead. Is this the effect of chaos? In just an instant, Xiao Wu guessed the effect of Ye Chen's soul skill, suspecting it was similar to the innate ability of the chaos grass, where after being hit, one had to move in the opposite direction. Immediately understanding, Xiao tried to control herself to retreat. However, reality was not as she had guessed. Her subjective intention was to retreat, aiming to move forward, but her body involuntarily went to the left instead. This soul skill is simply cheating. After trying a few times, Xiao Wu discovered that Ye Chen's second soul skill was a rogue soul skill. It wasn't just about moving in the opposite direction. Every second, the direction would randomly change. One moment she tried to move forward, but ended up retreating. The next moment she tried to move forward, but went right, leaving her completely unsure of which direction was actually correct. Watching Xiao Wu, who was anxiously spinning around, Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, being only a 1,000-year soul skill, its effect quickly wore off, and Xiao Wu regained her sense of direction. How could there be such a disgusting soul skill? Xiao Wu said indignantly. Now you know my power, right? Ye Chen speculated that if his martial soul hadn't transformed and was still an ordinary bamboo staff, the second soul skill, chaos, would probably only be about moving in the opposite direction. However, now that his martial soul was the top quality ink jade divine bamboo staff, it was naturally not that simple. You still can't defeat Sister Xiao Wu? Ye Chen. Indeed, Xiao Wu's words were not wrong. Although a rabbit using charm was somewhat bizarre, one had to admit that Xiao Wu's charm soul skill was indeed very effective. With just a glare from her rabbit eyes, once the opponent fell for it, she would immediately rush in and deliver a combo that took them out. Especially since Xiao Wu also practiced the creation meditation method. Her mental power was considerable, and soul masters of the same level definitely couldn't withstand her charm soul skill. After that, Ye Chen glanced at the balance on his system mall, which was just over 1 million gold soul coins, and immediately purchased 10 yellow soul ring year upgrade cards. His first soul ring was over 600 years old and required 4 upgrade cards to reach 1,000 years. Xiao Wu's first soul ring was over 400 years old and needed 6 cards to be upgraded to a purple 1,000-year ring. Since he had extra money, Ye Chen naturally spent it. With a flash of light in his hand, 10 yellow cards the size of bank cards appeared in Ye Chen's hand. Huh? What is this? Xiao Wu asked curiously, looking at the soul ring year upgrade cards in Ye Chen's hand. This is a treasure that can enhance the age of your soul ring. Here are 6 for you. Take them to upgrade your first soul ring. Saying this, Ye Chen handed Xiao Wu 6 soul ring year upgrade cards. He wasn't a stingy person, and this silly little rabbit would eventually be a part of his gains. There's such a thing? Holding the yellow 100-year soul ring year upgrade card, Xiao Wu was taken aback. Just a small thing, just a small thing. Let me tell you quietly, I am the reincarnation of the god of wealth. As long as I have money, upgrading your soul ring to 10,000 years is no problem at all. Really? Reincarnation of the god of wealth. Xiao Wu's eyes widened. Of course, Xiao Wu, why don't you hurry up and hug my thigh? I'll take you to show off and fly later. Don't fly into a garbage dump. Xiao Wu scoffed, rolling her eyes, clearly not believing that he was the reincarnation of the god of wealth. How do you use this? Just release your martial soul and integrate the card into the soul ring. Saying this, Ye Chen demonstrated by bringing one of the soul ring year upgrade cards into contact with his first soul ring. Instantly, the card transformed into a beam of yellow light, merging into the first soul ring, visibly deepening its color. Chapter 24. This Chengge is not that Chengge. With the use of the remaining 3 soul ring cards, Ye Chen's first soul ring completely transformed into a purple 1,000-year soul ring, and the soul ring configuration changed to 2 purple. The increase in the age of the soul ring also led to a significant boost in soul power, directly elevating Ye Chen, a level 22 Great Soul Master, to level 23. Xiao Wu also learned by example, integrating 6 soul ring age enhancement cards into her first soul ring, which also transformed into a purple 1,000-year soul ring, with the soul ring configuration becoming 2 purple as well. Originally, Xiao Wu was a level 24 Great Soul Master, but after her first soul ring transformed into a purple 1,000-year age, her soul power level increased to level 25. Although Ye Chen wanted to surpass Xiao Wu's soul power level soon to take the lead as the older brother, it was all in jest. Naturally, he and T missed the chance to enhance Xiao Wu's strength. Previously, he and T done these things simply because he was saving money to buy immortal herbs. Additionally, he planned to buy an immortal herb once he saved enough gold soul coins to reach a small target, so that Xiao Wu could take it to enhance her talent. Although there were immortal herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Ye Chen had no connections. Snatching things from the old poison master Douluo would definitely be courting death. Moreover, now that Ye Chen was lacking in immortal herbs, just in terms of being a great soul master, his own son could easily surpass over 12 million little cuties in a year, and once he advanced to Soul Zone, there would definitely be even more, right? By the time he had the strength to snatch immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Ye Chen would likely have already outgrown them. Furthermore, for soul masters, the earlier they consume immortal herbs, the greater the effect. This does not mean that the effect of the immortal herbs in enhancing talent decreases with higher levels. Rather, in the early stages, the medicinal power of the herbs can accelerate a soul master's training efficiency, which is why it is said that consuming immortal herbs earlier is better. Afterward, the two exited the soul-hunting forest and took a carriage back to Ning City. Time flew by, and 2 years later, one evening, in the soul-hunting town on the outskirts of the Star-Do Great Forest, 2 young teenagers, a boy and a girl, arrived. The boy was just over 165 meters tall, dressed in white, with long black hair casually draped behind him, looking quite handsome. The girl was of similar height. wearing a pink top and pure white long pants, with a long scorpion tail braid reaching down to her thighs, and a slim waist that was indescribably cute and playful. These two teenagers were none other than Ye Chen and Xiao Wu. Chingu, have you thought about what to add to your third soul ring? Xiao Wu asked Ye Chen. Well, this Chingu is not that Chingu. Although the two had made a pact that whoever had a higher soul power level would be the older sister or brother after years of companionship. Xiao Wu ultimately called Ye Chen brother. Let's talk about it later, depending on the situation. Ye Chen honestly had no clear idea about his third soul ring's goal. After all, the Stardew Great Forest was home to a variety of soul beasts, and he was sure he could find what he needed. Ever since consuming the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Shoot, Ye Chen's talent had undergone a magnificent transformation, and within just 2 years, he had cultivated to level 30 Quasi-Soul Zone. It was important to note that Ye Chen was only 11 years old now, soon to be able to advance to a 3-ring Soul Zone, which would be exceptionally quick even for a genius with full innate soul power. Of course, if Ye Chen could be considered an extraordinary genius, then Xiao Wu was a true prodigy. Currently, Xiao Wu had a soul ring configuration of purple, 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 and black at level 43 Soul Zone. Last year, Ye Chen had purchased an immortal herb for Xiao Wu, the water fairy jade bone, which he had her consume. Compared to the heartbreaking red, Ye Chen felt that the water fairy jade bone was more suitable for Xiao Wu. In fact, in the original work, Tang San had initially prepared the water fairy jade bone for Xiao Wu, but at that time, Zhu Zhuqing had reservations about Dai Mu Bai, and Kuding Ti recognized the heartbreaking red, while Xiao Wu had recognized it. The extraordinary medicinal power of the water fairy jade bone allowed Xiao Wu, then a level 28 Great Soul Master, combined with her own third soul ring, to directly ascend to level 38 Soul Zone. Of course, Ye Chen was not present when Xiao Wu condensed her soul ring. He had also found an excuse to leave Notting Academy. Although Ye Chen did not care about Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year soft bone rabbit, Xiao Wu was unaware of whether Ye Chen cared or not, so she didn't mention it. Are we going back to Notting Academy? Xiao Wu asked Ye Chen. Now, the two had not yet graduated from Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. They still had a year left. We're not going back. After I finish adding my third soul ring, we'll go to Soto City. Soto City? Where is that? Within the Barak Kingdom, right in the Midma Plain. What are we going there for? To find a high-level Soul Master Academy. Saying they were looking for a high-level Soul Master Academy was naturally Ye Chen just talking nonsense. Even if he wanted to find a high-level Soul Master Academy, he would look down on a place like Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy was shabby, with no simulated training environment, and did not even qualify to participate in the Soul Master competition. Any high-level Soul Master Academy would be better than Shrek. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that, according to the original work's trajectory, next year, the big cat Zhu Zhuqing and the cute lowly Ning Rongrong would both go to Shrek Academy. As for the cute, lowly Ning Rongrong, Ye Chen had no strong desire for her, but for the big cat Zhu Zhuqing, he would not let her slip away. Well, Chenggu is indeed not Chenggu. Ye Chen had a decent impression of Oscar. Aside from his somewhat lewd soul skills, he was good in other aspects. And the lewdness of the soul skills wasn't something he desired. It was just unavoidable. Therefore, in the future, he wouldn't actively provoke Ning Rongrong. But if she came to him, he would not be polite. Dai Mu Bai was different. He was entirely a master of time management, a 1,000-person slayer, and a twin, which meant double the fun. It was fine for men to play around, but Dai Mu Bai, under the pressure from his older brother Davis, abandoned Zhu Zhuqing and chose to escape, then ran to Soto City to indulge in a life of drunkenness and debauchery, which was not the same. Therefore, the big cat, Zhu Zhuqing, absolutely could not be let to fall into Dai Mu Bai's hands. In the Douluo continent, similar to Ye Chen's ancient past life, those with wealth, power, and influence would not adhere to monogamy. Or rather, there could only be one legitimate wife, but there was no limit on concubines. For example, the wealthy Ning Fengji was very fond of going to the Tiano Great Auction House, rescuing cat girls and other girls to help them escape from suffering. This was also the reason Ning Fengji appeared with a cane. It was nothing else, just that his back was not good. Furthermore, Ye Chen held a significant hostility towards the Douluo royal family. He did not know who his enemies were, lacking power and influence, with no place to inquire. However, Placing the blame on the Dai family of the royal family was reasonable. After all, they had snatched the future consort of the Star Luo Empire, right? Chapter 25. The wasteful Ye Chen Xiao Wu. Let us rest for a night in the soul-hunting town outside, and we'll enter the Star Do Forest tomorrow. Seeing that it was getting late, Ye Chen decided against entering the Star Do Forest now. It's important to know that the Star Do Forest is not like the soul-hunting forest, which is domesticated by humans. It is the largest gathering place of wild soul beasts on the continent, and occasionally, small beast tides may erupt. This soul-hunting town is said to be outside the Star Do Forest, but in reality, it is still over 100 kilometers away from the forest. Moreover, there is not just the soul-hunting town near Soto City mentioned in the original work outside the Star Do Forest. The forest covers a vast area, and similar soul-hunting towns are not in short supply. Xiao Wu nodded. The two found an inn in the soul-hunting town to rest for the night. Early the next morning, before dawn, they set off towards the Star Do Forest. Looking at the towering trees everywhere, Ye Chen, who was visiting the Star Do Forest for the first time, was inevitably shocked. Although there was also a lot of vegetation in the soul-hunting forest, the quantity and variety could not be compared to the Star Do Forest at all. Additionally, Ye Chen could feel that the soul power drifting in the air of the Star Do Forest was much more abundant than that in Nodding City. A similar situation existed in the soul-hunting forest, but it was more pronounced in the Star Do Forest. After entering the Star Do Forest, Ye Chen looked at the system shop, where he had over 14 million gold soul coins, and immediately bought a lucky card. Searching for soul beasts aimlessly would definitely not be efficient. Although Ye Chen could not be sure whether the lucky card would be effective, he still bought it. Not for anything else, but as a psychological comfort. Anyway, 1 million gold soul coins was just pocket change for Ye Chen now. Will the big monkey show up since the little rabbit came to the Star Do Forest? Suddenly, Ye Chen thought of this. In the original work, when Xiao Wu came to the Star Do Forest, her little brother Erming arrived just a few days later, scaring the Shrek members half to death. Ye Chen didn't know if he would receive similar treatment this time. Unlike Ye Chen's caution, Xiao Wu was happily bouncing around like a rabbit after entering the Star Do Forest. After all, she was originally a rabbit. Xiao Wu, are you very happy? Ye Chen asked her. I haven't been home in a long time. Of course I'm happy. While Xiao Wu was frolicking, she accidentally let it slip. Home? Do you live in the Star Do Forest? Xiao Wu. Cough, cough. My mother brought me to live in the Star Do Forest to escape from enemies back then. Luckily, Xiao Wu reacted quickly and covered it up. So my Xiao Wu was so pitiful? She was actually a wild person when she was young? Knowing the actual situation, Ye Chen didn't expose her, instead exaggerating his expression. You're the wild person. Xiao Wu immediately protested when Ye Chen called her a wild person. Who is a wild person? I'm a cute little rabbit, okay? I'm a wild person. You're a wild person. We're all wild people. Ye Chen nodded seriously. Damn it. Today, sister, Xiao Wu has to teach you a good lesson. Immediately, Xiao Wu pounced on Ye Chen like a hungry tiger, and they started to play around in a group. From the rising morning sun to the blazing noon sun, and then to the beautiful sunset in the evening, Ye Chen, who used the lucky card, seemed to have no luck at all and did not find a suitable soul beast for his third soul ring. Although he encountered quite a few soul beasts, none matched Ye Chen's goals. Ye Chen had set his target for his third soul ring to be a plant-type soul beast, aged between 1,000 and 10,000 years, with decent innate soul skills. One could say this requirement was very lenient, but unfortunately, he just didn't encounter any. Seeing that it was getting late, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu found an open area, set up a tent, and prepared to camp. Since they were in the Star Do Forest, which was quite dangerous, even though they were only in the outer regions, it was still possible to encounter powerful soul beasts. So after night fell, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu took turns keeping watch. If they could only rely on their own strength. Ye Chen Wu and Ti have come to such a dangerous place as the Star Do Forest to look for his third soul ring. After all, if luck was not on their side and they encountered a 10,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu, as a 4-ring soul master, would not be able to handle it. However, if it came to external items, that would be a different story. Ordinary firearms would basically be ineffective against high-age soul beasts. But high-age soul beasts would generally not appear in the outer areas, so Ye Chen could still ensure safety. Additionally, the The system shop sold not only ordinary firearms, but also advanced soul guiding devices. For example, there were level 9 soul guiding devices with explosive power comparable to ordinary titled Douluos and level 10 soul guiding devices comparable to 99th level ultimate Douluos. But their prices were simply too expensive. The price of a level 9 soul guiding device starts at a small target, which Ye Chen could afford now. But a level 10 soul guiding device starts at 10 small targets, which Ye Chen could not afford. Moreover, even if Ye Chen could afford it, there were many that he could not use simply due to insufficient strength to unleash the power of the soul guiding devices. Only those fixed soul guiding devices that required minimal soul power to operate could Ye Chen use. After 3 continuous days, even after using 3 lucky cards, Ye Chen still couldn't find a suitable soul beast for his 3rd soul ring, which made him very frustrated. For an ordinary soul master, it would be quite normal to not find a matching soul ring in 3 days in the Stardew Forest, but Ye Chen had used lucky cards. 3 lucky cards cost 3 million gold soul coins. With that much gold soul coins, he believed that even if he lay at home, he could hire soul master teams to catch the soul beasts he needed. If it weren't for Ye Chen's parents having passed away early, they would definitely have broken his legs for being such a wasteful child. Sigh. Thinking about his huge loss, Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh. Brother Chen, it's not surprising that you haven't found the soul beast you need in 3 days. Why the long face? Xiao comforted Ye Chen from the side. You don't understand, I've lost a lot. Although Ye Chen wasn't short on money, that was still 3 million gold soul coins. Enough to provide a year's worth of subsidies for 2,500 3-ring soul masters. Comparing that to the daily expenses of him and Xiao over the years, it was simply negligible. Lost a lot? How did you lose? Hearing Ye Chen say he lost a lot, Xiao looked curious. I want to tell you. Otherwise you'll definitely be sadder than me. After glancing at Xiao, Ye Chen shook his head, not planning to say anything. Chapter 26. The 3rd soul ring. After spending these years together, Ye Chen has also discovered that Xiao has a tendency to be a miser. Usually, when Ye Chen buys her delicious food or fun things, he always chooses the cheaper options. In the future, she will definitely be a good wife and mother who takes care of the family. If she were to find out that Ye Chen spent 3 million gold soul coins in just 3 days, how heartbroken would she be? Why should I be heartbroken? Xiao asked in confusion. Do you really want to know? Xiao nodded seriously. All right then, over these 3 days, I used some expensive items to enhance my luck, hoping to find a suitable soul beast. How expensive? Xiao asked cautiously. But recalling Ye Chen's usual carefree attitude towards money, she felt a bit gloomy. It must be quite a lot. Ye Chen said nothing, just raised 3 fingers. 300 gold soul coins? Xiao raised her eyebrows and guessed. Ye Chen shook his head. 3,000? She shook her head again. It can't be 30,000 gold soul coins, right? Xiao's face turned a little pale. After all, she had never seen so many gold soul coins in her life. Although this money belonged to Ye Chen, since it was his, wasn't it also Xiao's? Thinking about how Ye Chen wasted so much money, Xiao naturally looked displeased. No, it's 3 million. 3 million gold soul coins? Xiao was immediately shocked. My goodness, 3 million gold soul coins could bury her alive. What a wasteful thing. Calm down. How about you calm down? This was 3 million gold soul coins. I could never spend that much money in my lifetime. Xiao said angrily, feeling that Ye Chen was too wasteful. Xiao, do you know how much the price of fairy herbs is? That water fairy jade musclebone? Xiao recalled the water fairy jade musclebone she took last year. How much? 100 million. 100 million gold soul coins. Xiao's eyes widened, never expecting that the fairy herb she consumed was so expensive. Selling her wouldn't even be worth 100 million, right? Oh wait, Xiao was a 100,000-year soul beast that had transformed, with a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone. If Ye Chen's system shop had it for sale, it should be priced at 200 million. Chengu, you aren't the illegitimate child of the emperor of the Tiando Empire, are you? Immediately, Xiao's attention shifted from the 3 million to the comparison with 100 million. 3 million seemed relatively insignificant. Didn't I take you to pay respects at my parents' grave? Where would this illegitimate child come from? Ye Chen rolled his eyes, That old man Shui Yi was not worthy. Then why are you so rich? Xiao Wu asked suspiciously. Didn't I tell you earlier? I'm the reincarnation of the god of wealth. Stop fooling around. If you're the god of wealth reincarnated, then why isn't your martial soul gold soul coins? Xiao Wu didn't believe Ye Chen's words at all. If Ye Chen were really the god of wealth reincarnated, then at the very least, his martial soul would be gold soul coins or a treasure basin, right? How could it be a bamboo staff? The little bunny has grown up. It's not easy to fool her anymore, Ye Chen thought to himself. Anyway, I'm the god of wealth. God of wealth, it's getting late. Hurry up and set up the tent, Xiao Wu said disdainfully, looking at the evening sky. Ye Chen. Then, the two found an open space and prepared to set up the tent. However, at that moment, a black-backed mountain pig, about 600 years old, appeared in their sight. Ye Chen's eyes brightened, and he said to Xiao Wu, why don't we skip the dry rations tonight and have a barbecue? Don't be fooled by the black-backed mountain pig's ugly appearance. Its meat is very delicious. Over the past 3 days, they had only eaten pre-prepared dry rations. Although they tasted all right, Ye Chen was tired of them and wanted to change it up a bit. Xiao was also a bit tired of the dry rations, thinking about eating something delicious. Although she was a rabbit and liked grass and carrots, after transforming into a human, she had included various meats in her diet, as long as they tasted good, except for rabbit meat, monkey meat, and snake meat. Especially after Ye Chen purchased some convenient barbecue equipment and various delicious spices. She fell in love with skewers. Without hesitation, Ye Chen took out his inked jade divine bamboo staff and struck the black-backed mountain pig from distance. First soul skill, binding. In an instant, a phantom of the bamboo staff descended above the black-backed mountain pig's head and struck hard. Boom! 3 green circles appeared, trapping the black-backed mountain pig in place. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free. Then, Ye Chen took out a Type 95 rifle from his storage soul guide and fired a burst of bullets at the pig's head. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered, and the black-backed mountain pig fell into a pool of blood, with a yellow soul ring appearing. After draining the blood from the black-backed mountain pig, Ye Chen stored it in his storage soul guide and took Xiao Wu to find a nearby water source. After a while, at the edge of a clear stream, Ye Chen began to skin and butcher the black-backed mountain pig. Hey, Chengge, that lotus flower over there is so beautiful. Xiao Wu pointed to the other side of the stream and turned to Ye Chen. Ye Chen, who was busy, immediately looked in the direction Xiao Wu pointed out, only to see a blue lotus blooming alone on the surface of the stream. A 3,000-year blue lotus? Ye Chen raised his eyebrows, not expecting that such an ordinary stream would grow a 3,000-year-old plant-type soul beast. Wait a minute, the innate soul skill of the blue lotus, if I remember correctly, seems to be the ability to seal mental power. Thinking of this, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. Sealing mental power was a powerful control-type soul skill. The importance of mental power is self-evident. On the continent, some soul masters use mental power as their main means of combat. Like the little fox Helena from the Spirit Hall, her martial soul is a demon fox, focusing on mental control. If Ye Chen had a soul skill that could seal mental power, it would definitely counter Helena perfectly, as she is lacking in every aspect besides mental power. Xiao Wu, you are indeed my lucky star. Ye Chen wasn't sure whether it was the effect of a lucky card he used earlier or if Xiao Wu brought him good luck in finding a target that suited him. But Ye Chen naturally attributed it to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu smiled and didn't say much. The stream wasn't deep or wide, and the two easily waded across. However, since it was mealtime, Ye Chen didn't start immediately. He decided to fill his stomach first before adding the soul ring. Ye Chen's grilling skills were much better than Xiao Wu's, so he busied himself with grilling the skewers while Xiao Wu set up the tent nearby. Chapter 27. External Soul Bone. After enjoying a delicious barbecue, Ye Chen approached the blue lotus flower, contemplating delicate flowers being crushed by strong hands. Perhaps sensing Ye Chen's proximity, the blue lotus flower instinctively released its innate soul skill. A faint blue light enveloped Ye Chen, but unfortunately, although the blue lotus flower's innate soul skill could seal mental power, it made little difference to Ye Chen. After all, despite his impressive mental power from practicing the creation refining soul technique, he did not rely on mental power for sustenance, and his own 2 soul skills had little to do with it. Lotus-type soul beasts are not merely the flowers that appear on the water's surface or the lotus leaves. They also have lotus roots underwater, which are their vital parts. If only the lotus flower and leaves were cut, they would merely suffer severe damage and could regrow in no time. Given that the vital spot of this blue lotus flower was underwater, Ye Chen had no intention of throwing a white phosphorus grenade, since although white phosphorus ignites easily, it cannot burn without oxygen. After some thought, Ye Chen purchased a water mine from the system shop and threw it at the root of the blue lotus flower. With a loud bang, the powerful water mine exploded, sending water splashing up to 30 feet high and stirring up muddy waters below. Once the water calmed down, Ye Chen saw a dazzling purple soul ring appear. Compared to animal-type soul beasts, plant-type soul beasts are much easier to deal with, as they are generally less intelligent, mostly immobile, and have limited means, making them easy targets for soul masters. Of course, this only applies to lower-age plant-type soul beasts. Higher-age ones might be more troublesome than animal-type soul beasts, as their recovery abilities are certainly superior. Seeing the soul ring appear, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Dealing with this immobile plant-type soul beast was quite simple for him. Subsequently, Ye Chen summoned his Ink Jade Divine Bamboo, Staff, Martial Soul, and began to absorb the soul ring. As soon as the blue lotus flower soul ring was drawn by his martial soul, it immediately landed on Ye Chen, rapidly shrinking and binding itself to the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Staff. In an instant, Ye Chen felt a surge of vast, pure soul power flowing into his body through his martial soul. Ye Chen had already absorbed 2,000-year soul rings, and if an ordinary level 30 quasi-soul venerable were to attempt it, even if they could originally withstand this blue lotus flower soul ring, they would surely face bodily explosion upon absorption. After all, a level 30 soul master could not withstand the cumulative age of soul rings reaching 5,000 years. But Ye Chen was different. He practiced the creation body refining technique, greatly enhancing his physical quality, allowing him to endure it. Time slowly passed, and after a short while, the soul power contained in the blue lotus flower soul ring was nearly completely refined by Ye Chen. Just then, while refining the soul ring, Ye Chen suddenly faced an unexpected change. He felt a strong pain in the center of his forehead, and this pain was not physical but mental. The intense pain made Ye Chen let out a scream. Xiao Wu, who was guarding him nearby, immediately rushed to Ye Chen's side upon hearing the scream. Worry etched on her face. At that moment, Ye Chen had a small blue lotus resembling a mark appearing at the center of his forehead, radiating a faint blue glow as if trying to take root in his forehead. How could this happen? Seeing Ye Chen in pain, Xiao was extremely anxious. But she had no effective solution, as it was crucial for soul masters to avoid interference while absorbing soul rings. However, Ye Chen, after regaining his senses, felt joy. With Xiao Wu protecting him during the absorption, and with the age of the blue lotus flower soul ring still within his limits, there should be no mistakes. But now, an unexpected change had occurred, indicating that he had encountered a very rare external soul bone. Soul masters with a bit of knowledge know that there are 6 main locations for soul bones: the head, torso, left arm, left leg, and right leg. But there are also some soul bones that do not belong to these 6 locations. Apart from the 6 normal locations, the remaining soul bones are collectively referred to as external soul bones. External soul bones manifest in various forms, including tails, wings, claws, spider legs, and so on. Moreover, the value of external soul bones is even greater than that of normal 10,000-year soul bones for Ye Chen. This is because external soul bones can increase in age as the soul master's strength increases. Once they advance to title Douluo, external soul bones can transform into 10,000-year soul bones and continue to advance, further increasing their age. Ye Chen's future achievements would definitely go beyond merely entering title Douluo. Indeed, this lucky card is not used in vain. It has finally shown its value. At this moment, Ye Chen was both pained and happy. It seems that this external soul bone should be a head-type external soul bone, since the pain was in his head and not elsewhere. It was undoubtedly a head-type external soul bone, although he was unsure of the exact function of this head-type external soul bone. Ye Chen believed it must be a good thing. He was even thinking that after obtaining the external soul bone, he could advance the ages of his various soul rings ahead of schedule. After all, a soul master's capacity to absorb soul rings has a certain limit. Even though Ye Chen currently possesses a large number of gold soul coins and has practiced the creation body refining technique, he cannot infinitely enhance the age of soul rings. Otherwise, he might be able to bear them now, but when he later reaches the next bottleneck, he would be unable to add more soul rings. However, with the external soul bone, and by increasing its age, even though the primary enhancement of the head-type external soul bone would likely be reflected in mental power, it would certainly also provide a significant boost to his physical quality. Typically, a soul ring configuration for an ordinary 4-ring soul master might reach a maximum of 2 yellow and 2 purple, with only a few outstanding geniuses able to achieve 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, which would be remarkable. However, Ye Chen could certainly achieve a configuration of 4 black soul rings as a 4-ring soul master. This soul ring configuration would definitely lead to bodily explosion for an ordinary soul king. After all, according to the best soul ring configuration limits, a 5-ring soul king's 5 soul rings would only total around 20,000 years, or even less than that. Chapter 28. Comes time passed second by the creek. Seeing Ye Chen no longer crying out, Xiao Wu felt a bit relieved, but still wore an anxious expression as she waited. Ye Chen, on the other hand, silently endured the pain in his mind, fully absorbing the external soul bone attached to his head. Just then, Xiao Wu seemed to sense something, immediately widening her eyes and staring into the distance of the forest. Soon, aided by the bright moonlight, Xiao Wu saw a massive figure silently emerging from the depths of the forest. This presence was like a mountain, with dark fur shimmering faintly under the weak starlight. Although it was on all fours, its shoulder height certainly exceeded 7 meters. If it stood upright, it would likely be over 15 meters tall. At first glance, it resembled a creature that was part ape and part gorilla, with its entire body covered in black. Granite-like muscles, except for its pair of lantern-sized eyes that sparkled with a yellowish gleam. In terms of muscle, this gigantic creature was undoubtedly among the top ranks on the Douluo continent. It was none other than one of Xiao Wu's little brothers, the 100,000-year Titan giant ape. In recent days, had been bored at home, wandering around the Star Doe forest outside the core area. Although Xiao Wu wore a camouflage necklace, which concealed her soul beast aura, she did not take extra precautions in other aspects. As a result, who had wandered nearby, sensed her presence and rushed over. After all, Xiao Wu had been in the human world for years without any news, and was very worried, fearing that she might be discovered by human experts and have her rings and bones taken. When appeared, Ye Chen, who was absorbing the external soul bone, suddenly felt his hair stand on end. What is going on? Due to his insufficient mental strength, Ye Chen couldn't project his mental power outward and couldn't discern what was happening. But he could feel that something extraordinary had arrived. Could it be that big monkey is here? Ye Chen thought to himself. Upon seeing her little brother Xiao Wu's face lit up with joy, but she immediately remembered something and quickly raised her index finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Then, glancing at Ye Chen beside her, Xiao Wu quietly approached and led him away to a distant spot. Roar! Sister Xiao Wu, I miss you so much. Softly growled. Although he hadn't learned to speak yet, Xiao Wu, with her vast abilities, naturally understood what her little brother was saying. Hee, I miss you too. How's Daming doing? She replied. Upon hearing this, the Titan giant ape nodded. That's good. Don't worry. I'm safe in the human world. Now, can you check if my aura has changed? Xiao Wu said to Roar? What's going on? Instantly, Erming's eyes widened. He sensed that Xiao Wu's aura had indeed changed. If he hadn't confirmed it with his own eyes, he might have thought someone was impersonating his sister. This necklace can change my aura at will. You can rest assured, I definitely want to be discovered by any soul master, Xiao Wu said, lifting the carrot necklace around her neck. You should head back quickly. I'm very safe in the human world, and you and Daming need to hide well in the forest. With a soft growl, took a leap and disappeared from Xiao Wu's sight, eager to return and tell Daming the news that their sister Xiao Wu was safe. In fact, within the Star Doe forest, aside from the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, there were other 100,000-year soul beasts, but they were all well hidden and rarely known. Soul masters and soul beasts are natural enemies, unless one is a titled Douluo. Encountering a 100,000-year soul beast gives one no chance to escape, which has led to the rarity of such soul beasts. A 100,000-year soul beast is equivalent to a human soul master of titled Douluo rank, and due to their racial advantages, they typically possess the strength of a 95th level titled Douluo. Even powerful 100,000-year soul beasts like the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python are not a match for ordinary 95th level titled Douluos. Of course, this is assuming the titled Douluo does not possess 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones. However, one point seems illogical. Bibi Dong possesses 200,000-year soul rings, over 400,000-year soul bones, and several title level subordinates. Yet she still cannot subdue the 100,000-year Titan giant ape and sky blue bull python. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? With that configuration, combined with a soul power level of 99, a peerless Douluo, it would seem that even if the age of the soul beast doubled, they could be easily defeated, right? As the moon set and the sun rose, when the sun was high in the sky, nearing noon, Ye Chen finally succeeded in absorbing the external soul bone attached to his head. At that moment, a small blue lotus mark appeared in the center of his forehead. "Chengge, how are you?" Xiao immediately approached and asked. "I'm great," Ye Chen replied with joy. "What happened before? Why did absorbing the soul ring cause an accident?" Since external soul bones are rare, Xiao had never seen one and did not connect the dots. Ye Chen thought to himself how lucky he was to encounter an external soul bone. The blue lotus flower was about 3,000 years old. Even if what he obtained was not a precious external soul bone, but rather an ordinary 3,000-year head soul bone, its value would still exceed 3 million gold soul coins. If auctioned, it would likely fetch over 10 million gold soul coins, right? After all, the value of head and torso soul bones surpasses that of ordinary limb soul bones. Just like in the original work, the prize for the champion team in the Soul Master competition was the Wisdom Skull of Mental Condensation, which, though only 5,000 years old, was already worth more than ordinary 100,000-year soul bones. External soul bone? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she had never seen one, she had heard of them, especially since Ye Chen had previously educated her on their rarity. Yes. I don't see any changes in you, though. Didn't you say external soul bones are tails, wings, claws, and the like? After looking around Ye Chen, Xiao Wu only noticed the mark on his forehead, which seemed no different from before. A blue lotus flower. Where do these strange things come from? Ye Chen rolled his eyes. However, in Ye Chen's view, claws and wings looked okay, but a tail would feel a bit awkward for a big man like him. However, if it were a girl, it might be more interesting. Of course, that was still normal. If a frog-type soul beast dropped an external soul bone related to its tongue, that would be a bit inappropriate. Chapter 29. Confession. So what is the function of this external soul bone? Its effect is quite good. The accompanying soul bone skill, emerging from the mud without staining, can provide immunity to 20 of physical, energy, and mental damage. As he spoke, a green light flashed from the blue lotus mark in Ye Chen's forehead, and a palm-sized lotus platform appeared, hovering 1 foot above Ye Chen's head. As soon as the green lotus platform appeared, it immediately emitted a misty green light, enveloping Ye Chen's entire body. The skill emerging from a mud without staining that comes with this external soul bone is not a passive skill, but an active one, which can be turned on and off at any time. When in use, it requires continuous consumption of Ye Chen's soul power. Originally, the skill's name was just called Damage Immunity, but names are something that Ye Chen can decide, right? So he directly used a slightly more elegant name. Although the damage immunity percentage of emerging from the mud without staining is a bit low, it doesn't matter. The external soul bone can increase its age as the soul master's soul power level rises, and after the age increases, the effect of the soul bone skill will definitely improve. Moreover, Ye Chen can purchase soul bone age enhancement cards in the system mall, so he doesn't have to wait until he advances to a title Douluo to raise its age to 100,000 years, especially since he currently has extra money. Although the external soul bone can automatically increase its age, Ye Chen does not plan to let it evolve automatically. After all, increasing the age of the soul bone, similar to soul rings, can also enhance his soul power level. The large amount of golden soul coins spent on advancing to a higher level in advance means more filial piety from his own son, which is definitely more profitable for Ye Chen. Emerging from a mud without staining, the name is quite elegant. So does this external soul bone have a specific name? Xiao Wu asked Ye Chen. Let's call it Creation Green Lotus. After thinking for a moment, Ye Chen gave his external soul bone a high-end name. Although he knew that his Creation Green Lotus was a monkey version and was far inferior to the legendary Creation Green Lotus from his previous life. It sounded much more pleasant, right? Moreover, with the Creation Green Lotus above his head and holding a bamboo staff, it perfectly matched Ye Chen's ethereal demeanor. If any observant onlooker saw it, wouldn't they shout a true immortal has descended? By the way, Xiao Wu, did anything happen when I absorbed the external soul bone? Ye Chen asked Xiao Wu with a serious expression. No, nothing happened. Xiao Wu pretended to be innocent. Xiao Wu, you must not leave me. After giving Xiao Wu a deep look, Ye Chen hugged her tightly. What's wrong? Why are you acting like this? Xiao Wu was taken aback by Ye Chen's sudden action and asked quietly, her face turning red. Just remember, don't disappear one day without telling me. As he spoke, Ye Chen noticed the rabbit ears on Xiao Wu's head and couldn't help but reach out to touch them. Does Chinga know my true identity as a soul beast? At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly thought of this and was so shocked that she didn't even react when Ye Chen touched her rabbit ears. You know, back at Nodding Academy, Ye Chen had also tried to touch Xiao Wu's rabbit ears, but every time he did, he was bound to be beaten up by her. Forget it. Anyway, Chinga won't hurt me. Xiao Wu was absolutely confident about this, although she didn't know where Ye Chen got the card that could enhance soul ring ages. Since it could enhance soul rings, it should be able to enhance soul bones too, right? So he definitely wouldn't covet her 100,000 year soul ring and soul bone. Moreover, Xiao Wu also knew that the immortal herb she had taken back then was worth as much as her soul ring and soul bone. So Ye Chen would definitely not harm her. Thinking about the little moments they had shared over the years, Xiao Wu suddenly felt an impulse to tell Ye Chen her true identity. Chingu, you will protect me, right? Xiao Wu said to Ye Chen with deep affection. Of course, my little Xiao Wu is so cute. Anyone who dares to harm her will pay with their life. Ye Chen nodded seriously. Chingu, I deceived you before. My true identity is actually a 100,000 year soul beast in human form. Can you forgive my concealment? Xiao Wu lifted her little head and looked at Ye Chen with her big watery eyes. Why did this little rabbit suddenly confess? Looking at the soft and cute Xiao Wu, Ye Chen didn't say much and chose to respond with action, directly kissing her cherry lips. After a long time, when Xiao Wu was about to run out of breath, she finally pushed Ye Chen away. Why are you taking advantage of me? Xiao Wu said angrily to Ye Chen. We've been sharing a bed for so many years. Is this still considered taking advantage? I knew you were just bullying me. That's unfair. How could a little soul venerable like me bully you, a four-ring soul master? If Xiao Wu hadn't resisted, Ye Chen wouldn't have succeeded. Have you really forgiven my concealment? Xiao Wu asked seriously, not angry. Of course. My little Xiao Wu is so cute. Who would dislike her? Ye Chen said gently while stroking Xiao Wu's head. No, did you know it all along? Suddenly, Xiao Wu remembered the disguise necklace Ye Chen had given her, and she thought that perhaps he had known back then. Oh, I didn't realize that. Xiao Wu, you're quite clever. Ye Chen was surprised. When did this silly little rabbit become so smart? Quickly tell me, when did you find out? Instantly, Xiao Wu returned to her usual domineering demeanor. Didn't I tell you? I'm the reincarnation of the god of wealth. The first time I saw you, I realized you were a cute little rabbit. Liar. I didn't lie. After all, Xiao Wu is a little rabbit. You're so annoying. Immediately, Xiao Wu pounced on Ye Chen, and the two began to playfully wrestle. Chingu, thank you. After the playful tussle, Xiao Wu sat next to Ye Chen and said to him, thank me for what? If you really want to thank me, just call me brother. From now on, I will protect you, my little rabbit, brother. Xiao Wu is really obedient. At this moment, their relationship became even closer. Wait, brother. You're only a 3-ring soul venerable, and I'm a 4-ring soul master. Why do I need you to protect me? Suddenly, Xiao Wu remembered this and said with disdain, Ye Chen, just wait. I'll soon become a soul master. It's simply tolerable for an uncle, but not for an aunt. Chapter 30. The effect of rising from a mud without getting stained. Subsequently, Ye Chen began to check the changes in himself after advancing to the third ring Soul Master. The first thing he looked at was the amount of gold soul coins his own system brought him each time. He discovered that when he was at the second ring Great Soul Master level, he received only 4 gold soul coins each time, but after his advancement, it had increased to 6. In a year, this was enough for him to save over 189 million shiny little coins. Attribute panel. Host. Ye Chen Soul Power. Level 33. Martial Soul. MOU Divine Bamboo Staff. Soul Rings. Purple. 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 First Soul Skill. Binding. Second Soul Skill. Chaos. Third Soul Skill. Forbidden God. Soul Bone. Creation Blue Lotus. External Soul Bone. Looking at his attribute panel. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. A 3000-year-old Blue Lotus Soul Ring, along with a similarly aged external soul bone, had directly raised his soul power level to 33 after his advancement to Soul Master. The third soul skill, Forbidden God, was similar to the innate soul skill of the Blue Lotus, as it also sealed the opponent's mental power. This soul skill might not have much effect in the early stages, but in the later stages, the importance of mental power would become increasingly evident, making its impact significant. Moreover, this soul skill was particularly effective against soul masters who relied on mental control or mental attacks. Seeing that he had a bit more than half of his next goal of gold soul coins in the system store, Ye Chen directly purchased 7 purple 1,000 year soul bone year enhancement cards and 9 black 10,000 year soul bone year enhancement cards. For now, raising the external soul bone, creation Blue Lotus to 100,000 years was sufficient. Ye Chen kept the remaining gold soul coins as a reserve, and he also planned to upgrade all his soul rings to black 10,000 year levels after advancing to Soul Sect. With the use of the 7 purple 1,000 year soul bone year enhancement cards, the year of the creation Blue Lotus was raised to 10,000 years in a flash of green brilliance, which also slightly increased Ye Chen's soul power. The soul bone skill, rising from a mud without getting stained, was also upgraded from immunity to 20 of physical, energy, and mental damage to 30. Not bad. It really increased. Just as Ye Chen had expected, after the year of the creation Blue Lotus was upgraded, the percentage of immunity also increased. Without hesitation, Ye Chen integrated the remaining 9 black 10,000 year soul bone year enhancement cards into the creation Blue Lotus. Instantly, the green brilliance became even more dazzling, and as the creation Blue Lotus advanced to 100,000 years, Ye Chen felt a surge of immense soul power emerge. After all, 100,000 year soul bone could enhance a soul power level even if absorbed by a level 91 title Douluo. For Ye Chen, the improvement would certainly be significant. However, compared to a title Douluo, Ye Chen's absorption efficiency was not high. Otherwise, the massive soul power required for a title Douluo to improve a soul power level would be enough to overwhelm Ye Chen, a mere third ring soul master. As the external soul bone, creation Blue Lotus reached 100,000 years, the immunity effect of rising from the mud without getting stained increased to 50. From now on, any enemy attacking Ye Chen would have their damage halved, and this effect was astonishing. It truly lived up to being a 100,000 year soul bone. Ye Chen even fantasized that if the year of the creation Blue Lotus were to reach 1 million years, how much more incredible would the effect of rising from the mud without getting stained be? Still a bit short? Feeling his soul power level, Ye Chen was slightly depressed that he was still a little bit away from the 40-level quasi-soul sect. However, this was still quite good. The energy contained in a soul bone was far less than that of a soul ring of the same year. When Ye Chen was at level 30, adding a 3,000 year soul ring would basically only raise him to level 32 soul master. This meant that the 100,000 year creation Blue Lotus external soul bone had directly elevated Ye Chen's soul power by nearly 7 to 8 levels. And he estimated he would need to cultivate for nearly 2 years to achieve that much soul power. However, being just a bit short of being able to attach a 4th soul ring was not a big deal for Ye Chen. After all, with the 100,000 year external soul bone. Both his physical quality and mental power had greatly improved. Ye Chen could also spend money to raise the years of his 3 soul rings to promote his soul power level. Given his current capacity, bearing 410,000 year soul rings was definitely not a problem. In fact, even without the boost from the creation Blue Lotus, once he advanced to the 4th ring soul sect, he would still be able to afford 410,000 year soul rings, as years of practicing the creation body refinement technique were not in vain. Since he was going to enhance the years of his soul rings, Ye Chen also bought soul ring year enhancement cards for Xiao. Apart from the 4th soul ring, Xiao's current soul ring configuration was similar to Ye Chen's. Her 1st and 2nd soul rings, after the last enhancement, were just over 1,000 years. And her 3rd soul ring was also slightly over 3,000 years. If they wanted to upgrade their soul ring configurations to all black, it would require a whole half of a small gold's worth of gold soul coins. Therefore, Ye Chen focused on the purple 1,000 year soul ring year enhancement cards. The reason for buying purple 1,000 year cards instead of black 10,000 year ones was mainly because these enhancement cards could not be split for use. If he bought black 10,000 year cards, his little treasury would not be enough. After Ye Chen purchased 50 purple 1,000 year soul ring year enhancement cards, the balance in the system store was almost zeroed out. However, Ye Chen's savings were accumulating quickly. In a day, he could save over 300,000 gold soul coins. And in just over half a year, he could restore his financial level to a healthy state. Moreover, once he obtained the 4th soul ring, this speed would increase even further. Xiao, I'll give you half. Ye Chen split the large stack of soul ring year enhancement cards in half for Xiao. Purple ones? Can they enhance the years to 1,000? Xiao had used such cards in the soul hunting forest before, so she naturally knew their purpose. However, the last time she used only yellow 100-year cards, but now they had become purple 1,000 year ones? Well, actually they're the same. It's just that this kind of treasure cannot be split for use. It can't enhance 2 soul rings years at the same time. There are 25 cards? So, I can enhance my previous 3 soul rings all to 10,000 years? Counting the cards in her hand, Xiao Wu's eyes widened immediately. She, as a 4-ring soul sect, could have 410,000 year soul rings, which was something she had never heard of before on the Douluo continent, let alone a 4-ring soul sect, even among titled Douluos. Only a few could achieve having the first 4 soul rings of their martial soul reach the black 10,000 year level. As far as Ye Chen knew, currently only Qian Douluo, Poseidon, and Bibi Dong's soul, Devouring Spider Emperor Martial Soul, had all 4 of their first soul rings reaching the 10,000 year level. Chapter 31. Crafting a completely black soul ring well, trapped in the city of slaughter and controlled by the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King, Tang San, who is transformed into the King of Slaughter, might also possess this potential. After all, Tang San was ambushed during the later stages of the Shura God assessment. And as the esteemed God King of Shura, he shouldn't be as stingy as the Rakshasa God. It is not impossible for the 4 soul rings in front of Tang San to all be black. Speaking of this, the Rakshasa God, who passed on the divine position to Bibi Dong, is definitely a miser. He neither grants divine soul rings, nor allows Bibi Dong to enhance the years of her soul rings. And the time it took for her to inherit the divine position was much longer than that of Qian Rinxiu and Tang San. Shortly after Tang San was born, Bibi Dong killed Qian Xuanji and began the Rakshasa God assessment. Although she completed the assessment and inherited the divine position, the time difference with Tang San's ascension to godhood was not significant, highlighting the Rakshasa God stinginess. Subsequently, Ye Chen released his martial soul and soul rings, merging all the soul ring year enhancement cards in his possession into 3 soul rings. As the enhancement cards were integrated, the colors of the 3 soul rings began to deepen and soon transformed into black 10,000-year soul rings. Originally, Ye Chen was just a step away from upgrading his soul power level, and he officially advanced to level 40, becoming a quasi-soul master, accumulating a large amount of soul power within, though it could not be manifested due to the lack of a fourth soul ring. On the other side, Xiao upgraded her soul ring configuration from 3 purple and 1 black to 4 black, raising her soul power level from the original 43rd level to the 46th level, an increase of 3 levels. If this soul ring configuration were to be exposed, it would definitely shock a lot of people. Fortunately, with the disguise necklace, she could freely alter the colors of her soul rings, so there was no need to worry about scaring others. In fact, even soul masters at the 10th level cannot directly attach a 10,000-year soul ring when refining high-quality soul bones, at most only 1,000 years. The enhancement of soul bones to a soul master's physical quality is not fixed. It is somewhat similar to the function of an amplifier. The stronger the natural constitution, the more obvious the effect. Otherwise, those wealthy and powerful major factions would have their direct descendants equipped with soul rings all above black. It is precisely because, for title Douluo or soul Douluo masters, the earlier soul rings, whether they are 100-year or 1,000-year rings, do not differ much. That there are no low-level soul masters refining high-quality soul bones to achieve a starting point of 1,000-year soul rings. As for those who cannot even become soul Douluo, why should precious soul bones be given to them? By the way, why did Qian Rinchue's soul ring configuration only reach the optimal ratio? It should be noted that Qian Rinchue had early on refined an angel's head soul bone with a year count of 99,999 years. Given her physical quality and mental strength at level 40, her fourth soul ring should also be able to attach a 10,000-year soul ring, right? Wow. Xiao Wu's speed of soul power level increase is so fast. Feeling that she has reached level 46, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "That's right. A 4-black configuration soul master is absolutely unique. By the way, where did you get those cards to enhance the soul ring years? Are they valuable? I already said your brother is the god of wealth. The power possessed by deities is not something you little rabbit can comprehend. However, this thing is quite expensive. To be honest, enhancing the years of soul rings can also be done by deities in the Douluo divine realm. But Ye Chen is not sure where their ability limits lie. However, Ye Chen thinks it should be impossible to enhance to a 1,000,000-year level, or to help the inheritor's soul rings reach 1,000,000 years. A considerable cost must be paid. Quite expensive. How much is it worth? Each year in value costs 1,000 gold soul coins. You can calculate it yourself. 1,000 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu's eyes widened immediately. Although 1,000 gold soul coins is not too much, it should be known that on the Douluo continent, a single gold soul coin is enough for an ordinary family of 3 to cover several months of living expenses. Of course, saying it is an ordinary family, describing it as several months of living expenses, this level cannot be compared to Ye Chen's previous life. It can only be said to fill the stomach. In Ye Chen's previous life, even ordinary families having meat to eat every day was normal. For dishes and a super meal was considered a moderately well-off level. However, on the Douluo continent, such a situation does not exist. Being able to avoid hunger is already considered an ordinary family. Just like when Ye Chen first arrived at Nodding Academy, Wang Sheng said, "We are all poor families, just making do as long as we can eat enough." Ye Chen nodded. Speaking of which, to enhance a 100-year soul ring to over 100,000 years, spending a small target's worth of gold soul coins is all profit for Ye Chen. If the big tycoon Ning Rongrong were to come, he would definitely be able to pat his chest and say, "Please give me a dozen." He would surely spend money to upgrade the soul ring configuration of the Swordbone Douluo to the 9-red configuration. So expensive. From now on, Xiao Wu should strive to obtain higher year soul rings. Thinking about the fact that just a 1-year difference requires spending 1,000 gold soul coins to compensate, Xiao Wu immediately felt a pang in her heart. 1,000 gold soul coins, used to buy good food, will be enough for herself to eat well for several years. Right? Taking Oscar's large sausage sold for 5 copper coins as an example, knowing that the ratio of gold soul coins to copper coins is 1 to 100, 1,000 gold soul coins can buy 20,000 large sausages. Eating for a year would mean an average of over 54 sausages a day. However, with Xiao Wu's current appetite, she wouldn't be able to eat that much, and this is soul food. If it were ordinary food, the amount would be even greater. However, This also made Xiao Wu more convinced that Ye Chen is indeed wealthy. All right, I have already advanced to level 40. Let's have lunch first, and then continue to set out to find the next target. Originally, in Ye Chen's plan, he thought he would need quite some time to advance to a 4-ring soul master. However, he didn't expect that when adding the 3rd soul ring, a precious external soul bone appeared, and then by spending money directly, he raised his soul power level to 40. So, he had no hesitation in directly adding the 4th soul ring. As for the issue of soul power control, with the creation meditation technique, this aspect was not serious. As long as Ye Chen practiced after advancing to Soul Master, it would be fine. Unfortunately, now his little treasury is running low, and he doesn't have even 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Ye Chen can't sell lucky cards, so he can only honestly rely on luck. In fact, Ye Chen also speculated that previously, after using the lucky card, if it weren't for that blue lotus flower being able to drop an external soul bone, perhaps he would have encountered a suitable soul beast that day. Although the description of the lucky card is somewhat vague, and the specific effects cannot be discerned, Ye Chen believes that this thing is absolutely worth more than its price. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth a staggering 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Chapter 32, 4th Soul Skill. Blindness. Sure enough, without the bonus from the lucky card, the efficiency is just not good. The two of them searched near the inner area of the Stardow Forest for 2 days without finding a suitable target. Ye Chen's requirements for the target of the 4th soul ring were not high, although he could endure a 4th soul ring with a 10,000-year age. If he could find a suitable one with a lower age, it wouldn't matter much. After all, he could use a soul ring age enhancement card to increase the age of the soul ring. 2 days later, with the golden soul coins gifted by his external attachment and the leftover change from before, the total exceeded 1,000,000. Ye Chen immediately used the lucky card. The effect of the lucky card was indeed good. After just half a day, Ye Chen discovered a target suitable for himself. Looking at the pitch-black plant in front of him, blooming with equally dark flowers, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was a dark spirit flower with an age of around 10,000 years, and its innate soul skill could temporarily blind people, making it a powerful control-type soul skill. Very suitable for Ye Chen. Soul masters do not solely rely on their eyes to observe their surroundings. If it were just simple blindness, it might not have much impact on a skilled opponent, as they could rely on their considerable mental strength to sense their surroundings. However, when combined with the 3rd soul skill, Forbidden God, it would be different. Using both soul skills together would definitely turn Ye Chen's future opponents into blind men with their eyes wide open. Although a powerful opponent might rely on hearing to discern the situation after losing their vision and mental perception, in the heat of battle, hearing is not as effective as sight and mental power. However, Ye Chen was certain that finding another suitable target like the external attached soul bone would be impossible after finding this one so quickly. Following the usual routine, Ye Chen threw a white phosphorus incendiary grenade at the distant dark spirit flower. Boom! The fire ignited. Thick smoke rolled, and the scorching flames engulfed the dark spirit flower. However, as expected of a soul beast with a considerable age, when the flames extinguished, no soul ring appeared, indicating that a single white phosphorus incendiary grenade had not killed the dark spirit flower. Immediately, Ye Chen threw another one. This time, the struggling dark spirit flower could no longer hold on and fell into the sea of flames. Countless golden light spots floated out from the wreckage, gradually condensing into a deep purple, almost black soul ring. Not yet 10,000 years. Looking at the color of the dark spirit flower's soul ring, Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect that the age of this dark spirit flower had not yet reached 10,000 years. However, it seemed very close, probably just a few decades shy of 100 years. It is indeed quite difficult to accurately determine the age of a soul beast down to the tens or even single digits. Furthermore, even within the same species of soul beast, there are some differences between individuals. Even among the same litter of piglets, there are variations in size. One wonders how that Yudam master determined that the maximum age of the 1st soul ring is 423 years. Did he cheat? A slight difference in age didn't matter much to Ye Chen. After all, a yellow 100-year soul ring age enhancement card was just a small portion of his savings accumulated over half a day. Subsequently, Ye Chen released his martial spirit and began to draw in the soul ring. As soon as the dark spirit flower's soul ring was drawn by his martial spirit, it immediately landed on Ye Chen's body, rapidly shrinking into a deep purple-black soul ring, which settled onto the black jade divine bamboo staff. In an instant, Ye Chen felt a surge of immense soul power with a slight dark aura flowing into his body. Speaking of which, the dark spirit flower is indeed one of the rare dark attribute plant-type soul beasts. Fortunately, the black jade divine bamboo staff martial spirit does not follow the route of elemental manipulation. Otherwise, it would not be suitable for absorbing this dark attribute soul ring. As time gradually passed, after more than half a day, Ye Chen finally refined the dark spirit flower's soul ring completely. His soul power level rose from the previous 40th level quasi-soul master directly to the 45th level soul master. And he was already more than halfway to the soul power needed to reach the 46th level soul master. The reason for such a significant increase was naturally due to the fourth soul ring Ye Chen had attached, which was nearly 10,000 years old, and a large amount of soul power accumulated from previous enhancements. A soul ring close to 10,000 years is sufficient to elevate a 40th level quasi-soul master to a 42nd level soul master. And it is normal for Ye Chen to have such a significant increase after enhancing a total of 25,000 years of soul rings. At the first opportunity, Ye Chen began to check the changes in his external attachment, the golden soul coins gifted to him. Originally, as a 3-ring soul master, Ye Chen could collect 6 golden soul coins each time from his external attachment, but now that he had advanced to a 4-ring soul master, he was able to collect 8 golden soul coins each time. Although the increase was not substantial over the course of a year, Ye Chen would be able to save more than 2.5 small targets worth of golden soul coins. He couldn't help but wonder if his current saving speed had surpassed that of Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. It should have surpassed him, right? Ye Chen thought to himself. After all, Ning Rongrong was only the sect leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and the disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School were not few. Their annual income did not all go into Ning Rongrong's pocket. Moreover, could the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School earn enough money each year to afford 2 10,000-year soul bones? Ye Chen would never believe it. On the other hand, Ye Chen could simply go to various major auction houses, spend money to buy 2 low-age, useless soul bones, and then spend money to upgrade them to 10,000-year age. Although the 10,000-year soul bones, enhanced this way, only carried a single 10,000-year soul bone skill, it was still not bad. Subsequently, Ye Chen spent money to buy a yellow 100-year soul ring age enhancement card, raising the age of his 4th soul ring to the black 10,000 years. This time, since the age increase was not significant, there was not much change in his soul power level. Ye Chen only felt a slight enhancement, which was not very obvious. Attribute panel, host, Ye Chen soul power, level 45, martial spirit, black jade divine bamboo staff, soul rings, black, black, black. Black, 1st soul skill, binding, 2nd soul skill, chaos, 3rd soul skill, forbidden god, 4th soul skill, blindness, soul bone, creation blue lotus, external attached soul bone. Indeed, it's a blind soul skill. As expected, Ye Chen's 4th soul skill was the innate soul skill of the dark spirit flower, blindness. After thinking for a moment, Ye Chen looked at Xiao Wu beside him. Xiao Wu, how about trying my 4th soul skill? I don't want to. Xiao Wu felt that she had been foolish in the past to even consider testing Ye Chen's soul skill effects. Although Ye Chen's soul skills had no attack power, the effects were indeed quite disgusting, and the method of activation by hitting the head with the staff was also highly insulting. Chapter 33. Rose Hotel, why not give it a try? Ye Chen felt a bit disappointed. He was still hoping to see how his 4th soul skill, blindness, would work. As for the 3rd soul skill, forbidden god, it wasn't very useful against low-level soul masters unless the opponent specialized in mental-type abilities. However, this soul skill would prevent Xiao Wu from using her 2nd soul skill, charm, if used against her. Brother, are you feeling a bit itchy? Seeing Ye Chen's disappointment, Xiao Wu immediately gave him a death stare. Cough, cough, well, let's leave the Stardow Forest. Ye Chen hurriedly changed the subject. To be honest, while his soul skill had decent control effects and could definitely crush ordinary 4-ring soul masters, Facing Xiao Wu without external help would make the outcome uncertain. Currently, Ye Chen's biggest shortcoming was the lack of direct attack methods. But that was fine. In the early stages, there was no need to pursue high lethality. If he really faced an enemy, he could directly use his soul skills to restrict them and then shoot them in the head. Later on, he could rely on control soul skills with attached attack power or even soul bone skills to make up for this deficiency. Moreover, some of Ye Chen's current soul skills weren't entirely without attack power. For instance, the first hit of the bamboo staff illusion was effective. But compared to the powerful control effects, its direct attack power was not obvious. He believed that once the age of his soul rings reached 100,000 years, the power of this first hit would be enough to give his opponent a concussion. 3 days later, in the evening, the two arrived at Soto City. Brother, Soto City is so lively, much more than Notting City, Xiao Wu exclaimed as she looked at the bustling crowd and numerous shops lining the street. Of course, Notting City is just a remote small town. Although Soto City isn't the largest city on the continent, it is only comparable to the royal capital, Barak City, in the Barak Kingdom. Where is Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu asked curiously. At this moment, Xiao Wu didn't know that Ye Chen's main purpose for going to Shrek was to chase girls. If she knew, she would definitely make Ye Chen experience the taste of her sister's waist bow. Well, Shrek Academy is not far from the south of Soto City, but it's getting late today. Let's find a place to stay first and go tomorrow. Although it wasn't the enrollment time for Shrek Academy, Ye Chen didn't believe that he and Xiao Wu would be rejected if they went there. They not only had strong talents and high soul power levels, but Ye Chen also had money power. With Flinder's cunning and business nature, they would definitely be warmly welcomed. Suddenly, Xiao Wu spotted a uniquely designed hotel on the side of the street. This hotel had 3 stories. While it wasn't too large, its exterior was decorated entirely in rose red, and the architectural style resembled a giant rose, easily catching people's eyes. Brother, let's stay at that Rose Hotel. Xiao Wu pointed to the sign hanging at the entrance of the Rose Hotel. Xiao Wu, do you know what type of hotel the Rose Hotel is? Ye Chen asked with a smile. Huh, are there different types of hotels? Xiao Wu replied, a bit confused. You'll find out soon. The Rose Hotel was famous in Soto City as a couple's rendezvous and hookup hotel. It was said that no matter who went, the waitstaff would always state that only the last room was left. The so-called master of time, management, and thousand-man slayer, Dai Mu Bai, was one of the esteemed guests who often interacted with the ladies at the Rose Hotel. Ma Hong Jun was lecherous because his martial soul produced evil fire, which he couldn't resist and needed a vent, so he had no choice but to seek out older women. But Dai Mu Bai was different. He was purely lecherous, changing partners more frequently than changing clothes. Plus, whenever he showed up, it was double the pleasure, a joy that most people couldn't experience. As they walked into the Rose Hotel, Ye Chen was greeted by a fragrant scent of roses that brought a hint of ambiguity, making one feel relaxed and comfortable. The hotel's decor featured only 3 colors: white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm and elegant atmosphere that easily left a good impression. One could only say that the Rose Hotel truly deserved its title as the #1 couples hotel in Soto City, as it definitely had a max-level atmosphere. Do you have any rooms available? Seeing a staff member behind the reception desk, Ye Chen approached with Xiao Wu and asked, Yes, we have a room left. The pink affection room. This is the last one. The staff member even winked at Ye Chen while speaking. Although Ye Chen and Xiao Wu were only 11 years old, due to their martial souls, they developed quickly and looked like teenagers around 17 or 18, albeit with some childish features. It was quite normal for boys and girls of this age to come to the Rose Hotel. The staff member recommended the pink affection room because he noticed Xiao Wu was wearing a pink top, which he assumed meant she liked the color. How much is it? We'll stay for 1 night. Ye Chen secretly sighed. It was indeed the Rose Hotel, which claimed to have only 1 room left. 10 gold soul coins. Here. Although 10 gold soul coins weren't cheap, Ye Chen wasn't short on money. It was just a moment of filial piety from son to his parent. After all, the room is on the top floor. I wish you both a pleasant evening. The staff member handed the room key to Ye Chen and didn't forget to send them off with his blessings. Ye Chen. Although Ye Chen did have the idea of experiencing the Rose Hotel, he had no intention of getting serious. After all, he was still an 11-year-old child. It's best to avoid inappropriate matters. At the very least, He should wait until Xiao Wu grew up before doing anything bad, right? Brother? What did that staff member mean by have a pleasant evening? Xiao Wu asked curiously as they walked up the stairs to the top floor. Xiao Wu, don't you know? Ye Chen's eyes widened. Was this little bunny genuinely unaware or just pretending? Should I know? Xiao Wu blinked, looking a bit confused. Looking into Xiao Wu's pure and innocent eyes, Ye Chen felt a wave of guilt. Cough, cough. The Rose Hotel is a couple's hotel, which is why the staff member said that. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face immediately turned red. She never expected that the hotel she casually chose would turn out to be a couple's hotel. Chapter 34. Looking for Trouble. Please collect, recommend, and vote for monthly support. On the top floor of the Rose Hotel, the two found the Pink Tenderness room. There were only a few rooms on the top floor, besides Pink Tenderness. There were also Blue Enchantress, Yellow Sincerity, White Innocence, Green Farewell, Red Ocean, and others. Ye Chen felt that the others were fine, but what about Green Farewell? Could it really have no deeper meaning? Could it be for young wives looking for young men? As soon as they entered the Pink Tenderness room, they were greeted by a living room that was over 50 square meters in area. All the furniture in the living room was silver, intricately carved, and the pink carpet was filled with raised pink rose patterns. In the center of the living room, a huge pink heart was formed from a large number of pink roses. The heart covered nearly 2 square meters and required at least 1,000 pink roses to complete. Hanging above, it was a delicate ribbon with the words 999, long-lasting. In addition to these 999 pink roses, elegant vases filled with pink roses were placed all around the room, and the rich scent of roses filled every corner, leaving one dizzy with delight. Wow, it's so beautiful. After the initial shock, Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes filled with intoxication, and she immediately exclaimed, "Do you like it?" "Yes, I love it so much. Brother, can we come here often in the future?" "Come often? I'm afraid I won't be able to help myself, and will eat you." Ye Chen rolled his eyes. He wasn't confident he could resist coming here frequently. "Eat me? Brother, didn't you say you would protect me? Why would you want to eat me?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. "Tutu is so cute. Why would you want to eat Tutu?" I'm not talking about eating Tutu, but eating you." Ye Chen pointed at Xiao Wu with a mischievous smile. Hearing this, Xiao Wu looked down at herself and immediately turned red. She naturally understood what Ye Chen meant. Ye Chen gently touched Xiao Wu's rabbit ears, but said nothing. "No rush. This matter could wait until Xiao Wu grew up." "Stop it, don't touch my ears." Xiao Wu's rabbit ears were sensitive, and Ye Chen's touch made her feel a bit shy, so she immediately swatted his mischievous hand away. "By the way, Xiao Wu, you have 4 ears. Is your hearing more sensitive than others?" Xiao Wu had 2 normal ears on the sides of her head and 2 rabbit ears on top, so she must have better hearing than normal people, right? Xiao Wu. Rolling her eyes, Xiao Wu walked toward the bedroom. Ye Chen touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward, and followed her. Upon entering the bedroom, the two were once again stunned. In the bedroom, there was only a large bed, but this heart-shaped bed occupied almost half the room. Pink curtains hung down from the ceiling, covering the space above the heart-shaped bed, creating a dreamy aesthetic. The bedding and pillows were adorned with pink rose patterns, and everything exuded an ambiguous atmosphere, making Ye Chen's blood boil. Although he usually wasn't short on money, he had never experienced such an ambience before. Xiao Wu cheered and immediately jumped onto the bouncy heart-shaped bed, bouncing around excitedly. Pink Tenderness was filled with Xiao Wu's favorite pink, bringing her an unprecedented sense of novelty. In the evening, the two lay on the heart-shaped bed. Although the atmosphere in the room was intense and Ye Chen felt restless, he ultimately restrained himself and didn't eat the little rabbit. Whenever he thought of Xiao Wu and the omnipresent river crab deity, Ye Chen managed to hold back his sinful hands. While Xiao Wu fell asleep blissfully, Ye Chen was in agony and couldn't sleep at all. Unable to do anything else, he could only practice to pass the time. However, just as Ye Chen was practicing for a while, a strange sound came from the neighboring Red Ocean room. Ye Chen. As a sensible person, Ye Chen naturally knew what that sound was. He glanced at the still sleeping Xiao Wu and began to chant Ami Tofu to suppress his restless heart. But the unfolding situation was not what Ye Chen expected. The strange cries grew louder, and Ye Chen realized it seemed to be in joy. Suddenly, Ye Chen thought of the Red Ocean room in the Rose Hotel. Wasn't it booked by Dai Mu Bai for a long time? Damn, this 1,000-people slayer is actually having fun? Thinking of this, Ye Chen immediately felt displeased. Given that Dai Mu Bai came from the Xing Luo royal family, Ye Chen had never liked him. Plus, Dai Mu Bai was a scoundrel who, under the pressure of his older brother Davis, abandoned his fiancée to indulge in pleasures in Soto City. This made Ye Chen look down on him even more. Now, while he was suffering, Dai Mu Bai was enjoying himself. How could he endure this? Uncle can endure, but aunt cannot. Enough is enough. No more tolerance. Immediately, Ye Chen left the pink tenderness room and knocked hard on the door of the neighboring Red Ocean room. Bang, bang, bang. The third floor of the Rose Hotel immediately echoed with a loud knocking. If it weren't for the good quality of the door, it might have been broken down by Ye Chen's knocks. Inside, Dai Mu Bai, who was enjoying himself, was startled by the loud knocking, his face changing colors as he began to curse. TMD, which bastard dares to interrupt my good time? Indeed, suddenly being disturbed during a good time would irritate any man. After all, if something went wrong, it could mean saying goodbye to future happiness, which would be a huge loss. Hearing the incessant knocking, Dai Mu Bai had no choice but to set aside the two girls in his arms and get up to see what was going on. He wanted to see who was living impatiently enough to dare disrupt his fun. Creak! The door opened. Before Dai Mu Bai could yell, Ye Chen started to hold him accountable. Why are you making such a loud noise at night? Can't you let people sleep? Do you have any sense of public decorum? Ye Chen's mental strength was good. He immediately recognized that the man who opened the door was a soul master of the third ring. With evil eyes and golden hair, this was definitely Dai Mu Bai. At that moment, Ye Chen felt secretly pleased. He was here to ruin Dai Mu Bai's fun. That's right. He was ready to cause trouble. What should he do if he didn't like Dai Mu Bai? Of course, he would beat him up. If there was something he was unhappy about, just beat him up. If he was still unhappy, then beat him up again. There would always be a time when he could feel satisfied. Chapter 35. Beating Dai Mu Bai Kid. Are you the one who disturbed my good fortune? Dai Mu Bai said with a dark face and an unkind tone, looking at Ye Chen, whose face still bore some childlike innocence and was noticeably shorter than him. Huh? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to say that? Ye Chen intended to beat Dai Mu Bai up, so he naturally had to provoke him. Since Dai Mu Bai was arrogant, he needed to be even more arrogant, believing that with Dai Mu Bai's character, he would definitely be unable to hold back after hearing such words. Ye Chen was right. Dai Mu Bai was furious. Kid, you're pretty bold. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Dai Mu Bai immediately clenched his right fist and punched towards Ye Chen's chest. Hooked. Seeing Dai Mu Bai make a move, Ye Chen was secretly pleased. Now he could justifiably beat Dai Mu Bai. After all, he was a good student, and it's wrong to hit someone without reason. He needed an excuse. Although Dai Mu Bai was a power-type soul master, and strength was his strong suit, Ye Chen had practiced the body-forging technique and possessed a 100,000-year external soul bone, the creation Qinglian. In terms of physical quality, he was definitely far superior to Dai Mu Bai. As Dai Mu Bai's fist approached, Ye Chen also threw a punch in response. Although Ye Chen's fist was smaller than Dai Mu Bai's and his muscles didn't seem as developed, a contest of strength wasn't merely about size and muscle. Bang! The two fists collided, and Ye Chen's body swayed slightly, while Dai Mu Bai stumbled back 3 steps before stabilizing himself. Good kid. I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. Dai Mu Bai, having steadied himself, exclaimed in shock. After all, his martial soul was the White Tiger, a top-tier beast martial soul, one of the best on the continent. Yet his strength was no match for this young man. What he didn't know was that Ye Chen's spirit power level was much higher than his, reaching the level of a soul master at the 4 rings. And all 4 of his soul rings were black 10,000-year rings. To bear such high-age soul rings, his physical quality must be exceptional. Still calling me a kid? Let us see if I don't make you call me dad today. Without hesitation, Ye Chen raised his fist again and charged forward. Although Ye Chen hadn't specifically trained in martial arts, there's a saying, random punches can kill a master. While Dai Mu Bai might have far better fighting skills, in terms of sheer strength, he was truly no match for Ye Chen. In just a few exchanges, Dai Mu Bai was knocked down by Ye Chen's flurry of punches. Damn it, it seems I can't hold back anymore. Dai Mu Bai shouted, activating his martial soul. A strong pale light suddenly burst from him, his chest puffed out, his bones cracking, muscles expanding instantly, stretching his clothes tight. His golden hair transformed into a mix of black and white, and 10 sharp claws emerged from his hands. Each claw resembling a blade, about 8 inches long, glinting with a chilling light. Additionally, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, shone around him. Oh, you're using your martial soul now? Kid, are you scared? Just let me beat you up, and if I'm in a good mood, I might just let you off. At this moment, Dai Mubai felt he had the upper hand. Even though he didn't understand why Ye Chen had such great strength, he thought that with Ye Chen's young age, he couldn't possibly be a soul master at the 3 rings, right? Unfortunately, Dai Mubai's assumptions were quickly shattered. A mere 3-ring soul master? How dare you act so high and mighty? Immediately, Ye Chen summoned his martial soul, the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Staff, and 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, flared to life. The reason his rings weren't all black was that Ye Chen used a disguised necklace to change their colors. He didn't have a powerful backing. If others discovered he had 4 black soul rings, it would lead to significant trouble, attracting unwanted attention. 4-ring soul master. The moment he saw Ye Chen's 4 soul rings, Dai Mubai was almost shocked to the point of dropping his jaw. This Ye Chen looked much younger than him, yet his soul power level had already reached 4 rings. Even if he had innate full spirit power, it shouldn't be possible to achieve that so quickly, right? Where did this monster come from? Little brat, scared now? Just bow down and give daddy 3 knocks on the head. If I'm happy, I might just let you off. Ye Chen returned Dai Mubai's earlier words with an even more arrogant tone. Looking for death. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Dai Mubai could no longer suppress his anger. Even if he was a 4-ring soul master, there was no way he would call someone dad. He would rather die than say it. Otherwise, his real father would never let him off. However, he also knew that tonight, he was definitely going to suffer a beating. Of course, Dai Mubai believed that his life should still be safe. After all, they didn't have any deep-seated grudges, so killing wasn't likely, right? Thinking this, Dai Mubai decided to give it his all. Even if he ended up getting beaten, at least he would have put up a fight. 3rd soul skill. White Tiger King Kong Transformation. In an instant, after activating his martial soul, Dai Mubai's muscles swelled even more. 2nd soul skill, White Tiger's Fierce Light. Before Dai Mubai could activate his 2nd soul skill, Ye Chen made his move. 4th soul skill, Blindness. The moment the 4th soul skill was unleashed, the bamboo staff's phantom struck Dai Mubai on the head, immediately plunging him into darkness. This sudden blindness was truly as described, although Dai Mubai's eyeballs were still intact. Everything was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. 1st soul skill, Binding. 2nd soul skill, Chaos. Without giving Dai Mubai a chance to react, Ye Chen unleashed 2 consecutive soul skills, binding the disoriented and blind Dai Mubai in place. Then, Ye Chen approached with the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Staff, entering the mode of beating him up. Don't hit my face. Don't you know not to hit faces when hitting people? Ignoring Dai Mubai's pleas, Ye Chen continued to target his face. If it didn't hit the face, was it even considered hitting someone? He even focused on hitting his face specifically. The melodious screams echoed throughout the 3rd floor of the Rose Hotel, and the guests inside, hearing the cries outside, all came out to see what was happening. However, upon seeing Ye Chen beating up Dai Mubai, the guests transformed into onlookers, enjoying the spectacle. Even the originally sleeping Xiao Wu ran out, cheering Ye Chen on from the sidelines. Chapter 36, Making Dai Mubai Call Me Daddy. Seeking collections, recommendations, and monthly tickets. Isn't that Dai Xiao? He is actually being pressed to the ground and rubbed. Clearly, this onlooker recognized the young and wealthy Dai Mubai. Wow, who is this kid? At such a young age. He is already a 4-ring soul master. No wonder Dai Xiao is no match for him. The people nearby looked at the 4 soul rings on Ye Chen and couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing someone recognize him, Dai Mubai, who was being beaten by Ye Chen, immediately covered his face with his hands. He was utterly embarrassed. What is the point of covering up? Seeing Dai Mubai covering his face, Ye Chen immediately became unhappy. If you do that, how am I supposed to slap your face? Without hesitation, Ye Chen yanked Dai Mubai's hands away and continued his assault. After a long time, Ye Chen finally stopped his actions. At this point, Dai Mubai was unrecognizable, his head swollen to a large size, bruised and battered. Of course, despite Dai Mubai's miserable state, these were just superficial injuries. Even without treatment, with the recovery speed of Soul Master, he would be back to normal in a few days. Quick, tell Daddy, do you know you were wrong? Ye Chen said with a big smile to the pig-headed Dai Mubai lying on the ground. Humph. The only response from Dai Mubai was a cold grunt and a hateful glare. Dai Mubai was not a magnanimous person. Being beaten into a pig's head in front of so many onlookers, it would be strange if he didn't hold a grudge. TSK. Looks like I haven't beaten enough. Immediately, Ye Chen continued his relentless beating. Call or not? Silence. Another round of beating. Call or not? Silence. Continuing to beat. Call or not? Daddy. This time, Dai Mubai finally succumbed under Ye Chen's fists. I don't have a son like you. However, even though I don't plan to take you as my son, who told me I'm in a good mood right now, I'll let you off this time. Little brainless boy, you're welcome to come back and seek revenge in the future. At this moment, Ye Chen felt extremely refreshed, making Dai Mubai call him daddy. What a delight. However, he resisted the idea of having a son older than himself, and didn't plan to accept this time management master. Ahem, well, let us disperse. Everyone go home. Each find their own mother. Looking at the crowd of onlookers, Ye Chen said, then took Xiao Wu and returned to his room. As for Dai Mubai, he didn't even return to his room, abandoned the two girls, and directly ran out of the Rose Hotel, looking for a place to wallow in his sorrow. The next morning, Ye Chen got dressed and, accompanied by Xiao Wu, set off for Shrek Academy outside Soto City. After leaving the Rose Hotel and walking along the street towards the south gate of Soto City, Ye Chen suddenly spotted a special shop. This shop was related to Soul Masters, and the sign at the entrance depicted a round symbol with several special characters. Others might not understand the meaning of these symbols, but Ye Chen knew that these special symbols represented the number 1 attacking martial soul, the 7 killing sword, the number 1 weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer, and the number 1 beast martial soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, symbolizing the top 3 sects on the continent. A shop related to Soul Masters, needless to say, is generally high-end and classy, but this shop, while not exactly a dump, looked a bit worn down. This should be the little shop opened by that scheming Flender in Soto City, right? Ye Chen thought to himself as he looked at the shabby store. Shrek Academy is known as a wild chicken academy. Although it claims to be a high-level Soul Master Academy, it actually does not qualify to participate in the Soul Master competition. Moreover, because the principal, Flender, rejected political financial aid from the Barak Kingdom, the funding for Shrek Academy's teaching has always been a problem. Knowing the original story, Ye Chen understood that the current funding for Shrek Academy primarily came from 2 sources. The first is the registration fees collected from students who come to sign up for tests during the annual enrollment of Shrek Academy. The second is Flender's little shop in Soto City, where he specializes in fleecing naive customers. Since Flender is a 7-ringed soul saint, in the absence of powerful soul Douluos in Soto City, he is not afraid of running into trouble while engaging in deceitful practices. Xiao Wu, let's go check out that shop. Ye Chen pointed to Flender's little store. Brother, aren't we supposed to go to Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu asked curiously. This matter is not urgent. Since Flender's shop is still open, it means Flender is still in Soto City, so we don't need to rush to Shrek Academy. The store was dimly lit, and as soon as Ye Chen walked in, he felt a unique energy fluctuation. He knew this was due to the soul tools. Soul tools all have soul power fluctuations, and if they're not bound to someone else's soul power, they will emit soul power externally. Inside the shop, a person was sitting in a wooden recliner, eyes closed and swaying with the chair. He looked to be about 50 years old, although not young. He had a robust build, and the chair, which seemed sturdy, creaked under his weight. This person had a very distinctive face, with a protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a bit of hooked nose, a standard shoehorn face. Wearing a pair of stiff black-framed glasses, even with his eyes closed, he still looked somewhat cunning. So this is Flender? No wonder Lu Erlong didn't think highly of him and chose Yu Xiaojing instead. Looking at Flender's shoehorn face, Ye Chen thought to himself, to be honest, Flinder's looks are indeed not impressive. Ye Chen had seen Yu Xiaojing before. Although he seemed disheveled and exuded an aura that discouraged strangers, it must be said that with his buzz cut, Yu Xiaojing, while not particularly handsome, was certainly much better looking than Flinder. Plus, Yu Xiaojing could be considered an intellectual, which naturally attracted more attention from girls compared to Flinder. After all, compared to Dong and Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojing had completely captivated them. Brother, are these all soul tools? Looking at the items in the shop that emitted special soul power fluctuations, Xiao Wu asked Ye Chen. Ye Chen nodded. It is indeed soul tools being sold in the shop, but Flinder is not a serious businessman. Despite these soul tools still emitting soul power fluctuations, they are actually shoddy goods that look good on the outside, but are worthless inside, likely breaking within a few days, or even the same day. In the original story, Tang San picked up a huge bargain in Flinder's little shop by obtaining the hidden weapon, the dragon beard needle, which Flinder, who was unaware of its value, suffered a loss from. However, Ye Chen wasn't interested in hidden weapons, and he didn't think much of that level of value, so he had no intention of looking for bargains. After all, Ye Chen was now wealthy enough to save hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins in a single day. Chapter 37. Shock Flanders, what a big fat sheep. As soon as Flanders saw the outfits of Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, his eyes lit up. The fabric of their clothes was all high-quality material, and the seasoned Flanders immediately recognized that these two were definitely wealthy. For someone like Flanders, who took advantage of every opportunity, he felt that if he didn't take a hefty cut from this, he would be letting down the chance given by heaven. Two young friends, is there anything you need? Flanders, shedding his previous laziness, spoke to Ye Chen and Xiao Wu with great enthusiasm. These are all junk. What is there to buy? We're not buying anything. Looking at Flanders' eager face, Ye Chen knew exactly what he was after. It was clear that Flanders had taken him for fat sheep. Not buying anything. Flanders widened his eyes. Then why did you come in? Wasting my feelings. However, what puzzled Flanders was how this young man knew that he was selling junk. Could it be that he had been scammed by him before? Well, we're not buying anything, but we want to go to Shrek Academy. Nodding, Ye Chen stated his purpose. Huh? You want to go to Shrek Academy? Flanders, who was about to continue lying down, immediately perked up. That's right. I am Flanders, the principal of Shrek Academy. I wonder what your soul power levels are. Adjusting his glasses, Flanders spoke. He knew that the two were wealthy and quite young, probably not over 12 years old. If their soul power levels were above 21 and had the best soul ring ratios, Flanders decided he would take them in. For others, reaching the Great Soul Master level was merely passing the first test. One had to reach level 25 to bypass the exam and directly enter the final practical assessment. However, Flanders had no choice. Shrek Academy was now so poor that they could hardly make ends meet, and if they didn't think of ways to generate extra income, they would really have to shut down. So Flanders prepared to relax his criteria. If these two little tycoons became part of Shrek Academy, he was confident he could scrape together a lot of profit, and that would bring funding to the academy. Ye Chen, Martial Soul, Black Jade Divine Bamboo Staff. Level 45 Control System Soul Master. Saying this, Ye Chen released his Martial Soul, revealing 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings that had been disguised, and reported his soul power level. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Softbone Rabbit, Level 46 Assault System Soul Master. Xiao Wu also disguised her soul ring colors, only showing 2 yellow and 2 purple. 4 ring soul masters. Hearing their reported soul power levels, along with the 4 yellow and 4 purple soul rings appearing in the shop, Flanders was shocked. He never expected that these two, looking so young, were already 4 ring soul masters, and they weren't just beginners. They were at level 45 and 46. How old are you two? Flanders adjusted his glasses excitedly. We're both 11 years old. 11 years old? God, there are actually 11-year-old soul masters on the continent. Rare and astonishing. In Ye Chen's view, while an 11-year-old soul master was indeed extraordinary, it wasn't completely unheard of on the continent. For example, Qian Rinxue from the Spirit Hall had innate soul power of level 20. After 5 to 6 years of cultivation, along with the first, second, and third soul rings, she could at least increase her soul power by 3 levels. With abundant resources, reaching 4-ring soul master at 11 years old wasn't difficult at all. Not to mention, Qian Rinxue had refined a 999-year-old angel inheritance skull bone at a low level, which could definitely boost her soul power by several levels. In the original work, Qian Rinxue was only level 70 at 29 years old, which was definitely a delay. Otherwise, with her strong talent, becoming a title Douluo at 24 wound T be impossible. Even those with innate full soul power and twin martial souls, like Bibi Dong and Tang San, couldn't T compare to Qian Rinxue in terms of talent and cultivation speed. It was just that in the later stages, twin martial souls had greater advantages. Are you two really willing to join Shrek Academy? Flanders was curious. With such strong talents, they should have powerful elders, right? No one understood the situation of Shrek Academy better than him. Would their elders agree to let them enroll? If powerful figures came knocking for them later, that would be troublesome. Well, even though your Shrek Academy is a bit run down, we can make do. Shrek Academy wasn't on Ye Chen's radar. He just needed to wait for the big cat to arrive next year. Is this too shabby? Ye Chen thought to himself. No, I'm not being shabby. I'm just being more inclusive. That's right, that's it. Flanders, can you say run down a bit more politely? Like simple and unadorned. Or not very luxurious. Ahem. In that case, welcome to join Shrek Academy. Since Ye Chen had taken the initiative to request joining Shrek Academy, Flanders naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. If the two elders really disagreed, he would deal with it when the time came. Unfortunately, Flanders had no idea that Ye Chen didn't have any powerful elders or backing. As for Xiao Wu, she had two strong little brothers in the Stardow Forest. It wasn't Flanders' fault for thinking this way. It was mainly because Soul Masters valued inheritance. If Ye Chen and Xiao Wu could reach 4-ring Soul Master at such a young age, their talents were undoubtedly extraordinary, and, generally speaking, powerful Soul Masters had equally strong elders. If they encountered one, it could be explained by a benign mutation of their martial souls. But encountering two with benign mutations made the probability almost zero. With two exceptionally talented and powerful students joining, Flanders certainly couldn't stay in his small shop in Soto City anymore. Immediately, he closed the shop and took Ye Chen and Xiao Wu to Shrek Academy outside the city. Before long, under Flanders' lead, the two arrived at the gate of Shrek Academy. They saw a wooden archway at the village entrance with a somewhat shabby sign hanging, on which were carved 5 simple words, Shrek Academy. Additionally, there was a green monster's head on the sign. Well, it must be said that Flanders had quite a heavy taste. Regarding the dilapidation of Shrek Academy, Ye Chen had long anticipated, but he never expected it to be this bad. Chapter 38. Brilliant Suggestions. Dean Flander. Why has our Shrek Academy become so rundown? Ye Chen pointed at the Academy's entrance and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Is there a more dilapidated academy on the Douluo continent? Yeah. They even say it's a high-level Soul Master Academy, but it's not even as good as the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. Xiao Wu said with an incredulous expression. Ahem, it's not that I haven't accepted political aid funds from the Baroque Kingdom, Flander said awkwardly. Dean Flander, you're a 7-ring soul sage. Can't you make a little extra money? Ye Chen was somewhat speechless at Flander's stubbornness. Make extra money? Flander looked puzzled. It's about robbing the rich to help the poor. There are so many bad people on the continent. Taking some gold soul coins from them is doing a service to the people. Well, to put simply, it's black eating black, Ye Chen thought, considering that he shouldn't suggest to Flander to hunt soul beasts in the Stardow Forest for money, given that Xiao Wu was nearby. Hey, why didn't I think of that? Flander's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Although the continent was generally peaceful, there were still professions like bandits, and he had no psychological burden about dealing with such people. Plus, he could gain some good reputation. As for running into tough characters, that was impossible. As a 7-ring soul sage, even among the titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall, he was considered a small expert with a respectable status, not someone who would stoop to engage in murder and robbery. Also, Soto City is a big city. There must be gangs in the city, right? You're a soul sage level expert. Borrowing some gold soul coins from them and paying it back when you have money is reasonable, isn't it? Even in Ye Chen's previous life, in a big city, such situations existed. Flanders' strength was top tier in Soto City. What was wrong with borrowing money from those gangs? As for when to pay it back, why should he pay back money borrowed based on ability? If they refused to lend it, he just wiped them out. Yes, yes. After hearing Ye Chen's suggestion, Flander quickly nodded in appreciation, clearly tempted. Damn, why didn't I think of this earlier? Thinking about the nearly bankrupt Shrek Academy and the overdue wages owed to Xiao Waoqi and others for years, Flander was eager to take action immediately. However, since Ye Chen and Xiao had just arrived, he, as the dean, felt it would be inappropriate to leave them behind. So he planned to arrange things for them first. Then, Flander led Ye Chen and Xiao Wu into Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy was run down outside and inside. The dean's office was a wooden house. The students' dormitories were also wooden houses. And as for the teaching building, Shrek Academy didn't have such a thing, and classes were held outdoors. However, there were two aspects where Shrek Academy could compare to or even surpass Nodding Academy. The first was the area of Shrek Academy, which was not smaller than that of Nodding Academy. After all, Shrek Academy was located in a small village, and the land was not expensive. The second was that the teachers at Shrek Academy were much stronger than those at Nodding Academy, with all starting at the 6-ring Soul Emperor level. And there were even 3 Soul Sages. In contrast, the strongest dean at Nodding Academy was only a 4-ring Soul Scholar. It is worth noting that one of the 3 Soul Sages at Shrek Academy was an extremely rare food system Soul Sage. Overall, compared to those well-known high-level Soul Master Academies on the continent, Shrek Academy was certainly not on the same level. For example, the 4 Elements Academy and the Tiendo Royal Academy each had an 8-ring Soul Douluo in charge, and there were numerous Soul Sage-level teachers, with many students and conditions that could easily surpass Shrek Academy. Most importantly, Shrek Academy did not have a simulated training environment. Building a simulated training ground would require a significant amount of funds, which Flander couldn't afford. However, Ye Chen planned to create a small simulated training ground within Shrek Academy. His martial soul was a bamboo staff, so he thought planting a bamboo grove in the living area should suffice as a simulated training ground. As for Xiao Wu, her martial soul was the soft-bone rabbit, and the simulated environment was a grassland? Perhaps planting a lot of blue-silver grass among the bamboo would work. Although creating a simulated training ground was costly, that applied to large and multi-type simulated training grounds. Ye Chen only needed one that could assist him and Xiao Wu in their training, which would significantly reduce the costs. Just outside Flander's office, the 3 encountered a middle-aged man who was not very tall, but had a very sturdy build. This should be Xiao Waoqi, right? Looking at the middle-aged man, who was about 7 meters tall, Ye Chen thought to himself. Speaking of which, because of their martial souls, Soul Masters generally tended to be taller than ordinary people. Logically, Xiao Waoqi's martial soul was the giant bear, so he should be a tall, muscular man. But while he had the muscles, why was he so short? If Xiao Waoqi were an ordinary person, a height of about 7 meters wouldn't be considered short. However, among Soul Masters, a height of 7 meters was indeed quite short. Even beautiful girls often exceeded 7 meters in height. Now, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu were only 11 years old and were almost as tall as Xiao Waoqi. It was estimated that, by next year, they might surpass him in height. Flander, who are these 2? Xiao Waoqi asked, glancing at Ye Chen and Xiao Wu behind Flander. Ha, old Xiao. These are the 2 new students. Ye Chen, Xiao Wu, this is our Vice Dean Xiao Waoqi. Flander introduced the 3 of them. Nice to meet you, Teacher Xiao. Hello. Flander, isn't it still too early for enrollment? Xiao Waoqi nodded at the 2 and then asked Flander. Old Xiao, these are my special recruits. Flander said proudly. After all, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu were already 4-ring Soul Scholars at such a young age. If nothing unexpected happened, they would definitely become titled Douluos in the future. And Shrek Academy would certainly benefit from that. Although Flander boasted that among Shrek Academy's graduates was the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall, that was just in bragging. The elders of the Spirit Hall started from titled Douluo, and Shrek Academy had only been established for about 20 years, with students not older than 12 years. How could they possibly become titled Douluos? However, Flander was confident that the bragging he did back then would definitely come true for Ye Chen and Xiao Wu. They might not become elders of the Spirit Hall in the future, but they would definitely become the youngest titled Douluos on the continent. Chapter 39, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Special admission? Xiao Wuja widened his eyes, looking at Ye Chen and Xiao Wu in surprise. Indeed, they were only 11 years old and had already become four-ring soul masters. Definitely two super little monsters. Hiss, 11-year-old four-ring soul masters. Zhao Wujie immediately gasped, nearly causing the glaciers of the extreme north to melt and flood the Douluo continent. Previously, due to the disguised necklace, Zhao Wujie couldn't discern their soul power levels, but he never expected their soul power levels to be so high. Even if they had innate full soul power, it wouldn't be possible to cultivate so quickly, right? What kind of feed did they grow up on? Shrek Academy wasn't without innate full soul power. Oscar was one, but Oscar was a food system soul master who cultivated relatively slowly. Now, at 13 years old, he was still at the great soul master level. Is the difference in cultivation speed between food system soul masters and those of other systems really that big? Or are these two not ordinary innate full soul powers? In fact, Zhao Wujie and Flanders didn't know that Xiao Wu was indeed considered to have innate full soul power. But Ye Chen's innate soul power was only level 3, and he was already over 9 years old when he broke through to become a one-ring soul master. Now, Ye Chen's ability to become a four-ring soul master was entirely due to the benefits of an external aid. Without that, Ye Chen would still be lingering around as a one-ring soul master. By the way, old Xiao, there's something tonight, so don't leave the academy. After thinking for a moment, Flanders said to Zhao Wujie, "What's the matter? You'll know tonight. TCH, if you won't say it, then forget it." Looking at Flanders' mysterious expression, Zhao Wujie curled his lips. Ye Chen felt that Flanders was definitely preparing to make extra money. Isn't this kind of bad deed something that can only be done at night? Doing it during the day just feels a bit out of place. In Flanders' office, Flanders invited Ye Chen and Xiao Wu to take a seat. Well, there's nothing special to sit on, just ordinary wooden chairs. Ahem. Well, you two new students, it's time to pay tuition fees? Dean Flanders, that's a bit unscrupulous of you. Weren't you planning to make extra money tonight? This was all my suggestion. Consider it as offsetting the tuition fees. Although Ye Chen wasn't short on that little money, Flanders. The big merchant wanted to take money from him? Not a chance. Moreover, Ye Chen estimated that Flanders would probably ask for an exorbitant amount, treating him like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. Besides, his suggestion was quite valuable. Okay? One thing at a time. How could students entering the academy not pay the registration fee? Flanders smiled at Ye Chen. The extra money tonight is still uncertain, and Ye Chen looks like a rich person, so Flanders felt that the tuition fees had to be collected. Moreover, it had to be a hefty cut. Besides, who said making extra money means he can't collect tuition fees from Ye Chen and the others? There's no conflict there, right? Damn unscrupulous merchant. Curse you to have a son with no anus. Looking at Flanders' smiling face, Ye Chen secretly cursed. But it seems Flanders was a lifelong bachelor and didn't have a son. Xiao Wu, do you still have any money? Ye Chen turned to Xiao Wu and winked. I have no money. Xiao Wu immediately understood and cooperatively said, Dean Flanders, look, we have no money left, so why not waive the tuition fees? Ye Chen was planning to freeload. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Want to freeload? How could that be possible? Flanders would never allow anyone to freeload, especially not someone like Ye Chen, a rich person. TCH, what a pity. Xiao Wu, let's go to the Tiando Royal Academy. With our talents, they will definitely waive our tuition fees. Ye Chen said regretfully to Xiao Wu. Brother, I'll listen to you. Xiao Wu quickly nodded in agreement. Immediately, Ye Chen was about to take Xiao Wu out of Flanders' office. Wait, seeing that the two seemed really about to leave, Flanders couldn't sit still. Dean Flanders, we really don't have money, so please don't persuade us. Kid, you are quite ruthless. Flanders glared at Ye Chen. Ye Chen and Xiao Wu have no money? Flanders wouldn't believe it, even if he was beaten. With a rosy complexion and dressed well, how could they possibly be broke? They must have something in their storage soul guide, but Flanders didn't want to expose them directly. Fortunately, Shrek Academy was about to have money due to Ye Chen's previous suggestion, so the tuition fees for the two wouldn't be a problem. It's just that being freeloaded on made Flanders quite unhappy. He had always been the one to trick others and had never been freeloaded before. Haha, then thank you. Dean Flanders. Ye Chen knew that Flanders definitely didn't want them to leave. However, what Ye Chen said before was not wrong with their talents. If they went to the Tiando Royal Academy, the 3 committee members, and the old man Shui, you would surely be overjoyed, right? After all, the Tiando Empire officially lacked soul masters of other levels, even having quite a few soul Douluo, but they were particularly short on titled Douluo level experts. With such great talent, if they went to the Tiando Royal Academy, not only would they waive the tuition fees, they might even pay them. Being able to freeload made Ye Chen feel very delighted, and doing so from Flanders, this old merchant, filled Ye Chen with a sense of accomplishment. All right, here. That building is for you to live in. Saying this, Flanders pointed to a wooden house not far outside the window. He also realized that Ye Chen and Xiao Wu seemed to be in a couple-like relationship, and since there were no other female students in Shrek Academy, it was better to let Xiao Wu live with Ye Chen. On rainy days, that house shouldn't leak, right? Ye Chen looked at the somewhat shabby wooden house in the distance and said uncertainly, "Don't worry, that house was repaired just 2 years ago." Flanders patted his chest to guarantee. Repaired just 2 years ago? Does that mean it really will leak? I say, Dean, we can't let the kids suffer. And we can't skimp on education. After tonight, when you and teacher Xiao make extra money, it's time to renovate the academy. What you said makes sense. But we still don't know the specific gains. So let's talk about it later. We can't let the kids suffer, and we can't skimp on education. Flanders thought this saying was very profound, and he wished he could do it. It's just that the shiny little cuties aren't enough. Ahem. Well, Dean Flanders, I wish you a fruitful evening, and we'll take our leave now. Go. Just looking at you is irritating. By the way, here is the key for you. Also, there are 3 other students in the academy. You should get to know each other. Got it. Waving his hand, after receiving the dormitory key, Ye Chen took Xiao Wu and left Flanders' office. Chapter 40. Oscar. After leaving Flanders' office, the two headed straight to the dormitory. Upon opening the door, Ye Chen found that the room was not large, probably less than 10 square meters. It seemed that no one had lived there for some time, as there was a considerable amount of dust on the floor and the bed, and a musty smell permeated the air. Brother, are we going to live here? Xiao Wu surveyed the room and said with some disdain. Looking at the state of the room, Ye Chen was also speechless. He could only say, this truly is Shrek Academy. If he were living alone, it wouldn't be a problem. But living with Xiao Wu made Ye Chen feel that this shabby place was a bit beneath them. Then, Ye Chen opened the system store, preparing to see if there were any simple houses for sale. However, he soon found a new target. As the name suggested, this was a convenient little villa. With no shortage of money, Ye Chen directly purchased it. Come on, Xiao Wu, we're not staying in this shabby place anymore. With the little villa, Ye Chen could hardly look at the dilapidated room any longer. Not staying? Then where will we sleep tonight? Follow me. Ye Chen then pulled Xiao Wu out of the wooden house, strolled around Shrek Academy, found a suitable spot, and took out this Soul Guide Villa. When the Soul Guide Villa was not deployed, it was just a 1-foot size model, but as soon as soul power was infused, it could automatically gather the soul power from the surrounding environment and transform into a small villa. The various soul guide formations inside could be activated using the automatically gathered soul power. Ye Chen placed the Soul Guide Villa on the ground and began to infuse soul power. Before long, a uniquely designed 2-story villa with a white main structure appeared before them. Wow, brother, you can even create houses? At this moment, Xiao Wu looked at Ye Chen with starry eyes. Of course, besides not being able to have children, what can't your brother do? You're bragging. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes adorably. After checking around the villa, Ye Chen discovered that its area was not large, only about 70 to 80 square meters. The first floor had a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The second floor had 2 bedrooms and another bathroom. Ye Chen noted that the soul guide formations listed in the description were not for attack or defense, but rather for lighting, temperature control, ventilation, cooking flames, smoke exhaust, and water collection in the bathroom. Practical life-related soul guide formations. Well, this is quite convenient. No wonder it's so expensive. If it weren't for Ye Chen's financial status, he would have spent 100,000 gold soul coins to buy it. Although for Ye Chen, who had the support of an external advantage, 100,000 gold soul coins was nothing, just a few hours of savings. But for others, this was a significant amount of money. Even a 3-ring soul ancestor eligible for subsidies from the Spirit Hall would have to save for over 80 years to afford it. After that, Ye Chen busied himself adding quite a bit of furniture to their new home. How did a new house appear in the academy? Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded at the door. Hearing the noise at the entrance, Ye Chen, who had just finished his work and was lying on the sofa, immediately looked over. He saw a young man dressed simply in gray, with neatly cropped hair and a full beard, but with peach blossom eyes. He is definitely a young man. Although he has a full beard, a closer look reveals that he is not very old, probably only a few years older than Ye Chen. Oscar? Seeing the bearded young man, Ye Chen knew that this must be Oscar. Innate full soul power soul masters are rare. And innate full soul power food system soul masters are even rarer, fewer than those with twin martial souls. At least on the continent. Apart from Bibi Dong and Tang San, there have been clear records of twin martial souls. But there have been no clear records of innate full soul power food system soul masters. Perhaps apart from Oscar, they have never appeared. Even in the original story, the god of food in the divine realm actively offered Oscar a divine position. Who are you guys? Oscar looked at Ye Chen and Xiao Wu in the room, somewhat puzzled. We are new students at Shrek Academy. My name is Ye Chen. I am Xiao Wu. Uncle, who are you? Are you a teacher at the academy? Seeing Oscar's full beard, Xiao Wu thought he must be older. Uncle? You actually call me uncle? Oscar's expression froze. Although Ye Chen and Xiao Wu looked younger than him. For heaven's sake, he was only 13 years old. How did he suddenly become an uncle? Is there a problem? Xiao Wu was taken aback and didn't quite understand. Of course there is a problem, and a big one. I'm only 13 years old, Oscar said with a bitter smile. No way. You're only 13? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right. My name is Oscar. I'm 13 years old. And I'm also a student at Shrek Academy. You can't just call me uncle because I have a lot of hair. Sorry, I didn't realize. Xiao Wu felt a bit embarrassed, but was Oscar really only 13? Just looking at that full beard, he could easily pass for 23. By the way, I clearly remember that there wasn't this house in the academy yesterday. How come there is one now? Oscar was puzzled. This house is a soul guide device. Not newly built. A soul guide device? There is even a house-type soul guide device. Oscar's eyes widened as he looked at Ye Chen. Well, but this soul guide house isn't much different from a regular house. It's just more convenient. Is that so? Oscar raised an eyebrow. Just then, another voice came from outside. Damn, how did a new house appear in the academy? Did Dean Flinder change his personality? Hearing the voice, the three in the room quickly looked over. They saw a tall man appear, but his originally handsome face was now covered with bruises, clearly having been beaten up recently. It was none other than Dai Mubai, who had been made to call Ye Chen dad the night before. However, since Dai Mubai had sought treatment from a healing soul master in Soto City, he no longer had a swollen face, just some lingering bruises. Dai Mubai. This isn't an ordinary house, but a soul guide device. Dai Mubai, what happened to your face? Oscar, who had arrived first, was just about to explain to Dai Mubai when he noticed the scars on Dai Mubai's face. Chapter 41. Lousy has a root sausage. Oh, isn't this my good son? What brings you here to see your dad? As soon as he saw Dai Mubai, Ye Chen immediately started mocking him. Although he didn't recognize this son at the Rose Hotel, that didn't stop him from teasing him now. Is it you? Damn, what are you doing here? Dai Mubai had been focused on the suddenly appearing soul guidance, small villa, and didn't notice Ye Chen at first. Now that he suddenly saw him, he immediately recalled the humiliation from last night. What do you mean your dad can't be here? Hearing Ye Chen call him dad over and over, Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh. Oh, what's going on? When did Big Brother Dai become a good son? Oscar whispered to Xiao Wu. He disturbed my brother's rest last night, and in the end, he got beaten up and called someone dad. Xiao Wu briefly explained what happened at the Rose Hotel last night. Hiss, Big Brother Dai, you actually got beaten up to the point of calling someone dad? Oscar said with a strange expression directed at Dai Mubai. Actually, at Shrek Academy, both Oscar and Ma Hongjun were somewhat displeased with Dai Mubai. Because Oscar's soul skill incantations were a bit peculiar and were always looked down upon by Dai Mubai, it was natural for him to be unhappy. As for Ma Hongjun, due to his own evil fire, he had no money in his pocket and could only go to the brothels to find those older sisters and aunties, which naturally led to Dai Mubai, who had a higher taste, looking down on him. Coupled with Dai Mubai's domineering personality, it was understandable that the two were displeased with him. You, Oscar, are you looking for death? Dai Mubai having his scars exposed, was furious and pointed at Oscar with a fierce expression. Dai Mubai. The bruise on your face hasn't even faded yet, and you're already getting cocky? Want your dad to help you remember? Ye Chen said with a playful tone. Damn it. Hearing Ye Chen's threatening words, Dai Mubai's anger reached max, but he had no way to retaliate. After all, he really couldn't beat Ye Chen. And this wasn't the Star Luo Empire where anyone would give him a hand. What are you still doing here? Waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Go wherever it's cooler. Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively, full of disdain. Suppressing the anger in his heart. Dai Mubai snorted coldly and left without saying any 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully the young and poor type of words. Because even if it came to talent, he was still inferior to Ye Chen, and as time passed, their gap would only widen. TSK, is this still Dai Mubai? Watching Dai Mubai leave in frustration, Oscar was somewhat surprised. Is this the Dai Mubai he remembered? Could it be that he was swapped out? Dai Mubai's actions refreshed Oscar's impression, and now even the way he referred to him changed from Big Brother Dai Mubai, because the title Big Brother clearly no longer suited him. By the way, Ye Chen, since you can beat Dai Mubai, does that mean your strength is quite impressive? Oscar turned to look at Ye Chen. Just average, nothing special. Ye Chen waved his hand, speaking humbly. Before he became invincible, Ye Chen wouldn't be too arrogant. There's a saying that goes well, humility leads to progress. Oscar, you used to call that Dai Mubai Big Brother. Is there a Big Brother in Shrek Academy too? Xiao Wu was very sensitive to the term Big Brother, previously at Notting Academy. Xiao Wu was the big sister of the academy. Now that she's at Shrek Academy, her big sister should also become the big sister of Shrek Academy. Previously, Dai Mubai was the strongest student in the academy, so naturally he was the big brother. But now that Brother Chen has defeated Dai Mubai from now on, it should be Brother Yi. My brother doesn't want to be the big brother. I'm going to be the big brother of Shrek Academy in the future, Oscar. You have to call me Sister Xiao Wu from now on. Xiao Wu corrected Oscar's mistake. If you want to be the big brother, you have to win everyone's approval. Oscar looked Xiao Wu up and down, but couldn't tell how strong she was. This pretty and cute girl, if she punches me, I might just cry. Oscar thought to himself. Don't underestimate people. Want to win approval. Huh? Oscar, let's go outside and have a spar. Xiao Wu felt that Oscar looked down on her. But since that's the case, her path to becoming the big sister should start with defeating Oscar. Cough. I'm a food system soul master, not good at fighting. Oscar didn't want to fight, although he was a second-ring great soul master. His martial soul was a food system one, and if it came down to it, he probably couldn't even beat most first-ring battle soul masters. And since Xiao Wu could enroll in Shrek Academy, she was definitely also a second-ring great soul master, and he had no intention of seeking punishment. Food system soul master? What kind of food? Hearing Oscar say he was a food system soul master, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. Her favorite things are eating and playing. My martial soul is a sausage. Sausage? Bring one out for me to try. Xiao Wu couldn't wait to taste the deliciousness. Although Ye Chen could indeed create many delicious foods, Xiao Wu hadn't eaten much soul power food. After all, food system soul masters were rare, and in Notting City, there was only one first-ring food system soul master. And due to their low level, they couldn't make much soul power food. Maybe you should skip that? Oscar felt a bit awkward, due to the peculiar nature of his soul skill incantations. When he sold sausages before, he always prepared them in advance rather than making them on the spot. He was afraid that if he made them in front of Xiao Wu and Ye Chen, he might end up getting beaten. Don't worry, Sister Xiao Wu pays for food. I won't let you work for free. Xiao Wu thought Oscar was a bit stingy and didn't want to treat her for free. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, who understood the situation, found it somewhat amusing after hearing Xiao Wu's words. Are you sure you want to eat? Oscar asked uncertainly. All right, but don't hit anyone. I have a big sausage. Saying this, Oscar raised his right hand, chanting the incantation, and a yellow light suddenly gathered in his palm. 2 yellow soul rings rose up, and then a large sausage appeared in his palm. Although the sausage in Oscar's hand was fragrant, Xiao Wu's face turned very ugly, as if she had just eaten a dead fly. Go die. After a moment of silence, Xiao Wu cried out and raised her fist, ready to rush up and beat Oscar. Chapter 42. Excited Oscar. Wait, we agreed not to hit anyone. Besides, I have no choice. when using a food-type martial soul. To make food change, different soul spells must be used. What I just said is a spell, not something I wanted to shout. Moreover, the quality of the sausages I made is absolutely fine. Seeing Xiao Wu raise her fist, Oscar felt a bit nervous and quickly explained. Get lost, such disgusting things. You might as well keep them for yourself. Xiao Wu, who was listening to Oscar's explanation, said with disdain, but she did lower her raised fist. Sigh, I knew it would be like this. Poor me, my delicious sausages, and no one wants to eat them. Oscar took a big bite of the sausage, feeling sorry for it. He had the talent, but where was the right person to appreciate it? Oscar, actually, when you want to activate your soul skill, you don't necessarily have to chant the spell. Ye Chen said to Oscar, really? If that can solve this problem from now on, if you tell me to go east, I will definitely not go west. Oscar's eyes lit up immediately, and he patted his chest to assure Ye Chen. Oscar was also quite disdainful of the spell for his soul skill, but he had no choice, right? As a soul master, he had to use soul skills. And if he could really skip these bizarre spells, then accepting Ye Chen as his boss wouldn't be a problem. The reason you have to chant spells is that your control over soul power is insufficient. If your control level is strong enough, it shouldn't be necessary to chant spells, or you could just think it in your heart. Ye Chen speculated that Oscar's peculiar soul skill spells were probably similar to the spells used by mages in Western fantasy novels, as long as one mastered it. They could likely do it without chanting or by silently chanting. Is that true? Oscar was a bit uncertain. It should be, I don't know for sure after all. I'm not a food-type soul master. Oscar was speechless, but regardless of whether what Ye Chen said was true or not, he planned to give it a try. Although he couldn't be 100 sure, there was at least a possibility, right? By the way, my martial soul is sausage, and my soul power level is 27 as a great soul master. What are your martial souls? What is your soul power level? Oscar suddenly remembered that he didn't know the martial souls and soul power levels of the two. Martial soul, soft bone rabbit, 46th level assault system soul master. Martial soul, ink jade divine bamboo staff, 45th level control system soul master. Ye Chen and Xiao Wu released their martial souls and the 4 soul rings. 2 yellow and 2 purple shone brightly. 4-ring soul master? Oscar exclaimed, surprised that the 2 who looked younger than him were already 4-ring soul masters. And not just beginners, but at levels 45 and 46. No wonder Dai Mubai was not their opponent. Tian Yi, Xia Vu Yi. Is it too late for me to hug your thighs now? Oscar's first reaction was shock, and his second reaction was to seek support. These are 2 thick thighs. In the future, becoming a title Douluo is guaranteed. As a weak auxiliary soul master, I need to hold on tight. Go to hell. Xiao Wu Jia's thigh is not for you to hug. Xiao Wu pouted. Xiao Wu Jia, I'm just a food-type soul master. I don't have much combat power, so I can only choose to hug thighs. Oscar said with a pitiful expression. To be honest, if a food-type soul master or an auxiliary soul master could become their teammate, everyone would be happy, but if it were their own, it would be different. Although food-type and auxiliary soul masters might have a relatively higher status at the same level, they truly lack combat power, and there is no guarantee of safety. This is also a rule of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The partner of their direct descendants in the auxiliary system must have combat power. Actually, food-type soul masters can also have strong combat power. Rubbing his chin, Ye Chen said, really? Oscar was taken aback. If one could get a full set of 6,100, 000 year soul bones, it would be equivalent to having 12,100, 000 year soul bone skills. The number of soul skills would be more than that of an ordinary title Douluo, and the combat power would definitely far exceed that of soul masters of the same level. Saying it is like talking to a wall. Ordinary soul bones are already precious treasures, let alone a set of 100, 000 year soul bones. Oscar rolled his eyes. How could he gather 100, 000 year soul bones? Even if he drank fake wine, it wouldn't be this exaggerated. Besides soul bones, there is another way. Oh, tell me. As far as I know, there is a type of soul beast called the Mirror Shadow Beast, whose innate soul skill can replicate the opponent's soul skills. If you add a Mirror Shadow Beast soul ring in the future, it might be possible to replicate the sausage. In the original story, Oscar did it this way. Ye Chen didn't dislike Oscar as a character. Although his soul skill was a bit sneaky, Oscar's character was quite good, so he mentioned it. Really? Oscar was excited. Every auxiliary has a heart for output. Moreover, unlike the auxiliaries in games, many of whom can both fight and assist, the auxiliary soul masters in Douluo continent, if they don't have soul bones, can basically only be pure auxiliaries. Why would I lie to you? But it's best to have a higher age for the mirror shadow beast. If it's too low, it might not replicate soul skills, or the effect of replication could be poor. Adding the same type of soul ring. The soul skills gained from a higher age will definitely be better than those from a lower age. If Oscar absorbed the mirror shadow beast soul ring early on, even if he didn't replicate soul skills like in the original, the percentage of power his replicated sausage could replicate would definitely decrease. Ha, that's great. I will definitely become a food-type soul master with combat power. Oscar was very excited. No one wants to possess strong power, especially someone like him with great innate talent. He wasn't one of those food-type soul masters with poor talent and limited future achievements, but a food-type soul master with full innate soul power. Becoming a food-type title Douluo in the future was a done deal, but if he really became a title Douluo with no combat power, how tragic would that be? Oscar, is there a cafeteria in the academy? It's almost mealtime, and Ye Chen was thinking about how to solve the lunch problem. There is but the food. Oscar didn't continue. In his opinion, it would be better to chew on a few of his own recovery sausages than to eat the food from the Shrek Academy cafeteria. At the very least, his recovery sausages still had a meaty flavor, right? Chapter 43, Black Eats Black. Well then, Xiao, let us prepare a special meal. Ye Chen also remembered that before Yu Xiaojiang came to Shrek Academy, the cafeteria there served only bland soup, just enough to fill the stomach, and as for the taste, forget about it. However, because Ye Chen had secretly reported Tang Daqiang and Tang Xiaosan back then, Tang Xiaosan did not go to Notting Academy. So there was naturally no scene of Tang Xiaosan becoming Yu Xiaojiang's disciple, which means Yu Xiaojiang probably wouldn't come to Shrek Academy next year. And as someone who isn't short on money, Ye Chen wouldn't treat himself poorly. Since the cafeteria food isn't tasty, he might as well cook for himself. After all, he has a kitchen at home now. As night fell, two figures hurriedly walked out of Shrek Academy, heading towards Soto City under the faint moonlight. On a dark, windy night, those who do bad things like to act under the cover of darkness. Flander, why are we wearing these clothes? Xiao Wujia, dressed in night gear, asked Flander with a puzzled expression. Old Xiao, we're going to do Black Eats Black. It's best not to expose our identities. Black Eats Black? Flander, you're quite adventurous. Hearing Black Eats Black, Xiao Wujia immediately became spirited. Our academy is currently lacking funds, so I plan to borrow some gold soul coins from the gangs in Soto City. Flander, when did you become so wicked? Have you found a target? Xiao Wujia, known as the unmoving king on the continent, was certainly not a good person. It was only after becoming a teacher at Shrek Academy that his temperament had mellowed somewhat. Otherwise, he would definitely be a troublemaker. Besides, he had no psychological burden about doing Black Eats Black. I scouted Soto City during the day. The Axe Gang is one of the top gangs in Soto City, and their leader, Li Gui, has a martial soul of a black iron axe, with a soul power level of a 6-ring soul emperor, while other members are at most 5-ring soul kings. With our strength, ISNT it easy? Pick the soft persimmons, Flander thought. Although there are plenty of forces in Soto City that are richer than the Axe Gang, he didn't have the idea of acting recklessly just because of their strength. For example, there is the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School S 7 Treasures Commerce Association, which undoubtedly has a lot of wealth and doesn't have a 7-ring soul sage in charge. Another example is the Martial Soul Hall in the city, which definitely has a lot of gold soul coins, and while there is a 7-ring soul sage station there, their strength is certainly not on par with Flander and Xiao Wujia. However, Flander hadn't been foolish enough to provoke the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Martial Soul Hall. Otherwise, even if they succeeded, once the news leaked, Shrek Academy would soon be in serious trouble. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is one of the top 3 sects, and the Martial Soul Hall is the strongest soul master organization on the continent. Shrek Academy cannot afford to provoke them. Axe Gang? All right, let us count it as their bad luck. Xiao Wujia mourned for a second for the Axe Gang's leader, Li Gui, knowing that with him and Flander targeting him, it would definitely be a night of heavy losses. That evening, in a luxurious mansion in Soto City. Li Gui, the leader of the Axe Gang, was enjoying double happiness with two delicate concubines in the room. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocking sounds rang out, startling Li Gui at a critical moment. Damn it, which bastard can't wait to die? How dare they interrupt my good time? Shocked, Li Gui quickly checked his treasures, and after confirming nothing was wrong, he began to curse. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the incessant knocking, Li Gui felt his anger rise and put on his clothes to check what was going on. Outside the door, Flander, you're really bad, actually coming to disturb someone during the good time. With his keen hearing as a high-level soul master, Xiao Wujian naturally heard the strange sounds coming from inside the room and understood they were playing a game, smiling at Flander. Cough, cough, old Xiao, keep it down. Don't expose our identities, Flander whispered to Xiao Wujian. After all, he is the president of a high-level Soul Master Academy, although Shrek Academy is just a small academy. Flander didn't want to expose their situation, otherwise, it would sound bad if it got out that the president of Shrek Academy was involved in Black Eats Black. Xiao Wujian was speechless. Can't do the deed, but can't take the blame? However, he didn't say anything further. Indeed, the matter they were about to undertake tonight wouldn't sound good if it got out. Moreover, if their identities were exposed, they wouldn't be afraid. But the students in the academy might not be so lucky and could face retaliation. Creak, knock, knock, knock. Is knocking your sister? Are you looking for death? When the door opened, the cursing Li Gui saw two figures dressed in night gear appear at his doorstep. I don't know why you two came at night. In this day and age, being in a gang, as long as you understand how to fight, that's enough, but to be a leader, it takes more than just fighting. You must also have some insight to know who to offend and who not to offend. After all, if you kick a metal plate, won't that be the end? With Li Gui's level as a six-ring soul emperor, he couldn't see the details of the two figures in front of him. And with the faint sense of pressure he felt, he knew that these two were definitely experts starting from the level of seven-ring soul sages, and he immediately became timid. You are Li Gui of the Axe Gang? Flander asked in a hoarse voice. Yes, I'm Li Gui. May I ask what brings you two here? As long as he was pushed to a dead end, Li Gui felt it was best to avoid conflict. After all, he was the leader of the Axe Gang, a prominent figure in Soto City, with a great life ahead of him to enjoy. He didn't want to lose his life here. Someone is willing to pay 10,000 gold soul coins for your life. Flander pretended to threaten him. Before coming, Flander had thought it through. Shrek Academy is a bottomless pit, and instead of choosing to completely wipe out the Axe Gang, it would be better to let it flow gently. Moreover, most of the Axe Gang's South assets are real estate, which he couldn't sell off. At most, he could only scrape together some cash, which wouldn't maximize the benefits. Another point is that even if they took down the Axe Gang, as long as there is still a survival soil for gangs in Soto City, there would still be gangs like the Knife Gang and the Big Knife Gang emerging. It's not something that can be solved simply by Black Eats Black. Plus, although the Axe Gang is called a gang, they don't engage in robbery. After all, how much profit can ordinary people provide? The Axe Gang's main income comes from running various entertainment venues, and they aren't the kind of gang that is rotten to the core. So Flander planned to let it flow gently first. In the future, when Shrek Academy needs money, they could come to the Axe Gang for it. Chapter 44. Borrowing money clearly in Flander's plan. The Axe Gang would be his ATM from now on. Is my life worth only 10,000 gold soul coins? Li Gui's eyes widened. The assets of the Axe Gang were valued at over 1 million gold soul coins, and as the leader of the gang with the strength of a six-ring soul emperor, a mere 10,000 gold soul coins was enough to take his life. Isn't that too disrespectful? Li Gui thought that even if his old rival, the Hungry Wolf Gang, hired an assassin to kill him, it would surely cost several 100,000 gold soul coins, right? Besides, when did Soul Saint-level assassins charge such a low price? All right, stop the nonsense. Let us get to it. Xiao Wuji, who was beside him, spoke up, his imposing aura enveloping Li Gui. Gulp. Li Gui swallowed hard and immediately spoke up. Can we negotiate a bit? Isn't killing bad? If there's room for discussion, I think we can talk as long as I can keep my life. Well, it's not impossible to negotiate as long as you borrow us 100,000 gold soul coins. We'll let this matter go today. We'll take care of everything with the employer. Flander pretended to hesitate for a moment before stating the price, emphasizing the word borrow. As for the employer, that was just nonsense he made up. Hearing this, Li Gui's heart surged with joy, knowing that he could keep his life tonight. However, isn't 100,000 gold soul coins too much? Just moments ago, he thought his life was worth several 100,000 gold soul coins. And now he felt pained at the thought of borrowing out 100,000 gold soul coins. The Axe Gang's assets are indeed over 1 million, but his little treasury only had around 100,000 gold soul coins. After all, as a gang leader, he couldn't be greedy. He had to share some profits with his subordinates, otherwise, who would fight for him? Flander said it was a loan, but Li Gui knew that the 100,000 gold soul coins would definitely be a loan without return. After all, would he dare to go and collect the debt? Not to mention, he didn't even know who Flander was. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare to ask. Isn't that a bit too much? Li Gui asked cautiously. He too much? Since you think it's too much, then just keep it for your next life. Xiao Wuji immediately sneered and assumed a posture as if he was about to take action. Wait, I'll give you the money. Realizing that Xiao Wuji was about to move, Li Gui thought it was bad and immediately caved, no longer bargaining. Compared to money, his life was definitely more important. Forget about 100,000 gold soul coins. He wouldn't mind negotiating even if it was the entire Axe Gang. Ding, ding, ding. The next morning, a clear bell rang throughout the Shrek Academy. Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, who were having breakfast in the kitchen, were stunned. Brother, what is that bell about? Xiao Wu asked Ye Chen. This should be the assembly bell for the academy, right? No one had mentioned it to Ye Chen since he just arrived at Shrek Academy, but he assumed it was so. After finishing their breakfast quickly, the two immediately headed towards the direction of the bell. When Ye Chen and Xiao Wu arrived at the playground, they found that many people were already there. Besides Flander, Xiao Wuji, Dai Mubai, and Oscar, whom Ye Chen had seen before, there were also 2 old men, a middle-aged man, and a chubby little boy with a fiery red crew cut. Ahem, all right. All the teachers and students of Shrek Academy are present. I have a few announcements to make. Seeing everyone was gathered, Flander cleared his throat. First, the 2 new students should introduce themselves to everyone. Saying this, Flander looked at Ye Chen with a smile. Why does Flander look so happy? Did he gain something significant last night? Ye Chen thought to himself while not directly asking, and proceeded with his self-introduction. Ye Chen, Martial Soul, Ink Jade, God Bamboo Staff, Level 45 Control System Soul Master. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Softbone Rabbit, Level 46 Assault System Soul Master. Hiss. When Ye Chen and Xiao Wu announced their soul power levels, everyone, except for Flander and Oscar, who were already aware, gasped in shock, looking at Ye Chen and Xiao Wu in disbelief. Even Dai Mubai was no exception. Although he knew Ye Chen was a 4-ring soul master, he never expected Ye Chen's soul power level to reach 45. One must know that it usually takes 2 years for a genius to advance from a 41-level soul master to a 45-level soul master, right? How many years has Ye Chen cultivated since awakening his martial soul? Not to mention, the seemingly cute and sweet Xiao Wu had a soul power level that was 1 level higher than Ye Chen's. My goodness. What kind of feed did she grow up on? All right, a few teachers, and you 3 should also introduce yourselves. I'll go first. Flander, Martial Soul, 4-Eyed Cat Eagle, Level 77 Agile Attack, System Soul Saint. Flander glanced at the teachers in the academy and Dai Mubai and the others. Xiao Wuji, Martial Soul, Great Strength Golden Bear, Level 75, Assault System Soul Saint. Xiao Xin, Martial Soul, Jelly Bean, Level 71, Food System Soul Saint. Lucci Bean, Martial Soul, Star Chess, Level 66 Control System Soul Emperor. Li Yusong, Martial Soul, Dragon Pattern Staff, Level 61 Assault System Soul Emperor. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, Level 35 Soul Master. Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage, Level 27 Great Soul Master. Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix, Level 25 Great Soul Master. Next, I have some good news to announce. After everyone finished their self-introductions, Flander looked at everyone with a smile. Principal, what is the good news? Upon hearing there was good news, Oscar immediately asked Flander, Old Xiao, from now on, Our Academy's cafeteria will be under your responsibility, ensuring the kids get proper nutrition. Any funds needed can be requested from me. Flander didn't answer Oscar directly and turned to Xiao Xine. Last night, it borrowed 100,000 gold soul coins from the leader of the Axe Gang, Li Gui. The financial issues of Shrek Academy have been greatly alleviated. Even after deducting the long overdue wages for the teachers, there is still quite a bit of surplus. Although they couldn't make any big moves, improving the food quality was definitely not a problem. Flander, did you hit the jackpot? Upon hearing Flander's generosity, Xiao Xine looked incredulous, recalling that Flander was usually quite stingy. Did he take the wrong medicine today? Ahem, don't ask about that. Just come to me later if you need anything. Flander waved his hand, unwilling to elaborate, as this shady business could affect his noble image. What kind of dirty money has Flander gotten into? Ye Chen thought to himself as he watched Flander's carefree demeanor. Chapter 45. Miserable Ma Hongjun. Flander looked at Dai Mubai. The name Dai Mubai immediately stepped forward. You will explain the Academy's rules to the two new students. Except for Oscar, the rest of you can go back and rest. Try to restore your condition to the best state possible. The first class today will start in the evening. After speaking, Flander left. Regarding Flander's mention of the first class in the evening, Ye Chen had a prediction. It should be about going to the Soto Great Spirit Arena for a spirit fight. If it weren't for the disguise necklace that could alter one's appearance, body shape, and spirit ring configuration, Ye Chen definitely wouldn't agree to go with Xiao Wu. After all, at such a young age, being a 4-ring spirit master with a configuration of 4 black rings, without a significant backing, they wouldn't be able to protect themselves. Fortunately, with the disguise necklace, there was no need to worry about that aspect anymore. A 4-ring spirit master at such a young age, especially with a complete black ring configuration, could indeed cause a great earthquake. But if it were youth or even a middle-aged person with the best spirit ring configuration, it wouldn't attract attention. After Flander left, Ye Chen looked at Dai Mubai with a smile. The Academy has no special rules. After saying there were no rules, Dai Mubai snorted coldly and was about to leave. Hey, you brat, is this how you speak to your father? Ye Chen shouted, bringing up the father-son matter again. In an instant, Dai Mubai's fists clenched tightly, and the look in his eyes burned with rage. If he weren't afraid of Ye Chen, he would definitely rush up and smash Ye Chen's head. If looks could kill, Ye Chen would have been cut into 1,000 pieces at that moment. Unfortunately, only mental-type spirit masters could kill with their gaze, and Dai Mubai's white tiger spirit clearly couldn't do that. If time could be reversed, Dai Mubai would never have bowed to Ye Chen's fists at the Rose Hotel, humiliatingly calling him father. Even if it meant death, he wouldn't say it. In fact, Ye Chen hadn't expected Dai Mubai to be so spineless as to be beaten into calling him father. If Dai Mubai had truly refused to call him, Ye Chen certainly wouldn't have dared to eliminate him. At most, he would just give him a thorough beating. Though Dai Mubai wasn't favored, he was still a prince of the Star Luo Empire. If he were really killed, the Star Luo royal family would definitely seek revenge. Suppressing his inner fury and feeling helpless, Dai Mubai ignored Ye Chen's taunts and left directly. He feared that he would lose control and impulsively provoke another beating. Xiao Ao, Dai Laodao was called a brat, and didn't he even react? What's going on? Fatty, let me tell you quietly, before Chun Ge came to the academy, they had a conflict. Dai Mubai was knocked down by Chun Ge and even called him father. Really that powerful? Well, it makes sense considering the level difference. Ma Hongjun was first shocked, but as he thought of Ye Chen's spirit power level, he quickly regained his composure. Ye Chen's spirit power level was a full 10 levels higher than Dai Mubai's, so it wasn't surprising for him to make Dai Mubai call him father. But Dai Mubai was indeed spineless? Immediately, Ma Hongjun looked disdainfully at the departing figure of Dai Mubai. Who told Dai Mubai to be so arrogant before? Mocking him for not being picky when hungry. Now that he was made to call someone father, it was only fitting retribution. Tian Yi, Xia Vu Yi. You seem to be about the same age as me. How did you cultivate? After disdainfully thinking of Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun enthusiastically addressed the two. Ye Chen had defeated Dai Mubai and was much stronger than him, so it was normal for Ma Hongjun to call him Chengge. As for Xiao Wu, with the highest spirit power level, calling her Xiao Wu Jie was not excessive. These were two big thighs, and Ma Hongjun naturally wanted to hold on tight. Ahem, We had some special opportunities. Since he couldn't reveal the details about their cheat, Ye Chen could only vaguely say a sentence. Xiao fatty, your spirit is a phoenix? Xiao Wu curiously looked at Ma Hongjun. The phoenix is known as the king of birds, but why was Ma Hongjun a slightly lewd little fatty? In the continent, a spirit master's appearance and personality are somewhat influenced by their spirit. For example, Flender, whose spirit is a four-eyed cat eagle, is lethargic during the day but energetic at night. Furthermore, Dai Mu Bai, with his white tiger spirit, has a tall and mighty appearance. Logically speaking, since Ma Hongjun has a phoenix spirit, he should have an elegant and noble demeanor, right? But Xiao Wu couldn't see how Ma Hongjun fit this description at all. Well, I guess the red hair fits the fire attribute of the phoenix. Ahem, well, my spirit is the evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun said awkwardly. A fire phoenix is just a fire phoenix. Why is it an evil fire phoenix? Xiao Wu was confused. Xiao Wu Jia. Let me explain. This fatty spirit is a mutated spirit. It's called the evil fire phoenix, but it's actually the evil fire grass chicken. Oscar immediately began to expose him. Xiao Ao, can you not talk? If you can't talk, then don't. No one thinks you're mute. Ma Hongjun angrily retorted to Oscar. Evil fire grass chicken? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Grass, chicken, and phoenix, there's quite a big gap. Wait, what is this evil fire? Xiao Wu focused on the key point. As soon as this topic was mentioned, Ye Chen immediately thought of Ma Hongjun's miserable experience and looked at him with pity. Speaking of which, Ma Hongjun was also quite unfortunate. Being able to cultivate to a level 25 Great Spirit Master, his innate spirit power was definitely not low, probably around level 8. In the entire Douluo continent, he could be considered a genius. However, because of the evil fire in his body, just thinking about it felt. In the original work, if Ma Hongjun hadn't obtained the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower to purify the evil fire in his body, he might have died one day due to it. Diao, Duiye. Let's not talk about this anymore, Ma Hongjun said a bit shyly, as Xiao Wu was a cute girl, and he didn't want to go into detail. Otherwise, what if he got beaten? Just say it. Why so much nonsense? Xiao Wu glared at Ma Hongjun. I said you can't hit me. The evil fire is. I didn't expect you to be so lewd. Listening to Ma Hongjun's explanation, Xiao Wu was completely taken aback. There was actually such a lewd spirit. Truly, in this vast world, there are all kinds of wonders. TSK, fatty, you've worked hard. Ye Chen stepped forward and patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder. Chapter 46. Evening class, sigh. Dust brother, you understand me. I don't want this either, but there is no other way. If there were any other solution, Ma Hongjun Wu and T want to seek out those older sisters. Do you really think he enjoys it? He is also quite disgusted by it, okay? If the current Ye Chen had some celestial herb, like the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, or if he had a surplus in his small treasury, then maybe he could help Ma Hongjun with his evil fire problem. But right now, Ye Chen doesn't have the ability to go to the ice and fire yin yang to obtain celestial herbs, and his small treasury isn't very full either. He still has to save it for upgrading the qualities of his and Xiao Wu's martial souls, so he can't spend money on Ma Hongjun. Moreover, to be honest, Ye Chen has only just gotten to know Ma Hongjun. Their relationship isn't close enough for that. After thinking for a moment, Ye Chen spoke up. Fatty, how about I lend you some money? You can pay me back when you have money in the future. The reason Ye Chen decided to lend money to Ma Hongjun is that he doesn't want to see his classmate, at such a young age, seeking out older sisters. Another reason is to let Xiao Wu get used to the idea that excellent men often have many women around them. After all, the big cat will be coming Shrek Academy next year, and he certainly can't let Dai Mu Bai's 1,000 kills cause trouble. Ye Chen is afraid that if he shows concern for other girls, Xiao Wu will throw a big tantrum. Let me gold soul coins? Brother Chen, are you serious? Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up immediately. If he had money, he would need to seek out those older sisters. But fatty, haven't you encountered any wealthy women? Although Ma Hongjun is a bit chubby and somewhat lewd, his looks aren't that bad. If it were in his past life, he would probably have reached the peak of his life by now. As those wealthy women love this kind of vibe. Is there really no profession for wealthy women in Douluo continent? Ma Hongjun. Ahem, Brother Chun. Let's talk about the money lending. Ma Hongjun skipped over the topic of wealthy women since he hadn't encountered any. Do Do you have a storage soul guide? Ye Chen's small treasury is kept in the system mall, and the gold soul coins taken out from the system mall are all scattered. The external tool doesn't provide the function to convert to gold coin cards, so without a storage soul guide, it would be quite inconvenient to carry around. None. Ma Hongjun shook his head. It's true that while storage soul guides are not uncommon in Douluo continent, not every soul master has one. Because soul guide technology has been lost, the storage soul guides on the continent are all handed down from the past. Even the smallest space ones are quite expensive. TSK. Shaking his head, Ye Chen opened the system mall, bought a storage soul guide with a space of 1 cubic meter, and put in 10,000 gold soul coins, handing it to Ma Hongjun. The price of storage soul guides in the system mall isn't expensive. A 1 cubic meter size costs only 1,000 gold soul coins. And 10,000 gold soul coins are enough for Ma Hongjun to find those good-looking girls and play the game for several years. Well, I hope this little fatty won't go missing. After receiving the storage soul guide, Ma Hongjun quickly refined it. And when he saw the large pile of gold soul coins inside, he was immediately overjoyed. Brother Chun, so many gold soul coins. There must be over 10,000, right? Are you really that rich? Ahem, keep it low-key, keep it low-key. It's not much, just not short on money. Ye Chen waved his hand. 10,000 gold soul coins are just pocket change. Ma Hongjun is a genius after all, just selling a favor in advance. Although he probably won't need it in the future, he isn't lost out. Fatty, are you going to treat us? Hearing that Ma Hongjun had money, Oscar immediately shouted that he wanted a treat. Little Oscar, how about I take you out for some fun tonight? Ma Hongjun said with a grin. Oscar. Night fell. When Ye Chen and Xiao Wu arrived at the playground, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were already there. As for Oscar, he is a food-type soul master with no combat ability. And since there aren't enough people now, they can't form a team. So he doesn't need to attend the evening class. Not long after, Flinder arrived as well. Great, everyone is here. Let's head to Soto City. After scanning the crowd, Flinder said to Ye Chen and the others. Wait, Dean Flinder, are we going to the Grand Soul Arena? At this moment, Ye Chen spoke up. Huh, how did you know, kid? That's right, we'll be having class at the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. Flinder was a bit surprised, not expecting Ye Chen to know his arrangements in advance. Xiao Wu, let us disguise ourselves. Ye Chen said to Xiao Wu, then used the disguise necklace to change their appearances. With a surge of soul power, Ye Chen's appearance transformed from a young boy into an unremarkable young man. Xiao Wu also transformed into an ordinary young woman. TSK, what is going on? Seeing Ye Chen and Xiao Wu undergo a big transformation, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but click his tongue. Dai Mubai was also somewhat surprised. This shouldn't be the effect of soul skill. Could it be a transforming soul guide? Not bad. I was still thinking of preparing masks for you too, but it seems unnecessary now. Seeing the two change their appearances, Flinder nodded. Indeed, their original ages were too young. If their 4-ring soul master levels were exposed, it would definitely cause quite a stir. If they become young adults, they want to attract attention. All right, let us set off. Flinder then waved his hand, lightly stepping on the ground and soaring towards Soto City. Watching Flinder take off, the 4 of them followed suit. Shrek Academy is not far from Soto City. The 5 of them are all soul masters and move quickly, arriving in no time. Soto City is located within the Barak Kingdom and is not threatened by any external forces, so the city gates are open all day, allowing the 5 to enter smoothly. Even though it was dark now, Soto City was even livelier than during the day. The shops on both sides of the street were brightly lit, and some vendors only operated at night, finding their usual spots to sell snacks or small items. As soon as they entered Soto City and saw the bustling crowd, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but gaze at the girls, almost drooling. Little fatty, what is going on with you? Are you that eager? The sharp-eyed Ye Chen noticed and elbowed Ma Hongjun. Ahem, I couldn't help it, Ma Hongjun said awkwardly, but now that he has money, he doesn't need to seek out older sisters. Tonight, he plans to try at a high-end club and see if it's really as enjoyable as Dai Mubai said before. Chapter 47. The gap between people not lingering on the streets. Everyone headed directly to the Soto Great Soul Arena in the city. The Soto Great Soul Arena is one of the most magnificent buildings in Soto City. presenting a massive cylindrical structure with a diameter of over 120 meters and a height of nearly 100 meters, exuding an extraordinary aura. Looking at the Soto Great Soul Arena before him, Flander turned to the four and said, "Your martial souls are all different, and each of you has your own cultivation methods. What the Academy can teach you is how to better utilize your martial souls, help you obtain better soul rings, gain more practical combat experience, and maximize your potential. As for the rest, it involves various knowledge about martial souls and the situation of soul masters on the continent. Among all the things you need to learn, the most important is practical combat experience. In cases where soul power levels are the same and other aspects are not significantly different, the amount of practical combat experience will determine the key to victory or defeat. Only through continuous practical combat can you enhance your adaptability in battle. So your first lesson is to accumulate practical combat experience at the Great Soul Arena." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, Flander was right. Practical combat experience was very important. In the original work, Qian Rinchue's soul power level reached Soul Saint. But due to a lack of practical combat experience, she was unexpectedly defeated by the Soul Emperor level Tang San, which illustrates the importance of practical combat experience. However, that said, Ye Chen felt that practical combat experience only needed to be somewhat adequate. There is a saying that one force can overcome 10 skills. If the gap between both sides is too great, no matter how high your combat level is, it won't matter. Every soul master, regardless of their level, is represented simply by the term battle soul once they enter the Great Soul Arena. With each victory, a certain number of points is awarded, and once the points reach a certain level, the badge level increases. This badge symbolizes the level within the Great Soul Arena and is universally applicable across all main cities on the continent. The benefits of having a high-level badge are numerous, and I want to elaborate further. The badge levels are categorized according to the quality of minerals, starting from the lowest, the Iron Badge, which is the Iron Battle Soul, followed by Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond, totaling 8 levels. My task for you is to obtain at least a Silver Battle Soul badge before graduation. Do you understand? As he spoke, Flander glanced at the four. Silver Battle Soul? That's just the 3rd level. Isn't it quite simple? Xiao said cutely from the side. Simple? Do you think the Silver Battle Soul is like cabbage? Mubai, tell Xiao the requirements for upgrading the badge level. Flander was quite exasperated with Xiao. In the Great Soul Arena, once registered, you start as an Iron Battle Soul. To upgrade from Iron Battle Soul to Copper Battle Soul, you need 100 points. Each victory in battle earns 1 point, but if you lose a battle, you will lose 1 point accordingly. If you achieve more than 5 consecutive victories, every additional victory will increase your points by 10. If you win more than 10 consecutive battles, the next victory will increase your points by 100. However, even if you reach the points required for Copper Battle Soul and successfully advance, if your points drop below 100, you will lose the qualification for Copper Battle Soul. To upgrade from Copper Battle Soul to Silver Battle Soul, you need 1,000 points. In battles between Copper Battle Souls, each victory earns 10 points. And losing a battle deducts 10 points as well, with the same point accumulation rules for consecutive victories as Iron Battle Souls. Up until now, I have participated in 42 battles, with a record of 23 wins and 19 losses, currently having 4 points, still an Iron Battle Soul. Dai Mubai said with disdain, feeling that Xiao Wu was unaware of her limits. You are you, and we are us. Haven't you heard the saying? The gap between people can sometimes be greater than the gap between a person and a dog. Before Xiao Wu could respond, Ye Chen interjected. What a joke. Although the two of them only displayed the best soul ring ratio of 2 yellow and 2 purple, in reality, their soul rings were all 4 black. Moreover, both had practiced the creation meditation method, creation body refining technique, and creation soul refining decision, with their soul power quality, physical fitness, and mental strength far exceeding other soul masters of the same level. Additionally, both had top-quality martial souls, and soul masters with top-quality martial souls in the Great Soul Arena were definitely rare. Ye Chen even possessed a 100,000-year external soul bone. If he couldn't defeat even a soul master of the same level, he might as well find a piece of tofu to smash his head against to avoid embarrassment. Listening to Ye Chen comparing himself and Dai Mu Bai to a person and a dog, Flander and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, sensing a strong smell of gunpowder. You! Dai Mu Bai's anger surged, pointing at Ye Chen, speechless. What about me? Little brain axe, how about we make a bet? Dai Mu Bai. If Xiao Wu and I cannot win consecutively before obtaining the Silver Battle Soul Badge, and lose even one match, I will never bring up calling you dad again. Really? Dai Mu Bai's eyes lit up immediately. That's right, but this excludes situations where the two of us face each other. If Xiao Wu and I achieve that, what will you offer as a price? Ye Chen said mockingly. You set the conditions, and I will keep my word. Dai Mu Bai immediately patted his chest in assurance. You can set the conditions? Fine, but I haven't thought it through yet. So let's put a pin in it for now. Dean Flander, can you witness this for us? Hearing this, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction and turned to Flander beside him. What is this calling dad thing about? Flander looked at the two curiously, wondering what they were up to, that Dai Mu Bai would actually call Ye Chen dad. Cough, cough, Dean Flander. Don't mind these small details. Ye Chen waved his hand, not intending to elaborate further with Flander. Ye Chen, I don't believe you can keep winning. Dai Mu Bai was completely skeptical about whether Ye Chen could achieve consecutive victories, believing that Ye Chen was just a bit higher in soul power level. At a young age, with a soul power level of 45, Ye Chen surely hadn't accumulated much combat experience, which was definitely his biggest disadvantage. Moreover, in the Great Soul Arena, Ye Chen would undoubtedly encounter opponents with soul power levels exceeding his own, and Dai Mu Bai didn't believe he could keep winning. As a newly registered Iron Battle Soul, winning 5 consecutive matches would yield 5 points. Winning 10 consecutive matches would accumulate to 55 points. By the 11th consecutive win, points would reach 155, promoting to Copper Battle Soul. To promote to Silver Battle Soul, another 9 consecutive wins would be necessary. In other words, for Ye Chen to win this bet, he and Xiao Wu both needed to achieve 20 consecutive victories. As long as either of them lost a single match during this period, Dai Mu Bai would win the bet. Chapter 48. Rogue Rabbit Team. As they walked into the Grand Soul Arena, the first thing that caught their eyes was a massive stone tablet, carved with countless names. Ye Chen knew that the names inscribed on it were all those who had died in the soul duel on the stage. Signing up for a soul duel at the Grand Soul Arena was quite simple. One only needed to fill out a form with their name, age, birthplace, and martial soul to receive the initial Iron Soul Badge. Of course, each person also had to pay a registration fee of 10 gold coins. At the same time, the staff of the arena conducted a soul power level test to determine their respective levels. Before each soul duel, such a test was conducted to prevent participants from falsely reporting their soul power levels. Although both Ye Chen and Xiao Wu had relatively high soul power levels, reaching the rank of Soul Ancestor, they appeared as young people after disguising themselves, which did not raise any eyebrows. In the Grand Soul Arena, although each Soul Master could only participate in one duel per day, they could participate in different types of soul duels simultaneously. The most typical types were 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and the most exciting team battles. The number of participants in team battles could be negotiated by both sides, ranging from 7 to 10 people, but generally, team battles were usually 7 against 7. After completing the registration, they could proceed to the soul duel ordering. Since they had all come together, they were assigned to the 14th Division of the Soul Arena for the duel. However, the soul power levels of the four were different. Ma Hongjuan's opponent was a Great Soul Master. Dai Mu Bai's opponent was a 3-ring Soul Sovereign, while Ye Chen and Xiao Wu both faced 4-ring Soul Ancestors. Xiao Wu, let us go sign up for the 2-on-2 Soul Duel. Okay. The points earned from winning in 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 Soul Duels were interchangeable, allowing them to acquire the Silver Soul Badge more quickly. Subsequently, Ye Chen took Xiao Wu temporarily away from the 1-on-1 duel area to sign up for the 2-on-2 duel area. The registration fee is 10 gold coins, and you will earn 10 gold soul coins for each victory. The staff at the Grand Soul Arena handled the formalities with the two. Since they had already registered before, they only needed to show their Iron Soul badges and did not have to fill out anything else. Please give your team a name. Ye Chen knew that for 2-on-2 duels and team battles, they needed to give their team a name for the arena host to introduce them. Let us call ourselves the Rogue Rabbit Team. Ye Chen said to the staff, as names didn't hold much significance anyway. The staff looked at Ye Chen in surprise, but said nothing and directly registered the two. Brother, why is our team called the Rogue Rabbit? Xiao Wu asked Ye Chen, wondering if the name implied that she was a rogue. I'm the rogue, you're the rabbit. Aren't we the Rogue Rabbit? Xiao Wu. All right, the Rogue Rabbit team has been registered. Ye Chen and Xiao Wu's Iron Soul badges now had an additional line of 5 characters carved on them, reading Rogue Rabbit Team. Seeing that their 2-on-2 duel would not start for a while, they returned to the 1-on-1 duel area. Before long, it was Ye Chen's turn to go on stage. Brother, good luck. Seeing Ye Chen about to go on stage for the duel, Xiao Wu immediately cheered for him. Don't worry, you know my strength. With a wave of his hand, Ye Chen walked towards the duel stage. Although it was a separate duel stage, it was still quite spacious, with a diameter of 20 meters, providing enough room for the Soul Masters to showcase their abilities. However, the number of spectators at the 1-on-1 duel stage of the 14th Division was not many, with more than half of the seats still empty. Next, we will have the first 1-on-1 duel at our 14th Soul Arena. The contestants are 2 Soul Masters. They are Ye Chen, who wields the weapon Martial Soul, the Black Jade Divine Bamboo Staff, versus Fong Ding, a Soul Master who has won 4 consecutive matches and possesses the Beast Martial Soul, the Black Tiger. Will Fong Ding continue his glory and achieve a 5-game winning streak? Or will the newcomer Ye Chen emerge victorious? Let us wait and see. Now, please welcome both contestants to the stage. On the duel stage, a young host in a tailcoat stood in the center, holding a microphone and explaining to the audience. Indeed, it was a microphone, although there was little soul-guided technology on the Douluo continent. Such black technology still existed. Not only were there microphones, but there were also screens. Soon, a tall and muscular figure arrived at the duel stage, which was Ye Chen's opponent, Fong Ding. Fong Ding stood over 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and muscular, clearly a powerhouse. In contrast, the disguised Ye Chen was only about 1.8 meters tall, and compared to the 2-meter muscular man, he appeared much weaker. However, in a fight, it wasn't about who was muscular or who looked more imposing. It was about who had the strength. Otherwise, a height of over 2 meters and 5 centimeters like Hu Yin-jun would easily defeat Qian Douluo, perhaps due to Fong Ding's solid strength and popularity. As soon as he appeared, many fans in the audience cheered for him. Fong Ding, Martial Soul, Black Tiger, level 49 Assault-type Soul Ancestor. When Ye Chen took the stage, Fong Ding did not rush to attack, but greeted him instead. Ye Chen, Martial Soul, Black Jade Divine Bamboo Staff, level 45 Control-type Soul Ancestor. Since Fong Ding was polite, Ye Chen naturally responded in kind. Little brother, you must be careful. Black Tiger, Possession. After reminding Ye Chen, Fong Ding directly activated his Martial Soul. His already impressive physique swelled even more, and 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, shone brightly. Best soul ring combination? That is quite rare. Although Fong Ding's 2 yellow and 2 purple soul ring combination seemed far inferior to Ye Chen's 4 black rings, the total years of his 4 soul rings could not compare to any one of Ye Chen's. In fact, it was quite difficult for an ordinary soul master to achieve the best soul ring combination. On the continent, more than half of the soul masters had a white first soul ring, which was below 100 years. Even in the original story, the snake spear Douluo Shilong, as a title Douluo, had a 5th soul ring that was still a purple 1,000-year ring, which was somewhat lacking. It is worth mentioning that Shilong was also the only title Douluo who did not even reach the low configuration of the best soul ring combination. What is a low configuration of the best soul ring combination? Because 10,000-year soul beasts are rare, for a title Douluo's soul ring configuration to reach 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black would be considered a low configuration of the best soul ring combination. The standard configuration would be 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red. Chapter 49, Soul Battle. Seeing Fong Ding's martial soul manifest, Ye Chen didn't hesitate. The black jade bamboo staff appeared in his hand, and 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings radiated light. Second soul skill, Black Tiger Roar. In an instant, the second soul ring on Fong Ding's body flickered, and a massive black tiger phantom appeared behind him, letting out a furious roar towards the sky. Accompanied by the deafening roar, an invisible sound wave rapidly spread towards Ye Chen. Roar? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, not paying much attention. This wasn't because he looked down on this soul skill, but rather because sound wave type soul skills, due to their wide attack range and being only a century-old skill, didn't possess much power. As long as the soul master had decent physical attributes and mental strength, they could withstand it. Perhaps this soul skill was effective when Fong Ding was still a 2-ring soul master, but now that he was a 4-ring soul master, its effectiveness against opponents of the same level was lacking, especially against a powerful soul master like Ye Chen. Although the power of lower-year soul skills would increase with the soul master's level, they would still be far inferior to higher-year soul skills in effectiveness. Unless it was a fixed percentage enhancing soul skill, using lower-year skills against opponents of the same level was somewhat pointless. As expected, after the tiger roar sound wave hit, Ye Chen, who had already set up a soul power barrier, merely felt a slight dizziness and was otherwise unaffected, practically unscathed. Seeing that his soul skill had no effect on Ye Chen, Fong Ding immediately charged forward, planning to engage in close combat. It is well known that control-type soul masters often lack direct attack means, and are best paired with assault-type or agility-type soul masters to maximize their combat strength. However, in terms of difficulty to deal with, control-type soul masters are undoubtedly the most troublesome. The best way to deal with control-type soul masters is to rely on one's own advantages in close combat, preventing them from using their soul skills. Unfortunately, Fong Ding was still a bit slow. Before he could reach Ye Chen's soul skill was already activated. Second soul skill, Chaos. The soul ring flickered slightly, and with a wave of the black jade bamboo staff, a phantom of the staff shot out and immediately descended upon Fong Ding's head. Bang! Fong Ding had thought about dodging, but the speed of Ye Chen's staff phantom was too fast. He didn't have time to react and was directly struck on the head. Watching Ye Chen's method of activating his soul skill, Ma Hongjun below the arena was momentarily stunned. Sister Xiao Wu, is this how Brother Chen's soul skill hits? So bizarre. Ma Hongjun felt that the staff hitting the head, regardless of the skill's effectiveness or the strength of the attack. At one point he noticed, Ye Chen's soul skill was very humiliating. Let me tell you, my brother's soul skill can't be dodged by opponents of the same level, and it comes with a very powerful special effect. In Xiao Wu's view, Ye Chen's soul skill was not only extremely humiliating, but also very effective, as she had experienced it firsthand. At this moment, Fong Ding, who had been hit, felt utterly disoriented. First, his head was dazed by Ye Chen's strike, and when he regained his senses, he found that his body was out of control. Originally intending to rush towards Ye Chen, he was instead running to the left. Since the soul battle arena was not very large, and with the speed of a soul master at the soul master level, by the time he reacted, it was too late to stop, and he charged directly out of the arena's boundaries. In a soul battle, as long as one exits the battle arena's range and touches the ground outside, it counts as a loss. Now that Fong Ding had charged out of the arena, it was clear that the outcome of this battle was decided. In an instant, the previously somewhat noisy 14th soul battle arena fell silent. Soon after, the audience began to murmur. What's going on? Did Fong Ding just charge out of the arena? I don't know, could it be a fixed match? If you don't know, don't spread rumors. This must be the effect of a control soul skill. After Fong Ding was hit, he lost his sense of direction. And since the arena isn't big, he couldn't stop in time, which is why he charged out. At this moment, the host also reacted quickly, rushing to the arena and announcing loudly, I declare that in this soul battle, Master Ye Chen of the Battle Soul sect is victorious. Record, 1 win, 0 losses. Master Ye Chen, please go register your points after leaving the stage. Hearing this, Ye Chen nodded. However, he felt a bit embarrassed by the referee calling him Master Ye Chen. After all, he was just a 4-ring soul master, hardly deserving of such a title. But to be fair, although the Douluo continent is known as the fantasy sewer, the power of a titled Douluo expert still pales in comparison to large excavators from his past life. However, the titles of soul masters sound quite high-end and impressive. 3 rings are called respect, 4 rings are called sect, 5 rings are called king, 6 rings are called emperor, and 7 rings are called saint. If one were to be unaware, they might think all of them were super experts. Suddenly, Ye Chen recalled certain memes. My son XX has the potential of an emperor. It sounds exhilarating, yet turns out to be just a 6-ring soul emperor. Under the saint, all our ants quite arrogant. It turns out to be just a 7-ring soul saint. After stepping down from a battle arena, Ye Chen went to register his points and collect the reward of gold soul coins for his victory. Brother Chen, why is your soul skill so amazing? You actually knocked out a level 49 soul master in one move? Ma Hongjun came over, showering him with flattery. Basic operation, no need to be overly surprised. Ye Chen replied, gestually. What does that mean? Ma Hongjun, who hadn't heard this meme, was somewhat puzzled. Basic operation, no need to be overly surprised. Before Ye Chen could respond, Xiao Wu explained from the side. Brother Chen, you're so cool. After a moment of silence, Ma Hongjun sighed. Ye Chen. Just after one match, it was Xiao Wu's turn to go on stage. Xiao Wu's opponent was also a soul master, but slightly weaker than Fong Ding. With a soul power level of 43. His martial soul was a hammer, and the soul ring configuration was not optimal, only consisting of white, yellow, purple. This match also displayed a trend of instant defeat. Xiao Wu activated her second soul skill, Charm, right from the start, with a glare from her rabbit eyes. Her opponent was successfully charmed, and then Xiao Wu charged forward, using her first soul skill, Waist Bow, to directly fling her opponent out of the arena, winning effortlessly. TSK, you two are both monsters. Watching Xiao Wu's performance in the battle arena, Ma Hongjun said to Ye Chen, Little fatty, I'll give you a chance to rephrase that. Ye Chen looked at Ma Hongjun with a not-so-friendly expression. After all, calling himself and Xiao Wu monsters wasn't appropriate. Did I say anything? Brother Chen, I didn't say anything. Realizing his mistake, Ma Hongjun immediately denied it, claiming he hadn't spoken. Casting a glance at Ma Hongjun, Ye Chen gave him a look that said he understood the situation. Chapter 50. The initial victory of the Rogue Rabbit combination brother. I'm amazing, right? As soon as they stepped off the battle platform, Xiao Wu proudly said to Ye Chen, my Xiao Wu is the best. Ye Chen said approvingly while patting Xiao Wu's head. Then, the two headed to the 2v2 battle area. It wasn't long before it was time for the Rogue Rabbit combination to take the stage. The audience for the 2v2 matches was larger than that for the 1v1 matches, and the atmosphere was much more lively. Moreover, the battle platform was twice as large as the one for 1v1, as there were twice as many Soul Masters participating, requiring more space to showcase their abilities. At this moment, the host on the stage was announcing the combat combinations. In the fourth match of 2v2, the Tiger Leopard combination faces the Rogue Rabbit combination. Please refer to the big screen for the members' information. Tiger Leopard combination, Zhonghu, Martial Soul, Crimson Flame Tiger. Level 47 attack type, Soul Master. Zhongbao, Martial Soul, Shadow Leopard. Level 48 agility type Soul Master. Rogue Rabbit combination, Ye Chen, Martial Soul, Ink J Divine Bamboo Staff. Level 45 control type, Soul Master. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Softbone Rabbit. Level 46 attack type Soul Master. Now, let's welcome both teams to the stage. As soon as they stepped onto the battle platform, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu noticed that their opponents from the Tiger Leopard combination appeared to be around 40 years old. One was tall and imposing, while the other was fit and agile, and they bore a striking resemblance to each other, likely being biological brothers. The difference in their martial souls was probably due to them inheriting abilities from their parents. Both sides began to release their martial souls, and the battle officially started. As the host's voice fell, Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao activated their martial souls, and 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings burst forth for each of them. Both have the optimal soul ring configuration. Ye Chen raised his eyebrows, surprised that both had optimal configurations. However, this was understandable. Reaching level 47 and level 48 at around 40 years of age, while not extraordinarily gifted, was still commendable, and their elders were certainly soul masters as well. Even if they couldn't achieve the ultimate age limit, having 2 yellow and 2 purple rings wasn't too difficult to accomplish. Under normal circumstances, soul masters who couldn't achieve optimal configurations often had 1 and 5 rings. If they failed to elevate their soul power level to 10 within the 6 years at an elementary Soul Master Academy, they would be unable to join a middle-level Soul Master Academy after graduation and wouldn't have the ability to hunt century-old soul beasts alone. Moreover, Without becoming a formal soul master, they couldn't receive low-level soul master subsidies, meaning ordinary people wouldn't have the money to hire someone to help them obtain the soul rings they needed from the soul hunting forest. The strength of 10,000-year soul beasts in a one-on-one scenario would be beyond the capabilities of most soul kings. If they couldn't join a faction or find a compatible team of soul masters, they would definitely be unable to obtain 10,000-year soul rings and would have to settle for 1,000-year rings. Xiao Wu, deal with the attack type 1 first. With the ink jade divine bamboo staff appearing in his hand, Ye Chen simply laid out the strategy for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu nodded slightly. On the other side, after activating their martial souls, Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao immediately launched their attacks at the two. First soul skill, Nether Claw. First soul skill, Crimson Flame Tiger Charge. One was an attack type, and the other was an agility type. To counter Ye Chen and Xiao Wu's control and attack combination, they had to engage in close combat, not giving Ye Chen, the control-type soul master, any chance to exert his abilities. Otherwise, they would surely lose. First soul skill Bind. In an instant, Ye Chen targeted the agility-type Zhang Bao with his first soul skill. A shadow of the bamboo staff quickly flew out from Ye Chen's body and landed firmly on Zhang Bao's head, delivering a heavy blow. Boom! A dull sound echoed, and 3 green light rings immediately appeared around Zhang Bao, binding him in place and preventing him from moving. Due to the bamboo staff's direct attack power not being particularly strong, Zhang Bao, momentarily dazed from the hit to his head, quickly regained his senses but felt that something was seriously wrong. As an agility-type soul master, he was quite fragile, and his defenses were not much stronger than those of food-type and support-type soul masters. Being restricted from movement and unable to break free meant he had become a living target. Seeing his younger brother Zhang Bao unable to escape the bind, Zhang was momentarily stunned. However, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu didn't give their opponents any time to recover. Second soul skill, Confusion. The bamboo staff's shadow descended, striking Zhang Hu's head and causing him to lose his sense of direction. Immediately afterward, Xiao Wu charged forward, using her waist bow technique to slam Zhang Hu hard onto the battle platform. Crash! As his body collided with the hard battle platform, Zhang Hu felt as if his spine was about to break, and blood instantly spilled from his mouth. Then, taking advantage of her momentum, Xiao Wu kicked the disoriented Zhang Hu off the battle platform. After eliminating one opponent, Xiao Wu quickly rushed in front of the bound Zhang Bao. Wait, I surrender. Before Xiao Wu could make her move, seeing the situation was hopeless and victory out of reach, Zhang Bao directly conceded. TCH, what a bore. Hearing Zhang Bao surrender, Xiao Wu pouted, a bit disappointed that she had just finished warming up and her opponent had already given up. After all, this wasn't a life-and-death battle. Since the opponent had surrendered, there was no need to continue fighting. Listening to Xiao Wu's grumbling, a black line appeared on Zhang Bao's forehead. It wasn't that he lacked guts, but rather that his opponent was too strong. Before he could even make a move, they had effortlessly taken down Zhang Hu. If he continued to stubbornly resist, he would undoubtedly face defeat. Since that was the case, why not just surrender? At the very least, he could avoid physical suffering after conceding. Did he not see his older brother down below, clutching his back, looking heartbroken? I hope my brother doesn't hurt his back. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to my sister-in-law. Zhang Bao thought to himself. I declare that the Rogue Rabbit combination has won this battle. Seeing Zhang Bao concede, the host immediately announced. Following that, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu registered their points, received their gold soul coins, and left the 2v2 battle area. When they arrived at the 1v1 battle area, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had already completed their respective matches. Dai Mubai had lost, while Ma Hongjun had won. Seeing Ye Chen and Xiao Wu smiling, Dai Mubai felt a pang of dissatisfaction, knowing that they had won while he had lost. How did he feel good about that? At that moment, Flender approached with a beaming smile. Ha, not bad, not bad. Great job, Flender said to Ye Chen and Xiao Wu. Dean Flender, did you place a bet? As a shrewd businessman, Flender was so happy, indicating that something good had happened. And any good news in the grand battle arena likely meant he had made a profit in gold soul coins. Although Ye Chen and Xiao Wu were both newcomers, there were still bets placed, albeit at a standard ratio. Chapter 51. Bleeding Flander, not much.
Not much, Flander waved his hand, not intending to say more. Previously, he had watched Ye Chen and Xiao Wu with their solemn promises to achieve consecutive victories and quickly advance to Silver Soul Arena. Considering their young age and being soul sect, far surpassing ordinary people, Flander decided to give it a try and placed a bet. Indeed, their confidence was not arrogance, but real ability, which directly led Flander to make a profit of 2,000 gold soul coins. Although it couldn't compare to the previous black market dealings, it wasn't insignificant either. At least Flander was satisfied. In fact, Ye Chen had also considered betting in the Grand Soul Arena to earn gold soul coins. After all, whether it was 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, he and Xiao Wu would definitely not lose as long as they didn't throw the game, so they could surely make a fortune. Well, perhaps they could earn even more by throwing games? But after thinking it over, Ye Chen dismissed that idea. First of all, the odds of their consecutive victories would definitely not be high for subsequent bets, and they might even cancel the bets. Secondly, the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City wouldn't yield too many gold soul coins. A few hundred or even millions of gold soul coins might be a lot for others. But for Ye Chen, it was just a matter of 10 days or half a month. Compared to what he would need in the future, it could only be said to be a drop in the bucket. Moreover, the most important point was that if they won too much, others might refuse to pay. The Douluo continent is ultimately a world that values strength. If they really won tens of millions or even billions, it could lead to a life-threatening situation. The various soul arenas in the major cities of Douluo continent are all run by the same company or a coalition of interests. It would be impossible to say that there are no experts stationed behind the scenes. Even if there are no titled Douluo experts, there are certainly many soul Douluo. Even if the experts in the Grand Soul Arena do not intervene personally with so much gold soul coin, it would be enough to buy the lives of all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy several times over. Betting small is uninteresting, and betting big carries risks. Life is the most important. With Ye Chen, who adheres to the survival principle, he had no intention of making money in the Grand Soul Arena. Dean Flander, since you made money, are you going to treat us to a meal? Ye Chen said with a smile. Huh? What does my gold soul coins have to do with you? You can't say that. If it weren't for me and Xiao Wu, could you make money? And don't forget, you and teacher Xiao made a profit last night. That was all my idea. Although Ye Chen didn't know how much Flander and Xiao Wu made from their black dealings, he was sure it was not a small amount. As the strategist, not getting a dividend was one thing, but he couldn't let the meal be too little, right? Ahem, how about this? I'll treat you to a meal. After thinking for a moment, Flander waved his hand in agreement, as he thought treating them to a meal wouldn't cost much. That's more like it. Little fatty, what's the best hotel in Soto City? Ye Chen immediately asked Ma Hongjun. He had never been to Soto City before and was unaware of the details. Since Flander was a stingy old man treating them, they naturally had to make him spend a bit. Well, how about we go to the Soto Grand Hotel? I've always heard the food there is delicious, but I never went because I didn't have the money. Flander was not only the dean of Shrek Academy, but also Ma Hongjun's teacher. Ma Hongjun was picked up by Flander. And since Ma Hongjun had good talent and they both had winged martial souls, Flander took him as a disciple right away. Soto Grand Hotel? Let's just find a random restaurant outside. Flander's mouth twitched, although he hadn't been there. He had heard that the consumption level was not low and immediately thought of something more affordable. Dean Flander, isn't the Soto Grand Hotel good? It's good, but what? Dean, you wouldn't be as financially strapped as I am, would you? TSK, you're the dean of this great academy, a dignified seven-ring soul sage. The flying corner of the golden iron triangle, right? Ye Chen said exaggeratedly. Damn, you still have a nerve to say you're financially strapped? Seeing Ye Chen's antics, Flander felt very displeased. How could he be financially strapped? He was a dignified seven-ring soul sage living in a small broken house. In contrast, Ye Chen directly had a soul guide house in the academy, full of prestige. To say he had no money, Flander wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. This is a one-time thing. It won't happen again. Since Ye Chen had brought it up, what else could Flander say? Haha, I knew the dean was a caring dean for his students. Ye Chen immediately handed over a good person card. Then, everyone left the Grand Soul Arena and headed to the Soto Grand Hotel. The Soto Grand Hotel, named after Soto City, goes without saying, is the best hotel in Soto City.
If the Grand Seoul Arena is grand and imposing, then the Soto Grand Hotel is extremely luxurious. The entire hotel is decorated in a resplendent golden style, clearly high-end and classy. Upon entering, everyone was warmly welcomed by 8 receptionists, led by a slightly shabby receptionist. They arrived at a private room on the top floor. After sitting down, Flander was about to pick up the menu to order. "Dean, this time it's your treat. How can we let you order?" "Fatty, hurry up and help the Dean." Letting the stingy Flander order, needless to say, he would definitely choose the affordable options. This wouldn't do. They had to make Flander spend a bit more. What Chingu said is right. "Dean, let me handle the troublesome task of ordering." Ma Hongjun snatched the menu from Flander's hand and began to look it over. Concealing the dazzling menu, Ma Hongjun flipped to the cheapest page and started marking items. This little fatty is quite considerate, knowing to pick the cheap ones. Flander felt very gratified. However, before Flander could feel gratified for long, Ma Hongjun said to the nearby waitress, "Besides what I marked, bring one of everything else." "Little fatty, can you eat that much?" Flander immediately had black lines on his forehead and said to Ma Hongjun in an unfriendly tone, "Don't worry, Dean. I have a big appetite, and there won't be any leftovers." Before Ma Hongjun could respond, Ye Chen patted his chest and guaranteed. Hearing this, Flander shot a fierce glare at Ye Chen and Ma Hongjun and had no choice but to give in. Chapter 52. Pure bamboo staff. When it was time to settle the bill after a satisfying meal, Flanders felt a pang in his heart. The private room's bill came to 3,060 gold soul coins, but the manager was courteous enough to round it down to 3,000 gold soul coins. It could be said that Flanders had made a profit tonight at the Great Soul Arena, even though he would have to fork out an extra 1,000 gold soul coins. To be honest, 3,000 gold soul coins isn't that much, right? After all, when converted to copper coins, it amounts to just 300,000. Moreover, the food was made from high-end ingredients, so 3,000 gold soul coins isn't too outrageous. After leaving the Soto Grand Hotel, Flanders, Ye Chen, and Xiao headed straight back to Shrek Academy. As for Ma Hongjun, he went to a high-end club in Soto City, eager to try something new. And Dai Mubai, needless to say, had already forgotten his injuries and made plans with a lady, heading to the Rose Hotel to applaud. Half a month later, after the Rogue Rabbit duo defeated their opponents again and secured victory, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu finally earned their Silver Soul Badge. Although the points earned from 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 battles are universal, the consecutive wins in both formats do not accumulate. A 10-win streak in 1-on-1 battles does not add to the consecutive wins in 2-on-2 battles. Thus, it was only on the 15th day that their cumulative points exceeded the 1,000 points required for the Silver Soul Badge. "Little brain, it seems I won the bet," Ye Chen said with a smile, shaking the newly acquired Silver Soul Badge at Dai Mubai. "Umph." Dai Mubai snorted coldly and turned to leave the Great Soul Arena. Seeing Dai Mubai walk away, Ye Chen said nothing, believing that with Dai Mubai's character, he wouldn't cheat. However, even if Dai Mubai were to go back on his word in the future, it wouldn't matter. After all, might makes right. Although Ye Chen currently lacked the strength to bully the Star Luo Empire, dealing with Dai Mubai would still be an easy and enjoyable task. Honestly, Ye Chen didn't care much about the wager. He had initially proposed it just to tease Dai Mubai. "Dean Flanders, Xiao Wu and I don't plan to come to the Great Soul Arena anymore." On the way back to the academy, Ye Chen said to Flanders. "Why?" Flanders was somewhat displeased. Over the past few days, he had made quite a bit of gold soul coins through betting at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Although the odds had decreased due to the duo's continuous victories, he was still able to profit significantly. Now that Ye Chen said he wouldn't go anymore, wasn't that cutting off his source of income? The Soul Masters of the Great Soul Arena are too weak. They don't help us at all. If we challenge the Soul Kings, it would draw too much attention, and we don't plan to go. Ye Chen's reasoning was sound. With their super high soul ring configurations, even among the same major rank, they could easily crush not only the Soul Masters of the Great Soul Arena, but also geniuses from major powers. This didn't help them accumulate practical combat experience at all. But if they faced a 5-ring Soul King, it would definitely attract attention and wouldn't align with Ye Chen's survival path, so he decided not to continue fighting. Well, alright. After thinking it over, Flanders agreed. Indeed, given their strength, going to the Great Soul Arena wouldn't provide much help. Although the duo not going to fight would cut off Flanders' extra income, he wasn't merely a speculator. After all, his profession was the Dean of Shrek Academy. If the Academy weren't short on funds, he wouldn't have been betting at the Great Soul Arena to make money. 9 months later, Ye Chen's little treasury had once again accumulated enough gold soul coins to reach a small target, making him feel very pleased. Without much hesitation, he purchased another soul upgrade card. This time, I should be able to upgrade my martial soul to divine quality, right? Ye Chen murmured while looking at the shiny gold card in his hand. Actually, prior to this, after accumulating to a small target, Ye Chen had also bought a soul upgrade card. However, perhaps due to the significant gap between top-tier and divine martial souls, the previous upgrade card failed to transform his Ink J Divine Bamboo Staff into a divine martial soul, which had left Ye Chen quite frustrated. But that previous upgrade card wasn't wasted. Ye Chen could feel that his martial soul was not far from divine quality. With just one more use, it would definitely be able to advance to a divine martial soul. Then, Ye Chen released his martial soul, Ink J Divine Bamboo Staff, and fused the soul upgrade card into it. As soon as they made contact, the upgrade card transformed into a golden light, merging into the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Staff, instantly bursting forth with a dazzling brilliance. At that moment, Ye Chen felt a wave of joy emanating from his martial soul. The martial soul was not an external object, but a part of the soul master. So when a martial soul underwent transformation, Ye Chen could naturally sense it. Unlike the last time he used the upgrade card, where he felt little, this time the transformation lasted for over an hour before upgrading to a divine martial soul. The original Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Staff was entirely dark green, but the transformed martial soul, while unchanged in size, had turned a white jade hue, resembling exquisite mutton fat jade, gently glowing and exuding a serene and focused aura. System, open the attribute panel. Attribute panel, host, Ye Chen, soul power, level 47, martial soul, pure bamboo staff, soul rings, black, 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 first soul skill, binding, second soul skill, recognition, third soul skill, sealing, fourth soul skill, blindness, soul bone, creation green lotus, external attached soul bone. Domain, pure bamboo staff? Even the soul skills have changed? After the Ink J Divine Bamboo Staff transformed into a divine martial soul, not only did its name change to pure bamboo staff, but the effects of its soul skills also saw some changes. The third and fourth soul skills remained largely unchanged aside from enhanced effects, but the first and second soul skills had noticeable differences. The original first soul skill, binding, relied on 3 rings of soul power to bind the opponent, preventing them from moving, though they could still release soul skills and resist. Now, the first soul skill, binding, has transformed into a state of confinement, where the opponent can think but cannot use any soul skills requiring physical movement, and any body part cannot move at all. One could say that the current binding is a complete upgrade from the previous binding. The changes to the second soul skill were even greater. The original second soul skill, chaos, would randomly alter the opponent's sense of direction every second. However, the new second soul skill, recognition, can directly stop the opponent's thought process. Chapter 53. Pure domain. When the mind ceases to operate, it goes without saying that it is like a vegetable, completely at the mercy of others, right? Furthermore, on the continent, there are 2 types of divine martial souls, the 6-winged angel and the sea god. Their possessors are Qian Douluo, Qian Rinxue, and Poseidon, respectively. Moreover, divine martial souls come with their own exclusive domains. For example, Qian Douluo and Qian Rinxue possess the angel domain, while Poseidon has the sea god domain. Even the long-cold Qian Xuanji has an angel domain. Ye Chen's pure bamboo staff martial soul has reached divine quality, so is no exception and has awakened its exclusive domain. Pure domain? What effect does it have? The attribute panel only displays the name of the domain without any specific notes, which leaves Ye Chen somewhat puzzled. Immediately, Ye Chen released the pure domain. In an instant, a domain radiating a white jade color blossomed, enveloping the area within its range, allowing Ye Chen to perceive everything clearly and in detail. After experiencing it, Ye Chen understood the effect of the pure domain. The pure domain is not like the killing god domain, which can suppress enemies and enhance one's own strength. Instead, it is more auxiliary. The pure domain can enhance all of Ye Chen's soul skills by 50 and can also break through other domains. Additionally, being within the domain allows for rapid recovery of mental energy consumption and has a calming effect. Wow, it's a bit invincible. Feeling the effects of the pure domain, Ye Chen was extremely satisfied. This domain is stronger than any other because in the future, when Ye Chen faces opponents with domains, their domains will be ineffective, while Ye Chen's domain will function normally. However, there are also domains that can break the effects of other domains, such as the sea dragon Douluo from Sea God Island, who possesses the demon-breaking domain that can negate the effects of other domains. It's uncertain whether Ye Chen can still use his domain if he faces the sea dragon Douluo. In Ye Chen's view, if his strength is inferior to the sea dragon Douluo's, then the pure domain will likely become ineffective. If his strength exceeds that of the sea dragon Douluo, then it should take effect. Similarly, when facing soul masters who possess domains, if Ye Chen's strength is not on par and the gap is too great, the effect of the pure domain in breaking other domains will probably also be ineffective. Brother, is this your domain? At that moment, Xiao Wu's voice rang out beside him. Yes, this is my pure domain. Ye Chen was not surprised that Xiao Wu recognized the domain. Although she does not have one, her little brothers, Deming and Ming do. Wow. Has your martial soul evolved? Seeing the white, jade-colored pure bamboo staff in Ye Chen's hand, Xiao Wu asked in surprise. Yes. The previous inked jade divine bamboo staff was a top-tier martial soul, and now the pure bamboo staff has reached divine quality. Divine martial soul? Xiao Wu had only heard of ordinary martial souls, advanced martial souls, and top-tier martial souls, but had never heard of divine martial souls. Ye Chen explained. Martial souls are inherited from parents and ancestors. When a soul master becomes a god, the inherited martial soul can reach divine quality. However, it is unknown how the six-winged angel and sea god martial souls are inherited. Are they passed down through offspring, or are they directly conferred? Anyway, in the original work, there was no mention of the angel god marrying or Poseidon having a wife. As for how Ye Chen could be sure that the angel god is a goddess, does that even need to be said? The statue of the angel god worshipped in the martial soul hall has a big chest muscle. Of course, having a strong martial soul does not necessarily mean having strong personal strength. For example, Chen Daoliu's six-winged angel martial soul is divine quality, while Tang Chen's Haotian hammer martial soul is top-tier quality, yet Chen Daoliu's strength is inferior to Tang Chen's. The gap is even greater when comparing Qian Xuanji to Tang Ritian. Is it really that impressive? Xiao Wu's eyes widened. She remembered Ye Chen's initial martial soul was just an ordinary bamboo staff, right? The first evolution transformed it from an ordinary bamboo staff to the top-tier inked jade divine bamboo staff, and this time, it has evolved to the divine quality pure bamboo staff. That's right, your brother is not an ordinary person. Ye Chen puffed out his chest proudly. By the way, Xiao Wu, after my martial soul evolved, the effects of my soul skills have also changed. Do you want to give it a try? I don't want to. Xiao Wu immediately shook her head vigorously. Are you kidding? Do you think Sister Xiao Wu is still the stubborn Xiao Wu from before? All right. Ye Chen felt a bit disappointed. As Xiao Wu grew up, she seemed to be getting smarter and prettier, unlike the silly and cute version she was when she was younger. Brother, you just know how to bully me. Seeing Ye Chen's slightly disappointed expression, Xiao Wu huffed. Haha, no way, absolutely not. My little Wu is so cute, I can't bear to bully her. Saying this, Ye Chen reached out to touch Xiao Wu's rabbit ears. You're so annoying. Time flew by, and soon it was the enrollment period for Shrek Academy this year. In fact, after Ye Chen and Xiao Wu came to Shrek Academy last year, there was an enrollment period, but although many people signed up last year, not a single one was admitted. After all, Shrek Academy's conditions are not that great, and it holds no attraction for exceptionally talented geniuses. If they meet the admission criteria for Shrek Academy, why not go to a better academy like the Tiando Royal Academy or the Four Elements Academy? Ordinary geniuses would not be wanted by Flander, which has resulted in only 5 students in Shrek Academy so far, including Ye Chen and Xiao Wu. However, this year is different. If the original trajectory has not changed, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong
should come to Shrek Academy. I hope my little butterfly hasn't caused too much of change. Ye Chen thought to himself. He knows about the butterfly effect, but he believes that he has not significantly altered the trajectory of the original work so far. Did he just take in Xiao Wu and drive Tang San and Tang Ren out of Holy Soul Village? In other aspects, Ye Chen cannot be certain. But 2 points can be confirmed. Tang San will definitely not come to Shrek Academy anymore, nor will he possess the 8 Spider Lance's external soul bone. Since Tang San couldn't become Yu Xiaojiang's disciple, he would not come to a small academy like Shrek Academy. Moreover, due to the changes brought by Ye Chen, perhaps Tang San has already become a 3-ring soul master. Even if the protagonist has exceptional luck and obtains an external soul bone, it's certainly 1 be the 8 Spider Lances. Besides, external soul bones are much rarer than 10,000-year soul bones, so Tang San is probably out of luck. Chapter 54. It wasn't intentional. Since Flander learned about black market dealings, the funding for Shrek Academy has improved. The academy has been rebuilt, transforming from dilapidated wooden shacks into brand new wooden buildings. Although they are still wooden structures, they look much more pleasing to the eye. Even the shabby wooden archway has been replaced with a granite structure. It may not be luxurious, but it certainly looks better than before. Additionally, the food in the cafeteria has significantly improved, going from plain vegetables and steamed buns to a nutritious mix of meat and vegetables, thanks to the cooking of Chef Xiao Xian. After breakfast, Ye Chen, along with Li Yusong, headed to the entrance of Shrek Academy to participate in the enrollment process. Of course, the enrollment work at Shrek Academy wasn't just the responsibility of Ye Chen and Li Yusong. They were only in charge of the first round of screening. When they arrived at the entrance, they found that over 100 youths and their parents had gathered outside. Ye Chen took out a table and 2 chairs from his storage soul guide and set them up at the entrance. All right, everyone. The enrollment for Shrek Academy is officially starting. If you want to enroll, please come forward, Li Yusong announced to the crowd outside. Soon, a line began to form. Is it true that graduates from your academy can really become barons in the empire? A parent at the front of the line asked, somewhat uncertain. That's right. Once you become a soul master of the 3rd ring, as long as you join the empire, you can become a baron. As for our Shrek Academy, the prerequisite for graduation is to become a soul master of the 4th ring, and graduates who join the empire will naturally become viscounts. Ye Chen explained before Li Yusong could say anything. Can your academy really train my son to become a soul master? The parent's eyes lit up as he pointed to the boy behind him and asked Ye Chen, your son doesn't qualify. He doesn't meet our academy's admission requirements. You should leave to avoid wasting the registration fee. Although the boy was about the same age as Ye Chen, he was only at level 19 in soul power, which did not meet Shrek Academy's admission standards. The admission requirements for Shrek Academy are that the applicant must be under 12 years old and must have a soul power level above 20, with 2 yellow soul rings. This is just the first hurdle. Only those with a soul power level of 25 can skip the earlier assessments and go directly to the final practical test. Ye Chen said this to consider the youths and their parents. Although 10 gold soul coins seemed trivial to him, it was not a small amount for ordinary people. Why? My son is one of the best at the Junior Soul Master Academy. The parent was dissatisfied. In his opinion, while his son might not be exceptionally talented, he was still good enough for this shabby academy. Our academy's admission requirements are that the applicant must be under 12 years old, have a soul power level of a great soul master, and have 2 yellow soul rings. Those who do not meet these requirements should leave. Ye Chen said, addressing not only this parent, but also the others in line behind him. Li Yusong couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon hearing Ye Chen's words. The registration fee of 10 gold soul coins per person was one of Shrek Academy's important sources of income, and with Ye Chen's statement, this income would significantly decrease. Fortunately, Flander had managed to obtain quite a few gold soul coins through black market dealings. Otherwise, the Academy's expenses this year would certainly not be sustainable. Your Shrek Academy is so shabby, yet the requirements are so strict. The parent widened his eyes, pointing at the entrance of Shrek Academy in disbelief. Although Shrek Academy was better than before, it was still very limited and could not compare to those Junior Soul Master Academies. In this parent's view, he hadn't even started to complain about the Academy's condition, yet Shrek Academy had already started to reject applicants. This was ridiculous. All right, enough talking. Let's get on with it and not waste time.
Ye Chen waved his hand, not intending to waste more words. You're tough, the parent muttered before leaving with his son. Not only did this parent leave, but most of the crowd also dispersed, leaving only a few people remaining in line. At the front of the line was a fair-skinned girl with long flaxen hair, looking youthful and lively. This should be Ning Rongrong, right? With Ye Chen's keen mental acuity, it was easy to see that the girl's soul power level was at 26, a great soul master. Coupled with her cute and sweet appearance, there was no doubt it was Ning Rongrong. TSK, she's quite good-looking, but her chest is a bit lacking. After glancing at Ning Rongrong's still-developing figure, Ye Chen withdrew his gaze, looking forward to the arrival of Zhu Zhuqing, who had a more developed figure. I want to enroll. At that moment, Ning Rongrong stepped forward and addressed Li Yusong, casting a curious glance at Ye Chen. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Li Yusong pointed to a wooden box on the table and said flatly, Here, extend your hand. Ning Rongrong complied, extending her hand. Li Yusong squeezed her hand and said, Not bad. Your age is appropriate. Let us see your martial soul. Ning Rongrong nodded, and her 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul appeared, with 2 yellow soul rings glowing. Hey, does your family know you're here? Li Yusong asked, frowning. They say there are no restrictions on education. As long as I meet the academy's requirements, you have no reason not to accept me, right? Ning Rongrong smiled. All right, you can take her in. After hesitating for a moment, Li Yusong said to Ye Chen, Should we wait a bit? Her soul power level is at 26, so she can go directly to the final assessment. There's another person in line who also qualifies. I can take them both together, Ye Chen suggested to Li Yusong. That's right. At this moment, another girl with a broad chest arrived at the back of the line. With long black hair cascading over her shoulders and a slightly lowered face. She was about the same height as Ning Rongrong, with similarly fair skin. However, this girl gave off a distinctly different vibe. Her extremely voluptuous figure seemed inconsistent with her age. If it weren't for her slightly youthful face, she could easily be mistaken for a mature woman, especially with her impressive chest that would attract the attention of all men. A standard case of a youthful face with a mature body. It's just a pity that the girl's expression was very cold, and her pair of black eyes seemed devoid of any warmth. Chapter 55 definitely won't let the child go hungry. With such magnanimity and a soul power level of 27 as a great soul master, Zhu Zhuqing is definitely in the running. Oh, your soul power level is 26? Li Yusong, who was nearby, immediately looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise upon hearing this. He hadn't paid much attention before, so he didn't realize that Ning Rongrong was a 26th level great soul master. Just now, through bone reading, Li Yusong learned that Ning Rongrong was only 12 years old. Being able to reach the 26th level of great soul master at 12 years old is impressive. Although it doesn't compare to Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, it still shows exceptional talent. Looks like there are new students joining this year. Li Yusong thought to himself as he looked at Ning Rongrong. How do you know I'm a 26th level great soul master? Ning Rongrong asked Ye Chen with curiosity. Is it not normal for high-level soul masters to see through the soul power level of low-level soul masters? Ning Rongrong. If Ye Chen were much older than her, it wouldn't be surprising, but the key point is that Ye Chen looks about the same age as her, which frustrated Ning Rongrong. In the sect, Ning Rongrong had always been a proud daughter of heaven. Now, for the first time, being belittled by a peer made her immediately unhappy. Originally, she held a slight affection for the plain-looking Ye Chen, but now, her affection dropped to 0, even going negative. Ye Chen paid no attention to Ning Rongrong's cold snort, and instead focused his gaze on Zhu Zhuqing, who was at the end of the line. TSK, what kind of feed did you grow up on? With such a magnificent figure, you definitely won't let the child go hungry in the future. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing's ample bosom, Ye Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. The child probably won't finish all of it. Perhaps I could get a taste? Noticing Ye Chen's gaze, Ning Rongrong also looked over and immediately noticed Zhu Zhuqing's figure. So big, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but compare her own small buns, feeling as if she had taken critical damage. It wasn't long before it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn. Age 12. Niterkat. Li Yusong, who had prepared beforehand, knew that Zhu Zhuqing's soul power level was not low, but upon seeing her nethercat martial soul, he was also taken aback. The nethercat martial soul, although not a top-tier martial soul, has a considerable reputation on the continent. This martial soul can form a martial soul fusion skill, Nether White Tiger, with the White Tiger martial soul of the Dai family from the Star Luo Empire, which Li Yusong naturally recognized. Remembering Dai Mubai from the academy, Li Yusong had a guess. Ye Chen, you take them both in. Waving his hand, Li Yusong instructed Ye Chen to take Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing inside. In fact, there were other youths who had passed the first round before, but Ye Chen was too lazy to move and only informed them of the next assessment location. Anyway, apart from Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, no one else could pass the entrance examination. Since they weren't his classmates, Ye Chen didn't want to waste his effort. Li Yusong couldn't do anything about Ye Chen, and since those who passed the preliminary test weren't particularly outstanding, he didn't intervene further. All right, you two follow me. Ye Chen stood up and called to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Hello, junior sister. I'm Ye Chen. May I ask what your names are? Walking on the playground of Shrek Academy with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, Ye Chen asked the two. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing. One from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and one from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire's Nethercat. I can roughly guess why Zhu Zhuqing came to Shrek Academy. What about you, Ning Rongrong? To be honest, Ye Chen couldn't understand why Ning Rongrong, the young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, would come to Shrek Academy. It seemed completely unrelated. Why can't I come to Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong shot a displeased glance at Ye Chen. She couldn't exactly say that she had run away from home, came to the vicinity of Soto City, and heard that Shrek Academy was enrolling students, which was why she came here. Could she? Do you know my purpose for coming to Shrek Academy? Zhu Zhuqing asked Ye Chen curiously. That's right, you must be here to find Dai Mubai, right? TSK, what a pity. Ye Chen shook his head as he spoke. Pity? Why? Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled. I won't say, lest people misunderstand that I'm slandering him behind his back. It's better for you to find out for yourself. Ye Chen felt that it was inappropriate to directly tell Zhu Zhuqing that Dai Mubai was a scumbag. Otherwise, she might misunderstand him as a petty person who slanders others. At this moment, although they hadn't seen Dai Mubai yet, Zhu Zhuqing had a bad premonition. Ye Chen, what is your soul power level? Previously, Ye Chen had seen through her soul power level at a glance, and Ning Rongrong guessed that Ye Chen's soul power level must be significantly higher than hers, feeling curious. Are you sure you want me to say it? I'm afraid that once I do, you'll become withdrawn. Are you a title Douluo or something? Ning Rongrong said with disdain. Ahem, well, although I'm not a title Douluo yet, I will definitely be one in 10 years. In 10 years, Ye Chen will be 22 years old. With the support of his extraordinary talent, if he hasn't advanced to title Douluo by then, he might as well find a tofu to crash into. How old are you? Like you, I'm also 12 years old. A 22-year-old title Douluo? I believe you. Everyone knows that the youngest title Douluo on the continent is the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, but he only advanced to title Douluo at the age of 44. Are you saying you are even more amazing than the Haotian crown? Ning Rongrong immediately retorted. Although Tang Hao is powerful, he is not invincible. And you made a mistake. The youngest title Douluo on the continent is not Tang Hao, but someone else. Ye Chen corrected Ning Rongrong's error. Who? Is there someone who became title Douluo earlier than Haotian Douluo? Ning Rongrong said in surprise, and even Zhu Zhuqing beside her perked up her ears. If someone could plead with me, I might generously tell her. Ye Chen hinted. Forget it. Ning Rongrong pouted. There was no way she would beg him. All right, for the sake of junior sister Zhuqing, I'll tell you. But you mustn't tell anyone. This is a secret, and very few people on the continent know about it. Moreover, neither I nor you can afford to provoke the person involved. Don't worry. I and Zhuqing will definitely not say anything. Ning Rongrong patted her chest, indicating that she wouldn't gossip. That person is Pope Bibi Dong. Moreover, even now, Bibi Dong is considered a top powerhouse among title Douluos, and very few can match her on the continent. Chapter 56. Oscar sausages, you deserve them. During the Soul Master competition, Bibi Dong was already a 99-level Super Douluo. If it weren't for the fact that Bibi Dong couldn't unleash her true strength at that time due to the trials of the Rakshasa god, there wouldn't be a story about Tang Ritian showing off in the finals of the Soul Master competition. Perhaps Bibi Dong hasn't advanced to level 99 yet, but Ye Chen believes she is not far off. Her strength is definitely among the top in the continent. Pope Bibi Dong? How is that possible? Ning Rongrong sighed incredulously. The gap between people can sometimes be greater than the gap between a person and a dog. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Bibi Dong is nothing compared to the original story, where Tang San awakened his martial soul for about 20 years and became a deity. A deity under 30 years old? Even if Ye Chen said it, no one would believe it, right? How many years did the angel god take to become a deity? Ye Chen doesn't know, but Poseidon took thousands of years to become a god. Of course, the long time spent is related to Poseidon's divine position, which is formed by the power of faith. If one seeks to inherit a divine position, it certainly wouldn't take that long. Being compared to a dog by Ye Chen, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of anger and looked at Ye Chen with increasing displeasure. If it weren't for the need to maintain her image as a young lady in public, she would have exploded. At that moment, a soft voice rang out. Sausages for sale, sausages for sale. Come and take a look, don't miss out. Oscar's sausages, delicious and sweet, cheap and plentiful. Only 5 copper coins each. Eat Oscar's sausages, and you'll surely pass the entrance exam more easily. Ye Chen saw Oscar pushing a food cart, calling out his sausages for sale. To be honest, although Oscar's sausage spell sounded a bit lewd, it smelled quite good, and the effect was not bad. Of course, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu both believed that they wouldn't eat Oscar's sausages until he could recite the spell silently. The smell good law wouldn't work. Sausages? They smell pretty good. Zhu Qing, how about I treat you to some sausages? Smelling the aroma, Ning Rongrong sniffled and said to Zhu Qing, "No, thank you." Zhu Qing shook her head. They had just met, and she felt shy about accepting a treat. Come on, it's our first meeting. I'll treat you." Ning Rongrong put on a look of not caring about money. Well, as the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she indeed didn't care about money. Okay, then, after thinking it over, Zhu Qing didn't refuse Ning Rongrong's kindness anymore. So, Ning Rongrong pulled Zhu Qing toward Oscar's food cart. With the mindset of watching the fun, Ye Chen followed along. 2 beautiful ladies, would you like some sausages? 5 copper coins each. Seeing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing approach, Oscar's eyes lit up. The thing he loves most in life is treating girls to sausages, especially beautiful ones. Hello, we'll have 2 sausages. Saying this, Ning Rongrong took out a silver soul coin from her storage soul guide. Ning Rongrong didn't call him uncle because Oscar had already shaved off his beard. After dressing up, Oscar's looks weren't much worse than Ye Chen's. All right, please wait a moment. Chinga, you're here too? At that moment, Oscar saw Ye Chen and suddenly became conflicted. These 2 girls came with Ye Chen, and Oscar hesitated about whether he should sell to them. If Ye Chen didn't let him sell and reveal the truth, it would be quite embarrassing. Oscar didn't care about others' attitudes, but he had to consider the attitudes of beautiful girls. You sell yours. Seeing Oscar's hesitation, Ye Chen said, "All right, little beauty, here you go." Immediately, Oscar used a bamboo stick to pick up a sausage from the cart and handed it to Ning Rongrong. It tastes good. Zhu Qing, you should try it too. After taking the sausage, Ning Rongrong eagerly took a bite, found it quite tasty, and then handed the other one to Zhu Qing. Wait a minute. Seeing that Ning Rongrong had already eaten, Ye Chen immediately spoke up. What's wrong? The 2 were puzzled. Well, Zhu Qing, you should first understand the process of how this sausage is made before deciding whether to eat it. Under Oscar's despairing gaze, Ye Chen slowly said, "Chingu, I haven't provoked you, right? Why are you trying to trick me?" Oscar said gloomily, "Little A.O., selling your sausages to others is naturally fine, but these 2 will be your juniors in the future. It's better to clarify some things in advance." Although Oscar appeared very gloomy on the surface, Ye Chen knew what he was really thinking. After all, Oscar was also a bit of pervert. Is there something wrong with your sausage? Immediately, Ning Rongrong looked at Oscar with an unfriendly expression. No, my sausages are definitely clean and hygienic. There's absolutely no problem. Faced with Ning Rongrong's unfriendly expression, Oscar felt a bit nervous and started to assure her. Then what do you mean? Ning Rongrong turned to look at Ye Chen. This sausage is indeed fine. It's just that Oscar's spell for making sausages is a bit peculiar. How peculiar? Asked Oscar. Therefore, Ning Rongrong looked at Oscar. Let's not talk about it. After all, You've already eaten it, so let's pretend it didn't happen, Oscar said awkwardly. Since Ning Rongrong had already tasted it, if she knew the truth, her mood would definitely not be pleasant. And considering her feelings, Oscar thought it was better for Ning Rongrong not to know. Hurry up and say it, or you'll be in trouble. Listening to Oscar's defense, Ning Rongrong said fiercely, "All right, I have a big sausage." Helpless, Oscar began a live demonstration. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing quickly put the sausage she was holding back on Oscar's food cart, looking at Oscar with an unfriendly expression. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's face flushed red, clearly having made some associations, and then she started to gag. "How disgusting. You actually sold us such a disgusting sausage. What were you thinking? And you, why didn't you remind us?" Ning Rongrong pointed at Oscar and Ye Chen, looking indignant. "Ning Rongrong, this is where you're wrong. Is there a problem with Oscar's sausage?" "There's absolutely no problem. Okay. Only people with dirty minds would think of that. Is her mind not healthy?" Ye Chen said sternly, looking like a righteous gentleman. Looking at the half-eaten sausage in her hand, Ning Rongrong's expression changed unpredictably. Chapter 57. Uncle can endure, aunt cannot endure. If I refute, wouldn't that mean my thoughts are unhealthy? If I continue to eat, wouldn't that be disgusting? At this moment, Ning Rongrong was filled with inner turmoil. Yes, Brother Chen is right. I swear, when I was making the sausages, my heart was absolutely pure. You can eat with confidence. Listening to Ye Chen's defense, Oscar immediately gave a grateful glance, then said to Ning Rongrong, "Ye Chen, Zhu Zhuqing, you might have been pure while making the sausages, but when you sell them, you are definitely not pure. Eat your big head ghost." Ning Rongrong forgot the ladylike image she wanted to maintain and shouted angrily at Oscar, throwing the sausage she was holding far away. Alas, how pitiful that my delicious sausage was so ruthlessly discarded. Seeing this scene, Oscar felt a bit depressed. Cough, little Oscar. Don't be sad. One day, when you can silently recite spells, such things won't happen. Ye Chen stepped forward and patted Oscar on the shoulder. "Let me introduce you to. This is our Shrek Academy student Oscar. Don't underestimate Oscar, although he is a food system soul master in terms of talent. Among the students, he is the most powerful one after me and Xiao Wu." Ye Chen introduced the two. Just a food system soul master? How could his talent be better than mine? Zhu Zhuqing didn't speak, but Ning Rongrong indeed curled her lips, not believing Ye Chen's words at all. "Oh, then may I ask, Miss Ning Rongrong, what is your innate soul power?" Ye Chen said with a smile. This lady has exceptional talent. Innate level 9 soul power." Saying this, Ning Rongrong proudly puffed out her still-developing chest, looking as if she wanted someone to praise her. "Only innate level 9? Ye Chen, who had long known about Ning Rongrong's talent, said with disdain. Of course, innate level 9 soul power is considered a great genius across the continent. As long as it is well cultivated and there are no martial soul restrictions, becoming a titled Douluo in the future is basically not a problem." "What do you mean only? Is it possible that Oscar has full innate soul power?" Ning Rongrong was somewhat unconvinced. It was the first time someone had looked down on her talent. "Congratulations, you answer correctly. Oscar does indeed have full innate soul power as a food system soul master, and he is already a level 31 soul master at just 14 years old. And this is due to the relatively slow cultivation speed of food system soul masters." "A food system soul master with full innate soul power? How is that possible?" Ning Rongrong's eyes widened. She never expected Oscar's talent to be so strong. Due to the rarity of food system soul masters, those with innate soul power above level 7 are extremely rare. Even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sects, has only one food system soul master at the 7-ring soul sage level. Moreover, that soul sage food system soul master had an innate soul power of only level 6 and was able to advance to soul sage by refining a soul bone, breaking through the level 70 bottleneck. Even Spirit Hall, which has many titled Douluos, has not heard of an 8-ring food system soul Douluo. The highest known food system soul master in the continent is only at the soul sage level. As for Oscar, being a food system soul master with full innate soul power, as long as he doesn't fall, becoming a food system titled Douluo is absolutely guaranteed. Still, as I said, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Once again being lectured by Ye Chen, Ning Rongrong huffed and turned her head, remaining silent. All right, Oscar, continue selling your sausages. I'll take them to the final assessment. Brother Chun, aren't you afraid that Sister Xiao will find out you're flirting in the academy? Oscar, don't you think you know too much? Ye Chen looked at Oscar and said faintly, Cough. Brother Chun, take care. I'm going to sell sausages now. Immediately, Oscar felt his scalp tingle from Ye Chun's gaze and pushed the cart far away from him. Afterwards, Ye Chen brought Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to an open space. This is the fourth test of Shrek Academy's entrance examination, the practical assessment, and also the very last one. Of course, those who can reach this stage will not be eliminated. It's just to test their practical level. At this moment, the person in charge of the fourth round, Xiao Wujing, was sitting in a chair, dozing off. Teacher Xiao, time to work. Seeing Xiao Wujing's lazy appearance, Ye Chen stepped forward and shouted loudly in his ear. With Xiao Wujing's strength as a seven-ring soul sage, how could he not sense the three of them approaching? He was definitely just pretending. Why are you yelling so loudly? My ears are almost deaf. Xiao Wujing glared at Ye Chen in dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, there were actually two who came to the fourth round this year, and they were both girls. Stroking his chin and looking at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wujing nodded in satisfaction. Since you two can reach the fourth round, let me see how your practical levels are. The opponent in this round is Ye Chen. As long as you two can hold on for the duration of an incense stick in his hands, you'll pass. Xiao Wujing pointed at Ye Chen and said to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, Teacher Xiao, don't say it's just the two of them. Even if 10 of them came, they wouldn't be able to beat me. Aren't you just trying to make things difficult for them? Ye Chen rolled his eyes. Two great soul masters, and one of them is a support with no strength to bind a chicken. How could they be his opponents? Even if Ye Chen didn't use soul skills, he could crush the two with his powerful physical fitness. Don't underestimate people. Zhuqing, let us show him some color. Hearing Ye Chen say that even 10 of them couldn't beat him, Ning Rongrong felt that they were being looked down upon, which was simply something an uncle could endure, but an aunt could not. Zhu Zhuqing also nodded in agreement. Fine, don't cry later. I'll give you time to discuss strategies. Discuss strategies? What strategy is there? Just buff up and rush in with an attack. Zhuqing, I'll boost your strength and speed attributes. We must show him some color. Ning Rongrong said fiercely to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, also feeling that Ye Chen was a bit arrogant. Are you ready? Ready. Then Xiao Wujing lit an incense stick. Very good. Ye Chen, martial soul, pure bamboo staff. Level 48 control system soul master. Saying this, Ye Chen's pure bamboo staff appeared in his hand, and his disguise 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings shone. Level 48 soul master. Looking at the 4 soul rings blooming on Ye Chen, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were immediately stunned, suffering a critical hit. This Ye Chen's the same age as them, both 12 years old, but why is his soul power level so high? This is ridiculous. Chapter 58. I didn't do it on purpose. No wonder Ye Chen said earlier that even if 10 of them combined, they couldn't defeat him. After all, logically speaking, even if there were 5 level 27 agile attack spirit masters, they still couldn't defeat a 4-ring spirit master, let alone Ye Chen, who wasn't even a beginner spirit master yet. As for support, the difference between 5 supports and 1 support isn't significant, because the amplification attributes don't stack. Only the highest value is taken. Oh no, Zhuqing, it seems like we can't win. Knowing Ye Chen's spirit power level, Ning Rongrong quietly said to Zhu Zhuqing, Rongrong, even if we fail, we cannot give up. Zhu Zhuqing said firmly, in her life, there's only effort, and more effort, and no such thing as giving up. Zhuqing, you're right. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong nodded seriously. However, Ning Rongrong had made up her mind that if she couldn't pass the assessment, she would definitely go home and tell her 2 grandfathers, letting them teach Ye Chen a lesson and show him some color. Ethereal Spirit Cat, possess. First spirit skill, Ethereal Stab. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit possessed her, activating her first spirit skill, charging towards Ye Chen. As an agile attack spirit master, she excelled in close combat, while control-type spirit masters were not as adept. Zhu Zhuqing planned to use her strengths to attack his weaknesses. The 7 treasures glazed tile appeared in Ning Rongrong's hand, and she said, watching Zhu Zhuqing step into the arena. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile martial spirit also appeared, with 2 yellow spirit rings blooming, intending to amplify Zhu Zhuqing's attributes. Second spirit skill, determination. When Ning Rongrong's martial spirit appeared to amplify Zhu Zhuqing, Ye Chen activated his second spirit skill. The second spirit ring flickered slightly, and a white, jade-colored bamboo staff phantom quickly flew out from Ye Chen's body, descending upon Ning Rongrong's head and striking down. Bang! Although Ye Chen's spirit skill was not strong in physical attack, it depended on the comparison. Ning Rongrong, as a weak support with low spirit power level, and being a delicate young lady, had an ordinary body strength. One strike knocked her dazed, interrupting the amplification spirit skill she was still chanting. This strike left a slight bump on Ning Rongrong's forehead, evidently causing some swelling. Of course, the control effect of determination was to stop the thought process. So whether Ning Rongrong was dazed or not didn't matter much, and she couldn't feel any pain right now. With one move taking care of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, as an agile attack spirit master, had already charged in front of Ye Chen. Ye Chen didn't intend to directly kill her, otherwise it wouldn't be interesting. Watching the sharp cat claw scratching towards him, Ye Chen raised the bamboo staff in his hand to block the attack. Clang! The sound of the cat claws colliding with the pure bamboo staff was crisp. Although he was indeed a control-type spirit master, whose close combat ability was generally lacking, Ye Chen had practiced the creation body forging technique, giving him body strength far surpassing that of spirit masters of the same level. And his close combat level wasn't too far off, just a noticeable gap compared to control. However, dealing with a second ring agile attack spirit master was still easy and enjoyable. Second spirit skill, Ethereal 100 Claws. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's claws transformed into a dense array of claw shadows, rapidly waving towards Ye Chen. TSK this speed? I doubt anyone could be that fast in a lifetime. Facing the dense claw shadows, although Ye Chen's strong mental power allowed him to keep up with his thoughts, his body's reaction speed couldn't match. Fortunately, Ethereal 100 Claws was only a 100-year spirit skill. Its attack frequency was very high, but the single attack power wasn't strong. Even though Ethereal 100 Claws had some piercing effects, Ye Chen could still endure it thanks to his strong physical constitution and protective spirit power. However, his clothes weren't as tough and thick as Ye Chen. In a moment, Ye Chen's shirt was torn into rags by Zhu Zhuqing's cat claws. Big Kitty, your attack power isn't enough. Narrowing his eyes, Ye Chen smiled at Zhu Zhuqing. Although he looked quite disheveled, he hadn't actually taken any damage. Damn it! Seeing that her spirit skill couldn't break Ye Chen's defense, Zhu Zhuqing gritted her silver teeth. As an agile attack spirit master, the most frustrating thing was her own lack of attack power. If she couldn't deal damage to her opponent, no matter how flashy her spirit skills were, it was useless. However, Zhu Zhuqing was not someone who would give up easily. Even if her attacks couldn't cause any damage to Ye Chen, and her only 2 spirit skills were on cooldown and couldn't be used for a short time, Zhu Zhuqing still didn't give up. Seeing the determined look in Big Kitty's eyes, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although Zhu Zhuqing's talent was the weakest among the original Shrek 7 devils, in terms of effort, she was indeed even more outstanding than Tang San. After thinking for a moment, Ye Chen retracted the pure bamboo staff and began to brawl with Zhu Zhuqing. This brawl just means fighting barehanded, and he was still wearing clothes, so don't get it wrong. However, Ye Chen's action of retracting his martial spirit made Zhu Zhuqing feel like he was underestimating her, making her feel a bit angry, and she waved her claws even more fiercely. In barehanded combat, Ye Chen might not be able to suppress Zhu Zhuqing at her peak, but currently, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't activate her spirit skills, so with Ye Chen's strength, he still held the upper hand. Even if Zhu Zhuqing waved her claws beautifully, she gradually fell into a disadvantage, only able to defend. As the saying goes, a long defense will inevitably lead to loss. Taking advantage of Zhu Zhuqing's opportunity to block, Ye Chen executed a move from Xia G8 strikes, hitting Zhu Zhuqing in the abdomen. Even though he didn't actually use much force and had restrained his strength, Zhu Zhuqing still wobbled unsteadily. Just as she was about to fall, Ye Chen turned his steps and caught the Big Kitty in his arms. In an instant, The atmosphere in the arena froze. Hiss, that hurts. At that moment, Ning Rongrong broke free from the control and immediately covered her head, shouting in pain. Damn Ye Chen, how could you hit this lady's head? But Ning Rongrong quickly came to her senses. Now was not the time to shout in pain, as she was still undergoing a practical assessment. What are you two doing? Are you feeding dog food? When Ning Rongrong looked at the scene in the arena, she felt like she was going to be unwell. Since Ning Rongrong had been dazed before, her thought process had stopped. In her view, 1 second Zhu Zhuqing was charging towards Ye Chen, and the next second she was being held in his arms. Could it be that the newly acquainted friend had turned traitor? Let go already. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned slightly red as she said to Ye Chen, "Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to." Immediately, Ye Chen helped Zhu Zhuqing up and released her from his embrace. TSK, not to mention, Big Kitty has a great figure. Chapter 59. The Pit Digging Expert. Hey, are we still going to continue? Ning Rongrong looked at Ye Chen, who had already retracted his martial soul, and began to ask, Teacher Xiao, I think their strength is quite good. Why don't we let them pass? Ye Chen turned to Xiao Wujia beside him and said, All right, I'll consider it as you two passing. Xiao Wujia waved his hand nonchalantly. Although the incense had only burned a little, he still allowed the two to pass. Come on, a 12-year-old with the 26th and 27th level Soul Master. What kind of genius would a Soul Master Academy want? Being able to enroll in Shrek Academy should be an honor for Shrek. Even if Ning Rongrong's soul power level didn't reach 26. Even if she was just a one-ring Soul Master, she could still join Shrek Academy. In the original story, Flinder dared to discipline Ning Rongrong because he had already received a letter from Ning Fengji. Now that Ning Fengji entrusted Flinder to discipline her, would Flinder dare to refuse? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is reputed to be one of the top 3 sects, and they're not to be trifled with. Moreover, Xiao Wujia also understood that with the strength of the two, it was impossible to last a whole incense stick under Ye Chen's hands, let alone the current Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Even if the two of them advanced to the 3-ring Soul Venerable, they would still have no hope. All right, Kid Yi, you take them to settle down, Xiao Wujia said to Ye Chen. Okay. Nodding, Ye Chen led Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong away. Not long after, the 3 arrived in front of a wooden house. Here, if you two are planning to live together, this house is for you. If you want single rooms, that is also fine. I can arrange that for you. After the last renovation of Shrek Academy, many wooden houses were built, and with the number of teachers and students in the academy not being large, there were enough rooms for everyone to have a single room. Is that the only wooden house? I want to live there. Saying this, Ning Rongrong pointed to a house in the distance. Yes, that house is Ye Chen's Soul Guide Villa. Moreover, beside the villa, there was a grove of bamboo, with many blue-silver grasses growing among them, serving as a simulated training environment for Ye Chen and Xiao Wu. Perhaps because Ye Chen didn't do it properly, this small-scale simulated environment had some effect, but it seemed not much different, slightly lacking in value, basically only serving as a scenery. What are you thinking? That's not the Academy's property. It's my personal territory. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. Yours? Yes, it's a custom-made villa. Don't be fooled by its appearance. It's actually a building soul guide that can be shrunk or enlarged at will and carried around. Do you want it? But it's not cheap. Building soul guide? Name your price, I want it. Ning Rongrong looked like she wasn't short on money. Come on, as the young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Your dad is a big tycoon. How could you be short on gold soul coins? All right, since we're classmates, I'll sell it to you. Just 200,000 gold soul coins, and you can have it. Ye Chen definitely wouldn't do a losing business, so he directly doubled the cost price. If it weren't for the fact that Ning Rongrong would be his future companion, he wouldn't even be willing to sell it. 200,000 gold soul coins? Why don't you go rob a bank? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Ye Chen. This time, Ning Rongrong came to Shrek Academy after running away from home, and since she was still young, Ning Fengji wouldn't give her too many gold soul coins. She could manage a few thousand gold soul coins, but 200,000 gold soul coins was out of her reach. You can't say it like that. What do you mean robbing? If the deal doesn't work out, we still have our integrity. Besides, this building's soul guide costs 100,000 gold soul coins just for the cost price. Selling it to you for 200,000 000. Is that considered expensive? You scoundrel, you actually want to earn 100,000 gold soul coins for me. Ning Rongrong said with disdain. Is 100,000 gold soul coins a lot? If it weren't for our classmate relationship, I would even bother selling it. It's a pity Shrek Academy has a lot of little bugs. I hope you have them crawling in your bed while you sleep at night. Upon hearing about little bugs, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but imagine and shivered involuntarily. The thought of little bugs crawling all over her bed was terrifying. I have a way. Do you want to hear it? What is it? You can owe me if you don't have money, but you'll have to pay interest. What is the interest? Here's the deal. I'll give you 1 copper coin on the first day, 2 copper coins on the second day, 4 copper coins on the third day, doubling each day, and just keep it up for 30 days. If you don't have the money, you can owe me. For every year you owe, the interest doubles. Compound interest. What do you think? Am I being nice to you? If Ning Rongrong fell for it by the 30th day, she would owe over 5 million gold soul coins. If she delayed for a year, that would be over 10 million gold soul coins. And if it went on for long, even selling the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school wouldn't cover it. Of course, whether the 7 treasure glazed tile school would pay back in the future was another matter. That's good, I want that building soul guide. Upon hearing that she only needed to give 1 copper coin the first day and just double it afterward, Ning Rongrong, who was good at math, immediately burst into joy. And beside her, Zhu Zhuqing felt it was somewhat off, but she couldn't pinpoint why, so she didn't say anything. Take it easy. Let us write an IOU first. Otherwise, what if you default later? Ye Chen looked at Ning Rongrong with a smile. Cut it out with this little money. I wouldn't default. Ning Rongrong said disdainfully. After all, she was the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. How could she default? It's better to write it down clearly. We can't let this little money affect our classmate relationship. Oh, you're right. Ning Rongrong was completely unaware that Ye Chen's insistence on writing an IOU had already affected the pure friendship between classmates. Then, Ye Chen took out paper and pen and began to write. By the way, at the end of the IOU, he noted that if she didn't pay back within 10 years, Ning Rongrong would have to sell herself to repay the debt. Then he handed it to her. The reason for setting a 10-year deadline was that Ye Chen thought that if they waited 10 years, with the interest compounding, let alone Ning Rongrong, even the 7 treasure glazed tile school wouldn't be able to pay it back. Damn it, why do you have to write selling myself to repay the debt at the end? Ning Rongrong looked at Ye Chen angrily. Huh? Are you planning not to pay me back in the future? I'm not. Since you plan to pay me back, does it matter whether it's in writing? That does make sense. Immediately, Ning Rongrong signed her name. Chapter 60. Ning Rongrong falls into the pit looking at the IOU in his hand. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. No matter what, he wouldn't be at a loss. If Ning Rongrong paid on time, Ye Chen's profit could reach nearly 100 times. Where else could he find such a lucrative business? If Ning Rongrong failed to pay on time, that would be even better. He just didn't know when this silly girl Ning Rongrong would realize it. Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile unkindly. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and give me the stuff. Seeing Ye Chen's silly smile, Ning Rongrong frowned and said with an unhappy expression, this is for you. By the way, what color do you want? Can I choose the color? Of course, my service is very thoughtful. Since this soul guide villa sold in the System Mall could be any color, Ye Chen didn't mind making a good sale. All right, I want rainbow color. Because her martial soul was the 7 treasure glazed tile, which had 7 colors. Ning Rongrong particularly liked rainbow colors. Here you go. Then, Ye Chen spent another 100,000 gold soul coins in the System Mall to buy a soul guide villa. Looking at this soul guide villa in her hand, which resembled a model, Ning Rongrong was stunned. How do you use this thing? First, refine it with soul power. Then choose a piece of empty land and inject some soul power, and it will unfold itself. Afterward, Ning Rongrong looked around and placed her colorful soul guide villa not far from Ye Chen's house. All right, I've given you the stuff. As we are classmates, you don't need to pay for today. Start paying tomorrow. Don't forget. By the way, over there is the Academy's cafeteria. If you don't cook for yourselves, you can go eat at the cafeteria. They serve 3 meals a day. Ye Chen pointed in the direction of the cafeteria. Go on, go on. Don't disturb me while I explore my new house. Ning Rongrong waved her hand, signaling Ye Chen to leave. Little girl, If you can't pay back in the future, you'll be in trouble. Feeling the disdain, Ye Chen silently cursed. Zhu Qing, let's go in and take a look. Saying that, Ning Rongrong pulled Zhu Qing into the villa. Afterward, Ye Chen returned to his own villa. Brother, how did you get another house? As soon as she saw Ye Chen, Xiao Wu pointed at the colorful villa not far away and asked him, I sold it. Sold it? Is there really someone willing to pay such a high price for this? Xiao Wu was a bit puzzled. She knew the price was steep, and she couldn't believe someone would buy such a useless thing. Let me tell you, your brother made a huge profit today. Brother, you didn't slaughter a pig, did you? Xiao Wu looked at Ye Chen in surprise. How can you say that? It's a mutually beneficial deal. It can't be called slaughtering a pig. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. Come on, how much did you sell it for? I haven't collected the money yet, but starting tomorrow, your brother will earn 1 copper coin. Double the amount the next day, and then double again the day after that, and so on for a month. If it continues for a month. Won't that be over 10 million gold soul coins? Xiao Wu's eyes widened as she calculated silently. The old Xiao Wu didn't understand math, but after Ye Chen's teaching, she had become a well-rounded student and understood the concept. The first day seemed unremarkable, but over time, the amount would become enormous. No worries, the buyer has money. Ning Rongrong might not have 10 million gold soul coins, but her father, Ning Fengji, definitely does. Besides, if she can't pay, she can always sell herself. Maybe Ning Fengji will be very satisfied with his son-in-law in the future. The next morning, after finishing his training, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu went to the Shrek Academy cafeteria for breakfast. Just as they stepped out, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing also came out. Hey, 2 new students. And they are both girls? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up when she saw Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. In the past, at Shrek Academy, Ye Chen was busy training, and she had no playmates. Now that 2 girls of the same age had arrived, Xiao Wu was naturally very happy. Immediately, she pulled Ye Chen and walked over. Hello, I'm Xiao Wu, as in dancing. Welcome to Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu greeted Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing enthusiastically. Are you a student of Shrek too? I'm Ning Rongrong. I'm Zhu Qing. After getting to know each other, the 4 of them headed to the cafeteria together. At this time, there was no one in the cafeteria, but the chef, Xiao Xian, had already prepared breakfast. Is there no one in the cafeteria? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. The teachers in the academy should have eaten long ago. As for the students, besides us, there's basically no one in the academy for breakfast. Why? Ning Rongrong was a bit puzzled. 2 are busy rushing to their appointments, and 1 likes to sleep in. While eating a big meat bun, Ye Chen spoke indistinctly. Dai Mubai was basically out in Soto City at night, inviting ladies to the Rose Hotel. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, who had quite a bit of money in his pocket, was similar to Dai Mubai. They both ate breakfast before returning. He guessed that the 2 of them should still be on their way back to Shrek Academy at this moment. However, while Dai Mubai was freeloading, Ma Hongjun had to pay. After all, Ma Hongjun's looks were a bit lacking. As for Oscar, his sausages could be produced and sold by himself. So he was probably still sleeping in and wouldn't normally come to the cafeteria for breakfast. Busy rushing to appointments? What does that mean? Zhu Qing frowned. It means they didn't stay overnight at the academy. They went to find women. Before Ye Chen could speak, Xiao Wu explained. Dai Mubai is looking for women outside. Zhu Qing's expression gradually darkened. Hey, Zhu Qing, do you know Dai Mubai? I'm telling you, this Dai Mubai is not a good person. I've been in the academy for over a year, and he's basically been looking for women outside every day. I heard he recently got involved with a pair of twins. Zhu Qing, what's wrong with you? As she spoke, Xiao Wu noticed that Zhu Qing's face turned very pale. In nothing. At this moment, Zhu Qing felt very bitter inside. No wonder Ye Chen was unwilling to talk more about Dai Mubai when he knew she was looking for him yesterday. She had originally thought that Dai Mubai had left her behind and come to Shrek Academy to work hard and fight against fate. But she never expected that Dai Mubai was not cultivating diligently, but was instead indulging in nightlife in Soto City every night. Thinking about Davis, who was older than her and had decent talent, and her sister Zhu Zhuyun, Zhu Qing felt a wave of despair. Chapter 61. The sad big cat. In terms of talent and resources, Zhu Qing couldn't compare to Ning Rongrong, and she was also a bit younger than Ning Rongrong. However, her soul power level exceeded Ning Rongrong by 1 level. which was the result of her years of hard training. But now, Zhu Zhuqing found that no matter how hard she worked, what was the use? Dai Mubai had already given up and fallen. Could her own efforts change anything? Could she fight against Davis and Zhu Zhuyun all by herself? Thinking of this, tears began to well up in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. She had traveled thousands of miles from the Star Luo Empire to Shrek Academy to find Dai Mubai, and the journey had not been peaceful. She had encountered assassins sent by Davis and Zhu Zhuyun. Yet, even in the most dangerous moments, she had never lost hope. But now, Zhu Zhuqing felt that her life had lost all color. Zhuqing, what's wrong? Don't cry. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's golden tears, Xiao Wu was at a loss. Yeah, Zhuqing. Don't cry, Ning Rongrong said anxiously. How could things have changed so drastically? I know, Ye Chen spoke up from the side. Brother, do you know why Zhuqing is like this? Xiao Wu asked Ye Chen. Zhu Zhuqing comes from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire's ghostly spirit cat lineage, while Dai Mubai is from the royal Dai family. The two families have intermarried for generations. The Dai family succession system is quite brutal, adopting a survival of the fittest approach. Aside from the crown prince, other princes either die or are rendered useless. This ensures that each generation Star Luo emperor is the most outstanding among the royal family and guarantees the stability of the throne. Dai Mubai must have come to Shrek Academy because he couldn't bear the pressure from the other princes and chose to escape 3 years ago. I see. Ning Rongrong had heard of the Star Luo royal family's crown prince selection mechanism and now remembered it, suddenly looking down on Dai Mubai. How could he leave his fiancée, and run away alone? Is the competition really that brutal? Aren't they brothers? Xiao Wu was stunned, finding it hard to believe. In her view, brothers should love and care for each other. How could it come to this? Ordinary brothers can turn against each other over unequal inheritance, let alone the throne of the Star Luo Empire. Even if they are brothers, they still need to compete for what they want. It's just a throne. Does it really matter that much? Xiao Wu couldn't understand. Xiao Wu, our talent is good, so we naturally don't value it, but for others it's different. Even if you don't compete, others will find ways to do so. There is no such thing as taking a step back and seeing the vast sky. Ye Chen rolled his eyes at his naive little rabbit. Brother, please help Zhuqing. Why should Zhuqing suffer because of Dai Mubai's failure? Xiao Wu sympathetically hugged Ye Chen's arm and whined. Okay, give me 10 years, and I can crush all who oppose me. Ye Chen felt that even if he couldn't become a deity in 10 years, he would definitely become a titled Douluo, easily crushing a Star Luo empire. Crush all who oppose you? Are you bragging? Besides, after 10 years, the situation might change. Zhuqing, why don't you join my 7 treasure glazed tile school? I can have my dad annul your engagement, and you won't have to worry about that scumbag Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong suggested to Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, if I have the 7 treasure glazed tile school as a backing, Zhu Zhuqing won't have to worry about this issue at all. The overall strength of the Star Luo Empire may indeed be above the 7 treasure glazed tile school, but they definitely wouldn't be willing to confront the 7 treasure glazed tile school over just one Zhu Zhuqing. Rongrong, thank you, but no need. I believe I can change my fate. Wiping her tears, Zhu Zhuqing revealed a determined light. Yes, that's the spirit. Zhuqing, you have to keep going. At that moment, a series of ding-ding-ding bell sounds came from the direction of the playground. What is that? Ning Rongrong asked Xiao Wu. That is the bell calling the students by the dean. Let us finish breakfast quickly and go gather. Soon, the 4 quickly finished their breakfast and rushed toward the playground. When Ye Chen arrived at the playground, Oscar was already there, chewing on a sausage he had made himself. Not long after, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun returned together. However, there was a bright red strawberry mark on Dai Mubai's neck, clearly from a playful game last night that he forgot to wipe off in the morning. While Dai Mubai didn't notice, everyone else did. Seeing this strawberry mark, Zhu Zhuqing's expression immediately darkened. Zhuqing, don't be sad. Such a scumbag isn't worth your tears. Ning Rongrong noticed and immediately spoke to Zhu Zhuqing. Hey, Mubai, you have a strawberry mark on your neck. Oscar pointed at Dai Mubai's neck. Xiao Ao, you know nothing. This is proof of a real man. Dai Mubai was very proud of his character and couldn't he admit he had just come out of the Red Ocean at the Rose Hotel. He could only say it like this. Hey, 2 new female students have come to the academy? At this moment, Dai Mubai noticed the newly arrived Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly because he felt an unusual movement from his white tiger martial soul, and the source of that movement was Zhu Qing. "Who are you?" Dai Mubai asked Zhu Qing. Although they had an engagement, they actually had no emotional foundation. After all, when Dai Mubai ran away to Shrek Academy, he was only 12 years old, and Zhu Qing was only 9. Plus, Zhu Qing had developed rapidly in the past few years. So Dai Mubai didn't recognize her at first, and didn't think that his fiancé, he from the Star Luo Empire, would come to Shrek Academy to find him. "Scumbag, get away." Xiao Wu immediately berated. Girls are inherently emotional, and knowing Dai Mubai's actions made Xiao Wu extremely disgusted. "You!" Dai Mubai's eyes immediately filled with anger at Xiao Wu's rebuke, and he pointed at her fiercely, but due to Ye Chen and Xiao Wu's stronger abilities, he didn't dare to say anything harsh. "What are you pointing at? If you keep pointing, I'll take your finger off." Ye Chen glared at Dai Mubai. "Oomph." Dai Mubai suppressed his anger, snorted coldly, and turned away. Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances. Although Dai Mubai usually acted tough, he would definitely suffer when facing Ye Chen. Chapter 62. The true support. At this moment, Flander walked over. He scanned Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing with his 4 eyes, and then said to everyone, "Very well. This year our academy has 2 more little monsters. I, Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, welcome your arrival on behalf of the academy. Later, each of you will hand over 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances." "Wait," Ye Chen spoke up. "What's up with you, kid?" Flander adjusted his glasses. "Dean Flander, we agreed that both I and Xiao Wu would enroll for free," Ye Chen said seriously. "Flander, Hamel, let's forget about you and Xiao Wu's fees." In fact, Flander didn't really care about the gold coins due to the black market dealings, but it was just a matter of routine. "Thank you, Dean Flander." Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction, although he didn't lack this amount of gold coins. It was a promise made earlier, and he couldn't go back on his word. "Dean, since Brother Chen and Sister Xiao Wu are both enrolling for free, how about you let me enroll for free too?" Oscar, who didn't have much money in his pocket, was the first to respond. Ma Hongjun was also a bit eager. After all, 100 gold coins could get him quite a few beautiful ladies. "Huh. Oscar, come back to me when you advance to the Soul Master rank." Flander glared at Oscar in dissatisfaction. Although Shrek Academy wasn't lacking that 100 gold coins, Flander's frugality had not changed. What needed to be paid must be paid. "All right, Xiao Wu, later you explain the academy rules to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. Now, apart from Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you all go back and rest. We have evening classes later." With that, Flander waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai left. They had worked hard the previous night and were still a bit sleepy. To have energy in the evening, they needed to recuperate during the day. However, Ye Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing did not leave. Ye Chen didn't rush to leave, and since Ye Chen stayed, Xiao Wu stayed too. Zhu Qing, seeing that both girls in the academy were still there, decided to stay and see what Flander was up to. Seeing that Ye Chen and the others weren't leaving, Flander didn't mind and began to lecture Oscar and Ning Rongrong. "You two are support-type soul masters. One enhances attributes, while the other has a food-based martial soul. Soul masters like you need protection from strong teammates on the battlefield or in daily life. Otherwise, it's hard to survive. Who can tell me how support-type soul master can better protect themselves on the battlefield?" "I know." Before the 2 supports could speak, Ye Chen chimed in. "Oh, then you tell us." Flander became interested, wanting to hear Ye Chen's insights. Low-tier supports naturally hide behind powerful teammates or learn to run away. Low-tier supports? So, there are high-tier ones too? Flander was puzzled. Relying on teammates or running away was his understanding of support-type soul masters. But why was there a distinction between high-tier and low-tier supports? That's right. A high-tier support charges in to help teammates take down all opponents. That's true support. Ye Chen said earnestly. In the Douluo continent, most soul masters had the impression that support-type soul masters were weaklings, only able to whine. However, Ye Chen knew that sometimes, during team fights, the support could be the most formidable one. They could output damage, provide support, and heal. Truly impressive. Of course, not everyone can become a high-tier support. This is also true in the Douluo continent. Certain prerequisites must be met. Ahem, Ye Chen, are you misunderstanding support? Flander was caught off guard, and even the others nearby looked at Ye Chen oddly. That's not right. Who says support-type soul masters can't be stronger than battle-type soul masters? Oh, support-type soul masters can be stronger than battle-type soul masters? Please elaborate. Flander wanted to hear how Ye Chen thought a support could surpass a battle-type. Oscar had an idea because Ye Chen had told him before, but Ning Rongrong was different. She was also a support and was considered unable to fight a chicken. She immediately looked at Ye Chen with bright eyes. Every support has a heart for output, and Ning Rongrong is no exception. They can make up for their lack of strength through soul bones. If one can gather a complete set of 10,000-year soul bones, they can possess 12 10,000-year soul bone skills. 10,000-year soul bone skills are comparable to 10,000-year soul skills. So their combat power will definitely crush battle-type soul masters of the same level, even if one doesn't have 10,000-year soul bones. Gathering a set of 1,000-year soul bones is also fine. Possessing 6,000-year soul bone skills, combined with their own support soul skills and the enhancements from soul bones, their strength will generally be above that of battle-type soul masters of the same level. Flander was speechless. He thought Ye Chen had some good methods, but it turned out to be this? Who didn't know that soul bones came with soul bone skills? But soul bones were rare. Were they that easy to obtain? Dean Flander, don't look at me like that. I bet that Oscar and Ning Rongrong's future strength will definitely not be inferior to battle-type soul masters of the same level. Is that true? Flander was somewhat surprised. Of course it's true. Ordinary people can't get soul bones. Can Ning Rongrong not get them? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School may not be able to get 10,000-year soul bones, but 1,000-year soul bones are still manageable. As for Oscar, there's a soul beast called the Mirror Shadow Beast, which has the innate soul skill of duplication. After Oscar adds this soul ring, he should be able to produce duplicate sausages. Then he can find a powerful genius of the same level, even if the effect of the duplicated soul skill is discounted. Oscar's combat power will definitely not be too weak. Soul bones are different from soul rings. When a soul master dies, the soul ring disappears, but soul bones can still be passed down. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has a long history. Even if new soul bones aren't plentiful with each generation, over time, there are still quite a few soul bones in the sect. As the young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong absolutely qualifies to obtain soul bones. Perhaps Ning Fengji had already prepared them for her after her martial soul awakened. It's just that Ning Rongrong is too young. And given the examples of people dying from soul bones, she hasn't been allowed to refine them yet. Flander raised an eyebrow. If Ye Chen was right, then both Oscar and Ning Rongrong really could have considerable combat power in the future. Chapter 63. Flander's plan. Wait a minute, I almost got dragged down by this kid. Flander's purpose in lecturing Oscar and Ning Rongrong was not to genuinely inquire about their insights on support-type soul masters. Previously, he had received a letter from Ning Fengji, asking him to discipline Ning Rongrong. After receiving Ning Fengji's request, Flanders pondered for a long time and finally came up with some strategies, ready to follow the original script. He couldn't let Ye Chen mess it up. Well, we'll talk about that later. Ye Chen was right about one thing. A support-type soul master must learn to run away. And today's lesson will be physical training. From now on, run 20 laps around the entire village. If you haven't returned before lunch, you won't eat. Additionally, you can use your own martial spirits to assist. Oscar, you're in charge of leading the way. Dino. Although the village where Shrek Academy was located was not large, Oscar understood that Flanders meant the entire village, including the farmland. 1 lap was at least over 3 kilometers, and 20 laps would be 60 kilometers. Such a long distance would probably cost him half his life as just a support-type soul master, right? Stop talking and start running. Flanders glared, and Oscar immediately fell silent. He knew that 20 laps was a daunting challenge for a second-ring support-type soul master, but it was necessary for the plan to unfold smoothly. Okay, Oscar responded weakly and began to run. As for Ning Rongrong, she didn't understand how far 20 laps was and followed along. Watching Oscar and Ning Rongrong start running, Flanders smiled, thinking of the promise made by Ning Fengji. Feeling like a sly old fox who had stolen a chicken, quite pleased with himself, Dean Flanders, what good thing are you thinking about? Seeing Flanders' cheerful mood, Ye Chen had a rough guess. If Ning Fengji entrusted Flanders to discipline Ning Rongrong, he surely must have offered some payment for services rendered. Ning Fengji was a wealthy man. Just a little generosity would be enough for Flanders to feast. The labor fee must be considerable. Flanders. He shot Ye Chen a glare, but said nothing and walked away. Brother, do you think Oscar and Rongrong can finish 20 laps? After Flanders left, Xiao Wu asked Ye Chen. Oscar should be fine, but as for Ning Rongrong, you'll probably see her on the streets of Soto City soon. The current Ning Rongrong was no longer a well-behaved girl, but a little devil. How could she run obediently? If it were just a few laps, she might have managed. But 20 laps were definitely impossible. Oh, no way. Isn't Rongrong pretty obedient? She shouldn't disobey the dean, right? After a short time of interaction, Xiao Wu viewed Ning Rongrong as a little lady who should be relatively obedient. You don't need to worry about her. Let us go to Soto City. I haven't taken you out to play in a while. Sounds good. Let's go to Soto City. Upon hearing that Ye Chen would take her out, Xiao Wu immediately became excited. Zhu Zhuqing, are you coming? Xiao Wu turned to Zhu Zhuqing. I won't go. I need to focus on my training. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. What if her talent wasn't strong? Naturally, she had to make up for it with hard work. Saying this, Zhu Zhuqing left the playground. Brother, Zhuqing is so hardworking. Hearing that Zhu Zhuqing was going to train, Xiao Wu said with admiration. Zhu Zhuqing's talent is not as good as ours, so she has to work twice as hard. Otherwise, she will definitely fall behind us in the future. Indeed, among everyone in Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing was the most diligent. Well, if we're talking about who is the laziest, Xiao Wu should be ranked first, even lazier than Oscar. If it weren't for Xiao Wu's good talent and the enhancement from the celestial herb, she wouldn't have reached level 49 Soul Master by now. Let's go. Let us have some fun in Soto City. Ye Chen patted Xiao Wu's head. Okay, let's go. On the streets of Soto City, Xiao Wu looked at the various goods in the shops, fully utilizing her shopping talent as a woman. Fortunately, Ye Chen was not short on cash. Whatever Xiao Wu fancied, he bought without hesitation. Unknowingly, the morning passed quickly. Brother, I'm hungry. Where should we eat? Xiao Wu pointed to a nicely decorated restaurant called Tulip Restaurant and said to Ye Chen, all right, let's go have a feast. Ye Chen nodded, secretly thinking, finally, we could take a break. To be honest, when women go shopping, it's like they've been injected with adrenaline, full of energy. Men can't compare at all. After a morning of shopping, Xiao Wu was still lively, but Ye Chen felt a bit worn out and lethargic. Then, Ye Chen took Xiao Wu into the Tulip Restaurant. However, as soon as they walked in, they saw Ning Rongrong, who should have been running at Shrek Academy, sitting by the window enjoying a feast. Hey, isn't that Rongrong? What's she doing here? Xiao Wu asked Ye Chen. I wasn't wrong. Ning Rongrong definitely wouldn't run obediently. Ye Chen was not surprised that Ning Rongrong didn't run properly, but he was a bit surprised that they would run into her. After all, Soto City was a big city, and the chances of encountering her were quite low. Brother, can you predict the future? Xiao Wu looked at Ye Chen with a strange expression. I can't do that. Flanders made her run 20 laps around the village. And Ning Rongrong is a pampered young lady. How could she possibly keep that up? She must be thinking of ways to slack off. True. Could it be that Dean Flanders is targeting Rongrong? Xiao Wu thought. Although 20 laps wasn't too much for her, it was different for Ning Rongrong. Even if she could persevere, the damage to her body would be significant. Exercising isn't just about the longer the better. It needs proper planning. If overexerted, it could harm the body. Rongrong, weren't you supposed to be running? How did you end up in Soto City? The two approached Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu asked, you guys are here too? Ning Rongrong felt a bit embarrassed, having been caught slacking off. Yes, my brother and I came to Soto City to shop. Shopping? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up, and she excitedly pulled Xiao Wu to discuss. Chapter 64. Bridges return to bridges. Roads return to roads. By the way, Rongrong, aren't you afraid that Dean Flinder will blame you for being lazy? Xiao Wu recalled the main point. Not afraid, not afraid. Ning Rongrong thought to herself. She is the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Flinder, a mere rank 7 soul sage, wouldn't dare to say much. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was completely unaware that her father, Ning Fengji, had already sold her off. If it weren't for Ning Fengji's prior notice, the Flender in the original story wouldn't have dared to say much to Ning Rongrong. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is not something Shrek Academy can provoke. If this little lady runs home to complain, Flender would be in deep trouble. It was only because of Ning Fengji's commission that Flender had the confidence to discipline Ning Rongrong. After lunch, with Ning Rongrong joining, Xiao had even more motivation to shop. The whole afternoon, the poor Ye Chen was nearly unable to keep up. In the evening, after satisfying their shopping cravings, Xiao and Ning Rongrong finally stopped and returned to Shrek Academy. However, strangely enough, after stopping shopping, Ye Chen felt fully revived. As night fell, everyone gathered on the Academy's playground. Shortly after, Flender arrived. After scanning the area, Flender shot an unhappy glance at Ye Chen and Xiao, then turned his attention to Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Oscar, have you completed 20 laps? Flender's sharp gaze fell on Oscar. Dean, I have finished. Oscar replied loudly. Oomph. I asked about you all, not just you. Seeing Flender's displeased expression, Oscar turned to Ning Rongrong, who was also looking at him with her beautiful big eyes that seemed to speak, looking innocent. Yes, we all finished. Oscar gritted his teeth and said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Flender revealed a sly smile. Good, Oscar. I didn't expect you to have such a spirit of camaraderie. Come here. Flender pointed to a spot in front of him. Oscar showed a wry smile as he walked to stand in front of Flender. Your spirit of camaraderie is commendable. Since that's the case, you will run another 20 laps and let me see how deep your camaraderie really is. If you don't finish, you won't be allowed to eat. I've sealed your soul power, so don't try to break it. Go. Flender raised his right hand and lightly patted Oscar's shoulder, sealing his soul power. Oscar immediately showed a bitter expression, glancing resentfully at Ning Rongrong, but said nothing and obediently went to run. All right. The lying Oscar has received his due punishment. Now it's time for another liar. Ning Rongrong, tell me, did you complete the task I assigned this morning? Flender looked at Ning Rongrong. I didn't. 20 laps is too long, and I got hungry and couldn't hold on. Ning Rongrong didn't lie, as she thought Flender wouldn't dare to punish her. So, you ran all the way to Soto City to have a feast alone? And after meeting Ye Chen and Xiao, the 3 of you strolled through Soto City's commercial street and just returned. Am I right? Flender said with a smile. You were spying on me? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened, never expecting Flender would actually spy on her. Flender temporarily ignored Ning Rongrong and turned to Ye Chen and Xiao. Ye Chen, Xiao, since you met Ning Rongrong in Soto City, why didn't you persuade her to come back and run? Dean Flender, this is your fault. Since you already noticed at that time, why did you expect us to say anything? If you, the dean, don't say anything, what can we say? Moreover, Xiao and I thought Ning Rongrong had already completed her running course. Ye Chen said dissatisfiedly to Flender. Actually, while Flender was spying on Ning Rongrong, the perceptive Ye Chen had already sensed it, but just didn't speak up. After being reprimanded by Ye Chen, Flender almost choked. Damn it, this kid can always put others in a difficult position, whether he's right or wrong. Fortunately, Flender had a thick skin, shot a glare at Ye Chen, and didn't waste more words, turning back to lecture Ning Rongrong. Similar to the original story, this little witch Ning Rongrong gradually fell into the script originally planned by Flender. Under Flender's sharp words, Ning Rongrong, who suffered critical damage, shed golden tears and ran back to her residence crying. Xiao, go comfort Ning Rongrong. Seeing everything unfold according to his script, Flender felt secretly pleased and turned to Xiao. Oh, Xiao responded and ran to comfort Ning Rongrong. All right, let's get ready to set off. Zhu Zhuqing, since you are new, I must state in advance, you need to be prepared. Zhu Zhuqing nodded seriously. Ye Chen, are you going to the evening class this time? Flender looked at Ye Chen. Ever since Ye Chen and Xiao obtained the Silver Soul Badge, Flender had not required Ye Chen to fight in the Soto City Soul Arena. With nothing else to do, I'll go. Ye Chen regarded the big cat as the meat in his bowl. Since the big cat was going, he naturally wanted to follow, lest he be swayed by Dai Mubai's sweet talk. Soto Soul Arena. Except for Ye Chen, everyone else fought. Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing both won, but Dai Mubai lost to a rank 39 Soul Elder, feeling somewhat dejected. After leaving the Soul Arena, Ma Hongjun couldn't wait to go find his sister. Chingu, I'm leaving first. Dai Mubai want to come together? Ma Hongjun called out to Ye Chen and then prepared to ask Dai Mubai to join. Not going. Dai Mubai shot him an annoyed glare, his eyes drifting towards Zhu Zhuqing. Aren't you coming with me? That's right. You've been getting close to that pair of twins lately, so naturally you don't need me anymore. The somewhat slow Ma Hongjun suddenly realized. Get lost. If you want to go by yourself. Dai Mubai impatiently waved his hand, signaling Ma Hongjun to hurry up and leave. Dai Mubai, this is your fault. We're all classmates. How can you say get lost? Why don't you demonstrate it to Ma Hongjun? When saying this, Ye Chen was standing on the moral high ground, appearing as if classmates should be harmonious and loving. You, facing Ye Chen's sharp retort. Dai Mubai felt anger rising but didn't dare to act out. Chungu is indeed Chungu. Watching Dai Mubai being put in a difficult position, Ma Hongjun secretly rejoiced. What about you? Are you getting cheeky again? What are you pretending for in front of Zhuqing? Ye Chen said disdainfully. Dai Mubai, you've disappointed me. From now on, we're bridges returning to bridges, roads returning to roads. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silent, spoke up, looking at Dai Mubai with a suddenly contemptuous and disdainful gaze. After finishing her sentence, she turned and returned to the academy. Chapter 65. The law of smells good? Non-existent. Damn it, you want me to duel you? Unable to endure any longer, Dai Mubai was immediately furious. Although he hadn't reacted when he first saw Zhu Zhuqing, after learning her name and martial soul, he realized that Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée back in the Star Luo Empire. Now that Ye Chen had exposed him, Zhu Zhuqing said such words, and he could still tolerate it? Oh, little brain axe, are you feeling mischievous again? Ye Chen looked at Dai Mubai with a teasing expression. Damn, white tiger, possess me. In an instant, the enraged Dai Mubai activated his martial soul and threw a punch at Ye Chen. Useless rage. With a curl of his lips, Ye Chen raised his left arm, skillfully catching Dai Mubai's incoming fist, then with his right fist delivered a black tiger pounce's heart, striking Dai Mubai in the chest and sending him flying. Dai Mubai, from now on, keep your distance from Zhuqing. Don't think of a toad wanting to eat swan meat. After warning Dai Mubai, Ye Chen turned and left the soul fighting arena. Wow, what a big scoop. Could it be that Chungu is interested in Zhu Zhuqing? Ma Hongjun couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed he had heard quite a big scoop. Although he wasn't sure what the relationship was between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, he could infer from Zhu Zhuqing's earlier words that they should know each other. Possibly Zhu Zhuqing being Dai Mubai's ex-girlfriend? Wait a minute, Dai Mubai has been at the academy for 3 years, and I've never seen Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was only 9 years old 3 years ago, right? Could Dai Mubai actually have done something? Thinking of this, Ma Hongjun was immediately shocked. Dai Mubai was too much of a beast, changing women as frequently as changing clothes, and he could even lay his hands on a 9-year-old girl. Ma Hongjun secretly resolved to distance himself from Dai Mubai in the future to avoid being tainted by bad company. Although he was lecherous, he wasn't lecherous to that extent. The next morning, everyone from Shrek Academy gathered on the playground. All right, everyone is here, so today we will start the second lesson. Flinder first glanced at Ning Rongrong and then looked at Oscar. Instantly, Ye Chen had a bad premonition. It couldn't be that they were going to eat Oscar's sausages, right? If Oscar were a cute girl, even if the sausage's incantation was a bit bizarre, Ye Chen would eat it without any psychological burden. Unfortunately, Oscar was a rough guy, which made it completely different. Besides, the difference in soul power levels between him and Oscar was quite large, and Ye Chen didn't need that kind of support. Ye Chen would rather starve, die outside, or jump off a building than eat Oscar's big sausage. Ye Chen secretly made a determination. The law of smells good? Non-existent. Today's lesson is very simple. Oscar, you're the main character today. Besides Oscar, each of you must eat the sausages made from his soul power. Flinder said with a smile. Eat sausages made by Oscar? Dean, what kind of lesson is this? As soon as Xiao Wu heard Flinder's words, she couldn't help but exclaim. Something so bizarre, Sister Xiao Wu wouldn't eat it. This is called adaptive training. I ask you, is life more important or face? This is also training for your mindset. If you can't even do this, how will you survive in the soul master world in the future? To survive, you must resort to any means necessary. Don't say it's just eating a sausage. When your life is in danger, you'll have to eat mice, cockroaches, and earthworms. Flinder said seriously. Dean, life is indeed more important than face. But it's not as serious as you say. Storage soul tools can hold a lot of food, so there won't be a need to eat things like mice or cockroaches. Xiao Wu immediately retorted. Sister Xiao Wu is not afraid of such things. Come on. Without food-type soul masters, would I starve to death? The originally pale-faced Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who were scared at the mention of eating mice and cockroaches, also came to their senses and looked at Flinder with dissatisfaction. Xiao Wu is right. Without food-type soul masters, can't you just pack more dry food into the storage soul tool? The storage soul tool may have limited space, but if it's just for one person, it would definitely be more than enough. Cough, cough. Well, Xiao Wu, the sausages made by Oscar not only fill the stomach, but also have special effects. Flinder was almost caught off guard by Xiao Wu's retort. The food made by food-type soul masters has effects that are not as strong as the boost from support-type soul masters. And since there is a significant level gap between Oscar and me, the effect will also be discounted. So, I won't eat it. Xiao Wu shook her head vigorously. Besides, Sister Xiao Wu is the big sister of Shrek Academy. How could she eat Oscar's bizarre sausages and maintain her dignity? Don't be fooled by Oscar's usually serious appearance. He is actually a bit of a tease. Ye Chen, what do you say? Unable to convince Xiao Wu, Flinder turned to look at Ye Chen. Dean, although Oscar's soul power sausages do have good effects, since Xiao Wu doesn't want to eat them, let's just forget it. Ye Chen hadn't planned to eat them anyway, and now that Xiao Wu had refused first, he naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to dissuade Flinder from insisting on them eating the sausages. Flinder was speechless. He had originally thought Ye Chen would persuade Xiao Wu, but he never expected that both Ye Chen and Xiao Wu would reject Oscar sausages. Am I getting old and out of touch with the times? Today's youngsters don't cherish an excellent food-type soul master? Flinder couldn't help but think to himself. In Flinder's view, although Oscar's incantation was a bit bizarre, the effects were quite good, right? If he had such an excellent food-type soul master as a teammate, he would wake up smiling in his dreams. How could he complain? Dean, what Ye Chen and Sister Xiao Wu said is right. I think we should skip Oscar's sausages. Little Oscar's thoughts are unhealthy. It feels quite awkward. Seeing Flinder silent, Ma Hongjun cautiously said, Damn it, you are the one with unhealthy thoughts. Oscar cursed inwardly when Ma Hongjun, that lecherous little fatty, said he had unhealthy thoughts. Who in the academy could compare to Ma Hongjun in terms of filthiness? Little fatty, you're quite brave. Flinder glared at Ma Hongjun. This little fatty learned the bad instead of the good. Dean, I think we should take it slow. The two new junior sisters just arrived at the academy and are not familiar with Oscar, so their psychology is definitely resistant. Maybe once they get to know him better in the future, they won't resist anymore. After thinking for a moment, Ye Chen planned to give Flinder a way out to avoid his embarrassment. Chapter 66. Unaware of the imminent death upon hearing the words, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing both nodded secretly. Even Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were no exception, while Xiao Wu began to cheer excitedly. At this point, Flinder's plan had declared bankruptcy. Aside from Oscar himself, no one else was eating the sausages, and today's lesson could not continue at all. After all, if no one ate, was he supposed to force-feed everyone? Subsequently, the awkward Flinder hurriedly left the playground. Ah, my sausages. When will I ever gain everyone's approval? Oscar looked at the crowd with resentment, letting out a sigh. Ha, little AO, don't mind it. Once you can make sausages without reciting the incantation, everyone will be much more accepting. Ye Chen patted Oscar on the shoulder, offering comfort. Brother Chen, is what you said reliable? I've been practicing for a year, and I still can't do it. Oscar was somewhat frustrated. It should be possible, right? Just because you can't do it now doesn't mean you won't be able to in the future. I believe that if you work hard, you will definitely be able to do it. Ye Chen wasn't sure when Oscar would be able to make sausages without reciting the incantation. After all, he hadn't experienced it himself. By the way, little AO, how do you practice your soul power? Ye Chen recalled the key point. If he hadn't found the right direction for training, it would be counterproductive. Isn't it just repeatedly releasing soul skills? Oscar was somewhat confused. Ye Chen was speechless. What kind of soul power control training was that? Cough, Oscar, your training method isn't quite right. Then what should I do? Oscar looked bewildered. Xiao Wu, I'll go guide Oscar for a bit. Oscar, come with me. Ye Chen turned to Xiao Wu and said a word before taking Oscar away. Not long after, Ye Chen and Oscar arrived at a small forest next to Shrek Academy. Oscar, training soul power control, is actually very simple, like this. Saying this, Ye Chen extended his right hand, materializing a small ball of soul power. Oscar watched as Ye Chen began to control the ball of soul power in his hand, splitting it into 2, then 4, then 8, and so on, until the original ball of soul power was divided into countless points of soul power light. Is it really that impressive? Watching Ye Chen's operation, Oscar exclaimed in shock. This is the method of training through splitting soul power. If you can achieve this step, I believe you need to recite the incantation when making sausages. It seems so difficult. Is there anything simpler? Oscar, there are no shortcuts in cultivation, but there are certainly other training methods. Quick, tell me. Then watch closely. Saying this, Ye Chen found a large tree nearby. Oscar then saw Ye Chen put his hands behind his back and, as if walking on flat ground, walked up to the treetop hanging upside down from a branch. Brother Chen, how did you do that? Oscar's eyes widened. Attach your soul power to the soles of your feet, firmly adhering to the tree trunk. With more practice, it won't be difficult. By the way, besides climbing trees, you can also train by walking on water. Keep it up, Oscar. I believe in you. Ye Chen jumped down and stood firmly on the ground, patting Oscar on the shoulder. In his past life, Ye Chen had seen quite a few anime and novels, so he had some creativity. Oscar nodded vigorously and eagerly began to experiment. However, unfortunately, while stepping on one foot was fine, as soon as he put the other foot on, he immediately lost his balance and fell flat on his butt. Ouch! Brother Chen, your method doesn't work. If I fall from the top of the tree, I could easily get hurt. Covering his butt, Oscar complained. Don't you have recovery sausages? You won't die from that height. Ye Chen rolled his eyes at Oscar. Actually, when training to climb trees, you can also place soft mats underneath to prevent injury. However, if you put down soft mats, the effect won't be optimal because only when it hurts from falling will you realize you can't make mistakes, which helps in better training. All right, you can play by yourself. I'll be leaving now. Since he had already given Oscar the method, Ye Chen didn't linger and directly left the small forest. After returning to Shrek Academy, Ye Chen was about to go back to his room to cultivate when he saw Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing arguing on the playground. Dai Mubai, I made it very clear. From now on, we go our separate ways. I have nothing to do with you. Zhu Zhuqing said with disgust. Zhuqing, I was wrong before. Please forgive me. Dai Mubai pleaded. Dai Mubai, how can you still have the face to say these things? Your actions disgust me. Zhuqing, the engagement set by the royal family and your Zhu family is not something you can decide. Seeing that soft tactics weren't working, Dai Mubai decided to take a hard stance. So what? It's only death. Zhu Zhuqing said firmly. Oh, what is this about death? Just then, Ye Chen appeared. Ye Chen, this is a private matter between Zhuqing and me. It has nothing to do with you. Seeing Ye Chen arrive, Dai Mubai said impatiently. Little brain, didn't I warn you? Still dreaming of eating swan meat? How is it none of my business? If I say it is, then it is. Even if it isn't, it must be. Ye Chen, don't think that just because you're from the Soul Sect, you can provoke my Star Luo Empire. TSK, Dai Mubai, you're not wrong. Right now, I can't provoke the Star Luo Empire, but can you represent the entire Star Luo Empire? Yes. I can't provoke the Star Luo Empire, but you, even if 10 of you came, I wouldn't take you seriously. Ye Chen said disdainfully to Dai Mubai. Damn, Ye Chen, don't think I don't know. You have your eyes on Zhuqing. Let me tell you, Zhuqing is a person of my Star Luo Empire in life, and a ghost of my Star Luo Empire in death. Unaware of the imminent death. Who knows if the Star Luo Empire will even exist in a decade or so. The trajectory of the original story has now changed, but the trend remains unchanged. If Ye Chen doesn't stop it, or doesn't have the ability to stop it, Bibi Dong will still establish the Spirit Empire and will launch the Continental Unification War. At that time, wouldn't the Star Luo Empire be doomed? The fact that the Star Luo and Heaven Do empires can survive in the original story is entirely thanks to Tang San becoming a god. Otherwise, how could the two empires resist the god-level powers of Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong? Chapter 67. Playing a good hand, poorly currently. Tang San has not apprenticed under Xiao Jing and has not come to Shrek Academy. In the future, Ye Chen will not allow him to obtain the divine herb of the Ice Fire Two-Element Eye, without the transformation brought by the divine herb. Whether Tang San can still be favored by the Sea God and the Shura God to become a successor to the divine position is uncertain. My star Luo Empire has stood on the continent for countless years. How could it just disappear? Dai Mubai does not believe that the star Luo Empire will vanish in a few decades. If you don't believe it, then stay where it's cool. Don't be an eyesore here. If you keep talking, be careful I beat you up. Ye Chen raised his fist, signaling Dai Mubai to get lost. You hum. Dai Mubai snorted coldly and left directly. He knew that Ye Chen found him very displeasing, and if he stayed any longer, he would surely get a beating. After Dai Mubai left, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ye Chen with a complicated expression. Did Ye Chen actually like her? Would the star Luo Empire really perish in a few decades? After thinking for a moment, Zhu Zhuqing asked, if the star Luo Empire really ceases to exist, wouldn't that mean I have escaped my fate? That's for sure. It might not even take a decade. The star Luo Empire could very well be gone in 10 years. A few decades later, that will be the Spirit Hall's doing. No, it will be the Spirit Empire's action. But within 10 years, that will be Ye Chen's doing. Ye Chen thought to himself in 10 years he would be 22 years old, with the assistance of his own son. By then he would definitely have become a title Douluo. Moreover, Ye Chen's title Douluo would not be the kind that just tags along. He would be a super title Douluo, starting with all red spirit rings, and possessing 7 spirit bones over 100,000 years old. At this moment, Ye Chen already had a 100,000-year external spirit bone, the creation Blue Lotus. Even if all his spirit rings and the other 6 spirit bones were of 0 foundation, reaching 100,000 years for all would only cost a few billion gold soul coins. A few billion gold soul coins may seem like a lot, but now Ye Chen, at the 4-ring soul master level, could earn 2.5 small goals of gold soul coins from his son each year. In 10 years, saving up a dozen small goals would be nothing. Furthermore, as Ye Chen continues to level up, the efficiency of accumulating gold soul coins will only increase. With all red spirit rings and all spirit bones over 100,000 years, even if his spirit power level is not high, Ye Chen believes he would definitely be invincible across the world. Destroying the star Luo Empire would be easy, right? He wouldn't even need a massacre. Just eliminating all title Douluos and soul Douluos of the star Luo Empire would suffice, and the Heaven Do Empire and Spirit Hall would definitely take advantage of the situation. Saying 10 years is still conservative. It could even happen a few years earlier. Why? Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat puzzled as to why Ye Chen was so confident. Zhuqing, do you know anything about the Spirit Hall? Are you saying the Spirit Hall will wage war against the star Luo Empire in the future? Why not? No way. The Spirit Hall is just a soul master organization. It is not a country. Then do you think, with the strength of the Spirit Hall, it would be difficult to establish a country? I don't know, but the 2 major empires should not agree to that. The Spirit Hall is already the strongest soul master organization on the continent. If it became an empire, what would happen? The Star Luo and Heaven Do empires would be the first to disagree. The 2 major empires? Zhuqing, do you know how many powerful individuals the Spirit Hall has? Before Zhu Zhuqing could answer, Ye Chen continued, currently, the Spirit Hall has more than 20 titled Douluos. Have you heard of the Hall of Offerings in Spirit City? Only those with spirit power levels above 95 can become offerings to the Spirit Hall, and currently, there are as many as 7. The Spirit Hall has so many titled Douluos? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened. Titled Douluos are not common. Among all the factions on the continent, there are only about 20 known. The Spirit Hall is hiding deep. Do you think these more than 20 titled Douluos are the Spirit Hall's biggest trump card? Isn't that so? Zhu Zhuqing did not have a real concept of the specific strength of titled Douluos, only knowing they were very strong and could move freely in front of an army of 100,000 elite soldiers, not to mention over 20 of them. The Spirit Hall's true trump card is not just these 20 or so titled Douluos, but I cannot disclose it. I can only say that some individuals are not something a titled Douluo can contend with, no matter how many there are. The Spirit Hall's biggest trump card is the likes of Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, who will become gods in a few years. Since the Spirit Hall is so strong, why not take action now? In Zhu Zhuqing's view, If the Spirit Hall strength is really as Ye Chen said, then the Star Luo and Heaven Do empires should have already been doomed. I cannot say the specific reason. I can only tell you that they are waiting for an opportunity to minimize the casualties of war. In fact, Ye Chen believes that with the Spirit Hall's strength, if everyone worked together to launch a unification war at this time, it should not be difficult. Unfortunately, due to the secret room Douluo Qian Xuanji's good deeds, the Spirit Hall is now divided into two factions. One faction is led by Bibi Dong's Papal Hall, and the other faction is led by Douluo's Hall of Offerings. Because the two factions are at odds, if the Hall of Offerings does not contribute, the Papal Hall alone cannot suppress the entire continent. So Bibi Dong is still waiting for the right moment. The Hall of Offerings is not contributing because Douluo is paving the way for his granddaughter Rinxue. If the Spirit Hall were to unify the continent under Bibi Dong's leadership, then in the future, the Spirit Hall would be completely under Bibi Dong's control. And what would happen to the angel family? For Douluo, the ancestral foundation cannot be completely handed over to an outsider like Bibi Dong. Therefore, the Hall of Offerings faction is waiting for the unprecedented genius Rinxue to inherit the angel god position. Once the deity appears, those soul masters who have not yet become gods would not stand a chance. No matter how many there are, crushing the entire continent would be a piece of cake. However, while Bibi Dong and Douluo were both calculating, they overlooked Tang San, playing a good hand poorly, and ultimately the Spirit Hall faced total annihilation. An opportunity, huh? Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat confused, but since Ye Chen did not elaborate, she chose not to ask further. Zhuqing, do you want to become stronger faster? Do you have a way? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lit up. That's right. Ye Chen nodded. There won't be any side effects, will there? I heard that some soul masters take external substances to rapidly increase their strength within a short period, which leads to an unstable foundation and prevents future progress. Although Zhu Zhuqing wanted to become stronger quickly, she would not use external substances for temporary gains. Chapter 68. You are my good friend. Don't worry, there are absolutely no side effects. Just kidding, this big cat is like meat in our own bowl. Ye Chen wouldn't just focus on the present, as he still needs to become a god in the future. He can't be short-sighted. Please teach me. Saying this, Zhu Zhuqing gave a deep bow to Ye Chen. Follow me. After that, Ye Chen took Zhu Zhuqing away from the playground to a secluded spot. Next, I will teach you a special meditation technique. This meditation technique is much more effective than ordinary ones. It can not only improve the efficiency of soul power cultivation, but also enhance the quality of soul power. In fact, Ye Chen had many ways to quickly elevate Zhu Zhuqing's strength in a short time, but teaching cultivation techniques was the slowest method. For example, using soul ring age enhancement cards to increase the age of her soul rings. If Zhu Zhuqing's soul rings were upgraded to 2 purple ones, it could probably raise her from a level 27 soul master to level 29, or even close to level 30. Another example is that Ye Chen's small treasury had accumulated enough golden soul coins to purchase a fairy herb that would greatly enhance Zhu Zhuqing's soul power while also improving her talent. However, it was still a bit early. They had only just met, and conquering the big cat had to be done step by step without rush. Unlike cultivation techniques, resources are one-time consumables, while cultivation techniques can be copied countless times without requiring additional costs from each one. Is there really a difference in this meditation technique? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. It is well known that every soul master on the continent practices the same set of meditation techniques. Everyone is the same. The speed of a soul master's cultivation relies on innate soul power, martial spirits, resources, and diligence. She had never heard of any meditation technique with extraordinary effects. Of course, this meditation technique is a family heirloom of the Yi family. A family heirloom? Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate if you teach it to me? Zhu Zhuqing's expression showed hesitation and conflict. On the Douluo continent, there are indeed sectarian biases. Generally, self-created soul skills passed down through families are not taught to outsiders. For example, the dragon transformation secret technique of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family has a rule that non-family disciples cannot cultivate it. Although the dragon transformation secret technique is quite strict in its cultivation and is best suited for soul masters who have awakened the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial spirit.
Other dragon-type martial spirit families on the continent can also cultivate it. However, if others obtained it through some means, they would not dare to cultivate it or use it openly. Otherwise, they would definitely face the blue lightning tyrant dragon's pursuit. Similarly, the Haotian sect's Haotian 9 extremes and the Great Susumi Hammer are also prohibited from being passed on. In fact, only the sect leader of Haotian sect and the next successor have the qualifications to cultivate the Great Susumi Hammer's ultimate technique. The special meditation technique that Ye Chen mentioned must be similar. It's okay, you're my good friend. It doesn't matter. Of course, this good friend should drop the good part. Otherwise, Ye Chen wouldn't pass it on. Currently, aside from Ye Chen, only Xiao Wu has cultivated the creation meditation technique. However, considering that they had only recently met, Ye Chen didn't want to bluntly say that this meditation technique could only be cultivated by Yi family members. Then, thank you very much. Not knowing the underlying meaning, Zhu Zhuqing immediately expressed her gratitude. No need to be polite. We are good friends. Ye Chen had a look that said they were good friends, so there was no need for politeness. Good friends? When did we become good friends? Facing Ye Chen, who was so familiar, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit speechless. After that, Ye Chen taught the creation meditation technique to Zhu Zhuqing step by step. Don't get the wrong idea. Ye Chen is not like some evil novel-esque coach who would take advantage of someone in danger. Under Ye Chen's hands-on guidance, Zhu Zhuqing quickly learned the creation meditation technique. Once she started to operate the technique, Zhu Zhuqing found that her soul power cultivation speed had indeed accelerated quite a bit after switching to the meditation technique taught by Ye Chen. As for the quality of soul power, due to the short time, she couldn't see the results yet. Well, that's it for today. Tomorrow morning, I'll teach you something else here, and you shouldn't go to the Great Soul Arena yet. Just practice with me. Ye Chen said to Zhu Zhuqing. After parting ways with Zhu Zhuqing, Ye Chen thought about how Ning Rongrong hadn't given him today as housing loan yet. So he went to Ning Rongrong's colorful, small villa. Unfortunately, he couldn't find Ning Rongrong. Since no one was there, Ye Chen wouldn't wait and prepared to go home to cultivate. However, upon returning to his residence, Ye Chen found that Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were lying on the sofa in the living room watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. There is no wireless network on the Douluo continent, but not having wireless internet doesn't mean you can't watch TV. It should be VCD, which doesn't require a wireless network. Xiao Wu, this Big Wolf, is so stupid. As a wolf, he can't catch sheep and actually goes to catch frogs to eat. Watching the Big Wolf on TV, getting humiliated again in the sheep village, and catching a frog to take home, Ning Rongrong began to complain to Xiao Wu. Rongrong, the Big Wolf is not stupid. It's quite clever and can invent many interesting things. It just can't catch sheep. Xiao Wu had a different opinion about the Big Wolf. Listening to their conversation, Ye Chen fell into speechlessness. But it seemed that the 12-year-old Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf was not too inappropriate. Ning Rongrong, you're here too. Just in time, I have something to find you for. Ye Chen thought to remind Ning Rongrong, so she wouldn't forget about the housing loan. What is it? Hurry up and say, don't disturb me from watching this cartoon. Ning Rongrong was a bit displeased at being interrupted while watching a cartoon. Come on, you don't consider yourself an outsider. Ahem. You didn't forget that you still have to pay back the money, right? TCH, it's just that little bit of copper coins, right? Today is the first day. 1 copper coin, is it? I'll give it to you right now. Saying this, Ning Rongrong began rummaging through her storage soul guide. However, Ning Rongrong discovered that she was quite wealthy and not a miser. In her storage soul guide, there were only golden soul coins and silver coins, not a single copper coin. So, Ning Rongrong straightforwardly took out a silver coin for Ye Chen. I'm in a good mood today, so here is a silver coin for you. No need to give change, consider the extra as a tip. Ning Rongrong had a very generous look, as in her eyes, there was little difference between a copper coin and a silver coin. Oh, the young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School only gives a tip of 9 copper coins. How can you be so generous? Ye Chen teased. Who do you look down on? Do I care about your 9 copper coins? You think it's too little? Then give me the change. Ning Rongrong immediately became unhappy. I kindly gave you a tip, and you're not grateful? Chapter 69. Shocked Ning Rongrong TSK Ning Rongrong.
You're the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, yet you actually want to take back even the 9 copper coins and tips. Don't you think this is embarrassing for your sect? Ye Chen said with a shocked expression. Puffed. Xiao couldn't help but laugh. After Ye Chen's words, Ning Rongrong felt like she was being humiliated from all sides. How dare you say that? Ning Rongrong exploded in anger. You think the tip is too little. And when I don't give a tip, you think I'm stingy. What do you mean by that? Cough. I'm not teasing you anymore. I appreciate the tip from Miss Ning. Seeing that Ning Rongrong was about to lose her temper, Ye Chen stopped joking. Well, that's more like it. I still have some golden soul coins. So let us settle it all at once. Ning Rongrong nodded in satisfaction, thinking about paying off the mortgage first to avoid being pestered by Ye Chen for debts every day. Are you sure you want to pay it all at once? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. Yes, this lady isn't short of these few copper coins. Ning Rongrong nodded, completely unaware that what she needed to pay back was a huge sum. All right then, Miss Ning, if you want to pay it all at once, you need to pay me 1,734,184,000 copper coins. Over 1 billion copper coins is equivalent to over 10 million golden soul coins. Since you're paying it all at once, I'll be generous and let you off with 10 million golden soul coins. Ye Chen was very generous and directly wrote off the extra amount for Ning Rongrong. Over 10 million golden soul coins? Are you trying to rob me? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened. Does Ye Chen see her as a fat sheep to be slaughtered? You can't say that. If you say I'm robbing you, I'll have to sue you for defamation. Besides, robbing doesn't happen this quickly. We had agreed on a price long ago, and you even signed a written IOU. Ye Chen said seriously. But why is it so much? To Ning Rongrong, wasn't he the first day just 1 copper coin? How did it turn into over 10 million golden soul coins? This is too outrageous. Ning Rongrong, doesn't it clearly state here that the first day is 1 copper coin, and it doubles every day for 30 days? Ye Chen took out the mortgage IOU from his storage soul guide and waved it in front of Ning Rongrong. Yes, I signed this, but you can't extort me. Otherwise, I'll tell my 2 grandfathers. Ning Rongrong thought that if Ye Chen dared to bully her with force, she would definitely go back and call her parents. I'm not extorting you. I'm calculating this debt for you. The first day is 1 copper coin. The 5th day is 32 copper coins. The 10th day is 1,024 copper coins, which is over 10 golden soul coins. The 15th day is a little over 327 golden soul coins. The 20th day is over 10,000 golden soul coins. The 25th day is over 300,000 golden soul coins. And finally, on the 30th day, it's over 5 million golden soul coins. Adding it all up, isn't it over 10 million golden soul coins? Ye Chen didn't use 2 to the 30th power to calculate, but instead listed out the debts each day to save Ning Rongrong, who was mathematically illiterate, from getting confused. How can it be so much? Ning Rongrong was immediately shocked and pale when she saw the data Ye Chen had listed. Although over 10 million golden soul coins was just pocket money for the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Rongrong couldn't represent the sect. She wasn't as wealthy as Ning Fengji, and since she had run away from home, she didn't bring so many golden soul coins. If she had, she would have bought it outright when Ye Chen initially quoted 20,000 golden soul coins. Huh, Miss Ning, you're not planning to default on the debt, are you? Ye Chen looked at Ning Rongrong suspiciously, but he also knew that Ning Rongrong probably couldn't come up with the money now. I don't have money. For the first time in her life, Ning Rongrong spoke with such little authority. No money? That's not up to you. It's only natural to pay back debts. Also, I must remind you, if you don't pay back in time, interest will accumulate. If it drags on too long, you might have to sell the entire 7 treasure glazed tile sect to pay it back. Ning Rongrong had never heard anyone say that the money owed could be so much that it would require selling the entire 7 treasure glazed tile sect. If you have the ability, go ask my father for it. Anyway, I have no money. Determined, Ning Rongrong decided she wouldn't pay back. How could she possibly come up with so many golden soul coins? Even if she could, she wouldn't let Ye Chen profit from her misfortune. If Ye Chen had the ability, he should go to her father, Ning Fengji, and ask. If Ye Chen dared to go to her home to collect the debt, her 2 grandfathers might directly deal with him. After all, their essay saying, when a person dies, the debt disappears. If the creditor is gone, Who would the money be returned to? There would be no need to pay it back at all. All right, when I become a title Douluo, invincible across the world, I'll come to your 7-treasure glazed tile sect to collect the debt. By then, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect 1T be surnamed Ning anymore, but Ye. You're so full of it. I'm not afraid of your big talk. When that time comes, I'll have Grandpa's sword and Grandpa Bone beat you until you're missing teeth. By the way, isn't there a way to avoid paying back? Hee. If Xiao doesn't mind, I don't mind either. With a flick of her eyes, Ning Rongrong thought of a way to avoid repayment and prepared to set a trap for Ye Chen, not believing that Xiao wouldn't get jealous. Oh, you want to sell yourself to pay off the debt? That's not impossible. If you can't pay back the money, then you can serve as tea, do laundry, and clean. Ye Chen wouldn't fall for such an obvious trap. Otherwise, Xiao would definitely get jealous. Xiao, did you hear that? This bastard actually wants me to sell myself to pay off the debt. Aren't you going to say something? Serve tea, do laundry? How could the young lady of the Ning family do such things? Absolutely impossible. Rongrong, my brother's right. Xiao also needs someone to serve her. I'm thirsty. Why don't you quickly pour me a glass of water? Saying this, Xiao immediately assumed the posture of hostess. Damn it, you guys are actually teaming up to bully me. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth in anger. What is wrong with Xiao? Isn't she jealous at all? Did you hear that, Miss Ning? Either pay back the money or sell yourself. You choose one. I don't want that shabby house anymore. Give me back the IOU. That expensive house. Ning Rongrong said she couldn't afford to live in. Don't want it? Where in the world is there such a good deal? Let me tell you, regardless of whether you want the item or not, you still have to pay back the money. This IOU is written clearly. From now on, you either pay back the money or sell yourself to pay the debt. There is no third option. Ye Chen said seriously. I don't care. I want to give you money anyway. Let us see what you can do to me. Ning Rongrong snorted coldly, turning her head defiantly. She thought if she couldn't pay back the money, would Ye Chen really dare to force her? Chapter 70. Ye Chen's good friends. All right, brother, stop bullying Rongrong, said Xiao Wu from the side. Fine, I'll let you off for now. After all, you can run from the monk, but you can't run from the temple. Ye Chen nodded, planning to temporarily let it go. In his plan, it was necessary to build a good relationship with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ye Chen and Ning Rongrong were classmates, and since he possessed what Ning Fengji coveted, it wouldn't be difficult to establish a good relationship with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The 7-treasure glazed tile school was not weak, and before he and Xiao Wu grew stronger, having a good relationship would help them avoid being assassinated by other forces. Although this might not necessarily happen, Ye Chen wanted to be prepared. Didn't Ning Fengji dream of having their 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile martial soul? As long as there were enough gold soul coins, Ye Chen could have as many Chilua tulips as he wanted, which could help the 7-treasure glazed tile school's martial soul evolve. However, talking about money seemed a bit crude. They were all good friends, and in the future, they would be family. How could they talk about money? That would hurt feelings, right? Ye Chen swore he was definitely not after the 7-treasure glazed tile school's gold soul coins. The next day, Ye Chen invited Zhu Zhuqing to start training. The two first engaged in practical combat. Ye Chen found that Zhu Zhuqing performed quite well in practical combat. Although she wasn't particularly strong, she was decent. In Ye Chen's view, the strength of one's power and the richness of practical experience did not account for a high proportion. Just like himself, in terms of practical level, among peers, he could only say he was quite good, not top tier. However, relying on his powerful martial soul, excellent soul, ring configuration, high-age soul bones, and the enhancement from cultivation methods, challenging opponents of a higher level was not a problem at all. The Soul Master system has what is called a golden cultivation period. During adolescence, the most important thing is to focus on improving one's soul power level. However, if there is spare time, one can learn some techniques. Zhuqing, next I will teach you a set of techniques. This technique is different from the meditation method. It does not enhance soul power, but is a body refinement technique. Body refinement technique? Zhu Zhuqing was a bit confused. Is there technique specifically for training the body? Yes, after practicing, it can significantly enhance your physical quality. Once your physical quality improves, you can attach higher age soul rings in the future. Really? Aren't your soul rings also the best configuration? Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled. If Ye Chen also practiced the body refinement technique, why were his soul rings still too yellow and too purple? Or was this technique not effective? My and Xiao Wu's soul rings, although they appear to be too yellow and too purple on the surface, are actually disguised by special soul guiding devices. As he spoke, Ye Chen's 4 soul rings of 2 yellow and 2 purple transformed into red. 100,000-year soul rings? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened. Cough, cough. I already said they could be disguised. How could I possibly have 100,000-year soul rings? Ye Chen thought. To have a 100,000-year soul ring at the 4th ring soul master level, besides having a 100,000-year soul, beast actively sacrifice itself. Ye Chen estimated he would need a set of million-year soul bones. Otherwise, a 4th ring soul master's body couldn't withstand the pressure brought by a 100,000-year soul ring. So what is the age of your soul rings? That I can't tell you, unless we. Ye Chen didn't elaborate. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing rarely blushed. All right, I'll teach you the body refinement technique. If you haven't obtained a soul bone, your 3rd soul ring will only be a little over 1,000 years. However, after practicing the body refinement technique, I estimate you can attach a 3,000-year soul ring. In the future, it's not impossible for your 4th soul ring to reach 10,000 years. Of course, just having a strong physical quality is not enough to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Your mental strength must also keep up. A black 10,000-year 4th soul ring? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lit up. It is well known that the higher the age of a soul ring, the greater the enhancement after promotion and the stronger the soul skills. However, throughout the entire Douluo continent, very few can absorb soul rings that exceed the limit age. And there are many soul masters who die from exploding their bodies each year due to greed for higher age soul rings. Moreover, those who encounter this situation are usually talented soul masters. After all, for ordinary soul masters, achieving the best soul ring configuration is already a dream come true. Who would think of absorbing soul rings that exceed the limit age? Yes, both my and Xiao Wu's 4 soul rings are currently 10,000 years old. However, wanting to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring requires not only physical quality to meet the requirements, but also mental strength to keep up. I will teach you this tomorrow. Right now, let's focus on the body refinement technique. By the way, Zhuqing, practicing body refinement techniques doesn't yield immediate results. You need to work hard in your daily practice. The body refinement technique is not a quick success method. You need to spend a considerable amount of time using soul power to refine your body. 1 or 2 days won't show significant effects, but if practiced for a long time, the results will be very obvious. For example, even without soul bones and soul skills, Ye Chen's current strength can reach the threshold of a 4th ring soul master. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. After that, Ye Chen taught the body refinement technique to Zhu Zhuqing step by step. Another day passed, and Ye Chen taught the body refinement soul technique to Zhu Zhuqing again. It can be said that after practicing the body refinement meditation method, body refinement technique, and body refinement soul technique, Zhu Zhuqing would have the potential to challenge opponents of a higher level in the future. After all, soul power, physical quality, and mental strength are the 3 most important elements for soul masters. Ye Chen, thank you. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing said to Ye Chen seriously, Haha, you're my good friend. No need to say that. Ye Chen emphasized the word good. If you really want to thank me, then you can offer yourself. Of course, Ye Chen didn't say this out loud. He knew that while Zhu Zhuqing had a good impression of him, it hadn't reached the point of offering herself. Yes, we're good friends. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. She had no idea about Ye Chen's little thoughts. No, she should have some guesses but didn't say them directly. Time flew by, and 4 months later, early that morning, Xiao was practicing in her bedroom. Suddenly, a surge of soul power flowed through Xiao Wu, breaking through the bottleneck and advancing to level 50, becoming a quasi-soul king. As expected of my Xiao Wu, she actually became a 5-ring soul king so quickly. Ye Chen, watching Xiao Wu break through, immediately stepped forward to congratulate her. Of course, do you even know who my sister Xiao Wu is? Xiao Wu happily accepted Ye Chen's praise, proudly puffing out her developing chest. Chapter 71. Little Dance's jealousy. Soon after, Little Dance couldn't wait to condense her 5th spirit ring. Wait, little dance. Don't condense your 5th spirit ring at the academy, or it will be hard to explain. Seeing little dance wanting to condense her 5th spirit ring, Ye Chen immediately stopped her. The academy wasn't just made up of Ye Chen and little dance. There were at least 3 spirit saints with 7 rings. If someone sensed that little dance could condense spirit rings on her own, it would be difficult to explain. Although Flanders and the others might not necessarily discover little dance's identity, for safety's sake, Ye Chen still didn't plan to let her condense her 5th spirit ring within the academy. Well, that's true. Little Dance nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Let's go tell Dean Flanders that we're leaving the academy and we'll find a place outside to condense the 5th spirit ring. In Dean Flanders' office. Dean Flanders, Little Dance, and I need to take a leave of absence, Ye Chen said to Flanders. Oh, what do you want, kid? Little Dance is already level 50 and needs to go to the Soul Hunting Forest to obtain her 5th spirit ring. What? Little Dance, you're already level 50? Wow, that was fast. Flanders nearly popped his eyes out, looking at Little Dance in surprise. Since both of them were wearing disguise necklaces, Flanders couldn't tell what level of spirit power Little Dance actually had. Yes, Dean Flanders, I'm already a level 50 spirit king, Little Dance replied. In that case, I'll take care of your 5th spirit ring. Flanders immediately patted his chest and promised. To be honest, Flanders had been the dean of Shrek Academy for 20 years and had never brought a student to obtain a 5th spirit ring. After all, the graduates of Shrek Academy usually only reached a maximum of 4 rings. Dean, there's no need to trouble you. We've already made arrangements. Hearing that Flanders wanted to take Little Dance to obtain her 5th spirit ring, Ye Chen immediately interjected. Are you kidding? Little Dance can condense her 5th spirit ring by herself. What does Flanders need to go for? To watch Little Dance condense her spirit ring? Is that so? Well, okay then. Upon hearing that Ye Chen had already made arrangements, Flanders didn't insist further. In Flanders' view, with such strong talents as Ye Chen and Little Dance, they surely had elders backing them. Since their elder would be assisting, there was no need for him to lead the way. After all, Little Dance's 5th spirit ring would require at least 10,000 years, and the best place for that would be the Douluo Forest. The Douluo Forest was the largest gathering place for wild spirit beasts on the continent, and it was quite dangerous. As a 7-ring spirit saint, he couldn't guarantee absolute safety. After leaving Dean Flanders' office, the two greeted Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing before leaving Shrek Academy. Brother, where are we going? Little Dance asked Ye Chen. Let's find a secluded place near Soto City. After a few days, we can return to the academy. Consider it camping, Ye Chen said. Not wanting to run too far, just looking for a place without high-level experts. Little Dance nodded. After walking for more than 2 hours toward a remote area, they arrived at a hillside filled with various flowers and grasses, a picturesque spot. Brother, the scenery here is nice. Let's stay here. Sure. Ye Chen then chose a suitable spot and released the Soul Guidance Villa. Being outside and not in the Soul Beast Forest, it was natural for Ye Chen to carry this with him. In the bedroom, Little Dance began to sit cross-legged on the bed to condense her 5th spirit ring. She clasped her hands into orchid fingers, with her right palm facing up and resting on her thigh, while her left hand stood in front of her chest, and she began to emit a series of strange sounds. As these strange sounds resonated, Little Dance's eyes gradually turned red, and her soft-boned rabbit martial spirit and 4 black spirit rings quietly appeared, moving rhythmically around her body. A faint red light gradually spread from Little Dance, and as time passed, the red light became stronger and more vibrant, spreading like blood. At first, the 5th spirit ring that Little Dance condensed was a yellow 100-year spirit ring. However, as time gradually flowed, the age of the spirit ring increased, shifting from a yellow 100-year spirit ring to a purple 1,000-year spirit ring, and then from a purple 1,000-year spirit ring to a black 10,000-year spirit ring, with the age still increasing. If Little Dance hadn't practiced the body refinement technique, the age of her 5th spirit ring would have been limited to about 10,000 years. However, having practiced the body refinement technique, her physical quality far exceeded that of other spirit masters of the same level. So the age exceeding 10,000 years didn't reach her limit. In the afternoon, Little Dance successfully condensed her 5th spirit ring, according to Ye Chen's estimation. The age of Little Dance's fifth spirit ring should be around 20,000 years, fluctuating by no more than 100 years. As for the more specific age, Ye Chen couldn't discern it. Brother, my fifth spirit ring is 20,000 years old. I'm now a level 52 spirit king. As soon as she opened her eyes, Little Dance excitedly said to Ye Chen, my little dance is the best. Ye Chen noticed that after Little Dance advanced to Spirit King, her figure had matured quite a bit. The childishness on her face had disappeared, replaced by the charm of a beautiful girl. He estimated that once Little Dance became a six-ring spirit emperor, she would grow even more, and then, thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile secretly. Huh, brother, why are you smiling so lewdly? Nonsense, how could your brother be lewd? I'm just happy that our Little Dance has grown up and become even prettier. Since I'm so pretty, why are you still eyeing Zhu Qing? Suddenly, Little Dance pouted, dissatisfied. Clearly, Little Dance was feeling jealous. Over the past few months, although Ye Chen had avoided Little Dance when interacting with Zhu Qing, the place in Shrek Academy was so small that how could Little Dance not notice? Well, I wasn't looking at Zhu Qing. I just thought she needed help, so I was planning to help her. That's right, that's it, Ye Chen said with a hint of guilt. Really? Little Dance looked at Ye Chen with a half-smile. Really can't be more real than that. Ye Chen quickly nodded. Then what about Rongrong? She doesn't need your help, right? Well, about that. Brother, have you heard the saying that a man's words are all lies? What nonsense, Little Dance. Have you read too many romance novels? You're feeling guilty. Little Dance pointed at the cold sweat on Ye Chen's forehead. Seeing Little Dance's aggressive demeanor, Ye Chen decided to shift her focus. He immediately hugged Little Dance's head and kissed her directly on the cherry-like lips. How to deal with a jealous girlfriend. It's easy to resolve. Just don't give her the chance to speak. Chapter 72. Qingming. A few days later, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu returned to Shrek Academy. Upon returning, Ye Chen thought that since both of them were students of Shrek Academy, they should report some good news to the dean, Flender. So, the two went to Flender's office. As soon as they entered, Ye Chen saw Flender greeting a handsome young stranger who seemed to have a high soul power level. Ye Chen couldn't discern his true strength. Hey, Ye Chen, Xiao Wu, you're back? By the way, Xiao Wu, have you advanced? Flender asked with concern as he noticed the two. If this was successful, it would mean that Shrek Academy would have a fifth ring Soul King student, which would be the first case in Flender's 20 years of teaching. Dean, I've advanced. Xiao Wu nodded at Flender. Good. Truly worthy of being my student. Flender beamed with joy, exuding pride, as if to say, my student is amazing. As for Xiao Wu's achievements, Flender felt that as long as she was a student of Shrek Academy, it was related to him. Dean, who is this? Ye Chen asked curiously, looking at the unfamiliar young man. Look at me. Let me introduce you. This is your senior, Qingming. Qingming is the first graduate of the academy and one of the most outstanding students of Shrek Academy. Qingming, this is Ye Chen, and this is Xiao Wu. Flender introduced the three. Upon hearing Flender's introduction, Ye Chen immediately recalled who Qingming was. Although Qingming had little screen time in the original work, Ye Chen knew that his talent was quite impressive. Now Qingming was 34 years old and had reached level 62 in soul power. With such talent, it was absolutely certain he would become a Soul Douluo in the future, and there was even a slight hope for him to become a title Douluo. Qingming was the leader of the Royal Combat Team of the Tiando Royal Academy. According to the original storyline, he should be leading the Royal Combat Team to participate in soul battles in Soto City at this time. Although Shrek Academy could also form a team of 7, the disparity in their soul power levels was too great, with some being at the 4-ring Soul Master level and others only at the 2-ring Great Soul Master level. So they hadn't formed a Shrek team like in the original story, and thus didn't encounter the Royal Combat Team in the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Qingming had come to Shrek Academy to visit Flender and the others. Hello, Senior Qingming. Ye Chen and Xiao Wu greeted him. Hello to you both. By the way, the dean seems very happy, saying Xiao Wu has advanced. Have you become a Soul Master, Xiao Wu? Qingming asked, unable to tell Xiao Wu's soul power level due to her disguise necklace. Although Xiao Wu was just over 12 years old, her high soul power level made her develop quickly, appearing to Qingming like a girl of 15 or 16. If she has reached the 3-ring Soul Master level, Flinder wouldn't be this happy, but if she is a 4-ring soul master, then I can understand. Being able to become a 4-ring soul master at the age of 16 or 17 is already quite impressive among renowned high-level soul master academies on the continent. Haha, Qin Ming, you've misjudged. Xiao Wu is now a 5-ring soul king. Flinder said proudly. What? 5-ring soul king? Is that true? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's soul power level, Qin Ming was immediately shocked, with disbelief on his face. This Xiao Wu looks only about 15 or 16, and she is already a 5-ring soul king? Isn't that a bit outrageous? Xiao Wu smiled without speaking, releasing her martial spirit. The soft-bone rabbit and 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, burst forth from her body. Hiss, she really is a 5-ring soul king. Congratulations, Dean. I originally thought the Royal Combat Team was excellent, but compared to Xiao Wu, that's nothing. As a teacher of the Tiando Royal Academy, Qin Ming had some experience, but he had never heard of a Soul King at such a young age. Not even in the Wuhuan Palace had he come across one. Ha, of course, just look at who the Dean of Shrek Academy is. Flinder was very pleased with Qin Ming's compliment. What is wrong with Shrek Academy being a wild chicken academy? Can other high-level Soul Master Academies produce Soul King-level students? Well, there might be, but they would definitely be much older than Xiao Wu. Others might not know Xiao Wu's age, but Flinder certainly does. The Royal Combat Team? Ye Chen changed the topic after pondering for a moment. Oh, I forgot to mention, I serve as the leader of the Royal Combat Team at the Tiando Royal Academy. The Royal Combat Team is the main combat team formed by the Tiando Royal Academy to participate in the Soul Master Competition. Qin Ming explained to Ye Chen. Soul Master Competition? Ye Chen, fine confusion. He naturally knew about the Soul Master Competition and did not want to miss it. His intention in bringing it up was to secure a qualification for Shrek Academy to participate. Of course, he did not intend for Shrek Academy to merge into the Tiando Royal Academy. In the original work, after joining the Tiando Royal Academy, Shrek Academy's group was expelled by Shui Bong, Shui Xing, and Dugibo. The reason Shrek's group was expelled was definitely the doing of Shui Bong. The affairs of the Tiando Royal Academy were handled by 3 committee members who had reached the 8-ring soul Douluo level. However, the highest authority of the Tiando Royal Academy was still the Snow Knight Emperor. Due to the Emperor's old age, he had entrusted the management of the academy to the Prince Shui Qinghe, disguised by Qian Renxue. The 4th Prince Shui Bong and Prince Shui Qinghe were political enemies. The Shrek 7 monsters had great talent and might produce title Douluo level experts in the future. In the Tiando Empire, the influence of title Douluo was immense. If the Shrek group was recruited by Shui Qinghe, Shui Bong would be completely cut off from the throne. Thus, upon receiving the news, Shui Bong thought of ways to sabotage. The outcome was as he had expected. Shrek's group was expelled from the Tiando Royal Academy. Ye Chen had no masochistic tendencies and did not intend to go to the Tiando Royal Academy. He set his sights on the Lamba Academy within Tiando City. The dean of Lamba Academy was Lu Erlong, who had a close relationship with Flinder. When they were young, they had roamed the continent together with Yu Xiaojiang. Both of them were still single, and since Flinder liked Lu Erlong, Ye Chen thought about playing matchmaker. As for Yu Xiaojiang, he could go wherever was cool. Although Flinder's looks were slightly affected by his shoe-shaped face, he had decent talent. In a few years, becoming an 8-ring soul Douluo wouldn't be a problem, which was much better than that scumbag Yu Xiaojiang. If someone helped Flinder out a bit, this matter should be easy to accomplish. Well, while merging Shrek Academy with Lamba Academy, that way, everyone would be happy. Chapter 73. So fragrant. The full name of the Soul Master Competition is the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies of the entire continent. It is the largest Soul Master competition in the Soul Master community, initiated and hosted by the royal families of the Tiando and Xingluo empires, with the Spirit Hall as a co-organizer. It is held once every 5 years. Qin Ming explained to Ye Chen. So when is the next Soul Master competition? Before Ye Chen could speak, Xiao Wu interjected. With such a large-scale and interesting event, the naturally lively and active Xiao Wu immediately wanted to join the fun. The next Soul Master competition will be held in the middle of the year after next. Dean, I want to participate in the Soul Master competition. Xiao Wu immediately said to Flander. This made Flander a bit awkward, Although Shrek Academy is known as an advanced Soul Master Academy, it has not been recognized by the Barak Kingdom and can only be considered a wild chicken academy, lacking the qualification to participate in the competition. Ahem, Xiao Wu. Let us talk about this later. Noticing Flanders' embarrassment, Ye Chen tugged at Xiao Wu's sleeve and whispered, Xiao Wu, by the way, Dean, has the funding situation for our academy improved? Seeing the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Qin Ming immediately shifted the topic. That is not too bad. Although our academy cannot afford a simulated training environment, in general, the funding is still sufficient. Since Ye Chen's guidance, Flander has learned to take advantage of others. And while Shrek Academy cannot be said to be rich, basic expenses like food and drink are not a problem. Nowadays, even the salaries of Zhao Wujia and others are paid on time every month. Oh, you found a way. Qin Ming was a bit surprised in his impression. Wasn't Shrek Academy short on funds? Ahem, Qin Ming, let us talk about something else. Taking advantage of others is not very honorable, and only teachers like Zhao Wujia, along with Yi Chun and Xiao Wu, know about it. Flander would not tell the other students, as it somewhat affects the glorious image of four-eyed cat Eagle Flander. Therefore, Flander did not want Qin Ming to know about his good deeds. Afterwards, Flander pulled Qin Ming into casual chat mode. The two started chatting aimlessly, and Yi Chun and Xiao Wu found it boring and left Flander's office. In the evening, Yi Chun arrived at Flander's residence. Knock, 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 fellow townsman. Cough. Dean Flander opened the door. Looking at the tightly closed door of Flander's residence, Yi Chun began to knock. Creak, the door opened. What do you want, kid? Flander looked at Yi Chun outside the door with some confusion. Let us go in and discuss. Saying this, Yi Chun stepped in without any awareness of being a guest. So what is it? Flander said to Yi Chun, who was sitting in the chair. Dean Flander, do you want to make our Shrek Academy bigger and stronger? Leaning back with his legs crossed, Yi Chun tempted Flander. Make it bigger and stronger? I want to, but there's no funding. By the way, you have money. Are you planning to sponsor me? Flander's eyes first darkened. Then he thought about Yi Chun's usual extravagant spending and immediately looked at Yi Chun with anticipation. Ahem, I have no money. There are still many gold soul coins in the system mall. If I lent them to Flander, it would be enough to make Shrek Academy high-end and classy, but Yi Chun would not take them out, as he would soon have enough. No money? What are you talking about? Can you really achieve something without investment? Flander rolled his eyes, feeling disappointed. That's right, it's about achieving something without investment. Yi Chun nodded seriously. Have you been kicked in the head when you went out a few days ago? Not even asleep yet, and already dreaming? I'm serious. Oh, serious? Then tell me more. Flander immediately became interested. He wanted to see where such a good opportunity existed in the world. In Tiando City, there's a high-level Soul Master Academy called Lamba Academy, and the Dean of Lamba Academy is your old acquaintance who is still single. Dean Flander, why don't you consider it? Not only can you win a beautiful woman, but you can also pick up a high-level Soul Master Academy for free. Saying this, Yi Chun winked at Flander. Lamba Academy? Is it Lu Erlong? The name Lamba Academy immediately reminded Flander of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. And coupled with the old acquaintance being a woman, he quickly thought of Lu Erlong. That's right, it's Lu Erlong. Dean Flander, don't you like her? If you love her, go after her boldly. We will all support you. Yi Chun encouraged Flander. Do I, Flander, seem like someone who relies on others? Thinking about his beloved Erlong girl, Flander felt a bit restless, but he was still quite resistant to relying on others. How can a real man rely on others? Clearly, Flander had never heard of the so-called real fragrance law. Dean, your words are inappropriate. How can this be called relying on others? Only those without ability will be said to rely on others. You are a level 78 soul sage, and advancing to soul Douluo in a few years is definitely not a problem. No one will say you rely on others. Besides, isn't your dream to develop and strengthen Shrek Academy? If you marry Senior Erlong, what's the difference? Come on, I'm counting on you. Saying this, Yi Chun made an ollie-give gesture. This seems a bit inappropriate, Flander said with some hesitation. On one hand, Flander knew that Lu Erlong liked Yu Xiaojiang, and if he took advantage of that, it felt a bit unfair to his brother. On the other hand, Flander was also a bit reluctant to rely on others. What is right or wrong? Dean, even if you don't think about yourself, you should consider us students. The academy lacks a simulated environment for training, and Lamba Academy has it. Moreover, Lamba Academy is also qualified to participate in the Soul Master competition. For the sake of your students, let us settle this. Tomorrow we will inform everyone to go to Lamba Academy to seek out Senior Erlong. Ye Chen knew that Flander was definitely tempted, but just felt embarrassed otherwise. Flander would have denied it outright, so he added fuel to the fire. What you said makes sense. As your dean, I definitely cannot hinder your development. Hearing Ye Chen say this, Flander nodded with righteous indignation. He, Flander, is not doing it for the girl. He is only considering the students. That's right. Rely on others? This is called hard work. So fragrant. Chapter 74. We are all family, by the way. Is Lu Erlong really at Lamb Academy? Let's not have a mix-up later. After thinking it over, Flander felt that he shouldn't be too hasty. Rest assured, Dean, why would I lie to you? Ye Chen patted his chest and assured. All right to Lu Erlong first to inquire. Although Flander was a bit anxious, he held back. If he went alone, he believed Lu Erlong would definitely welcome him. But bringing all the teachers and students from Shrek Academy along would be a bit inappropriate. After all, if all the teachers and students from Shrek Academy showed up, wouldn't that force Lu Erlong to accept them? All right then, Dean Flander, I'm counting on you. Ye Chen winked at Flander with a smile. Get out of here. Go cool off somewhere else. You annoy me. Flander, feeling a bit embarrassed by Ye Chen's teasing, started to shoo him away. TSK, Dean, you haven't even crossed the river yet, and you're already thinking about burning the bridge? Get out. The next day, as usual, Ye Chen arranged to meet Zhu Zhuqing for today's special training. However, this time, Ye Chen was not planning to continue training Zhu Zhuqing's combat abilities, but was instead preparing to help her increase her soul power level. Zhu Zhuqing had been at Shrek Academy for several months now, and her soul power level had increased by 1 level compared to when she first arrived at the academy, reaching level 28 as a great soul master. Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, the Nether Cat, is a beast martial soul, but due to its agility attack nature, it didn't significantly enhance her physical qualities. Therefore, both her first and second soul rings were yellow 100-year soul rings, just over 400 and 700 years old. Ye Chen believed that by using soul ring age enhancement cards to upgrade her 2 soul rings to purple 1000-year soul rings, her soul power level should directly reach the threshold of level 30, preparing her for the soul venerable rank. Zhuqing, we won't be doing combat training today. I have some treasures for you. Treasures? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. These cards can enhance the age of your soul rings. I believe you should be able to directly reach level 30. As he spoke, Ye Chen handed Zhu Zhuqing 9 prepared yellow 100-year soul ring age enhancement cards. They can really enhance the age of soul rings? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ye Chen with some doubt. The age of soul rings can be increased through later enhancements? I've never heard of that. Do you know why my and Xiao Wu soul power levels are so high? Ye Chen did not answer directly, but instead asked back. Why? Zhu Zhuqing was also curious about this. There were indeed talented soul masters with innate full soul power on the continent, and it was said that they cultivated quickly. But even with innate full soul power, they couldn't be as exaggerated as Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, right? Ye Chen smiled and summoned his Qing Jing bamboo staff, revealing 4 black 10,000-year soul rings. Are all 4 of your soul rings truly 10,000-year rings? Zhu Zhuqing asked in shock. If Ye Chen's 4 black soul rings were disguised, there would be no need to show them. After all, Zhu Zhuqing had long known that Ye Chen could change the color of his soul rings with a special soul guide device. Since he released his soul rings now, it should be his true level. Indeed, all my 4 soul rings are 10,000-year rings. However, their ages were not all 10,000 years from the beginning. They were enhanced later. Really? You'll experience it yourself later. You know that when a soul master adds a soul ring, the higher the age of the soul ring, the more soul power is enhanced after the addition. Using treasures to enhance the age of soul rings works the same way. The rapid increase in my and Xiao Wu's soul power levels is largely related to the high age of our soul rings. You could say that besides the factors from the creation meditation method and the divine herbs, Xiao Wu's ability to become a soul king at such a young age is significantly attributed to the high age of her soul rings. As for me, If it weren't for several years of cultivation at the soul master level and the factor of a 100,000-year external soul bone, I would definitely be even more exaggerated than Xiao Wu. No wonder your soul skills are so effective. After learning the true ages of Ye Chen's soul rings, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly understood. She had been wondering why Ye Chen's first soul skill was just a 100-year soul skill, yet its effect was so powerful. Not to mention soul masters of a lower level than him. Even those at the same four-ring soul master level had no resistance against Ye Chen's first soul skill. However, what Zhu Zhuqing didn't know was that Ye Chen's soul skills were so effective not only because of the high age of the soul skills, but also due to the divine quality of the Qingjing bamboo staff. Even the pre-evolution MOU divine bamboo staff was considered a top-level martial soul, something that ordinary soul masters could not compare to. Alright, these cards can enhance one soul ring by 100 years each. Release your soul rings, and then touch the cards to the soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing nodded excitedly. After summoning her martial soul, the Nether Cat, and releasing her 2 soul rings, Zhu Zhuqing began to use the soul ring age enhancement cards on her soul rings. Watching the large cat after the martial soul was summoned, Ye Chen inexplicably felt a bit dry and thirsty. Feeling that the allure of the large cat had become stronger. Could it be that my preference is for beastier girls? Shaking his head, Ye Chen threw those messy thoughts out of his mind. As Zhu Zhuqing infused the second soul ring with the soul ring age enhancement card, the color of the second soul ring visibly deepened, and her internal soul power increased slightly. After the age of the second soul ring was raised to 1,000 years, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power level had already broken through to level 29 as a great soul master. Before long, when all the remaining cards were infused into the first soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing's soul ring configuration was upgraded to 2 purple, and as Ye Chen had predicted, her soul power level directly broke through to level 30, preparing her for the soul venerable rank. Great, you can now add soul rings. Zhuqing, get ready. I'll take you to the Star Do Great Forest. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing break through to level 30, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Qingge, thank you. Zhu Zhuqing said gratefully to Ye Chen. It's nothing. We're all family. Good friends, no need to thank me. Ye Chen accidentally let it slip, and he swore it was definitely not intentional. Narration. If it wasn't intentional, then it was intentional. Family? Hearing Ye Chen say family, Zhu Zhuqing blushed a little. By the way, here's a necklace for you. Since Ye Chen had enhanced Zhu Zhuqing's soul ring age, he naturally wanted to buy her a disguise necklace to avoid exposure. This disguise necklace was somewhat different from Xiao Wu's carrot necklace. It was primarily purple with a black cat-shaped pendant. Chapter 75. The Shy Big Cat Necklace? Looking at the cat-shaped necklace in her hand, Zhu Zhuqing was very fond of it, but suddenly her face turned even redder as she seemed to think of something. She felt that Ye Chen giving her a necklace was preparing to confess his feelings to her as a token of love, and she was struggling with whether to agree or not. This necklace was a special soul guide, capable of hiding one's soul power level, changing shape, and altering the color of soul rings. The thoughts of girls are unpredictable, and Ye Chen had no idea what Zhu Zhuqing was thinking. He explained the effects of the disguise necklace to her seriously. Oh, so it's not a token of love, she thought, feeling a bit flustered. Afterwards, Ye Chen greeted Xiao Wu and Flinder before taking Zhu Zhuqing away from the academy, heading toward the Stardo Forest. Originally, Flinder planned to have all the Shrek students set off together for practice, since Zhu Zhuqing needed to add a 3rd soul ring, but Ye Chen refused. What was the point of bringing so many people along? Wouldn't that disturb their little world? Moreover, if Dai Mubai, that big fly, tagged along, what would that mean? As for safety, Ye Chen wasn't worried. After practicing the body refinement technique, the 3rd soul ring Zhu Zhuqing needed was only about 3,000 years old at most. Such soul beasts could be found at the border between the outer and inner areas of the Stardo Forest, so there was no need to go too deep. Ye Chen could handle soul beasts under 10,000 years old by himself. Soul beasts just over 10,000 years were rare, and even if they encountered them, they could run away. Soul beasts of higher age generally resided in the inner and core areas, and even if they encountered them, they wouldn't be able to fight or escape. Ye Chen could buy high-level fixed soul guide from the system mall, so safety was not an issue. However, Yi Chen wouldn't spend a lot of money on high-level soul guides unless it was a crisis, as that didn't align with his development strategy. He still needed to save money to buy fairy herd for the big cat and improve Xiao Wu's martial soul quality. In the evening, at a soul-hunting town on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, a man and a woman walked in. It was Yi Chen and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, it's getting late. Let us rest in the soul-hunting town for the night and enter the Stardow Forest tomorrow. Yi Chen said to Zhu Zhuqing after checking the sky. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. The soul-hunting town was quite lively, with many people coming and going. But the two didn't linger. After finding a restaurant for dinner, night fell, and they went straight to the inn in the town. Do you have any rooms available? Yi Chen asked a waiter as he entered an inn called Peace. Yes, we do. Great, we'll take 2 rooms. Zhu Zhuqing was not like Xiao Wu, and since she hadn't become his girlfriend yet, Yi Chen felt embarrassed to suggest they stay in the same room. Although he didn't mind, he worried Zhu Zhuqing might. Sorry, but we only have 1 room left, the waiter said. Only 1 room left? Yi Chen widened his eyes. If he remembered correctly, wasn't this like the Rose Hotel in Soto City? Could it be that this piece and also had the only 1 room left gimmick? Yes. There's only 1 room left. But aren't you two a couple? The waiter looked at Yi Chen and Zhu Zhuqing, puzzled. He could tell they were both soul masters. Although he didn't know their exact levels, they must have come to the soul-hunting town to add soul rings. He couldn't believe they weren't a couple. After all, hunting soul beasts was no easy task. If they weren't close, how could they help each other? In general, a boy and a girl with a good relationship, especially at a similar age, wouldn't just be friends. Cough, we're not yet. Zhuqing, shall we try another place? Yi Chen said awkwardly, turning to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and nodded. Wait, guests. The last room is a double room with 2 beds, the waiter said as he saw them about to leave. 2 beds? Zhuqing, if you don't mind. Then let us stay here. Hearing there were 2 beds, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. If there had only been 1 bed, Zhu Zhuqing might not have been able to accept it, but with 2 beds, it should be easier. Up to you. All right, let us get a room. After paying with a gold soul coin, Yi Chen received the room key. It's much worse than the Rose Hotel. Upon entering the room on the 2nd floor, Yi Chen found it was just an ordinary room. The room was small, with 2 beds and a bathroom, totaling less than 40 square meters, and it lacked the charm of the Rose Hotel. As soon as he entered the room, he noticed the 2 beds were quite close together, with only about half a meter of space in between, causing Zhu Zhuqing's face to redden. Don't worry, Zhuqing. I want to do anything inappropriate tonight. Perhaps seeing Zhu Zhuqing shy, Yi Chen immediately patted his chest to reassure her. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes at Yi Chen, thinking, are you still thinking about doing anything inappropriate tonight? Cough. Well, Zhuqing, I'm going to take a shower first. Although it wasn't the hot summer season, the temperature wasn't low, and after a day of traveling, Yi Chen had sweated quite a bit and wanted to take a shower. Zhu Zhuqing was in a similar situation, and maybe later Yi Chen could appreciate the big cat's graceful figure. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt a bit dry in his throat. 10 minutes later, a refreshed Yi Chen came out. Boys usually shower quickly, and 10 minutes was about right. If I had done something inappropriate in there, this time wouldn't be enough. On the other hand, Zhu Zhuqing took quite a bit longer to bathe. It was almost half an hour before Yi Chen saw the big cat shyly walking out. At that moment, the big cat wasn't wearing her usual tight leather suit, but was wrapped in a bath towel. TSK. It feels like the big cat's front is even more impressive now. I wonder if she's wearing anything underneath? Looking at the big cat, whose figure had become even more magnificent after shedding her constraints, Yi Chen couldn't help but think. Pah! Zhu Zhuqing noticed Yi Chen's gaze and immediately turned red, giving him a glare. Cough! Zhuqing, let us rest early. We'll set off early tomorrow. Coming back to his senses and seeing the big cat so shy, Yi Chen awkwardly said, Chapter 76. Where's the promised luck? The next morning, 2 people with dark circles under their eyes left Soul Hunting Town and set off for the Stardow Forest. Last night, Yi Chen couldn't sleep at all, constantly troubled by whether he should become a beast. Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat similar. Her mood was complex. She was worried about Yi Chen transforming into a beast at night. Yet for some reason, she also felt a faint sense of anticipation. Lost in her thoughts, She didn't fall asleep until the early hours of the morning. By noon, they officially entered the Douluo forest. Zhu, stay alert and don't stray too far from me, Ye Chen reminded Zhu as they entered the forest. Zhu nodded. She knew that with her level 30 strength, she could only wander around the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Even in the outer areas, there were many soul beasts that could threaten her life, so she had to stay vigilant. Regarding their target for this trip, they had discussed it before coming. They were looking for a speed-type soul beast with an age of around 3,000 years. The age couldn't exceed too much. Otherwise, Zhu wouldn't be able to absorb it, but it also couldn't be too low. Otherwise, even if Ye Chen could increase the soul ring's age, the consumption of gold soul coins would be considerable. Thus, the minimum age should not be below 2,000 years. As for beast martial soul masters, they didn't know which soul beast would be suitable for their soul ring, but as long as they found a soul beast of the same type as their martial soul, along with an appropriate age, it would definitely be correct. Just like the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The most suitable soul beasts for them were the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragons or Dragon-type soul beasts with stronger bloodlines. Zhu was the same. Her ideal target for the third soul ring was a 3,000-year-old Nether Spirit Cat. However, the Nether Spirit Cat wasn't too common, and they might not encounter it. If they didn't find it, they could also choose a Dark Attribute, Speed-type soul beast of 3,000 years. Without much delay, the two headed straight to the border between the outer and inner areas. Although the Douluo forest was the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the continent, 1,000-year soul beasts were not common in the outer areas, and finding a suitable target for Zhu would be very difficult. However, in the border area between the outer and inner regions, 1,000-year soul beasts appeared more frequently. 3 days later, that morning, Ye Chen packed up the tent they used for camping last night and continued searching for soul beasts with Zhu, perhaps due to their bad luck. Even after 3 days in the Douluo forest, they still hadn't encountered a suitable target for Zhu. Soul masters who came to the Douluo forest to add soul rings could find their suitable targets on the same day if they were lucky. If they were unlucky, they might not find a suitable one even after searching for a month. Such situations were not uncommon. After thinking for a moment, Ye Chen decided not to rely on luck any longer. Looking at the system all, he saw he had a small amount of gold soul coins and directly bought a luck card. Zhu, this is for you. Saying this, Ye Chen handed her a golden card. What is this card for? Zhu asked, confused as she looked at the golden card in her hand. Once used, it can increase luck. You should use it now. Maybe it won't be long before we find our target, Ye Chen said. He believed the effect of the luck card produced by his system was quite good. When he was looking for his first and second soul rings, he found 2 suitable targets in just 1 day. Even for his third soul ring, he encountered an exceptionally rare external soul bone. The effect of the luck card was definitely worth its price of 1 million gold soul coins. Although Zhu was somewhat puzzled about how luck could be increased, she still crushed the luck card in her hand. Instantly, the golden luck card turned into a stream of light and entered her body. I don't feel anything. After carefully sensing for a moment, Zhu realized that it seemed no different from before. This wasn't about enhancing her strength or her soul ring. How could she feel anything? Ye Chen rolled his eyes. If Zhu could detect a difference, that would be strange. Luck was such an elusive thing. Not even soul masters, let alone deities from the divine realm, could probably sense it. 2 hours later, Zhu saw a massive creature suddenly appear not far in front of them and had difficulty swallowing. Chingu, didn't you say my luck increased? How come we still ran into this 10,000-year-old giant golden bear? Where's the promised luck? How to turn into bad luck? A 10,000-year soul beast corresponds to a 5-ring soul king, and in one-on-one combat, due to the racial advantages of soul beasts, most soul kings wouldn't be able to defeat a 10,000-year soul beast. Moreover, the bloodline of the giant golden bear was not low either. The strength of this 10,000-year-old giant golden bear could even match that of an ordinary 6-ring battle soul emperor. With just Ye Chen and Zhu, there were definitely no match for this giant golden bear. How would I know? Hurry and run. Ye Chen immediately grabbed Zhu and started to flee. Generally, soul beasts aged 10,000 years wouldn't appear in the outer regions. They were only occasionally seen in the inner regions, most living in the core area of the Douluo forest.
But who would have thought that they would encounter a 10,000-year-old beast before even entering the inner region? This was ridiculous. Could it be that this giant golden bear had just broken through? Ye Chen's guess was correct. This giant golden bear had indeed just broken through. It wasn't an ordinary giant golden bear. Its personality was very cautious. Furthermore, its bear parents had warned it when it was still a bear cub that the depths of the forest were very dangerous and that it shouldn't venture into the depths of the forest before its age was high enough. So, it had been lurking in the outer region of the Douluo forest. After enduring a long period of hardship, it had finally become a 10,000-year-old beast a few days ago. Recently, it was planning to enter the inner region of the Douluo forest to live for another 100,000 years and then reach the peak of bear life. However, it didn't expect to run into Ye Chen and Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing the delivery come to its door and feeling hungry, the giant golden bear naturally wouldn't be polite and immediately thought to have the two of them for a meal. However, it didn't expect that as soon as they spotted it, they would start a run. Roar! Seeing its meal about to fly away, the giant golden bear immediately became furious. It slammed its powerful paw on its chest and let out a roar before charging after them. Looking back at the pursuing giant golden bear, Ye Chen couldn't help but curse. If this giant golden bear had an age below 10,000 years, he wouldn't have thought of running away. Because in his storage soul guide, there was a 6-barrel Gatling gun that was already loaded. A torrent of bullets could definitely blow its head off. Chapter 77. The powerful King Kong bear, however, this powerful King Kong bear in front of him has lived for 10,000 years, and with its tough fur, Ye Chen wasn't confident he could penetrate its defenses. Moreover, the bear's massive body meant that even if bullets penetrated, they might not cause significant damage. It was not impossible for it to charge through a hail of bullets. Fortunately, while the powerful King Kong bear was strong, speed was not its strong suit. Although Zhu Zhuqing's soul power level was low, she was a speed-oriented soul master and had a naturally fast pace. After cultivating the transformation body refinement technique, her physical condition was very robust, and when her martial spirit manifested, her speed was not much slower than Ye Chen's. Coupled with the complex terrain of the Douluo forest, using the towering trees as cover, the powerful King Kong bear would not be able to catch up to them for a while. However, if they truly couldn't escape, Ye Chen would have to use his trump card. In the system store, there was a small target of gold soul coins enough to purchase a level 9 fixed soul guide. The power of a level 9 fixed soul guide was enough to threaten an ordinary title Douluo, so a mere 10,000-year-old powerful King Kong bear would definitely be no match. Although Ye Chen would need to purchase high-level fixed soul guides in the future. That was a matter for later. It was definitely not something to consider now. Because once Ye Chen's level increased, ordinary firearms would become ineffective for hunting high-year soul beasts. He would need powerful fixed soul guides. After all, when Ye Chen needed to add a 7th soul ring, he would require a soul beast with exceptionally high age. And without a skilled team to lead, he would need to have the ability to hunt by himself. However, as his level increased, the efficiency of accumulating gold soul coins would also rise. Currently, as a 4-ring soul master, it would take him 5 months to buy a level 9 soul guide priced at a small target. But once his soul power level increased, he could afford it in a much shorter time. Nonetheless, there were also compromise options, such as level 8 fixed soul guides starting at 30 million gold soul coins, and level 7 fixed soul guides starting at 10 million gold soul coins. As for lower level ones, it was better to skip them since they might not be effective. However, if he bought a level 7 or 8 soul guide, Ye Chen might not use it in the future, leading to a potential waste. Of course, if it came down to it, for the sake of his life, Ye Chen wouldn't hesitate much. After fleeing for 3 minutes, seeing the relentless pursuit of the powerful King Kong bear behind him, Ye Chen decided to hit it hard. He immediately manifested the pure bamboo staff in his hand, while also activating the pure domain that could enhance soul skill effects. First soul skill, confinement. In an instant, Ye Chen unleashed his first soul skill at the chasing powerful King Kong bear. A shadow of the bamboo staff swiftly flew from Ye Chen and almost instantly struck down on the bear's head with a heavy blow. Bang! The shadow of the bamboo staff collided with the powerful King Kong bear's head, producing a dull sound. Although there was a significant power gap between them,
The pure domain enhanced the soul skill effect by 50, making the impact very pronounced. As the powerful King Kong bear was in a chasing state, it was suddenly immobilized and fell to the ground, unable to move. Seizing this opportunity, Ye Chen immediately pulled out 6 barrels of a Gatling gun from his storage soul guide and aimed it at the fallen powerful King Kong bear, pulling the trigger. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the 6 barrels of the Gatling gun whirled wildly, and a torrential flow of bullets surged towards the downed powerful King Kong bear. The bullet storm rained down on the bear, causing dense splatters of blood. However, as Ye Chen had anticipated, although the bullets pierced the bear's tough fur, the wounds are not deep. They barely broke through the skin and got stuck in the muscle. Despite the powerful King Kong bear looking miserable under the bullet storm, it had not sustained significant damage. It couldn't even be considered seriously injured. Of course, it definitely felt the pain. Before Ye Chen could finish a belt of bullets, the powerful King Kong bear broke free from the soul skill's control. Roar. Seeing itself riddled with bullet holes and feeling the pain from its wounds, the powerful King Kong bear let out a roar, its eyes filled with ferocity, and charged towards Ye Chen and Zhu Zhuqing. Previously, it had merely viewed them as snacks. But now, Ye Chen's counterattack had inflicted considerable damage, and it was now a matter of life and death. Years of care had resulted in its flawless, shiny fur being turned into a battered state by Ye Chen, which was absolutely unforgivable. In the bear's eyes, while it could forego snacks, it had to tear that detestable human apart. However, just as the powerful King Kong bear took a step forward, Ye Chen activated his control soul skill again. Second soul skill recognition. In an instant, the bamboo staff shadow descended again, striking the bear's head once more. The powerful King Kong bear, which had just escaped control, found its thoughts frozen and fell back into a state of confinement. Puff, puff, puff. The 6 barrels of the Gatling gun spun wildly again. This time, Ye Chen did not spray bullets at the bear's body. Instead, he aimed at its head. Unfortunately, the powerful King Kong bear was not in its previous down state, but was now standing, with its big bear face facing Ye Chen's gun. Even without a targeting device, the dense bullets hit the bear's eyes. Regardless of any creature, the eyes are a vulnerable part, unable to withstand the impact of bullets. Just as Ye Chen blew out one of the bear's eyes and was about to shoot the other, he found that the gun in his hand had run out of ammo. Looking down, Ye Chen realized he had fired the entire belt of bullets. Damn, the bullets are so unreliable. Cursing under his breath, Ye Chen abandoned the attack and immediately continued to flee with Zhu Zhuqing. Reloading the belt would take time, and the powerful King Kong bear would soon break free from control. For safety, Ye Chen chose to run. Now that both the first and second soul skills had been used and were in cooldown, he could only rely on his 4th soul skill, blindness, to limit the powerful King Kong bear. As for the 3rd soul skill, God Sealing, its effect was to close off mental power, which would not be effective against the powerful King Kong bear. If after using the 4th soul skill, the powerful King Kong bear still did not give up on chasing them, Ye Chen would have to use his last trump card. Chapter 78. The Nether Spirit Cat. The two had not run far when the powerful diamond bear broke free from its stunned state. Roar. As soon as it was free from control, the powerful diamond bear let out a thunderous roar. Ye Chen's 2nd soul skill, Stun, had the effect of halting the opponent's thoughts. With wounds all over its head and one eye blind, the powerful diamond bear was completely confused about what had just happened. To this bear, it seemed like it was about to charge again and crush those 2 little snacks, but that detestable human struck it with a stick, and in the blink of an eye, it had ended up in this state. After the roar, the powerful diamond bear did not pursue again. It was scared. In just a short time, it had been battered and lost an eye. If it continued to chase, would it lose its life as well? After much inner turmoil, the bear, which was quite a coward at heart, ultimately backed down. As night fell, in a clearing within the Stardow Forest's inner area, the two set up a tent and were having dinner. While eating, Ye Chen pondered silently about why the lucky card hadn't taken effect yet. The two had spent the whole day searching in an area where Millennium Soul beasts appeared frequently and had encountered a 10,000-year powerful diamond bear. Yet they still hadn't found a suitable target for Zhu Zhuqing. Was the big cat's luck just too poor? Even with the boost of the lucky card, it hadn't changed much. Otherwise, if Big Cat had the lucky card's blessing, They should have found something by now, right? Zhu Qing, you should rest. I'll keep watch. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing had finished eating, Ye Chen gestured for her to rest first. The Stardow Forest was not a quiet and peaceful place, and the soul beasts active at night were not much fewer than during the day. It was necessary for someone to take turns keeping watch. Generally speaking, those who came to the Stardow Forest, as long as their strength wasn't too strong, wouldn't venture alone. People would inevitably get tired, and not resting for a day or two wasn't too much of an issue for soul masters, but long periods without rest were definitely not acceptable. Who knows when a soul beast might take advantage of your sleep and give you a little surprise. All right, call me when it's my turn. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and entered the tent to rest. As the night deepened, outside the tent, Ye Chen kept a close watch on the surroundings. While keeping watch, Ye Chen dared not enter a cultivation state. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, he might not be able to react in time. Estimating that it was already the latter half of the night, Ye Chen was about to switch shifts with Zhu Zhuqing when suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. With his far superior spiritual perception compared to his peers, he sensed an unexpected guest approaching the camp. Using the bright moonlight, Ye Chen looked towards the dark forest ahead. Soon, a soul beast, purple-black in color and agile in form, stealthily emerged from the darkness. A 2,500-year nether spirit cat? Recognizing the unexpected guest immediately, Ye Chen called out, "Zhu Qing, come out quickly. Your takeout has arrived." He shouted to Zhu Zhuqing in the tent, but his eyes remained fixed on the nether spirit cat. The nether spirit cat was a speed-type soul beast, very fast, and since it was nighttime, if he wasn't careful and let the cat escape into the forest, Ye Chen wasn't confident he could find it again. Inside the tent, Zhu Zhuqing, who was lightly sleeping with her clothes on, heard Ye Chen's voice and immediately opened her eyes, getting up and exiting the tent. Meow. Seeing that it had been discovered immediately, the nether spirit cat, with its agile limbs, extended its sharp claws and was about to attack Ye Chen. "Little brat, take this." Ye Chen responded quickly with his first soul skill, binding. In an instant, the Qingjing bamboo staff appeared in Ye Chen's hand, and he unleashed his first soul skill against the nether spirit cat. A phantom of the bamboo staff shot out quickly from Ye Chen and descended above the nether spirit cat's head, striking down forcefully. With a thud, the nether spirit cat was stunned momentarily, and when it regained its senses, it realized that while its mind could still think, its body was completely immobilized, bound in place. "Hey, a 2,500-year nether spirit cat?" As soon as she exited the tent, Zhu Zhuqing noticed the nether spirit cat that Ye Chen had bound. "Luck is on our side. This little cat came right to us. Zhuqing, hurry up." Nodding, Zhu Zhuqing immediately activated her martial spirit, quickly stepping forward to send the utterly defenseless nether spirit cat to heaven. In an instant, countless golden light points floated out from the nether spirit cat's body, and then a purple soul ring gradually emerged. Not bad, not bad. The lucky card is indeed useful. This nether spirit cat was the most suitable for Zhu Zhuqing. If it weren't for the slightly lower age, it could be compared to absorbing a divine soul ring. As for whether Zhu Zhuqing could safely absorb this soul ring, Ye Chen wasn't worried. For soul rings under 10,000 years, as long as one's physical quality was strong enough, there were no safety concerns. Given Zhu Zhuqing's current physical quality, she could absorb even a 3,000-year soul beast, let alone a nether spirit cat that was only 2,500 years old. Time slowly passed, approaching dawn. Suddenly, while absorbing the soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing's brow furrowed tightly, and she let out a scream. "What's going on?" The sudden change drew Ye Chen's attention. Ye Chen couldn't understand. Although Zhu Zhuqing was surpassing the optimal soul ring age ratio for her third soul ring by quite a bit, considering her endurance, it shouldn't be impossible for her to absorb it, right? Just as Ye Chen was puzzled, accompanied by a tearing sound, a purple black tail suddenly appeared at the base of Zhu Zhuqing's back, looking exactly like the tail of the nether spirit cat on the ground. Damn, an external soul bone? Seeing the tail that had grown from the big cat's rear, Ye Chen's eyes widened in shock. Previously, Zhu Zhuqing had a tail, but it was merely decorative, unlike the two rabbit ears on Xiao Wu's head. As for why Zhu Zhuqing wore clothes with tails, Ye Chen had learned that the tail's function was not just for decoration, but also for balance. Because speed-type soul masters are fast, having a tail allowed Zhu Zhuqing to maintain balance more easily. I wonder how it feels to touch. Looking at the tail that had grown from the big cat's rear, Ye Chen thought to himself. Now that he knew it was an external soul bone, Ye Chen set aside his worries. If the soul ring could be absorbed smoothly, absorbing the external soul bone would surely be no problem as well. Chapter 79. Cat Tail. However, Zhu Zhuqing inevitably had to endure some pain. After absorbing the external soul bone, it was equivalent to adding a new part to her body, and pain was naturally unavoidable. Of course, this bit of pain was nothing compared to the enhancement brought by the external soul bone. I believe that no matter who it is, they would choose to possess an external soul bone. Perhaps for ordinary soul masters, the value of an external soul bone is not as high as that of a 100,000-year soul bone. But for geniuses who can advance to title Douluo and above in the future, they would trade it for a 100,000-year soul bone. As day turned into night, and after a whole day had passed, when night fell again, Zhu Zhuqing finally succeeded in refining the soul ring of the nether cat and the external soul bone of the tail, opening her eyes. After obtaining the third soul ring and an external soul bone, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power level advanced from the previous level 30 quasi-soul venerable to level 33 soul venerable. Not bad, not bad. Zhuqing, you're really lucky. As soon as Zhu Zhuqing woke up, Ye Chen immediately stepped forward to congratulate her. Brother Chen, what is up with this tail? Is this soul bone? Looking at the tail behind her that had caused her some trouble, Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat confused, as this soul bone was quite different from the one she had previously influenced. This tail is a soul bone, but it's not an ordinary soul bone. It's an external soul bone, Ye Chen said with a smile. External soul bone? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened. She had heard of external soul bones, but although she had heard of them before, she had never seen one, so she hadn't connected the dots. Yes, it is indeed an external soul bone. This is a good thing. Even for a 100,000-year soul bone, it wouldn't be worth trading. Once you advance to title Douluo in the future, this external soul bone can evolve into a 100,000-year soul bone. Even if your soul power level increases further, this external soul bone will surpass a 100,000-year soul bone. As he spoke, Ye Chen couldn't help but grab Zhu Zhuqing's tail and stroke it. The texture is okay, but it's not as wonderful as I imagined. Just feels quite smooth. With her tail being attacked by Ye Chen, Zhu Zhuqing's face immediately turned red. Although the tail was not as sensitive as that of an ordinary cat, it was still a relatively sensitive area, just below a few key spots. It itches. Zhu Zhuqing, with a flushed face, lowered her head and said in a barely audible voice, "It itches? Oh, I'm sorry. Zhuqing, I couldn't help myself." Although Zhu Zhuqing's voice was very low, Ye Chen still heard it and immediately reacted by letting go of her tail. Hearing Ye Chen's explanation, Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes. By the way, what is the soul skill of your external soul bone? Ye Chen asked seriously, changing from his previous playful demeanor. It's a speed enhancement soul skill called Nether Assault, which can enhance speed by 100. Does it purely enhance movement speed? Or does it also enhance other aspects of speed? This was very important because speed-related attributes are not just limited to movement speed. There are also attack speed, reaction speed, soul skill release speed, and so on. It includes all of them. Well, that is quite nice. Moreover, your external soul bone is only 1,000 years old now. If it increases to 10,000 years or even 100,000 years in the future, the enhancement will definitely be even greater. As a soul master, the soul skill Nether Assault could enhance agility, which matched her very well. Additionally, this external soul bone could not only enhance agility. Even without the enhancement of the soul skill, this tail-type external soul bone inherently possessed considerable attack power, and its attack power would become even stronger as its age increased. Just then, a strange sound entered Ye Chen's ears. Following the sound, Ye Chen discovered it was Zhu Zhuqing's stomach growling. It made sense. Zhu Zhuqing had started absorbing the soul ring last night and hadn't eaten anything all day, so it was natural for her to be hungry. All right, let us eat something first. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, somewhat embarrassed. Brother Chen, let us return to the academy tomorrow morning. After having enough to eat and drink, Zhu Zhuqing said to Ye Chen, not in a hurry. If you're lucky, You might stay in the Stardow Forest for a while longer. The reason for not rushing back to the academy was that Ye Chen planned to buy a celestial herb for Zhu Zhuqing to consume. For soul masters, the earlier they consume celestial herbs, the greater the effect. The sooner they eat, the sooner they enjoy. Previously, Ye Chen wasn't very familiar with Zhu Zhuqing, and at that time he didn't have money to buy celestial herbs. Now that they were familiar with each other and their feelings had developed, it was just the right time to take action with the big cat. With the groundwork laid over the past few months, the two should be able to become true good friends. Now that Zhu Zhuqing was a level 33 soul venerable, a suitable celestial herb could enhance her soul power by 7 levels, which was not impossible. If her soul power level could directly increase to level 40, it would perfectly allow her to add a 4th soul ring. Oh, what is wrong? Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat puzzled. You should rest first. I'll tell you tomorrow morning. All right then. Zhu Zhuqing didn't say much and returned to the tent to rest. After all, absorbing the soul ring and external soul bone had consumed a lot of her energy. The reason Ye Chen planned to buy the celestial herb from the system store rather than picking it from the Eye of Ice and Fire was also a consideration. It would still be quite difficult for Ye Chen to obtain the celestial herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire solely by himself, since those herbs were not ownerless. The Eye of Ice and Fire was the medicinal garden of the poison Douluo. This old poison master, due to his own severe poisoning, often used the water and fire powers from the spring in the Eye of Ice and Fire to suppress the toxins in his body. If Ye Chen were caught stealing the celestial herbs, that would be disastrous. Douluo was at least a titled Douluo level expert. Even if he was a bit weaker, he still couldn't be dealt with by Ye Chen's small arms and legs. Moreover, even if Ye Chen was caught by Douluo on the spot, the celestial herbs in the Eye of Ice and Fire, except for the Love's Heartbreak Red, were not suitable for Zhu Zhuqing. The Love's Heartbreak Red was suitable for all soul masters, but whether it could recognize its master was a different matter. Ye Chen didn't think that Zhu Zhuqing could recognize the Love's Heartbreak Red as her master at her current level. As for the Water Fairy Jade Bone that Zhu Zhuqing consumed in the original work, it was actually not very suitable for her. The most suitable celestial herb for her should be one of the dark attributes. After all, her Nethercat martial soul was of the dark attribute and a martial soul. Chapter 80. Netherworld Immortal Grass. The dark attribute immortal herb has never appeared in the original work, so it should not be in the Ice and Fire duality eye. However, the Chilua Tulip is very suitable for Ning Rongrong to consume, as it can allow her 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul to evolve into a 9 treasures glazed tile martial soul. A few mere immortal herbs are not something that Ye Chen would risk his life for, especially since he could easily afford them in the future. Moreover, he was a well-educated young man in his previous life, and being wealthy, he wouldn't engage in petty theft. Regardless of the world he finds himself in, wealthy people do not resort to stealing. At most, they might engage in forced transactions. Of course, while Ye Chen thinks this way, he wouldn't miss any opportunities in the future if they arise. After all, the numerous immortal herbs within the Ice and Fire duality are quite valuable, with each herb being a small goal. The next morning, Zhuqing, your cooking skills are quite good. Really consider it. While eating breakfast, Ye Chen said to Zhu Zhuqing. Although the breakfast wasn't exceptional, Ye Chen had enough emotional intelligence to know that everyone loves compliments, as long as you like it. Hearing Ye Chen's praise, Zhu Zhuqing blushed and replied softly, "Ha, of course I like it." After finishing breakfast in a hurry, Ye Chen called to Zhu Zhuqing and entered the tent. "Zhuqing, this immortal herb is for you." Saying this, Ye Chen handed the Netherworld Immortal Grass he had just purchased from the system to Zhu Zhuqing. This Netherworld Immortal Grass was entirely a faint black color, with a jade-like stem and 12 leaves. Immortal herb? What is that? Looking at the extraordinary black spiritual mushroom in her hand, Zhu Zhuqing was a bit confused, but she could sense that this black spiritual mushroom would be very beneficial for her. How should I put it? An immortal herb is a special medicinal herb that provides great nourishment. After consuming it, it can significantly enhance a soul master's cultivation talent and soul power. Moreover, if the martial soul is highly compatible with the consumed immortal herb, it might even lead to the evolution of the martial soul or compensate for its flaws. Enhancing talent and soul power And it can even evolve the martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this thing really that magical? She had never heard of it before. Indeed, consuming immortal herbs will not produce side effects that affect future potential. Additionally, after consuming the immortal herb, it can greatly accelerate your cultivation speed until you reach a certain level. However, whether it can evolve your martial soul, I can't guarantee, but enhancing your cultivation talent and soul power level is absolutely possible. You might even be able to add a fourth soul ring soon. Did you also consume immortal herbs before, Brother Chen? Hearing Ye Chen's words and knowing he could enhance the years of soul rings, Zhu Zhuqing began to guess why Ye Chen's cultivation speed was so fast. Well, let me tell you, when I awakened my martial soul, I only had a level 3 innate soul power, and I didn't obtain my first soul ring until I was 9 years old. That's impossible. Brother Chen, you only became a one-ring soul master at 9? Zhu Zhuqing was astonished. Ye Chen had only progressed to a one-ring soul master at 9. And he must be under 13 now, right? In just 4 years, he had actually raised his soul power by more than 30 levels? That's absurd. No one would believe it if he told them. Why would I lie to you? The reason my soul power level isn't as high as Xiao Wu's is that I had poor talent as a child and wasted a lot of time. However, after I consumed the immortal herb, my talent is no worse than having full innate soul power, and with the help of the medicinal effects hidden within my body. My current cultivation speed is even faster than that of someone with full innate soul power. Then if this immortal herb is so precious, Brother Chen, you still. All right, you should consume it now. This netherworld immortal grass is specifically for you. The method of consumption is simple. Just eat it directly, except for the stem. Before Zhu Zhuqing could finish her sentence, Ye Chen interrupted her. Reflecting on the little moments they shared and how Ye Chen had taken such meticulous care of her. Zhu Zhuqing stopped refusing. She then detached the netherworld immortal grass from its stem and began to consume it. As the medicinal power of the netherworld immortal grass dissolved in her stomach, a layer of faint black light enveloped Zhu Zhuqing. Time gradually passed, and soon it was half a day later. A soft meow caught Ye Chen's attention. He saw Zhu Zhuqing open her eyes, as if awakening from a deep dream. Her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of confusion. How do you feel? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing awake, Ye Chen immediately stepped forward to ask. I feel unprecedentedly well. My soul power level has broken through to level 40, and it seems my martial soul has improved significantly too. Saying this, Zhu Zhuqing released her netherworld spirit cat, martial soul. Not bad. Zhuqing, your martial soul has indeed evolved. After sensing it, Ye Chen discovered that Zhu Zhuqing's netherworld spirit cat, while not looking much different from before, had transformed into a top-tier martial soul. The compatibility of the netherworld immortal grass with the netherworld spirit cat was very high, allowing for a transformation in the quality of the martial soul. And having gained 7 levels of soul power was also quite normal. Thank you, Brother Chen. Reflecting on how just a few days ago, she was still a level 28 Great Soul Master, and now, just a few days later, she had become a level 40 Quasi-Soul Sect and was about to add a 4th soul ring to become a 4-ring soul sect. Zhu Zhuqing was very excited. Thank me? Zhuqing, if you want to thank me, would you choose to give yourself to me? Or be my servant in the next life to repay me? Regarding this matter, if the hero looks good and the girl is satisfied, then it's to give herself. If the hero's looks are a bit unusual, then she can only be a servant in the next life. Huffed. Hearing Ye Chen's teasing, Zhu Zhuqing blushed and huffed. Zhuqing, be my girlfriend, Ye Chen said with a deeply affectionate expression. So annoying. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned even redder at Ye Chen's sudden confession. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's flushed face and her lack of rejection, Ye Chen immediately pulled the big cat into his arms. Zhuqing, from now on, I will protect you. Zhu Zhuqing softly responded, almost inaudibly if it weren't for Ye Chen's keen hearing. Looking at the shy, blushing face of the girl in his arms, Ye Chen gently leaned in for a kiss on her sensual red lips. After a long while, when Zhu Zhuqing was almost out of breath, she finally pushed Ye Chen away. Brother Chen, you mustn't bully me in the future. Bully you? If I don't bully you, how can we have little babies? Ye Chen said with a smile. If I don't bully you, who else would I bully? Oh, right, we also need to add Xiao Wu. And as for whether there will be more targets to bully in the future, Ye Chen indicated that he hadn't decided yet. Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 81. Completely out of control, 2 days later, in the inner area of the Stardow Forest, Zhu Zhuqing was sitting cross-legged on the ground, absorbing a black 10,000-year soul ring. Beside her lay a ghost leopard that had lost its life force, with an age of over 10,000 years. The ghost leopard was a dark attribute, agility-type soul beast. Although its age and strength were similar to that of the mighty golden bear that Ye Chen and Zhu Zhuqing had encountered a few days prior, Ye Chen found the ghost leopard much easier to deal with. This was because agility-type soul beasts had weak defenses, and the ghost leopard's defense was far inferior to that of the mighty golden bear of the same age. After being controlled by Ye Chen's soul skill, a storm of bullets from a 6-barreled Gatling gun descended, turning it into a sieve, and then Zhu Zhuqing moved in for the finishing blow, taking it down in one complete set. Even though the ghost leopard was over 10,000 years old, Zhu Zhuqing had practiced the creation body refinement technique and the creation soul refinement decision, making the absorption process not very difficult. As the sun rose high in the sky, Zhu Zhuqing successfully refined the soul ring, raising her soul power level from the previous level 40 quasi-soul master to level 42 soul master. However, this time her luck wasn't as good as before. The last time, the Netherworld Spirit Cat had directly gifted her a rare external soul bone. But this 10,000-year ghost leopard didn't even drop a regular soul bone. It seems that the previous Netherworld Immortal Grass only increased Zhuqing's soul power by 7 levels. Ye Chen thought to himself, observing that Zhu Zhuqing had only increased her soul power by 2 levels. A 10,000-year soul ring could normally elevate a level 40 soul master to level 42, estimating that the big cat, which had consumed the immortal grass, had just barely crossed the threshold of level 40, having not accumulated much latent soul power. Overall, this trip to the Stardow Forest had been very profitable for the big cat, as it not only raised its soul power level significantly, but also obtained an additional external soul bone, making it a bountiful harvest. However, Ye Chen decided not to use a soul bone age enhancement card on Zhu Zhuqing's external soul bone. This was not only due to financial constraints, but also because external soul bones could enhance along with the soul master's level, making it unnecessary for Ye Chen to spend money on it. Previously, Ye Chen enhanced the external soul bone, Creation Green Lotus, to 100,000 years because after his soul power level increased, the efficiency of accumulating his little treasury would be higher. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown his gold soul coins at the external soul bone. Furthermore, in the future, Ye Chen also did not plan to spend gold soul coins to enhance the age of the Creation Green Lotus, as it was not cost-effective. With those gold soul coins, it would be better to enhance the ages of other soul bones or soul rings. After all, the age of the Creation Green Lotus would automatically increase in the future. Zhuqing, how's your soul skill? My 4th soul skill, Netherworld Shadow Doppelganger, is different from the strong attack type 3rd soul skill. It's a doppelganger soul skill that can create as many doppelgangers as I have soul rings. Moreover, the Netherworld Shadow Doppelganger is not just an illusion. These doppelgangers not only have attack power, but can also use the soul skills I possess, though they cannot use my 4th soul skill. Is that so? Sounds good. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen nodded. Naturally, doppelganger soul skills wouldn't continue to use doppelgangers. Otherwise, it would be an infinite nesting doll situation. He just didn't expect that his big cat's soul skills were quite similar to those in the original work. Now, the big cat's 3rd soul skill was still Netherworld Slash, a close-range, single-target attack soul skill, and the 4th soul skill was still Netherworld Shadow Doppelganger. But the 4th soul ring did not come from the Ghost Tiger, but from the 10,000-year Ghost Leopard. However, compared to the original work, the age of the soul rings was higher, and the resulting effects of the soul skills would definitely be better, such as stronger attack power and less soul power consumption, etc. Alright, our business in the Stardow Forest is over. Let's head back to the academy. Since the goal had been achieved, Ye Chen did not plan to stay longer in the Stardow Forest and headed straight back to Shrek Academy. Bachi. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, but seemed to hesitate as if she thought of something. But what? My matter. How do you explain it to Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing said, her face slightly flushed. Although in the academy, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu refer to each other as siblings. Everyone knew they were in a romantic relationship. And Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat worried that Xiao Wu wouldn't be able to accept her. As for herself, she didn't have much trouble accepting it. After all, she came from a noble family in the Douluo Empire, where having multiple women around a strong man was perfectly normal. For instance, her father had several concubines aside from her mother. As long as Ye Chen didn't change partners as frequently as Dai Mu Bai, it would be fine. According to rumors, the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, had over 100 concubines, and it was estimated that even his biological daughter, Ning Rongrong, might not be able to recognize all of her stepmothers. What a playboy! Well, Xiao Wu is known for a long time. Thinking about how Xiao Wu had been quite jealous a few days ago, Ye Chen smiled. Ah, Xiao Wu has known already? Despite Zhu Zhuqing's embarrassment, she was surprised. Don't underestimate Xiao Wu. She is actually quite smart. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red. Looking at the alluring face of the big cat, Ye Chen couldn't help but give her a kiss. How annoying, it's all saliva. 3 days later, Ye Chen and Zhu Zhuqing returned to Shrek Academy. Zhuqing, why don't you move in with me? Ye Chen said to Zhu Zhuqing. No way. I'm afraid Rongrong will be scared alone at night. Innocent Ning Rongrong got caught in the crossfire. Although Ye Chen's suggestion tempted Zhu Zhuqing a bit, she still refused. Since Xiao Wu lived with Ye Chen, she felt a bit embarrassed to just move in. What a pity. Hearing that the big cat wouldn't come, Ye Chen felt a bit regretful. He had thought about sneaking in at midnight or sharing a bed, but it seemed that was not going to happen anytime soon. Chingu, you're not thinking of doing something bad, are you? Seeing Ye Chen looking regretful, Zhu Zhuqing immediately associated it with something else. Of course not. Even if I were to do something bad, it would have to wait until we grow up. Besides, I've already done all the bad things I could do. Ye Chen said with a smile. The day before, they had rested for the night in the soul-hunting town outside the Stardow Forest. And Ye Chen could not hold back his curiosity and had explored his big cat's big treasures. The big cat's big treasures truly lived up to their name. Anyway, the young Ye Chen simply couldn't handle it. Go to hell. Remembering the mischief Ye Chen had done last night, Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face heated up again. Afterward, the two said goodbye to Flander, and Ye Chen sent Zhu Zhuqing back to her residence. Zhuqing, tell me, where have you been these days? Why weren't you in the academy? As soon as they entered the door, Ye Chen saw Ning Rongrong with her left hand on her hip and her right hand pointing at Zhu Zhuqing, loudly questioning her. Faced with Ning Rongrong's inquiry, the two exchanged glances. It seemed that when they went to the Stardow Forest, they had only informed Xiao Wu and Flander and hadn't told Ning Rongrong. Chapter 82. Flander preparing to live off soft rice. Ning Rongrong. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you earlier. I went to the Stardow Forest to add a spirit ring. Seeing her good friend looking angry, Zhu Zhuqing started to explain. Zhuqing, weren't you just a level 28 soul master before? Why do you need to add a spirit ring? Ning Rongrong was a bit confused. If she remembered correctly, Zhu Zhuqing was still a level 28 soul master before she left, right? Even if she had a breakthrough, she would only be level 29. So why would she need a spirit ring? Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ye Chen. Want to know? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong nodded repeatedly, as if she had discovered some incredible secret and was very curious. If you want to know, then pay me back the money first. It's been several months, and the 30-day housing repayment period has long passed. Even if interest accumulates, Ning Rongrong still owes him over 10 million gold soul coins. I won't give you money or my life. As soon as this was mentioned, Ning Rongrong immediately snorted coldly and turned her head away. When the day comes that your 7 treasure glazed tile school can't pay me back, you should be prepared for a flesh repayment. Ye Chen said mockingly. Zhu Zhuqing. Goodness, Ye Chen is really eating from the bowl. Xiao Wu, while looking at the pot, her, and still thinking about the outside. Ning Rongrong. Why is he so impressive? Flesh repayment? If Xiao Wu has no objections, I wouldn't mind. Ning Rongrong, as expected of the little demoness, said something shocking. Rongrong, what are you saying? You're a girl. Zhu Zhuqing chided. TSK, a bit small. If you want flesh repayment, you're not enough. Looking at Ning Rongrong, Ye Chen shook his head regretfully. You despicable too much. Although she wasn't as big as Zhu Zhuqing, she was still at the average level for her age, right? And she was still young. Wouldn't she grow in the future? All right, don't make Rongrong angry anymore. Let's go. Seeing that the two were on the verge of a confrontation, Zhu Zhuqing immediately pushed Ye Chen out the door. Well, for Zhuqing's sake, I won't argue with you, Ye Chen said grandly. Despicable. Ning Rongrong's eyes were blazing with anger as she stared fiercely at Ye Chen. If she weren't just a support-type soul master, she would definitely rush over and smash Ye Chen's head. After driving Ye Chen away, Zhu Zhuqing began to comfort Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, don't take it to heart. Why should I be said to have a small chest? Isn't it still bigger than his? Ning Rongrong pouted, dissatisfied. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened. Could this be compared? Despicable. I wish mine were as big as yours. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing with envy and, taking advantage of Zhu Zhuqing's unpreparedness, reached out her sinful hand and grabbed her. Don't make trouble. Zhu Zhuqing swatted Ning Rongrong's mischievous hand away. Zhuqing, honestly tell me, what have you been doing these days? Ning Rongrong pressed Zhu Zhuqing down on the couch. What do you mean, what have I been doing? Thinking about what happened these past few days. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned a bit red. You definitely have something going on, don't deny it. Otherwise, why is your face red? Ning Rongrong pointed at Zhu Zhuqing's flushed face. No, not yet. You, Zhuqing, have learned to lie. Hurry and come clean, or else I'll use the family law on you. Ning Rongrong said with a serious expression. Rongrong, why are you so curious? You don't have feelings for Brother Chen, do you? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes turned, changing the topic. How is that possible? Ning Rongrong immediately denied it. Ye Chen was so bad. How could she possibly like him? How is it impossible? A few nights ago, you were calling his name in your dreams. Zhu Zhuqing planned to tease Ning Rongrong. No way. Did I show it that much? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong was instantly stunned and began to mumble to herself. Ye Chen was her age, so strong and also handsome. It was normal for a girl to have a crush, but wasn't he too much to talk in her sleep? All right, Rongrong, you've been exposed by me, right? Hurry and confess. Zhu Zhuqing didn't expect that she would expose Ning Rongrong just by casually mentioning it. Despicable. Zhuqing, you actually tricked me. I'll get back at you. Immediately, Ning Rongrong pressed her whole body on Zhu Zhuqing, and the two started to playfully wrestle. Time flew by, and a month later, one day, Flander received a letter from Lu Erlong. More than a month ago, Flander had sent a letter to Lu Erlong, who was far away in Heavendo City. First, he complained to Lu Erlong that Shrek Academy was in dire straits and was about to close down. Then, he changed the subject, planning to bring all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy to Heavendo City to seek refuge with her. After receiving Flander's letter, Lu Erlong quickly replied, Well, it seems that Erlong still has feelings for me. Flander looked at Lu Erlong's reply with a mysterious smile on his face. Then, Flander immediately gathered Xiao Wujia, Xiao Xian, and others to discuss it. After all, if they were going to Heavendo City to live off soft rice, they had to discuss it with their old buddies. The next morning, all the students of Shrek Academy gathered in the playground. Ahem, I have an important announcement to make today. Flander scanned the crowd, cleared his throat, and said seriously. Hearing this, Ye Chen had a suspicion this should be Flander. Under his wise guidance, having decided to take everyone to Lamba Academy to live off soft rice. Dean, what is the important matter? Ma Hongjun was the first to speak. I announced that Shrek Academy will be closing down starting today. Flander made a shocking statement. What? Dean, isn't the academy doing fine? Why just close it down? Ma Hongjun's eyes widened, almost doubting if there was something wrong with his ears. Yes, Dean, if there are difficulties, just say it. We can think of a way together. Why close the academy? Oscar looked confused. Exactly. Dean Flander, I just came to the academy a few months ago. How could you just close it down? If it's a money problem, I can write to my dad for support. Ning Rongrong was also reluctant. If the academy closed, where would she go? Would she have to go home? No way. She had run away from home, and if she didn't achieve something, it would be embarrassing to go back home. Except for Ye Chen, who guessed the inside story. Everyone expressed their willingness to contribute money or effort. They just couldn't let Shrek Academy close down. Chapter 83. The Fearless Brave Ma Hongjun. Haha, I haven't finished my words yet. Why are you all making such a fuss? Looking at his adorable students, Flander felt greatly relieved. Although Shrek Academy has closed, I have decided to take you to join the Lamba Academy in Heavendo City. The president of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong, is my good friend. Lamba Academy is a formal advanced Soul Master Academy, equipped with simulated environment training grounds, and has the qualifications to participate in the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. You little monsters are all so outstanding. Your future achievements are limitless. And for your future prospects, I have to make this decision. As he spoke, Flander put on a sorrowful expression. Damn, Flander is so shameless, wanting to take advantage of us and making it sound so dignified. Seeing Flander's all-for-your-good demeanor, Ye Chen immediately cursed in his heart. He had seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. President, you want to take us to Lamba Academy? Ma Hongjun was stunned, wondering what Flander was up to. President, this Lu Erlong Sr., could it be the one known as the Corner of Slaughter? Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment and said to Flander, when Flander, Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaojiang were adventuring across the continent, they had quite a reputation due to their martial soul fusion skills, and Ning Rongrong had some impression of them. It must be said that although Ning Rongrong used to be a little witch, she had seen quite a lot. Yes, that's right. Flander nodded. President, I've heard that Lu Erlong is still single. You taking us to Lamba Academy must not just be for our sake, right? Seemingly thinking of something, Ning Rongrong said with a smile. Cough, cough. Having his true intentions exposed by Ning Rongrong, Flander immediately started coughing. Rongrong, is that true? Could it be that our president is going to sprout new leaves? Ma Hongjun immediately whispered to Ning Rongrong. At once, everyone's gaze focused on Flander, not expecting him to be this kind of person. Hiss, this little fatty is quite brave. Ye Chen gasped in surprise, admiring Ma Hongjuan's fearless spirit. Although Ma Hongjuan's voice was very low, Soul Masters had sharp hearing, and even Ye Chen could hear it. Flander, as a seven-ring soul sage, naturally wouldn't miss it. What did you say, little fatty? I'm sprouting new leaves? Immediately, a black line appeared on Flander's forehead as he glared fiercely at Ma Hongjun. And no, President, you heard wrong. Seeing Flander's unfriendly gaze, Ma Hongjun immediately shrank his neck and denied it. Humph, whether I sprout new leaves or not, you're little but is definitely going to bloom today. Flander sneered. President, no. Ma Hongjun said despairingly to Flander. All right, let's get down to business. Prepare yourselves. We will set off to Heavendo City in 3 days. Little fatty, come with me. I won't go. Ma Hongjun shook his head vehemently, knowing that if he went with Flander like this, he would definitely regret it. Humph, you don't have a say in this. Flander showed a sinister smile and caught the escaping Ma Hongjun, then disappeared from everyone's sight. Hee, I hope the fatty won't be too miserable, Oscar said gleefully as he watched Ma Hongjun being taken away by Flander. Brother, will the fatty be okay? Xiao also maintained a pessimistic attitude toward Ma Hongjun. I don't know, but the president should know how to control himself, right? Ye Chen thought for a moment and said uncertainly, well, let's have 3 seconds of silence for the little fatty who is seeking death. That night, after Xiao Wu fell asleep, Ye Chen quietly got up and left his place to go to Zhu Zhuqing's side. Ever since the two confirmed their relationship, Ye Chen had secretly visited the big cat several times at night over the past month. Stepping out, using the moonlight, Ye Chen quickly arrived at Zhu Zhuqing's residence. Looking at the window of Zhu Zhuqing's room on the 2nd floor that was still open, Ye Chen stealthily climbed up. This Soul Guidance small villa had 2 bedrooms on the 2nd floor, and since Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing slept separately, it made it convenient for Ye Chen to launch a surprise attack. Upon arriving at Zhu Zhuqing's room, Ye Chen didn't think much and directly began exploring under the covers. Huh, why does it feel a bit off? Has the big cat lost weight these days? Ye Chen noticed that something seemed amiss. Wait, this feeling? Ye Chen had a bad premonition. After Flander announced that everyone would go to Lamba Academy in Heavendo City during the day, Ning Rongrong, thinking that her 7-treasure glazed tile sect was just outside Heavendo City, felt excited and couldn't sleep that night. So, unable to sleep, Ning Rongrong thought of finding Zhu Zhuqing next door to whisper. When she started to feel sleepy, it was already quite late, so she just lay down with Zhu Zhuqing instead of returning to her own room and her position happened to be quite close to the window. While Ning Rongrong was sleeping soundly, she soon felt something unusual and quickly woke up. At first, she thought it was Zhu Zhuqing playing tricks beside her, but unexpectedly, those hands became more and more audacious. Opening her eyes and seeing the shadow illuminated by the moonlight coming through the window, Ning Rongrong was immediately confused, because she could feel that Zhu Zhuqing was still lying next to her. So who was this shadow? Coming to her senses, Ning Rongrong realized that it wasn't Zhu Zhuqing who was attacking her, and she immediately screamed. Rongrong, what happened? Hearing the scream, Zhu Zhuqing woke up with a puzzled expression and then turned on the lights in the room. Chengge, why are you here? As soon as the light turned on, Zhu Zhuqing immediately spotted Ye Chen's figure. Ning Rongrong, why are you in Zhuqing's room? Looking at the aggrieved Ning Rongrong and the confused Zhu Zhuqing, Ye Chen was somewhat at a loss. No wonder he felt something was off earlier. It turned out to be Ning Rongrong. But to be honest, aside from being a bit smaller, the feel was too bad at all. Ye Chen, woo-woo. Thinking about the bad things Ye Chen had just done to her, Ning Rongrong's nose soured, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Hey, Rongrong, don't cry. Ye Chen hadn't said anything yet, but as soon as he did, Ning Rongrong cried even more fiercely. Chengge, what is going on here? Zhu Zhuqing asked with a bit of confusion. I didn't expect Rongrong to be here too. I thought it was just you, and then... Ye Chen said awkwardly. Chapter 84. Shameless Ye Chen. Zhu Zhuqing was speechless. After Ye Chen said this, she guessed why Ning Rongrong was crying. Ye Chen had previously made sneak attacks, and now seeing Ning Rongrong crying so hard, it was definitely because she had fallen victim to Ye Chen's poisonous hands. Rongrong, don't cry. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes at Ye Chen and began to comfort Ning Rongrong. Woo, Zhuqing, woo, my innocence. At this moment, Ning Rongrong felt extremely wronged. If she had known it would turn out like this, she shouldn't have gone to find Zhu Zhuqing tonight, causing her years of innocence to be ruined in an instant. Rongrong, don't cry yet. Ye Chen said anxiously from aside. Woo-woo. Ning Rongrong ignored Ye Chen and continued to cry into Zhu Zhuqing's arms. Although she had a tiny bit of goodwill towards Ye Chen, it didn't mean that her innocence was any less important. After a long time, under Zhu Zhuqing's comfort, Ning Rongrong finally stopped crying, perhaps because she was exhausted from it. Say, how are you going to take responsibility? With her eyes slightly red and swollen, Ning Rongrong stared fiercely at Ye Chen. It was my fault before. You say what to do, and I'll do it. After thinking for a moment, Ye Chen stiffened his neck and spoke up. After all, the incident had already happened, and saying anything else was useless. Woo-woo. Hearing Ye Chen's straightforwardness, Ning Rongrong realized that it seemed she had to accept this major loss no matter what. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. And tears fell again. Rongrong, don't cry yet. Get lost, I don't want to see you. Ning Rongrong, with red eyes, issued an eviction order to Ye Chen. This. Looking at the temperamental Ning Rongrong, Ye Chen didn't know what to do. Chengge, how about you go back first, and I'll talk to Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing spoke up from the side. Well, okay, Zhuqing, you comfort Rongrong well. After thinking for a moment, Ye Chen had no other good options and could only do as suggested. After leaving Zhu Zhuqing's room, Ye Chen looked up at the bright moonlight and felt a faint sadness. What kind of situation is this? The next morning, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong also arrived. As soon as she saw Ye Chen, Ning Rongrong immediately gave him a cold snort and did not sit at the same table as usual, instead going to another table. Clearly, Ning Rongrong was still brooding over what happened last night. Brother, what's wrong with Rongrong? Did you bully her? Xiao Wu looked at Ye Chen with a puzzled expression. They had seemed fine during dinner yesterday, so why was she acting like she had a grudge this morning? Ahem, Xiao Wu, don't ask, just eat. Ye Chen stuffed a big bun into Xiao Wu's mouth. Xiao Wu, don't think I don't know you're changing the subject. After thinking for a while, Xiao Wu stood up and sat down next to Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Xiao Wu asked with concern. Facing Xiao Wu's confusion, Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. It was too difficult to say that Ye Chen had done something bad to her last night. Breakfast passed in a strange atmosphere. After eating, Ye Chen said to Ning Rongrong, Rongrong, come with me for a moment. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong thought for a moment. The incident from last night needed an explanation, so she followed Ye Chen outside. At a corner of Shrek Academy. Rongrong, I apologize for last night. I'm sorry. Oomph. Does apologizing help? My innocence has been ruined by you. Ning Rongrong glared at Ye Chen. How about this? Why not be my girlfriend? That way, your innocence will be restored, right? Ye Chen said shamelessly. This wasn't entirely wrong. After all, they were good friends. Hugging and kissing was quite normal, wasn't it? Ye Chen was just a bit ahead of schedule, right? It could be considered getting on the bus first and buying a ticket later. No, they hadn't even gotten on the bus yet. You are shameless. Ning Rongrong was almost driven mad. She had never seen someone as shameless as Ye Chen. After bullying her, he actually wanted to continue bullying her in the future. Was he even human? Toothless? No, look at how neat my teeth are. Ye Chen opened his mouth and pointed to his perfectly aligned white teeth. Damn it. Ning Rongrong felt like she was on the verge of exploding at Ye Chen's foolishness. As she was about to blow up, Ye Chen, without thinking, directly lifted Ning Rongrong's chin with his finger. What are you doing? Ning Rongrong, having her chin lifted, suddenly had a bad premonition. Saying that, Ye Chen directly kissed Ning Rongrong. Faced with the sudden attack, Ning Rongrong's mind went blank, and she immediately thought of resisting. However, as a second-ring support-type Soul Master, how could she push away Ye Chen, a Soul Master of the Soul King level? After a long time, when Ning Rongrong was almost out of breath, Ye Chen finally let her go. Still angry? Damn it. As soon as Ning Rongrong was freed, she immediately wanted to scold him. But before she could finish cursing, Ye Chen kissed her again. Lips apart. Still angry? Bastard. Kiss again. Lips apart. Still angry? You. Kiss again. Repeating this, when Ye Chen kissed her again, he found that Ning Rongrong was no longer resisting and even began to respond. Ye Chen, this little girl seems to like this mood. Ye Chen thought to himself. Just when Ye Chen was feeling pleased with himself, he suddenly felt his lips being bitten. Hiss, are you a dog? Feeling the pain and the taste of blood in his mouth, Ye Chen pushed Ning Rongrong away. Who told you to bully me without my consent? Ning Rongrong said with a proud face. So, as long as you agree, I can bully you, right? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. Go to hell. Ning Rongrong glared at him. All right, Rongrong, will you be my girlfriend? Ye Chen said seriously. Get lost. I'm a person that everyone loves. Flowers bloom for me. Those who pursue me can line up from Soto City to Heaven-Do City. Who would want to be your girlfriend? Although Ning Rongrong was moved, she felt that she couldn't just let Ye Chen take advantage of her like this. Otherwise, wouldn't she be completely at his mercy in the future? This is not up to you. You've already signed a contract to sell yourself. Ye Chen brought up the matter of the previous house purchase debt again. You still dare to say? Ning Rongrong stared with wide eyes, looking unfriendly. Okay, I won't say it, but from now on, you are my girlfriend. Unless you bring me my favorite ice cream in 1 minute, otherwise I won't agree. Ning Rongrong poked it. She didn't believe Ye Chen could go to Soto City in 1 minute to buy ice cream and then bring it to her. Chapter 85, getting more and more certain. Are you sure? Don't regret it later when I bring it out. Ye Chen looked at Ning Rongrong with a playful expression. Ice cream is available in the system store. There's no need to go outside to buy it. If you have the ability, just bring it out. Ning Rongrong didn't believe that Ye Chen could really get ice cream in a minute. Even a titled Douluo couldn't possibly run back and forth between Shrek Academy and Soto City in a minute, let alone account for the time to buy ice cream. Just watch. Immediately, Ye Chen bought a strawberry-flavored ice cream from the system store. Looking at the ice cream that appeared in Ye Chen's hand, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. Here you go. Saying this, Ye Chen brought the strawberry ice cream to Ning Rongrong's lips. Unconsciously, Ning Rongrong licked it. Damn little fairy. The more he thought about it, the more Ye Chen felt certain. What were you thinking? Eating ice cream? Ning Rongrong noticed Ye Chen lost in thought and immediately asked. I was thinking, how is my Rongrong so beautiful? Although Ye Chen's emotional intelligence wasn't very high, he was smart enough not to admit he was thinking about other girls, or Ning Rongrong would definitely explode. Go to hell, who is yours? Ning Rongrong's pretty face immediately flushed red. Who else could it be? Far away, yet close at hand. Just flattering me. By the way, wanting to be my boyfriend isn't that simple. Oh, then tell me what's not simple. You have to buy me good food, buy me pretty clothes. You can't make me angry. When I'm sad, you have to comfort me. When I'm sick, you have to take care of me. The more Ning Rongrong spoke, the more Ye Chen felt something was off. It turned out he wasn't looking for a girlfriend, but a little ancestor. You're right about everything. Although it felt like he had found an ancestor, Ye Chen nodded in agreement. Anyway, it wouldn't be up to this little girl to decide in the future. There's a saying that all rights of interpretation belong to this bank. And Ye Chen also referenced this. All demands would be decided by him. Very well, I will reluctantly let you be my boyfriend. Hearing Ye Chen's full agreement, Ning Rongrong nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Chengge, I'm still a great soul master. Quickly help me raise my strength. Remembering that Zhu Zhuqing had this treatment, Ning Rongrong felt she should have it too. Raise my strength? Just practice well, right? I know you have a way. Otherwise, Zhuqing wouldn't have become a 3-ring soul Zune so quickly. Ning Rongrong pouted. Last time, when Ye Chen and Zhu Zhuqing went to the Stardew Forest, Zhu Zhuqing had just been a 28th level Great Soul Master a few days ago. If Ye Chen hadn't raised her strength, how could she have gotten additional spirit rings? Ning Rongrong firmly believed that Ye Chen must have a way. What Ning Rongrong didn't know was that Zhu Zhuqing was now not a 3-ring soul zone, but a 42nd level soul zone. After all, she had never heard of anyone being able to increase their spirit power by more than a whole level in just a few days. Wait until your spirit power level reaches 28 as a Great Soul Master before talking. It's not urgent now. Ning Rongrong was only a 27th level Great Soul Master. Even if she raised the ages of her 1st and 2nd spirit rings to purple 1,000 years, she could at most only raise her spirit power by 2 levels. It would be better to wait until she became a 28th level Great Soul Master, then directly advance to a 30th level Quasi-Soul Zune by raising the ages of her spirit rings. Currently, the only way Ye Chen could raise Ning Rongrong's spirit power level in a short time was by increasing the ages of her spirit rings. As for the fairy grass, after buying the Netherworld fairy grass for Zhu Zhuqing, Ye Chen's little treasury was almost empty. Now, just a month later, he couldn't afford even a small gold's fairy grass. All right, you really do have a way. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong became excited. She didn't expect that her casual remark would reveal Ye Chen's little secret. Yes, I do have a way, but if I raise it for you now, you still can't directly add a 3rd spirit ring. So let us wait until you reach level 28. Is that so? Then fine. By the way, let me teach you some cultivation techniques. After thinking about it, since Ning Rongrong was now his girlfriend, Ye Chen decided to treat her the same as Xiao, Wu, and Amaomi, planning to teach her his unique cultivation method. Cultivation techniques? Is it a meditation method? Ning Rongrong was a bit puzzled. Sort of, but this is my family's ancestral cultivation technique, not an ordinary meditation method. I will transmit to you the techniques that can enhance spirit power, physical qualities, and mental strength in 3 aspects. Really? Ning Rongrong was somewhat skeptical. Really, but Rongrong, we need to clarify one thing first. Ye Chen said seriously. What? Within 10 years, or before I become a title Douluo. You cannot tell anyone about the cultivation techniques I teach you, not even my father-in-law. Ye Chen knew that after Ning Rongrong experienced the effects of these techniques, she might think about passing them on to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could learn them, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, techniques are just techniques, and future achievements depend on the person. But Ye Chen was worried that people from the Spirit Hall would get hold of these techniques. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has so many disciples, easily thousands of them. To say there are no spies from the Spirit Hall is something Ye Chen wouldn't believe even if he killed him. Ye Chen believed that after turning to his techniques, those soul masters stuck at a bottleneck would have a great chance of breaking through. And with so many members in the Spirit Hall, there were certainly not a few titled Douluos stuck at the 89th level bottleneck. It was possible that after obtaining the techniques, it would cause an explosion of elite titled Douluos in the Spirit Hall. Additionally, what Ye Chen was most worried about was Bibi Dong. If Bibi Dong got her hands on his cultivation techniques and happened to become a god early, then Ye Chen wouldn't be sure he could suppress her. Although the gods in the Douluo world are somewhat weaker, they are certainly not something a 99th level ultimate Douluo can compare to. Even if Ye Chen had a cheat, he didn't have the confidence to withstand the power of a god with just a title Douluo. And when he becomes a title Douluo, With super strong spirit rings and spirit bones, Ye Chen was confident that as long as the gods don't appear, he would be invincible. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of accidents. Of course, if the cultivation techniques are effective, I definitely won't spread them, not even to my dad. In Ning Rongrong's view, this is normal. There are many sects and forces on the continent that do not share their unique skills with outsiders. Chapter 86. Yet again, even for them, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the same. After all, she is just the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, not the sect master, and will eventually have to get married. There's a saying that a married daughter is like spilled water. Once she's married, her elbows can't turn outward. I wonder what her father, Ning Fengji, will feel when he finds out that the little cotton-padded jacket he has raised for over 10 years is leaking. After that, Ye Chen taught Ning Rongrong the creation meditation method, creation body forging technique, and creation soul forging decision step by step. That night, Ye Chen, seizing the opportunity, quietly sneaked into Ning Rongrong's room and bullied her terribly. Of course, considering their young age, Ye Chen acted worse than a beast. 3 days later, on the academy's playground, all the Shrek teachers and students were ready to follow Flander to the Blue Tyrant Academy for soft rice. Standing at the academy's gate, Flander looked at the plaque that was just replaced last year, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. 20 years. How many 20 years can one have in life? The bits and pieces he once had here flowed continuously in Flander's heart, a sour feeling appearing at his nose. Dean, don't be reluctant. We're going to Blue Tyrant Academy to eat soft rice. Who are you showing this expression to? Ye Chen, who was beside him, saw Flander looking somewhat melancholic and immediately spoke up. This Flander is really being sentimental. Is it necessary to be so sad? Go on if you don't speak. No one will think you're mute. What do you mean by eating soft rice? I'm thinking of you all. Having his true intentions exposed, Flander almost got angry due to the strange looks from others. Yes, you're thinking of us. Definitely not going to eat soft rice. Ye Chen nodded, agreeing with a face full of sincerity. Damn, are you itching for a beating? Flander glared fiercely at Ye Chen. Flander, don't be petty with a child. Eating soft rice is eating soft rice. We brothers won't laugh at you. Xiao Wujia put his arm around Flander's shoulder, teasingly saying, Exactly, Flander, we're all old brothers. We promise not to look at you through colored glasses. Xiao Xian also chimed in. Teacher Xiao, at least Flander has a place to eat soft rice. You all are single and still looking for a place to eat. At this moment, Ye Chen showcased his sharp tongue. This kid is definitely asking for trouble. Xiao Wujia, Xiao Xian, and others stared at Ye Chen, thinking to themselves, Haha, what you said is right. Old Xiao, you guys can hurry up and find wives. Hearing Ye Chen say this, Flander's heart blossomed. At least he still had a place to eat soft rice, unlike some people who are destined to be alone. With this thought, Flander disdainfully glanced at Xiao Wujia and the others. Looking at the self-satisfied Flander, Xiao Wujia and the others were speechless. Soto City is located within the borders of the Barak Kingdom, not far from Heavendo City, a full 2,000 miles away. The stingy Flander didn't spend money to hire a carriage, and all the Shrek teachers and students walked for more than 10 days to reach the territory of Heavendo City. Wow, is this Heavendo City? So prosperous. As soon as they entered Heavendo City, looking at the wide street paved with blue bricks and the bustling crowd, Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Instantly, the Shrek group immediately distanced themselves from Ma Hongjun, pretending not to know him. Where did this bumpkin come from? Exactly. He clearly hasn't seen the world and is making a fuss. Is he here to beg in Heavendo City? Hearing Ma Hongjun's exclamation, the passers-by began to gossip. Begging? Ma Hongjun's eyes widened. How did he become a beggar? To be honest, Ma Hongjun's clothing was ordinary, and after days of travel, he looked quite worn out, resembling a beggar a bit too closely. However, there were plenty of beggars on the streets of Heavendo City, dressed better than Ma Hongjun. Little fatty. If you can't talk, then don't. You're just embarrassing me. Flander glared at Ma Hongjun, feeling that he was affecting his glorious image. Ahem, I couldn't help it. Ma Hongjun awkwardly scratched his head. After a brief interruption, Flander stopped a few passers-by to ask for directions and led everyone to Blue Tyrant Academy. Winding through the streets, they quickly found their destination. Dean, is this Blue Tyrant Academy? It really seems much more advanced than our Shrek Academy. Looking at the towering gate inscribed with Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy in gilded letters, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but say to Flander, Little fatty, are you looking down on Shrek Academy? Flander shot Ma Hongjun a death stare. Oh, no. Facing Flander's gaze, Ma Hongjun felt his scalp tingle. Knowing that if he didn't manage to gloss over this, he would definitely suffer. He immediately denied it. What do you mean by that? Flander felt that since arriving in Heavendoe City, Ma Hongjun was becoming increasingly unpleasant. It was one thing to look like a bumpkin before, but now he was even starting to complain. Flander decided that he needed to properly educate Ma Hongjun in the future. Ma Hongjun stammered, unable to speak. Dean, the fatty definitely didn't mean to complain. What he means is that from now on, this Blue Tyrant Academy belongs to you. Seeing this, Ye Chen stepped in to help Ma Hongjun out of the predicament. Ahem, don't say nonsense. There's nothing like that. Hearing Ye Chen say this, Flander felt a bit flustered. Even if Flander was eating soft rice, it shouldn't be so obvious, right? He wanted both a person and an academy. Didn't that make him too greedy? Although, to be fair, Flander was indeed quite greedy. Hello, are you from Shrek Academy? At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed like a teacher approached them. Yes, I am Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy. May I ask who you are? Flander adjusted his glasses and said lightly, with Flander's level 78 soul power. He could tell that the teacher in front of him, although not young, was still a 5-ring soul king. My name is Inshu. Our dean instructed me a few days ago to be here at the academy gate to welcome you. Please follow me, Inshu said respectfully to everyone. Long before Lu Erlong knew that Flander was bringing the Shrek Academy teachers and students to Heavendoe City, she had instructed Inshu to prepare for their welcome at the academy gate, ensuring that the etiquette must be in place. Chapter 87. So fragrant. Inshu also knew that Shrek Academy would send 3 soul saints, and with Flander being a good friend of their dean, they naturally dared not neglect him. Well, thank you, Teacher Inshu. After hearing that Inshu had been waiting for them for several days, Flander felt very pleased. It seems that Lu Erlong is quite welcoming to me. At this moment, Flander felt that his chances of winning over Lu Erlong and embracing a beauty were even greater. Soon, everyone followed Inshu into Lanba Academy. After entering the academy, they walked along a small path, and Inshu led them toward the back of the academy, quickly entering the forest at the edge of the main campus area. Hey, Teacher Inshu, doesn't your dean live in the campus area? Flander asked curiously. The dean usually ISNT at the academy. She prefers quiet and lives alone in the forest. The daily affairs of the academy are handled by the teachers, and only major matters need to be reported to the dean. When mentioning the dean, respect showed in Inshu's eyes. Is that so? Flander raised an eyebrow, and a guess formed in his mind. After walking for a few minutes, the trees became sparse, and a particularly thick tree had a sign hanging from it, which read, Academy Restricted Area, no entry without permission. Crossing this big tree, the scenery suddenly changed. Before them was a small lake, with a diameter of only about 50 meters. A small stream, about 3 meters wide, quietly flowed in from the other side of the forest, then flowed back, keeping this pond continuously filled with fresh water. Next to the pond was a simple thatched cottage, built of wooden planks and straw, blending perfectly with the surrounding environment. Around the cottage, there was a fence within which various flowers bloomed beautifully in a riot of colors. Among those flowers stood a beautiful woman, holding a watering can, watering the flowers. Perhaps she heard the footsteps, and her gaze unconsciously turned toward the direction of the group from Shrek Academy. Old Flander, you finally came. The beautiful woman put down the watering can, revealing a joyful smile as she spoke to Flander. Ha, Erlong, I'm here to seek refuge with you. At this moment, Flander had lost his usual shrewdness, looking as happy as a child. Old Flander, it's been years, and you're still the same. Lu Erlong was very happy to see her old friend again. I've gotten old, but you still look as charming as ever. Looking at Lu Erlong's face, which was almost the same as 20 years ago, Flander couldn't help but stroke his beard, sighing with emotion. Old Flander, aren't you going to introduce me? Lu Erlong walked over and looked at the group, asking Flander. Look at me. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Erlong. Back when we were young, We made a name for ourselves on the continent as the Golden Iron Triangle. Saying this, Flander introduced Xiao Wujia, Ye Chen, and others one by one to Lu Erlong. After exchanging greetings, a hint of sorrow appeared on Lu Erlong's face. Old Flander, have you seen Xiao Gang in all these years? Hearing this, a flash of sadness crossed Flander's face. Sigh, I haven't seen him since that time we parted. Flander shook his head. This was true. Flander did not know that Xiao Jiang was still loafing around at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, while Ye Chen and Xiao Wu knew, but they would not say anything. Sigh. Lu Erlong sighed. Erlong, aren't you going to invite us in for a sit? Seeing Lu Erlong's sadness, Flander changed the subject. Old Flander, I can't accommodate so many people in this thatched cottage. I had already made arrangements for you at the main campus when you wrote to me. Ha, Erlong. This time I brought a bunch of old brothers to seek refuge with you, so you can't treat us poorly. Flander joked. Old Flander, you are the leader of the Golden Iron Triangle. What does it mean to treat poorly? Lu Erlong replied. In that case, since I don't usually handle the Academy's trivial matters from now on, this Academy is yours. Tomorrow, I will hold a meeting for all faculty and students to announce this decision. The Academy's name will be changed to Shrek, so I can also bask in the glory of your Shrek Academy. During the introductions, Lu Erlong had learned about everyone's spirit power levels. Xiao Wujia and the other teachers were all experts, starting from Soul Emperor. Among the students, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong were considered geniuses. But compared to the other four, they seemed to fall short. Oscar was an innate, full-spirit power food system soul master. Zhu Zhuqing was a 12-year-old 3-ring soul master. Ye Chen was a 4-ring soul master, and Xiao Wu was even a 5-ring soul king. With Lu Erlong's years of experience, he would not have believed such powerful geniuses existed if he hadn't heard Flanders say it himself. Erlong, this seems a bit inappropriate. Although he knew that living off others was quite tempting, Flander never expected that upon arriving at Lanba Academy, Lu Erlong would start giving away dowries. So fragrant. Old Flander, given our relationship, what is inappropriate about it? Just accept it. By the way, Teacher Inshu, please have the cafeteria prepare a lavish banquet in the second-floor private room. I want to treat them. Lu Erlong turned to Inshu and instructed. Yes, Dean. Although Inshu was a bit puzzled as to why their academy was being so generous as to give it away, this was clearly not something he should question. Anyway, Lanba Academy was Lu Erlong's private property, and all matters, big and small, were decided by her, so he promptly hurried back the way they came. Since everyone is here for the first time, let me introduce you to Lanba Academy. Oh no, it should now be called Shrek Academy. This forest is the largest in Tianshui City, and all of it belongs to the Academy's resources. Although our facilities are not the best among the many advanced Soul Master Academies in the Tianshui Empire, they're not too far off either. The Academy has been established for 10 years now, and because we only accept civilian Soul Masters, our Soul Master's martial soul quality is inferior to those from other advanced Soul Master Academies. However, precisely because our students come from common backgrounds, they train much harder than those from prominent families or noble backgrounds. In the last Soul Master competition, we defeated many strong opponents and finally made it into the top 8. Our results were only slightly worse than the first team from the Tianshui Royal Academy, and their second team was eliminated by us. After Inshu left, Lu Erlong introduced to the group. Speaking of the last Soul Master competition's results, Lu Erlong felt a bit proud. After all, Lanba Academy only accepted civilian students, and in terms of talent and martial souls, they certainly couldn't compare to the geniuses from powerful Soul Master families. Achieving a top 8 finish was already quite impressive. Chapter 88, Flanders' Realm. As for how to teach in the future, that's Flanders' problem. I, as the dean, am not competent anyway, so I can finally be liberated. However, I believe that with so many little monsters in our academy, we will definitely win the championship in the next Soul Master competition. Saying this, Lu Erlong looked at Xiao Wu and Ye Chen with great spirit. There is still quite a bit of time until the next Soul Master competition. Ye Chen's soul power level is not far from becoming a Soul King, so he will definitely advance to Soul King by then. At least 2 Soul King level students are in the academy, so winning the championship in the competition should be a piece of cake. Then, Lu Erlong introduced the detailed situation of the entire Lanba Academy to everyone. Although there are only over 200 students in Lamba Academy, it has a great reputation in the Soul Master world of the Tiando Empire. Even Soul Masters from noble backgrounds have to admit the contribution of Lamba Academy to the Soul Master world. It can be said to be the cradle of civilian Soul Masters. Although it has only been established for 10 years, it has produced many powerful civilian Soul Masters. Alright, it's almost time. Let us eat and chat. Looking at the time, Liu Erlong hosted the Shrek Academy group for lunch in the Academy's cafeteria, explaining everyone's doubts one by one. Then he took everyone on a tour of Lamba Academy and finally arranged accommodations for everyone in the dormitory building. However, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu did not stay in the Academy's dormitory. Instead, they found a vacant space behind the Academy's woods, not far from Liu Erlong's residence, and set up a Soul Guidance Villa. The reason for this is simply that it's quiet here, and moreover, staying in the dormitory would be inconvenient, because the dormitory in Lamba Academy separates male and female students. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong also chose not to stay in the dormitory. However, due to their shyness, and since Ning Rongrong also had a Soul Guidance Villa, they did not stay with Ye Chen, but instead chose to stay nearby, making it convenient for Ye Chen's sneak attacks at night. The next day, the sign of Lamba Academy had disappeared, replaced by a huge plaque bearing Flandra's handwritten endorsement of the 5 brilliant golden characters Shrek Academy. It can be said that Flandra almost reached the pinnacle of living off a woman. Whether he can get the beauty is still uncertain, but the dowry has already arrived. However, in Ye Chen's view, Flandra still has a great opportunity. After all, there's no annoying Yu Xiaojiang in the academy now, and he believes that under Flandra's shameless offensive, Liu Erlong will soon fall. Time flies. 2 months later. That night, Ye Chen didn't play games with Xiao Wu, nor did he find Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing next door to play games. Instead, he honestly practiced the creation meditation method in his room. Suddenly, Ye Chen felt a surge of soul power, successfully breaking through and advancing to level 50, becoming a quasi-soul king. It wasn't easy. Finally reached level 50. Opening his eyes, Ye Chen sighed. Brother, don't you think this is mocking others? Hearing Ye Chen sigh, Xiao Wu, who was protecting him, complained. If it's not easy for you, then who is it easy for? Where? I usually practice so hard, but I still can't compare to you. Ye Chen rolled his eyes at Xiao Wu. Although his cultivation speed is fast compared to Xiao Wu, it seems just so. Moreover, the key point is that Xiao Wu's effort in cultivation is far less than Ye Chen's. She usually just eats, drinks, and plays, yet her soul power level rises rapidly, which makes Ye Chen a bit envious. However, this is a unique talent of Xiao Wu that Ye Chen cannot envy. Of course, Sister Xiao Wu is the most powerful. Xiao Wu puffed out her chest proudly. Yes, my Xiao Wu is the best. It's getting late now, let's go rest. Saying this, Ye Chen made a face at Xiao Wu. Hate it. If you want to do bad things, go find Zhu Qing and Rongrong next door. Seeing Ye Chen making a face at her, Xiao Wu immediately thought of something and her face turned red. Xiao Wu, we're just resting normally. Where are your thoughts going? Damn it, I'm going all out. Watching Ye Chen's innocent look, Xiao Wu gritted her teeth in annoyance and immediately pounced on him, and the two began to playfully wrestle. The next morning, Ye Chen went to find Ning Rongrong and, following Flandra, headed to the Sunset Forest not far outside Tiando City to obtain soul rings. A couple of days earlier, Ning Rongrong's soul power level had broken through to level 28, becoming a great soul master. Ye Chen purchased 9 yellow 100-year soul ring enhancement cards from the system mall, raising Ning Rongrong's first and second soul rings to purple 1,000-year levels. After enhancing Ning Rongrong's soul rings, her soul power level, as Ye Chen expected, directly reached level 30, becoming a quasi-soul Zune. Additionally, Ye Chen bought her a 7-colored rainbow-shaped disguise necklace to avoid unnecessary attention. After all, without the disguise necklace, when Ning Rongrong uses her soul skills in the future, it would definitely expose her unusual soul ring configuration. Originally, a couple of days ago, after Ning Rongrong's breakthrough, she planned to go to the Sunset Forest to add her 3rd soul ring, but upon learning that Ye Chen was about to break through too, she decided to wait for him. Now that both of them have broken through, They were naturally eager to go add soul rings. For this trip to the Sunset Forest to obtain soul rings, for safety's sake, Ye Chen also called Flandre along. After practicing the creation body forging technique, Ning Rongrong could bear a third soul ring's age of around 3,000 years. As for Ye Chen, his current capacity required a target for his fifth soul ring to be around 20,000 years. If it were just to add a third soul ring for Ning Rongrong, he wouldn't need to bring Flandre, but now that Ye Chen also needs a fifth soul ring, it was necessary to bring Flandre along. Although 20,000-year plant-type soul beasts are not easy to move and rely on external objects, Ye Chen is still capable of handling it. However, the areas where 20,000-year plant-type soul beasts grow will definitely have other 10,000-year soul beasts nearby, and Ye Chen would not take Ning Rongrong to take such a big risk. Nevertheless, Ye Chen did not have too much hope for whether he could find a suitable target for himself on this trip to the Sunset Forest. Soul beasts below 10,000 years are relatively easy to find in the Sunset Forest, but once it exceeds 10,000 years, few soul masters come to the Sunset Forest to look for soul beasts. After all, the scale of the Sunset Forest is far less than that of the Star Douluo Forest, and there are not many soul beasts over 10,000 years. Whether there are suitable targets for Ye Chen in the entire forest is a question, let alone finding them accurately. Ye Chen thought to first go to the Sunset Forest and try his luck. If he really couldn't find anything, then he would have to go to the Star Douluo Forest. Chapter 89. The Radiant White Deer. The Sunset Forest is different from the Starry Forest. There is no soul-hunting town outside the forest. Since Heavendo City is quite close to the Sunset Forest and the day is still young, Ye Chen and his two companions directly enter the Sunset Forest. Ye Chen, Rongrong, what type of soul beast do you need? After entering the Sunset Forest, Flandre asked the two. Ning Rongrong needs a third soul ring from a soul beast around 3,000 years old, preferably one that specializes in defense, attack, or soul power. As for me, my target is uncertain, but I want one around 20,000 years old. Ye Chen had already considered the age of the soul rings that he and Ning Rongrong needed. What? You both don't want to live anymore? One is only a 3-ring soul master and is thinking about a 3,000-year soul beast, while the other is a 5-ring soul master aiming for a 20,000-year soul beast. Flandre's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at them. Don't worry, Dean. We are confident, Ye Chen assured. No. As your Dean, I must be responsible for your safety. According to the optimal soul ring matching limits, you can only absorb a soul ring just over 10,000 years. Flandre said seriously. He felt Ye Chen was being reckless. A mere level 50 quasi-soul king thinking about a 20,000-year soul ring was akin to courting death. According to the optimal soul ring matching, only a level 60 quasi-soul emperor could absorb a soul ring of 20,000 years. Dean, we can't generalize between soul masters. Both Rongrong and I have soul bones, so surpassing the limit to absorb soul rings is not a problem. This was something Ye Chen had previously discussed with Ning Rongrong, asking her to lie about having refined a soul bone. With Flandre around, he surely wouldn't allow them to exceed the limit without a justification. Ye Chen was confident in Flandre's character. Even if he knew they had precious soul bones, he wouldn't resort to extreme measures. Is that true? Flandre asked suspiciously. However, if that were the case, he could understand. As the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, it was normal for Ning Rongrong to have a soul bone. Soul bones are precious, and ordinary soul masters can't obtain them. Could the wealthy 7 treasure glazed tile school really not manage it? As for Ye Chen, he appeared mysterious, talented, and it wasn't impossible for him to have a soul bone granted by an elder. Dean Flandre, why would we lie to you? I'm still young, and I have a family. I wouldn't think about courting death. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. Well, that's true. You're cunning enough. You should have full confidence. However, I still want to remind you that high-age soul rings are not so easy to absorb. You must act within your limits. Flandre nodded. Indeed, Ye Chen didn't seem like a fool, so he shouldn't be courting death. However, regarding the phrase, I have a family, Flandre felt a blow to his heart. At that moment, he wished he could grab Ye Chen by the collar and angrily ask, is having 3 girlfriends really that impressive? Well, it is indeed impressive. It had been 2 months, and although under Flandre's shameless advances, Lu Erlong had been somewhat tempted, he still hadn't managed to win her over. Now, Flinder was still a lonely old bachelor. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, hearing Ye Chen mention he had a family, felt a flush on her face and was a bit flustered. 2 days later, Flinder, Ye Chen, and Ning Rongrong were searching for suitable soul beasts in the inner region of the Sunset Forest. Suddenly, sharp-eyed Ye Chen spotted a snow-white, deer-like soul beast in the distance, elegantly munching on the blue silver grass. Rongrong, there's a radiant white deer over there, around 2,800 years old. It should be very suitable for you. Ye Chen pointed to the radiant white deer that was happily eating the blue silver grass and whispered to Ning Rongrong. Ye Chen had some impression of the radiant white deer as an auxiliary-type soul beast. This type of soul beast had no attack capability and belonged to the support category. Its innate soul skill was healing and amplifying soul power. If Ning Rongrong absorbed the soul ring from this radiant white deer, she would likely acquire a soul skill that amplifies soul power. The radiant white deer? Not bad, it really suits me. Looking at the deer in the distance, Ning Rongrong nodded. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has a long history and has done extensive research on what kind of soul B-soul rings can be attached to their Seven Treasure Glazed Tower martial soul and what kind of soul skills they can form. Ning Rongrong naturally knew that if she absorbed the soul ring of the radiant white deer, it would result in a soul skill that amplifies soul power. All right, then it's this one. Dean, you just stand by. We'll handle it. Ye Chen said to Flinder. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Flinder agreed. Rongrong, wait until I control this radiant white deer, then you can take care of it. Ning Rongrong nodded excitedly and took out a preloaded 6-barrel Gatling gun from her storage soul guide. After becoming Ye Chen's good friend, he had given her many good things. After all, Ning Rongrong was just a weak auxiliary, lacking combat power. Giving her some firearms was to ensure she had some means of self-defense. Although firearms are not very effective against large soul beasts with decent defenses, they can still unleash a storm of bullets that even a 6-ring Soul Emperor would find hard to withstand. Ye Chen thought that if Flinder didn't activate his martial soul true body, he wouldn't be able to withstand a burst from the Gatling gun. Though it seemed somewhat out of place for Ning Rongrong to wield a 6-barrel Gatling gun, as long as it was effective, it didn't matter if it looked odd. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong had practiced the creation body tempering technique, so her physical quality was decent, and being a soul master, it was not a problem for her to handle such a small caliber Gatling gun. Then, Ye Chen's pure bamboo staff appeared in his hand. First soul skill, binding. The first soul ring flickered slightly, and a phantom of a bamboo staff shot out rapidly from Ye Chen, descending directly above the unsuspecting radiant white deer. With a dull thud, the radiant white deer, happily munching on the blue silver grass, was instantly immobilized by the binding skill. Seeing Ye Chen successfully immobilize the deer, Ning Rongrong didn't hesitate. She aimed the 6-barrel Gatling gun at the radiant white deer and pulled the trigger. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The 6 barrels spun wildly, and bullets burst forth, forming a metal torrent that quickly descended upon the radiant white deer. Dense blood flowers blossomed, and in just a moment, the radiant white deer could not withstand the damage from the metal torrent and fell to the ground, lifeless. Soon after, countless golden light spots erupted from the radiant white deer's body, gradually condensing into a purple 1,000-year soul ring. Chapter 90. Average, third in the world hiss. What is this? Is it really that powerful? Flander couldn't help but click his tongue. It wasn't that Flander was surprised that Ning Rongrong easily took down the over 2,800-year-old bright white deer, but rather that he was astonished by the power of the 6-barreled Gatling gun in Ning Rongrong's hands. Flander did not sense any soul power fluctuations from the Gatling gun, which indicated that it was not a soul guide, but merely an ordinary weapon that did not require soul power to use. From Flander's perspective, the small iron projectiles, bullets, fired from this thing posed a significant threat to any non-defense type Soul Kings at the 5 rings level. The individual damage might not be very high, but when the quantity increased, it could be devastating. After all, a 5-ring Soul King is not something to be found everywhere. On the Douluo continent, the vast majority of Soul Masters are at the 2 rings, 3 rings, or 4 rings levels, while 5-ring Soul Kings are considered elite regardless of the situation. To unleash such powerful force with just a flick of the fingers was something he had never heard of before. if the roles were reversed. Flander felt that unless he activated his martial soul true body or dodged in time, the chances of him being in trouble would be very high. With such impressive attack power combined with an extremely high attack frequency, this weapon could definitely be a nightmare for low-level soul masters. Dean, this is a treasure that Chun Ge gave me. Ning Rongrong, without giving Flander a chance to examine it closely, immediately stored the Gatling gun in her storage soul guide. This was because Ye Chen had already instructed her not to easily show her treasures and not to let it leak out. Not even to the 7 treasure glazed tile school for the time being. Ye Chen had given such instructions because replicating firearms was not too difficult. Gathering craftsmen and spending some time would definitely yield results. The Douluo continent possesses special metals that do not exist in Ye Chen's previous life. And even if the technology for metal materials is not advanced, these special metals could replace excellent steel for making firearm parts. As for the gunpowder and primers in the bullets, even if the specific components were unclear, they could be replaced with special minerals that have similar chemical properties to gunpowder. For instance, using flamestones that burn intensely under high temperatures as the propellant for bullets, combined with special metals that naturally emit intense heat, like red demon gold, to make firing pins, along with various parts, could lead to the creation of firearms. Moreover, due to the superior properties of these materials, the destructive power of these special firearms could be greater than those produced in the system's shop. While Ye Chen wasn't too worried about other factions developing firearm technology, if the Spirit Hall got their hands on it, the situation would change significantly. The Spirit Hall already possessed powerful high-end combat strength, and although they had yet to unify the entire continent, it was merely that the number of Soul Master legions under the Spirit Hall was high. But they could not crush the millions of troops from the 2 great empires. After all, the armies of the 2 great empires also had Soul Master legions. It was just that their numbers were not as large as those of the Spirit Hall. If the Spirit Hall's army had a firearm for each soldier, engaging in battle while the soldiers of the 2 great empires were armed with cold weapons, even if they were in greater numbers, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. You really know how to keep a low profile. Flander looked at Ye Chen in surprise. He initially thought this weapon was something Ning Fengji had given to Ning Rongrong for self-defense, but it turned out to be a gift from Ye Chen. Average. 3rd in the world. Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively. Well, the heavens are first, the earth is second, and I consider myself 3rd. Ye Chen did not elaborate further and turned to Ning Rongrong, saying, Rongrong, hurry up and absorb your spirit ring. Ning Rongrong nodded. Her 7 treasure glazed tile, martial soul manifesting as she stepped forward to begin absorbing the spirit ring. The bright white deer itself was an auxiliary type spirit beast, so the difficulty of absorbing its spirit ring was relatively easy. Moreover, it was still below the upper limit of years that Ning Rongrong could currently bear, making the absorption process not too difficult. After a short while, Ning Rongrong successfully absorbed the spirit ring from the bright white deer, and her soul power level broke through to level 30, advancing to the 32nd level soul zone. Rongrong, doesn't your 3rd soul skill amplify soul power attributes? Ye Chen asked as he approached her after she awakened. Now that I am a 3-ring soul zone, my 3 soul skills can amplify strength, speed, and soul power by 40. The soul skills produced by the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul are quite special, as they can enhance their effects as the soul master's level progresses. When Ning Rongrong was a 1-ring soul master, the amplification effect of her soul skills was 20, and with each major level increase, the amplification effect could increase by 10. Now that Ning Rongrong is a 3-ring soul zone, the amplification effect of her 3 soul skills can reach 40. In addition, the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul, aside from being able to enhance soul skill effects with level increases, also has the characteristic of ignoring level differences, providing amplification to higher level soul masters without diminishing the effect of the soul skills. Of course, if the level difference is too great, one's own soul power may not be able to support the massive consumption. In fact, there are auxiliary-type soul masters on the continent who have reached 8 rings soul Douluo, and Ning Fengji's status as the strongest auxiliary-type soul master on the continent is related to these 2 characteristics of the 7 treasure, glazed tile, martial soul. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was very happy. When she left home, she was only a 26th level Great Soul Master, and now, just about half a year later, she had advanced to a 32nd level Soul Zone. She imagined how shocked her father and 2 grandfathers would be when they found out. After Ning Rongrong obtained her 3rd spirit ring, Flander led Ye Chen and Ning Rongrong to continue searching for the target of Ye Chen's 5th spirit ring in the Sunset Forest. However, luck was not on their side, or perhaps it was to be expected. The 3 wandered around the inner area of the Sunset Forest for a day without finding a suitable target for Ye Chen. It was that they didn't encounter plant-type spirit beasts with decent innate spirit skills, but their ages were all too low, not even reaching 10,000 years. So Ye Chen wouldn't consider them, although he could enhance the years of the spirit rings with a year enhancement card. If the age difference was too large, it would consume a lot of gold soul coins. A 10,000-year age difference would equal a full 10 million gold soul coins, which even someone as wealthy as Ye Chen could not ignore. Indeed, the Sunset Forest was not comparable to the Stardew Great Forest, as there were very few 10,000-year spirit beasts in the inner area. In that case, let me take you to the core area to have a look. If we can't find anything there, we'll first send Rongrong back to the academy, and I'll take you to the Stardew Great Forest. Flander said to Ye Chen. Having never been to the Sunset Forest before, Flander was not very familiar with its situation, and previously, for Ning Rongrong's safety, he had taken the 2 into the core area of the Sunset Forest. Chapter 91. Forbidden Spirit Flower. Although the Sunset Forest is not as dangerous as the Stardew Forest, there is still a possibility of encountering soul beasts over 50,000 years old. If they happen to run into one, even if they weren't a match, Flander, being a flight-type soul saint, could quickly escape. However, with Ye Chen and Ning Rongrong in tow, that wouldn't necessarily be the case. After wandering for a day, Flander realized that finding the target Ye Chen needed in the inner area of the Sunset Forest was basically impossible. They would have to go deeper. The core area? That's fine. After some thought, Ye Chen agreed. As long as their luck wasn't too bad, and with Flander by his side, their safety could be guaranteed. Even if something went wrong, Ye Chen still had his trump card. In the System Mall's treasury, he had accumulated half a small target over the past 2 days. He couldn't afford a level 9 fixed soul guide comparable to the attack of an ordinary title Douluo, but he could afford a level 8 fixed soul guide capable of unleashing the attack of an 8-ring soul Douluo. The soul beast in the Sunset Forest wouldn't be too high in age, so if he had a level 8 fixed soul guide, as long as they didn't encounter a large-scale beast wave, safety would be assured. After entering the core area of the Sunset Forest, Ye Chen noticed that the soul beasts they encountered were significantly older than before, so he quietly activated an external advantage. A golden luck card appeared in his hand. He squeezed it slightly, and the luck card transformed into a golden light that merged into Ye Chen's body. As long as there was a suitable target for Ye Chen in the Sunset Forest, he should be able to find it after using the luck card. However, when he would find it remained uncertain, perhaps due to the scarcity of soul beasts compatible with Ye Chen's 5th spirit ring in the entire Sunset Forest. It was only on the 3rd day, after using 3 luck cards, that Ye Chen finally found a suitable target. Not far in front of Ye Chen, a completely white and remarkably beautiful flower-like plant soul beast appeared. Flander, noticing Ye Chen staring intently at the flower-like soul beast, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Ye Chen, what soul beast is that flower? Flander curiously asked. Although Flander was the principal of a prestigious Soul Master Academy, he wasn't actually well-versed in soul beast knowledge. He could recognize common soul beasts, but those that were less common posed a challenge for him. Principal, this is a forbidden spirit flower with an age of 20,000 years. Ye Chen answered Flander's question. In fact, compared to Flander, Ye Chen's theoretical knowledge about soul beasts wasn't particularly advanced either. However, due to his own martial soul, he had learned quite a bit about plant-type soul beasts recorded on the continent. This is the forbidden spirit flower? Ning Rongrong, beside them, exclaimed in surprise. Rongrong, how come I haven't heard of this soul beast? Flander looked at Ning Rongrong, somewhat confused. Principal Flander, you shouldn't underestimate the forbidden spirit flower. This plant-type soul beast can be said to be the nemesis of all soul masters. Although it's not highly dangerous, Its innate soul skill is extremely powerful. Ye Chen explained, and Ning Rongrong had not yet connected the dots between the white flower before them and the forbidden spirit flower. Oh, do tell, Flander became interested, wondering why he noticed how strong this flower was. The forbidden spirit flower has no offensive or defensive capabilities and looks very easy to bully. But its innate soul skill, silence, can prevent a soul master from using any soul ring skills and soul bone skills other than their own created skills for a certain period of time. Ning Rongrong gradually exploited. What? Really? Flander exclaimed immediately. The importance of soul skills to soul masters is self-evident. If a soul master cannot use their soul skills, even displaying 20 to 30% of their strength would be considered genius level. An ordinary titled Douluo, unable to use their soul skills, could still maintain the combat power of an 8-ring soul Douluo, which is quite formidable. No wonder Ning Rongrong said the innate soul skill of the forbidden spirit flower was powerful, even if they could still use their created soul skills. The forbidden spirit flower silent skill would still be considered a super control skill for a soul master, especially since there aren't many soul masters with created skills, and most of those have average power. Exactly, Ning Rongrong nodded. TSK, you're in luck. If you really obtain this silent skill, how many soul masters would be your match in the future? Flander looked at Ye Chen as if he were gazing at an unprecedented monster. Brother Chen, if you absorb the spirit ring from the forbidden spirit flower, will you really be able to form the silent skill? Ning Rongrong looked at Ye Chen, somewhat uncertain. With such a strong effect from the forbidden spirit flower's innate soul skill, it wasn't unheard of for soul masters to take notice. But she had never heard of any successful examples. It should be possible. With the boost from the luck card, plus the quality of my pure bamboo staff martial soul reaching divine level, I think the chances are quite high, Ye Chen believed. This time, Ye Chen still didn't let Flander take action. For a stationary plant-type soul beast like this, Ye Chen was quite adept at dealing with it. He just needed to throw incendiary bombs at it. Perhaps high-age plant-type soul beasts could withstand the extreme temperatures produced by white phosphorus incendiary bombs. But a 20,000-year plant-type soul beast, especially one that was relatively fragile like a flower, should be unable to withstand it. Then, a white phosphorus incendiary bomb appeared in Ye Chen's hand. He pulled the fuse and threw it at the branch of the forbidden spirit flower. Even soul beasts that had reached 10,000 years in age still didn't have very good intelligence. And this forbidden spirit flower remained oblivious to the danger that had befallen it. Perhaps due to Ye Chen using the luck card, he got lucky. The white phosphorus incendiary bomb landed successfully less than a foot away from the branch of the forbidden spirit flower. Boom! Instantly, the white phosphorus incendiary bomb exploded. Flames bursting forth, and thick smoke with a strong, pungent odor billowed up. Oh, what is this? Flander's eyes widened. Just now, he only saw Ye Chen throw a metal ball slightly smaller than his fist, and he didn't expect it to explode with such intense heat. Where did Ye Chen get these strange things? Not that Ye Chen didn't want to explain, but he couldn't ask too much. Ye Chen knew that throwing just one white phosphorus incendiary bomb wouldn't solve the 20,000-year forbidden spirit flower. So without waiting for the flames to extinguish, he threw out two more. Boom! Boom! If someone were to appear in the nearby sky, they would find that thick white smoke was rising from the forest below, as if someone was setting fire to it. I'm still a miner. Even if I'm setting fire in a wild forest, I shouldn't be punished, right? Ye Chen thought to himself while looking at the forbidden spirit flower bathed in flames and smoke. Chapter 92. Mental Power Test. Not long after, the flames gradually extinguished, and the thick smoke dissipated, revealing the battered body of the forbidden spirit flower. Not taken down? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Ye Chen thought that the white phosphorus incendiary bombs were becoming less and less effective. He had already thrown 3 of them, yet they had not been able to easily eliminate a plant-type soul beast that was over 20,000 years old. He estimated that by the time he needed to add his 6th spirit ring, they might be of little use. After all, this forbidden spirit flower was small in size and had the worst fire resistance among all plant-type soul beasts. If it were replaced by a large tree-type plant soul beast of the same age, it might only serve the purpose of providing warmth. Of course, Saying it was for warmth might be an exaggeration, but the effect would definitely not be significant. Fortunately, the 3 white phosphorus incendiary bombs were not without effect. At the very least, this forbidden spirit flower was already in a near-death state. After Ye Chen threw another white phosphorus incendiary bomb, countless golden light dots floated out from the charred remains of the forbidden spirit flower, gradually condensing into a black soul ring. Once the temperature dropped to an acceptable level, Ye Chen released his martial soul, the pure bamboo staff, and stepped forward to draw on the soul ring. As soon as the forbidden spirit flower's soul ring was pulled by his martial soul, it immediately landed on Ye Chen, then rapidly shrank into a small black circle, encircling the outermost part of the pure bamboo staff. In an instant, Ye Chen felt a tremendous amount of soul power surging into his body through the soul ring. Ye Chen did not dare to be negligent and immediately began to operate the creation meditation method, fully refining the soul power that was flowing into his body. Fortunately, his physical quality was strong, and the soul power contained within the forbidden spirit flower's soul ring was not too violent, allowing him to endure it. However, he knew that absorbing a soul ring over 10,000 years old not only tested physical quality, but also required resisting the spiritual shock caused by the remnants of the soul beast contained within the soul ring. The last time he absorbed the dark spirit flower soul ring, it was just shy of 10,000 years, and there were no remnants of the soul beast within. So Ye Chen had never encountered a mental power test like this before. However, Ye Chen had practiced the creation soul refining technique since he was young, and his mental strength far exceeded that of soul masters of the same level. He was definitely not weaker than a level 60 quasi-soul emperor and should be able to withstand it. Just as Ye Chen was refining the soul ring while cautiously guarding himself, a phantom of the forbidden spirit flower's soul suddenly emerged in his sea of consciousness. As soon as the soul remnants of the forbidden spirit flower appeared, they immediately stirred up waves in Ye Chen's sea of consciousness. In an instant, Ye Chen felt a powerful pressure acting on his consciousness. At that moment, Ye Chen felt as if he were navigating a small canoe on a turbulent sea. At any moment, he could be swallowed by the waves. Ye Chen knew that if he could not withstand the spiritual shock caused by the remnants of the forbidden spirit flower soul, even if his body was not shattered by the immense soul power surging into him, he would end up as a vegetable. Soul bone skill, untainted by the mud. For safety, Ye Chen activated the external soul bone skill, Creation Green Lotus. The 100,000-year soul bone skill, untainted by the mud, allowed Ye Chen to become immune to 50 of all damage. Ye Chen, who was originally struggling to resist, immediately felt a wave of relief. If the previous situation was a storm, now it felt like a gentle spring breeze. TSK, after all, it's a 100,000-year soul bone skill, and it has the ability to resist mental attacks. The effect is indeed remarkable, Ye Chen thought to himself. In fact, Ye Chen had severely underestimated himself. Even without using untainted by the mud, with his mental strength, absorbing this forbidden spirit flower soul ring would not be difficult at all. Even for a plant-type soul beast of the same age, its intelligence was far inferior to that of animal-type soul beasts. The spiritual shock produced by the remnants of this forbidden spirit flower soul was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary 10,000-year animal-type soul beast. With Ye Chen's level 50 soul power, he could withstand it. Moreover, he had practiced the creation soul refining technique, and his mental strength was formidable. A small mental test was not a problem at all. Huh? What is this? Outside, Flender watched as Ye Chen absorbed the soul ring, and suddenly a green light flashed at his forehead. A blue lotus appeared, showering a greenish light that enveloped Ye Chen's entire body, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Could this be a soul bone? Looking at the blue lotus above Ye Chen's head, Ning Rongrong said uncertainly, "Yes, there are fluctuations of soul power, so it should be a soul bone. But aren't soul bones supposed to look like bones? Why would it be a lotus? Besides, soul bones can't leave the body, right?" After examining it closely, Flender said with confusion. In Flender's impression, soul bones typically resembled human bones, and he had never heard of soul bones being able to leave the body. Could it be that this is Brother Chen's external soul bone? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong thought of something and exclaimed, "External soul bone? Aren't there only 6 parts for soul bones? Dean, soul bones are not limited to just the trunk, head, and limbs. When a soul master absorbs a soul ring, if they are incredibly lucky, there's a very slim chance of obtaining an external soul bone. Any soul bone that does not belong to these 6 normal parts is collectively referred to as an external soul bone. External soul bones can manifest in various forms. They could be a tail, ears, wings, etc. External soul bones are rare. If Ning Rongrong hadn't seen records in the sex classics, she wouldn't have known that external soul bones existed. Is that so? Since it's rare, then this external soul bone should be stronger than an ordinary soul bone, right? In Flender's view, the lower the probability of a soul bone appearing, the stronger it represented. After all, trunk soul bones were much rarer than limb bones. And under the same age, the enhancements gained from refining trunk soul bones were also significantly greater than those from limb soul bones. As for head soul bones, among the 6 normal parts, only head soul bones could enhance mental power. That's quite nice. It's said that the rarity of external soul bones is second only to legendary 100,000-year soul bones. So impressive? Flender's eyes widened. Yes, because external soul bones can increase in age as the soul master's level increases. It is said that when a soul master's level reaches title Douluo, the age of the external soul bone, regardless of how many years it originally was, can be increased to 100,000 years. TSK. This kid Yi is indeed a little monster. Flender sighed, realizing that not only did Ye Chen surpass the limit in absorbing soul rings, but even this soul bone was extraordinary. Not to mention external soul bones, even ordinary soul bones, Flender had not possessed in all his years. Chapter 93, 5th Soul Skill. Silence as time gradually passed. After more than an hour, Ye Chen found that the remnant soul of the forbidden spirit flower in his sea of consciousness had begun to weaken. After all, it was a plant-type soul beast with low soul strength, and being just a remnant of a soul. Each wave of mental attacks it launched against Ye Chen consumed its soul power. The remnant soul was like water without roots, destined to dissipate sooner or later. Not long after, when the remnant soul of the forbidden spirit flower completely vanished, Ye Chen concentrated all his energy and began to fully refine the soul power from the soul ring that surged into his body. After another half a day passed, Ye Chen finally refined the soul ring of the forbidden spirit flower, which was as old as 20,000 years. TSK, no external soul bone, disappointing. This time, the absorption of the soul ring went smoothly, and Ye Chen knew that he could forget about external soul bones. However, it was understandable. Having one external soul bone was already a stroke of luck. Wanting a second one was wishful thinking. Opening his eyes, Ye Chen internally called out and opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel, host, Ye Chen, soul power, level 52, martial soul, pure bamboo staff, soul rings, black, first soul skill, confinement, second soul skill, determination, third soul skill, forbidden god, fourth soul skill, blindness, fifth soul skill, silence, soul bone, creation green lotus, external soul bone, domain, pure domain sure enough. My fifth soul skill is silence. Looking at the fifth soul skill displayed on his attribute panel, Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. As for his soul power level, directly reaching level 52, it was not unexpected for Ye Chen. A soul ring that was 20,000 years old was enough to raise a level 60 quasi-soul emperor's soul power by more than one level. And since Ye Chen's previous soul power level was 50, an increase of 2 levels after the addition was only normal. Then, Ye Chen checked the changes in his little son. After all, with a system shop that demanded money, Ye Chen, as a pay-to-win player, was very concerned about the golden little cutie. Watching his little son produce 10 golden soul coins every second, Ye Chen felt satisfied. When he was at the 4-ring soul master level, he received 8 golden soul coins every second from his little son. Now that he had reached the 5-ring soul king level, that number had increased to 10. Estimating a bit, Ye Chen found that he could save more than 3 small goals worth of golden soul coins each year. The efficiency compared to when he was a soul master had increased tenfold. Chengge, how is it? Is your 5th soul skill silence? Seeing Ye Chen successfully add the 5th soul ring, Ning Rongrong immediately stepped forward to ask.
Well, it's pretty much as expected. It's the silent soul skill. Hee hee. Congratulations, Chun Ge, Ning Rongrong said with a smile. Ye Chen, when you absorbed the soul ring, did that blue lotus flower appear? Is an external soul bone? At this moment, Flinders spoke up from the side. That's right, the creation green lotus is my head external soul bone, which I obtained when I added my third soul ring. There is nothing wrong with revealing his external soul bone, as long as he didn't disclose the age of the creation green lotus. After all, with Flinders' eyesight, he definitely couldn't see that the creation green lotus was 100,000 years old. You really are a little monster, but I like that. After receiving Ye Chen's confirmation, Flinders sighed. Now that Ye Chen had advanced to Soul King, it wouldn't be long before his strength surpassed Flinders, right? Flinder felt that he was getting old. Dean, I am male and interested in females. If you like, go after Elder Long. I have no interest in men, Ye Chen said seriously to Flinder. Puffed. Hearing Ye Chen speak such nonsensical words with a straight face, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but laugh. Go, 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 are you itching for a fight? Flinder was a bit speechless. Ye Chen's words made it seem like he liked men, but Flinder's orientation was perfectly normal. Then, Ye Chen glanced at the remains of the forbidden spirit flower beside him, and, finding that no soul bone had dropped, the three of them set off to return to Shrek Academy. On the official road returning from the Sunset Forest to Tiando City, Flinder, Ye Chen, and Ning Rongrong were on their way. Suddenly, Ye Chen, with his sharp eyes, noticed a figure flying out from the Sunset Forest behind them, crossing above the three and heading toward Tiando City. Titled Douluo, seeing that the figure in the air did not release a flying-type martial soul, yet could fly, Ye Chen felt that it must be a titled Douluo. After all, generally speaking, unless a soul master had a flying-type martial soul or possessed special soul skills and soul bone skills, they could not fly in the air before reaching the titled Douluo level. Chingo, what is wrong? Noticing Ye Chen had stopped, Ning Rongrong immediately asked, Do you know that person? Ye Chen pointed to the figure flying in the air ahead. Flying without relying on a martial soul must be a titled Douluo, right? Besides Sor Grandpa and Bone Grandpa, the only titled Douluo near Tiando City is Poison Douluo, so it's most likely him. Although Douluo had already flown quite far away, Ning Rongrong still guessed it. Douluo. Ye Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect that to be Douluo immediately. Looking at Douluo's figure disappearing into the sky, Ye Chen's heart began to race. Don't get me wrong, Ye Chen has no interest in men, let alone Douluo, who is an old man. He is interested in the medicinal garden next to the ice and fire yin yang eye. Currently, Ye Chen was still saving money to buy the Chilua tulip for Ning Rongrong. If he could get it from the ice and fire yin yang eye, then he wouldn't need to buy it. A small gold's worth of golden soul coins was not a small amount for Ye Chen. However, when Ye Chen heard Ning Rongrong say that there were only 3 titled Douluo near Tiando City, he couldn't help but look at her with a strange expression. He knew that there were not only Chen Xian, Gurong, and Douluo among the titled Douluo in the vicinity of Tiando City. The hidden residence of the Haotian sect was only about 300 miles from Tiando City. Ye Chen was not very clear about the current situation of the Haotian sect. But in the original story, when Tang San went to the Haotian sect, in addition to Tang Xiao, who had already advanced to title Douluo, there were still 4 title Douluo level elders, estimating that even if these elders had not all advanced yet, there should still be at least 2 or 3 title Douluo in the Haotian sect. Chapter 94. The lush green grassland, but why does the Haotian sect choose to place its hidden residence just outside of Heavendo City? It's worth noting that there is the 7 treasure glazed tile sect outside of Heavendo City. Could it be that the Haotian sect originally thought that once their sect accumulated enough strength, they would come out and borrow some gold soul coins from the wealthy 7 treasure glazed tile sect? It's not impossible. After all, everyone needs to eat. And the barbarians, who only know how to wield big hammers, are not very skilled at making money. Isn't it normal to rob when lacking money? The next day, Ye Chen took Ning Rongrong and left Shrek Academy, heading to Douluo's residence. As a guest elder of the Heaven Do royal family, Douluo held a considerable position in the Heaven Do Empire. Even if he had no way to make money, the great boss, Emperor Shui Yi, had kindly built him a luxurious residence in Heaven Do City. Brother Chen, why are we looking for that old poison master? Ning Rongrong asked Ye Chen as they walked down the streets of Heaven Do City. I won't say for now,
But if it works out, your gains will definitely be substantial, Ye Chen said mysteriously. After returning to the academy yesterday, Ye Chen had been thinking about how to get his hands on the many celestial herbs in Douluo's herb garden. Stealing was out of the question. How could someone well-educated like Ye Chen engage in petty theft? So he thought about trading with Douluo, and in the system hall, there were items that Douluo could not refuse. If Ye Chen presented them, Douluo would certainly not turn them down. Of course, if it weren't for Ning Rongrong, Ye Chen wouldn't dare approach Douluo. After all, those who play with poison are not usually kind-hearted. He feared that if he offered something and ended up with nothing, Douluo might think his secrets could not be leaked and choose to silence him permanently. But with Ning Rongrong alongside, Ye Chen had nothing to worry about. Although Douluo was a titled Douluo, he truly could not afford to offend the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. It was likely that, not knowing the true value of those celestial herbs, he would not have any ulterior motives considering the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect's influence. The many celestial herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang were not just about the Chilua tulip for Ye Chen. Although he could not consume other types of celestial herbs until he fully digested the MOU divine bamboo he had taken earlier to prevent a clash of medicinal effects, he could still take the auxiliary celestial herb, the autumn water dew, which could greatly enhance his mental power. He certainly wouldn't mind more enhancement for his mental power. Additionally, Xiao had consumed the water fairy jade skin bone before, and there was another one in the ice and fire yin-yang eye. While consuming different types of celestial herbs would cause a clash of medicinal effects, consuming the same type was still fine. Even if he couldn't continue to enhance Xiao Wu's talent potential, at the very least, it could raise her soul power level significantly. Not long after, the two arrived outside Douluo's residence. Stop. This is the residence of the poisoned Douluo. If there is no urgent matter, please leave. The guard standing at the gate immediately stopped them as they approached. If it weren't for their extraordinary attire, the guard would not have been polite and would have told them to scram. Go report it. Just say that Miss Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is here, Ye Chen said directly, without any nonsense. Otherwise, it would probably be quite difficult to see Douluo Ning Rongrong standing beside him. Cooperatively released her Seven Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul to prove that Ye Chen was not lying. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Please wait a moment. I will report it right away. The guard was immediately taken aback upon hearing the name and seeing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul in Ning Rongrong's hand. The name of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was very effective in Heavendo City. If it were Ning Fengji visiting, they would have directly invited him in without a second thought. However, with Ning Rongrong, it was still a bit lacking. After all, Douluo was a titled Douluo, and he still had some status. Inside the residence, in a secret chamber Douluo was cultivating. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the butler outside. Master, the guard reports that Miss Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is here. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Douluo frowned, somewhat puzzled. It seemed that he had no conflicts with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. What do they want with him? Moreover, even if the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect had business with him, it would definitely be their leader, Ning Fengji, coming. What does his daughter want with him? Bring them to the reception hall. I will be there shortly. After thinking it over and unable to make sense of it, Douluo decided to give them some face. He knew all too well how strong he was. Even though he was a titled Douluo, if he faced the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, even if he teamed up with someone, he wouldn't be a match for Sword Douluo Chen Xian. He couldn't afford to lose face here. After waiting for a short while, Ye Chen saw a middle-aged man dressed as a butler appear. Greetings, Miss Ning. This young master, I am the butler of the Lord. Please follow me. The butler said politely to the two. Thank you. Ye Chen nodded and followed the butler into the residence with Ning Rongrong. Soon, in the reception hall, Ye Chen saw Douluo, who had dark green hair. This old poison master has quite a unique hairstyle. I wonder if he has ever encountered the lush green grassland? Ye Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at Douluo's green hair. If Douluo could read minds and knew what Ye Chen was thinking, he would definitely unleash a mouthful of toxic Serpent Emperor's poison right at him. I am Ye Chen, and this is Ning Rongrong. We have come to see you. Poisoned Douluo, Ye Chen and Ning Rongrong both bowed to Douluo. Ah, Miss Ning, what brings you to see me? Douluo nodded slightly. ignoring Ye Chen and asking Ning Rongrong. Poison Douluo, I am here to seek your help for a transaction. Ye Chen immediately spoke before Ning Rongrong could. Oh, a transaction? Douluo raised an eyebrow, surprised that someone would come to him for a trade. However, this also eased his worries. As long as it wasn't the seven treasure glazed tiles sect coming to cause trouble, he was fine with it. Yes, it's a transaction. Your Excellency, I have 2 potions that can neutralize all poisons in the world. As he spoke, Ye Chen took out 2 green potions from his storage soul guide. The water of life from his system all is not the same concept as the water from the lake of life used by the sky blue bull python in the core area of the Stardew Forest.